You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. Jack was standing in front of the camera, alone, and Chloe was nowhere to be seen. Max was a little dumbfounded, and he didn't know what to do. As for Justin, he reacted quite quickly. Glancing at Jack with disdain, he said, "I want to see Chloe." "Oh, then you're out of luck. My wife headed downstairs already." Max remained silent. Justin had no reply either. At that moment, Jack smiled and said, "It seems like President Cooper isn't busy enough. I have to try harder. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You think you can deal with me with your moves? Your thoughts are too simple." Justin sneered. He believed that since Jack returned to the country less than a year ago, he wasn't clear about the domestic situation. It wasn't that Imperial Star Entertainment hadn't encountered any competitors these years, but rather that those competitors had all suffered miserable ends. People who went against Justin almost never had a good ending. Although GK was a large and rich corporation, there was a saying, "A powerful dragon cannot crush a snake in its territory." Justin felt like he was the snake, and this was his territory. There was no way he would get bullied by somebody who had just returned from being abroad for 7 years. "Don't be so full of yourself. We'll see." After speaking, Jack turned around to leave. Suddenly, he turned his head around and smiled to the Justin in Max's phone. "Oh, right. Did your teacher ever teach you this principle at school? Don't long for things that don't belong to you. Otherwise, you'll have an exhausting life." When Justin finished listening, his expression dimmed. Then, he answered in a domineering tone, "My apologies. I didn't even graduate from elementary school. I joined the army straight away, so I don't understand your crappy principles." "It's all right if you don't understand. I'll teach you to see the truth." Mr. Dawson pridefully left that sentence before turning away. Justin was put in a horrible mood. Goddamn, he was so excited to see Chloe. Not only did he not see her, but he was also lectured by Jack, which was quite tragic. Max didn't dare to face Justin, so without saying another word, he terminated the video call. The truth was, after Chloe won the Fisherman's Quest, she excitedly used the points to trade for presents. In the end, she traded them for plushies that she planned to put on the rear window of her Audi R8. Although it was a little childish, she liked it regardless. Jack told her to wait downstairs because he needed to use the toilet. That was how he sent Chloe away. As for Jack, he immediately realized that Max was secretly filming them, so he walked right up to him. He then talked to Justin, face to face. When Jack arrived downstairs, Chloe was still waiting by the door with her stuffed toys in hand. "Get in the car." "You took so long, I thought you fell into the toilet," Chloe teased. "No, I ran into an acquaintance, so we talked for a bit." "Oh? You met an acquaintance here? Who was it?" Chloe was a little curious. It was a friend from business." After thinking for a little bit, Jack ultimately defined Justin as his little business friend. Would Justin become depressed if he heard this? Oh, I see. How was it? Did you play enough?" Seeing Chloe in a good mood, Jack asked, "Of course it was enough. I'm pretty tired, so let's go home." Jack nodded and opened the passenger's door in a gentlemanly manner. The two returned to Imperial Park together. Chloe actually really wanted to return to the South Hill Manor, since it was after all a billion-dollar mansion. However, she felt empty living there since they didn't have any kids yet. Even with their butler, chauffeurs, and maids, it was still weird living with just the two of them, so she still treated Imperial Park as her home. After the two returned and showered, an exhausted Chloe climbed onto their big bed. Jack immediately got on top of her, seductively whispering into Chloe's ears, "Dr. Green, do you need a massage?" "I don't need one," Chloe declined immediately. "Come on, I won't ask you for a tip," Jack teased. Before Chloe could reply, he reached into her silky nightgown. Chloe felt all the cells in her body shake. Jack could always thoroughly demonstrate his indecent nature in bed. They had been married for a while now and had done it multiple times, but faced with Jack's passion, Chloe still felt like she was a shy girl. I'm shy, I'm shy, I'm shy, Chloe thought. She repeated this important fact 3 times. I don't want it, even if you don't ask for a tip. Chloe turned around and removed Jack's hand. Although she rejected him, she still replied with a smile. Jack's hand was stopped, but he didn't give up. Instead, he lowered his head and rubbed his lips against Chloe's sensitive nape and ears. Are you a wolf? I feel like I can never feed you enough, Chloe lamented. No, I'm easily satisfied. I only need it once a day. Once a day? Seriously? Before she could speak, she saw Jack push her down with his own body, tightly enveloping Chloe's thin and dainty body with his own. The night thickened as the two lingered in each other for hours. At last, Jack carried an exhausted Chloe to the bath and back to the bed again. He gently embraced her. Honey, I'm so tired. Chloe drowsily spoke with a soft, childlike voice. Then go to sleep. Jack gently caressed her extremely delicate face. His eyes were still filled with doting love. Maybe Chloe was really exhausted, but she quickly fell asleep. The hand that Jack rested on her face slid down to her flat stomach. Before long, it would contain the crystallization of their love, a cute baby. At this thought, he was filled with happiness. If it was a boy, Jack would want his son to be like him and become a strong and tough man, so they could protect Chloe. If it was a girl, he would spoil her like a princess, spoil her off the face of the earth and let her dominate the world. Jack didn't care about the child's gender. He would love them deeply, as long as they were Chloe's and his child. Inside the VIP room of some nightclub in downtown, Annie, did you think about what I told you? Jennifer was wearing a black, tight-fitting short dress, completely different from her professional outfit. Her style was full of unruliness. Through the introduction by her close friend, she finally met with Annie. Judging by the few calls they had before, Annie seemed to be quite hesitant. This private rendezvous was at a small nightclub because they didn't dare to go to Seductive Fox. They were scared to see Justin and other acquaintances there, as they were discussing matters involving job hopping. I've considered it. Triple the price is high indeed, but I heard that your company tripled the salaries for other people too. Miss Annie, you should know that I'm the ace in the A-listers, and I've won Best Actress awards before. When I came to Imperial Star from another company, I was quite wealthy too. Now, you've given me the same treatment as the others. It's quite distressing for me. It seems like you're looking down on me, doesn't it? Don't compare me to schemers like Zoe and Gianna. Although Gianna is more famous and popular now, I became famous earlier than she did, and I have a better reputation. Am I right? Annie was wearing a bright red, low-cut gown with a small black bonnet. She shamelessly boasted while playing with her nails. Her attitude was extremely arrogant. It left a sour taste in Jennifer's mouth, as she didn't think that Annie would show such arrogance at their first negotiation. Annie was always an important figure in the entertainment industry. She had won the Best Actress award before, so she did have the qualifications. She enjoyed a smooth ride after signing with Imperial Star, but it was a shame that she never really became the #1 female celebrity under that flag. This was because Zoe had always pushed her down, and Gianna took her place after she disappeared. She always felt bitter about that. She didn't have great relationships with people, as she was always accused of being pretentious and changing agents and assistants frequently. Her private life was muddled. She had relationships with countless male stars and businessmen, which was why Imperial Star didn't want to fully promote her. You're right, but please have faith in our sincerity. As an executive of GK, I can directly speak with our president. The president was thinking, as long as you're willing to switch over, anything is up for negotiation. Jennifer had a great attitude and kept a smile on her face. Jennifer wasn't the general manager of GK Film and Television, but she still worked hard to rope in Annie. All in all, she wanted Jack to credit her, and finally see her in a new light. Otherwise, with an arrogant temper like hers, she would never go through something like this with Annie, would she? Anything? That sounds great, but it's an empty promise after all. It's not a statement, Miss Annie. Just tell me one thing. Is GK really sincere about signing me? If not, I don't want to waste time here with you. I have a lot of scripts at home waiting for me to memorize. After speaking, Annie got up to leave. Jennifer hastily stopped her. No, we can negotiate. Really? Why don't you tell me your conditions, and I'll see if I can accept it. Jennifer was going all out in order to be of service. Hearing Jennifer's words made Annie turn around and sit down with her 5 fingers extended. 5 times. 5 times? That's too much. Jennifer heard that Annie's annual salary at Imperial Star was $30 million. Now, she opened her mouth wide like a lion and asked for 5 times her previous salary, which would be $150 million. Even if she was coated in gold, she wouldn't be worth that much, right? She was setting her price sky high. It was gracious enough for GK to triple her previous salary and pay her $90 million, but now she was the one playing the big boss role. Jennifer was angry, but she appeared as if she was willing to keep negotiating. Is that a lot to ask for? I heard a newbie like Chloe had her salary tripled too. As an award-winning actress who had been in this industry for years, am I not worth it? Annie's tone was sour. Whether it was with Gianna or Chloe, it was clear that she didn't have a good relationship with the other female actresses and treated them as enemies. Jennifer smiled and explained, "The key is that Chloe's contract wasn't high to begin with. Triple of her salary would still be less than $30 million. As for you, you're worth so much that tripling your current salary is already a gigantic amount. If it was 5 times, it would exceed our budget. If that's the case, then I think we have no need to continue negotiating." After speaking, Annie got up again to leave. Jennifer immediately pulled her phone out and said, "Annie, wait, don't worry. I'll call our boss and ask to see if he's okay with it. Okay? After all, it's too much money, and I can't decide for the company. If the boss agrees, I obviously want you to make more. After all, you're my friend's cousin, and we're close, right?" After hearing that, Annie turned around and sat back down on the sofa without speaking another word, seemingly approved of Jennifer's statement. She waited for her to call her boss. Jennifer held up her phone and stood up. Walking to the center of the room, she called Jack's number while Annie watched her. When Jack slept beside Chloe, his phone was almost always set on silent. He was scared that an incoming call might wake Chloe up. However, Jack was awake himself and was looking at some of the company's plans with his tablet. His phone lit up soundlessly. After glancing at it, he saw that it was from Jennifer. He didn't plan on picking up because, to be frank, he didn't like Jennifer. Women who seemed to be obedient on the surface were the scariest. It was the fact that they could disguise themselves, that you would never really know what was hidden in the depths of their hearts. They wore a terrifying mask, and people like that would never let others see through it and cross into it. In comparison, Jack loved people like Chloe, because people like her showed their real selves at every moment. It didn't matter whether Chloe was mad, sly, pretentious, or cold. At least she was always presenting her genuine side. It rang for a while without anyone picking up, but Jennifer didn't immediately hang up. She pretended to be conversing. "Hello, President Dawson. Sorry for bothering you, but I wanted to discuss whether Miss Annie's current salary can be increased by 5 times. What? Oh, okay, I see. Then we'll cooperate next time." After hanging up, Jennifer looked at Annie in a defeated manner and said, "Sorry, Annie. The president didn't approve. He said that there are already 5 A-listers from Imperial Star who have signed with us. As for you, we can only triple your salary. You have the highest price out of everyone, and 5 times the price is too high and is beyond our company's budget. It looks like we can only cooperate next time." After hearing that, Annie's face turned grim. To be honest, 3 times the price was already very high, but she hoped for an even higher price. So, She pretended to leave over and over again. Now it was really time to leave. Jennifer took the initiative to say it, and Annie was almost out of things to say. The situation turned suddenly, catching Annie a bit off guard. "What did President Dawson say?" she unwillingly demanded. Jennifer sat beside Annie, looking into her eyes and saying with a troubled tone, "Annie, our boss is very decisive. He makes decisions as hard as the thunder and as quickly as the wind, and no one can change them. From a friend's perspective, I hope you cherish this opportunity, really, as there's not many of them. I heard from my friend that you seem to be having a rough time at Imperial Star. It's like a star factory. They promote so many new talents each year, and it's extremely competitive. Why don't you switch to our company while you're still young? We're just starting out, and we'll promote well-known actresses like you with all we have. After all, we spent a huge sum of money on you, right? You're smart. I don't have to explain too much for you to get the gist. So, think about it when you get home. We don't have much time. If it's possible, we can sign you tomorrow. If not, it's fine. Between us, we'll always be friends." After Annie heard this speech from Jennifer, she sucked in a cold breath. What was happening? A fight between two schemers. Annie always thought that she had seen all kinds of people since her debut in her teenage years. She had been in the entertainment industry for 10 years and had an unfathomable mentality, which normal women could not compare to. However, this professional executive Jennifer had put her in an unfavorable position with just a few sentences. It showed her in a new light. The most important thing was that Jennifer kept on playing the friendship card in her arguments. She claimed that she was working for Annie's benefit, that they were friends, that she was working in Annie's interest and all that. She knew what Jennifer was doing, but she could only bite her tongue. Looking Jennifer in the eyes, she softly exclaimed, "Miss Jennifer, you have a powerful mouth." No, I'm just an employee who sincerely wants to help my company sign a big star like you." Jennifer smiled. "Okay, I'll go home and consider it. I'll let you know later." "Okay, I look forward to working with you." Jennifer elegantly shook Annie's hand. Their negotiation went pretty smoothly. When the two left, they walked in separate directions, and Annie tightly wrapped herself in clothes, afraid that the media or Imperial Star employees might see her. After all, if she left Imperial Star because of money, she would be selling her honor. She actually really liked Justin, but Justin never saw her that way, so it was a good opportunity for her to hop over to GK. She saw Jack's photo on a magazine once. He was an extraordinarily handsome man. Although he always seemed cold and distant, her interest was still piqued by him. So, in her heart, she was already leaning towards GK. She only wanted to use the opportunity to get some quick cash, but it was pushed down by a few words and a phone call from Jennifer. On her way back, Jennifer was in a great mood. She listened to English songs while driving and singing along. Her good friend sent her a message asking, "Jennifer, what happened? What did my cousin say?" "She'll probably sign with us. She said that she'll give me an answer later tonight," Jennifer replied. What an idiot. Why does she even have to think about it? It would have been great if she signed then and there. Imperial Star honestly isn't right for her. Young Master Cooper stopped liking her long ago. Wait, let me call her. I'll try to convince her for you. Jennifer put down her phone, smiling. She was sure that she could win over Annie. She was going to win Jack's approval bit by bit, make use of every opportunity, and then climb onto her boss's bed when the opportunity arises. That was her ultimate goal. She already no longer cared about her status or reputation. She no longer cared who Jack's wife was. Either way, she was going to sleep with the boss. Otherwise, she would have wasted her years at a boring corporation like GK. Of course, she wasn't someone who settled so easily. 1 a.m. After Jennifer returned to her home and showered, she got a call from Annie. She told her that she'll immediately sign tomorrow. Jennifer was in a great mood, as she knew that other stars under the company only signed letters of intent. Letters of intent were not final contracts, because there was the possibility of it being breached at any time. However, if they signed a real contract, upon breach of contract, they had to pay 10 times in penalty fees. She knew that Annie wasn't that stupid. Justin wouldn't burn that much money to pay her to breach the contract, so after tomorrow morning, things would be a done deal. She was a little excited now, thinking about how, in the future, at the company's 30th anniversary reception, she could be standing by her boss's side. So, she was going to try even harder to get closer to Jack. The next morning, at around 9 in the morning, Justin drove his dust-covered orange Bugatti Veyron from his garage to the car wash. After washing his beloved car, he arrived at Imperial Star headquarters. "Morning, President Cooper." "Good morning, President Cooper." In the company's lobby, employees approached him and flattered their boss as if they were on steroids, looking at the $1 million Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. Justin's face darkened. "It's almost 10 o'clock. It's not morning anymore, is it?" Suddenly, the lobby went dead silent. The boss is in a bad mood. Is it because his celebrities were stolen recently? I have no idea. The president usually isn't this petty. Maybe it's because he hasn't been dating recently and has nowhere to release his urge. A few male employees secretly whispered, inside the office of the president. "Sir?" "Assistant." Anne stood broadly at the door and called him quietly. "What's going on at GK?" Walking in his door, Justin took a cocktail bottle from his rack and asked, while drinking it like a beverage. 5 artists signed letters of intent, but... "Tell me," seeing Anne holding back his words, Justin commanded. "But that woman, Annie, signed the real contract with them this morning. Should we intervene?" Anne asked. Justin slowly put down the cocktail glass. "Intervene? Why would we intervene?" "Sir, didn't you plan to let them—" "My plan never included that woman." Justin softly smiled, and suddenly realized, "Sir, you mean you want to take this opportunity and abandon her? She's past her prime here anyways. Also, she never settles, and filled the company with smoke with her constant fighting with other celebrities. I'll let her go with this opportunity, as people like her wreak havoc wherever they go." "Sir, you've sure thought of everything. What about the others? How many days until GK Film and Television unveils to the public?" "There are 2 days left." "Oh, good. Let them carry things out according to plan." "Okay." Anne nodded and walked out the door. Justin crossed his legs and leaned back onto his luxurious executive's chair. He was looking forward to the unveiling of GK Film and Television in 2 days. It'll be bustling with liveliness beyond compare. As their largest rival company, should he gift them with a funeral wreath? No. A flower basket? At GK Corporation headquarters. "Sir, Director Jennifer signed over Annie this morning. She's a big star. It's a good thing for us." Mark excitedly reported the progress on their new company. He thought that his boss would be happy. However, there was not even a single trace of happiness on Jack's face. Looking at the data on his laptop, Jack carelessly asked, "Why would I be happy to sign a star past her prime with $90 million? Didn't you decide the price?" Mark boldly asked. Jack let go of his mouse and turned to look at Mark. "My goal isn't to pull one star to our side. It's to deprive Imperial Star of their stars." "Oh, so that was your intention, but Imperial Star has so many stars. We won't be able to poach all of them." Mark seemed pessimistic, as he believed that his boss's mission was too difficult. "That's why we picked the famous ones to poach." "I see." After Mark finished speaking, someone knocked on his office door. "Come in." "President Dawson, I want to talk to you about Annie's contract." Jennifer was wearing a pair of peach-colored leggings and a vest, and it made her look much younger. But no matter how beautiful she looked, Jack wouldn't spare her another glance. "Mark told me already." "President Dawson, I signed a real contract, not a letter of intent," Jennifer anxiously added. "I know." Jack's voice was still indifferent. "Miss Annie wanted quintuple the price, But I purposefully called you last night and told her that you can only triple the price. I got her down after contending with her for a long time, so at least it wasn't a waste of time. Jennifer was basically asking for a reward. Even Assistant Mark could tell what she wanted. She was just here to show off her accomplishments, so President Dawson could compliment her, right? To her surprise, however, Jack immediately called the finance department. Then, he instructed, "When you're paying employees salaries this month, triple the salary of Director Jennifer of the design department as a bonus." "Yes, President Dawson." The director of the finance department immediately confirmed. Jennifer opened her mouth to explain, "President Dawson, you're mistaken. I don't want a bonus. It doesn't matter, you deserved it." When Jack spoke, his line of sight remained on his computer. His gaze never even fell on Jennifer. But Jennifer seemed like she wanted to say something else. "There's nothing else I need. You can leave now. If you have anything to say it during the morning meeting in a bit." Jack choked Jennifer's words back with one sentence. "Yes, President Dawson." Jennifer bleakly turned around and left the president's office. Shouldn't the president be happy that she signed Annie? Why did he brush her off with a bonus? She didn't love money anyways. "Sir, should we leak it to the media that Annie signed with us? It'll be very beneficial to the trends of our company," Mark excitedly asked. "No," Jack immediately denied him. "Why shouldn't we? It's such a great opportunity, sir." Mark's excitement was dampened and killed off by Jack immediately. Jack looked at Mark and explained with a seldom-found patience, "Annie has a horrible public reputation within the entertainment industry. Her private life is a mess, and she has too much negative news surrounding her. If we overly promote her, it may lead to more gossip. Then, she'll be put in the spotlight, drowning out the news surrounding the opening of our new company. Do you think this is acceptable?" Sir, you really thought of everything. I was too brash, but I didn't think that you would pay attention to tabloids and know about how Miss Annie's messy private life is, and the amount of negative news she has. Haha." Mark happily laughed. He thought that with his boss's pride, he might not know any female stars. Other than the young madam. "I'll always win if I know my enemy. How could I fight against Justin if I don't know the situation?" "Sir, what you said was extremely correct. Stop kissing my ass and get to work. We have 2 days until the grand opening. I don't want to see any mistakes." "Yes, sir." Jack was busy working on the grand opening of the new company and matters surrounding GK's 30th anniversary. His head was close to bursting. As soon as he entered the company, he could be sure that there would be a ton of things for him to do. At Southside Recuperation Center. The psychologist, Victoria, came twice already. However, she was not successful, as there were too many things bothering Cody. She found it hard to achieve breakthroughs. Seeing Cody's treatment reach a bottleneck, Chloe made a bold decision and decided to try her luck. So, she planned a private meeting with Cody in the VIP hypnosis room. Before seeing Cody, she opened her hand and swallowed 2 pink pills. I'm counting on you in a bit." After speaking to herself, a knocking sound was heard at the door. "Come in." Cody walked in, wearing an all-black tracksuit with a black baseball hat, white mask, and black sunglasses covering his face. It was the standard getup for stars. As for Chloe, she was wearing her white lab coat, with her shoulder-length hair framing her delicate face, and her clear, bright eyes. Maybe it was because of their previous contact, but Cody thought of Chloe as a trustworthy person. Therefore, he cooperated and came to the treatment. "Are we doing another hypnosis today?" Cody removed his mask, his eyes filled with melancholy. Even his tone was quite blue. "We're not doing hypnosis today. We have something more important planned," Chloe said, in all seriousness. "Are we switching to sedatives?" "I can't do that right now. I have a busy schedule. I have to film a music video tomorrow." Cody thought that since hypnosis failed, Chloe was switching him to a stronger medication to control his depression. However, to his surprise, Chloe shook her head again. Then, she waved her hand and gently said, "Come and sit here." Cody was a little stunned. He looked behind Chloe and saw a wide French window by the wall of the room. He didn't know when Chloe decorated the area with tatami. It had 2 straw mats facing each other, with a circular wooden table in the center. Everything fit perfectly. Cody slowly walked over, sat down, and leaned over to look out the window. He then saw the hospital's garden outside the window. It was very beautiful from this angle. "Are we looking at scenery today?" Cody asked faintly. "No, I'm treating you to a drink today." After speaking, Chloe took out a few bottles of red wine out of nowhere and put it on the wooden table. Blueberry flavor, orange flavor, and even vanilla flavor. They were all weird-looking wine. Of course, she didn't tell him that she stole it from Mr. Dawson's wine cellar at the South Hill Manor. Since Cody was a superstar, he couldn't drink anything that contained too much alcohol. Therefore, Chloe chose fruit-flavored wine. A drink? Bewildered, Cody looked at Chloe. He thought that his assistant physician, Chloe, had gone crazy. "Yes, we're not talking about your disease today. We're just drinking." "Why?" Cody looked at Chloe defensively. "It's because getting drunk helps deal with your worries." "Ha, rest assured, I won't take private photos when you're drunk. I am very professional." "I know," Cody softly spoke. "So, are we drinking or not? I respect your decisions, and if you trust me, sit down and drink away. If you're worried, I understand, as you're a public figure. If your agent, Beth, finds out, she'll curse me into oblivion, I suppose." Chloe laughed her heart out. She knew that she might be lectured and reported, but she still wanted to test her luck and go down a riskier path. After about 5 seconds of silence, Cody slowly raised his head, showing her his clear eyes. Then, "Let's drink." It was true that he had been too depressed lately. Beth was very strict with him and didn't let him drink any alcohol. It was because she was afraid that he would lose his composure and damage his reputation as an idol. He also knew that what Beth did was for his own benefit. So, he did not argue over it. Today, Chloe brought over wine and allowed him to drink as much as he wanted to. He was still young and ready to go. His innocent hormones were jumping around. Just like that, the two began drinking while facing each other. Chloe was a bold northern girl and had a slight case of alcoholism. If Jack caught her, it was the end for her. But to break through the bottleneck and treat Cody's illness, she really put herself out there. She was giving up her life to entertain others. "This wine is pretty good. Where did you get it from?" Cody held up the orange-flavored red wine and asked. From my house," Chloe awkwardly replied. She didn't dare to say that she stole it from Mr. Dawson. "Your wine is not bad. Beth forbids me from drinking. I rarely drink cocktails besides when I'm at business functions, where I have to drink with my bosses. Honestly, I'm tired of business dinners, but I can't do anything about it. Don't you think I'm screwed in the head?" Cody bitterly smiled. "If you can't change life, then change yourself first," Chloe calmly said. "Change myself?" Cody looked at her with confusion. Your attitude towards life is very important. If you let your heart become narrow, your problems will become bigger. When your heart becomes bigger, your problems will become smaller. In the end, everything will come to pass. In other words, you're a star and a public figure. There'll be people who praise you and those who shun you. Don't take compliments or criticism to heart. They're all illusions, and your personal comfort is what really matters. You're right, I just always miss the big picture. I thought that I couldn't change the situation and complained every day. Look where that got me. Haha. I guess I'm just not suited for the entertainment industry. Then leave. Leave? Impossible. I currently have 20 contracts on my back. If I leave, I'll have to jump off a building to pay my debts back. So, if you can't do it, don't complain. Chloe then continued. Maybe you think that I'm being too harsh, but I am speaking the truth. I know, Cody nodded. I can see that you have an unpleasant past. In fact, we all do. Nobody is as happy as they seem on the outside. There's an internet phrase that I really like. What is it? Chloe's words seemed to pique Cody's interest. Treasure your past, but never look back, Chloe said, word by word. Treasure it. Haha. What's true is that I'll never look back. Yes, I'll never look back onto that time again. Cody's heart seemed to be moved as he took a huge swig from the bottle. Chloe raised her own. Cheers. At that moment, Chloe's phone rang. It was Jack. Ahem. Shh, I need to take a call. Don't speak a word. I'm dead for sure if my Mr. Dawson finds out that I'm drinking behind his back. After making a shushing gesture at Cody, Chloe rose and uneasily picked up the phone. Hey, Mr. Dawson. Honey, what are you doing? On the other side of the call was Jack's warm voice. Working, Chloe spoke in a rushed tone, afraid that Mr. Dawson would see a hole in her lies with his terrifying intelligence. Work? What work? Jack never asked what Chloe was working on. Chloe was scared into feeling more and more guilty. Just the usual, checking and observing on patients, holding meetings, etc. Oh, is that really it? Unassured, Jack asked. Of course. I'm doing good. What's up with you today? You're so untrusting. Chloe was dying of guilt. My right eye keeps on twitching, and every time I've had this feeling you've gotten into trouble, Jack said nonchalantly. Chloe almost dropped her phone out of horror. So you're suspicious that I'm causing trouble? Chloe asked on purpose. You're thinking too much into it. I'm working. How could I cause trouble? You can be 120% assured. Then be careful. Still worried, Jack instructed. Okay. Chloe nodded. Hanging up, her tense heart finally relaxed. She was really afraid that Jack would ask her to turn on the video camera. If she were to turn on the video, she wouldn't even have time to run outside. Cody's terrifying agent was guarding the door, and if she saw them drinking, she would probably scold Chloe's head off. Phew, that was close. Putting her phone into her pocket, Chloe let out a long breath. What's wrong? Cody looked at her with a lost expression. My husband was checking on me. He forbids me from drinking. That was close. He almost found out. You're married already? Cody was a little surprised, as Chloe looked so young. Yeah, I'm married. Smiling, Chloe replied. You're so young and you are already married. Cody didn't seem to understand. Please, Mr. Big Star, who still cares about their age? The law states that the minimum marriage age for women is 20, and 22 for men. Both my husband and I meet that requirement. So why can't we get married? Chloe never thought that she got married too early. Perhaps she knew that Jack was the love of her life, so she never even considered that question. However, the fact was, Chloe did get married early. She was the youngest out of all her classmates because she skipped grades. She was 3 years younger than them. However, there were quite a few classmates who were still unmarried. In comparison, she did get married early, since she was only 24 after all. No, I just think that it's too early. Some people may be just starting their careers, which may be affected by an early marriage, Cody slowly said. Chloe nodded. You're not wrong, but I think it depends on your profession. People in your field shouldn't get married early, and even if you do, it has to be a hidden marriage, as fans might not be able to take it. As a nurse, why would I need to care? Isn't it normal to get married and have kids? It's an important step in everyone's lives. You're right, Chloe. You do have a big heart. I feel like you're very generous, unlike women who fuss over every little detail. I don't know how you do it. You're so young, so you shouldn't be this calm and experienced, right? Cody asked. For every minute of unhappiness, I would be losing 60 seconds of happiness. So why would I be stupid like that? People live for themselves. I'll tell you what, my personality is not likable at all, and when I went to school, barely any classmates liked me. Some envied my gift because I could easily beat them on tests without studying, reading, or reviewing. Others couldn't bear with me because they thought I was too arrogant and that I was being too cocky. Little did they know that I wasn't being cocky. They just didn't understand my world. Throughout these years, some people admired me, and some people despised me. But it doesn't matter. I'm not money. I can't make it so that everybody likes me. No matter what others say, I am still me. Be it good or bad, people's opinions of me don't affect my life at all. Of course, that's based on the premise that I don't care too much. Chloe realized this after her mother forgave Jack. She suddenly saw the world in a brighter light after dropping the baggage that she had been carrying for many years. No other problems could make her face bitter and her heart worry. You really are different. After I came to Southside for treatment, Director Nina always recommended you. At first, my agent didn't agree to you being my assisting doctor because you're not a professional doctor, and she was scared that something might go wrong. Now I see why. Director Nina has her reason for liking you. You are indeed special. Are you complimenting me or complimenting me? Chloe laughed. I'm complimenting you. You're a little older than me, so I will just call you Sister Chloe from now on, Cody softly said. To be honest, Chloe was quite shocked when she heard him say this. It must be noted that patients with depression have high self-defense. They do not make friends easily, much less open their hearts. Cody called Chloe his sister. It was obvious that he was starting to let down his defenses around her. If you want, that'd be great. I have a younger brother too, who is even younger than you, and he's a really good kid. You're kind, and you're so young. I don't want you to be troubled by depression. Rest assured, if you're willing to put your trust in me, I'll do all I can to cure your illness. You called me your sister, so I'm going to be like a sister to you. After smiling, Chloe raised her wine bottle. Cody rarely smiled, but he did, and showed his cute canine teeth. Chloe looked at Cody's attractive smile and suddenly realized that Cody should have been a very bright and energetic young man. It would have been great if he didn't have depression. Thanks, Chloe. Cody raised his bottle and took a huge swig. Technically, those who rarely drank should get drunk immediately. However, both Cody and Chloe drank 2 bottles of wine, but he didn't even seem drunk. So, Chloe silently took out 2 more bottles. They continued drinking and talking about life. It was good that she prepared ahead of time and brought 10 bottles. Speaking of which, she was a little distressed. The wine must have been expensive since, after all, it was in Mr. Dawson's private collection. If he found out that he was missing some bottles, maybe he would go on a rampage. Haha. After the 2 drank a whole 8 bottles of red wine, Cody started to get tipsy, and his mood began to change. He looked out the window, and his gaze became melancholic. Grasping the opportunity, Chloe softly asked, Cody, when you were under hypnosis, you always became agitated at the sight of someone, but you won't tell us who or why. Now can you tell me who that person is? If you don't want to tell me, it's fine. But I believe that if you say it, it will be very helpful for untying the knot in your heart and your recovery, Chloe added. He was silent for about 10 seconds. Cody turned around, looked Chloe in her eyes, and said, When I was 10, she left me and ran away with another man to pursue what she called happiness. She left me with my drunk of a father, who took out his anger on me because she left. He viciously beat me every day after he got drunk, and later, he chased after me one time. So I ran away. A car appeared and hit him, killing him. I thought it was karma and ended up with my grandparents. They lived in a village and were very old, had bad health, and no source of income. They begged my aunt to take me in, so I spent 3 years under her roof. I dropped out of school when I was 14, and I drifted around and made some crook friends. I lived in internet cafes for a whole year, where my days were filled with disruption and displacement, until Sister Beth appeared. She was an elite agent and saw my talent. She took me out of that circle and helped me change my name. After some plastic surgery, she sent me to Korea to train for 3 years. I debuted when I was 18 and worked until now. If it weren't for Sister Beth, I would probably be rotting in jail or being a crook somewhere. Your mom, how could she be so cold-hearted? Chloe was getting a little emotional. She was never my mother. She's not fit to be. I remembered that when she left, she asked someone to bring me a set of new clothes with a note that asked me to not hate her, and that everything she did was for my younger brother. Haha, how funny is that? How could she sacrifice me for a son that she had with someone else? How come nobody cares about the older brother? Then, is she still in contact with you? Chloe felt sorry for Cody after hearing about his tragic life. She sincerely felt like this man had it hard, becoming a popular idol after being a crook who was close to perishing. It was a complete do-over. Maybe the gods saw my sorrow, so she didn't have a happy time. That man cheated on her and abandoned her. She worked many jobs to keep that waste of a son alive. Haha. She came looking for me a few times and asked me for money. I didn't give her any. And later, she said that she would expose my real identity to the media, expose what I did in my younger years as a crook. She even said that she would go to court to sue me for abandonment, saying that I didn't care for her. After saying that, Cody bitterly laughed. Is she really your mother? How can she do something like that? Chloe softly said. I once doubted that she didn't give birth to me as well. I even did a parental test, but the results were funny. I really was her son. Haha. Then, she's too extreme, threatening to expose her biological son. I have absolutely no comment, Chloe exclaimed. Do you know what I said to her? Cody raised his head and asked her, You gave her money? You used it to keep her mouth shut? Chloe guessed. I didn't give her a single cent. I told her to expose anything she wanted to expose. Even if I lost everything, I promised that I would use my money to hire someone to kill that trash son of hers. She was scared after hearing that. She thought I could really do it, and blamed me for not having a shred of humanity. Until now, she didn't expose anything about me, so I guess my threat was extremely effective. If she did, would you really do that? Chloe asked anxiously. Sister Chloe, what do you think? Cody asked her back with a smile on his face. I don't think you would have done something like that, Chloe answered in a serious tone. Why? It's because I see the good in you. You were just bluffing. I didn't think that you'd see this side of me so thoroughly since even my biological mother didn't see it. It's true. I was only scaring her. I would never do that. Even if she exposed me, it's just my public image that's destroyed. I have enough money now to go wherever I want to go. It's just that I haven't repaid Sister Beth's kindness yet. I promised her to be an idol for 10 years, Cody softly said. So your mother was the one who has been stressing you out? Chloe asked heartbreakingly. Yes. I think you can let it go now. She already got what was coming to her after abandoning you. As for you, you've achieved brilliance and glory. It's all in the past now, so you don't have to beat yourself up over it. It's not fair, Sister Chloe. I can't settle with a dark and unbearable past like that. Thinking back on it now, it hurts so much that I want to die. To be frank, I don't want to be a star. I just want to be a normal person. If she didn't abandon me back then, I could have gone to high school and university just like any other kid. I might have graduated uni by now and found a stable job and a girl I liked. Now I have nothing. Nothing, do you understand? I don't even have the desire to keep living. I don't know if there's anything left for me in this world. Cody painfully held his head with his hands, beginning to feel emotional and agitated. Chloe immediately patted his hand and comforted. Cody, if you trust me, listen to me. God kept you alive because he has a plan for you. Even if you don't have anything now, it doesn't mean that it'll be the same in the future. They're just on the way here. I've suffered too, but I got past it. I posted a status like this on my friend's circle once. God closed a door on me once, so I told him to close the window too because I'm turning on the AC. After Cody heard that, he immediately laughed. Sister Chloe, you're so domineering. Of course, if you can't control life, it'll control you. Then, you'll be like a trash can, getting negative emotions thrown at you one after another. Before long, the trash will rot in your stomach, rotting you with it. That's right. I feel like I'm starting to grow mold. So, you have to open your heart and clear up your emotions. I want to, but I don't know how. I even have trouble sleeping now. Lowering his eyelashes, Cody softly said, I prepared a sleeping plan for you. Here you go. Go home and try it. Let's fix your insomnia first before any other treatments. As she spoke, she pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it over. Cody took it, and his mood seemed to lighten as he looked at it. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Sister Chloe, why does this plan include watching anime? Why do I have to watch 2 episodes of Naruto every day? Isn't that too childish? Cody looked at Chloe with an amused expression. Japanese anime is very good. It's not childish like cartoons. The main character has a lot of positive energy. Go watch it first. I promise that you'll love it. When we have time, we'll discuss the plot. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then, Cody carefully put the plan into his pocket. The two had a great time conversing and added each other's Snap accounts. Chloe suddenly wondered what would happen if his fans knew that she had Cody's Snap. They would probably explode from envy. We have 2 bottles left. Should we finish it? Cody glanced at the 2 bottles of red wine. If you want to, I'll entertain you. Chloe was a little dizzy already. It would probably be too much if she kept drinking. However, it was rare for Cody to be in the mood to drink, and she didn't want to dampen the fun. After finishing the last 2 bottles, Beth opened the door and saw the 2 drunkards swaying. My God, you let Cody drink. You're crazy, I'm reporting you. The agent pointed at Chloe and began yelling at her. You can report me anytime. This is the phone number of our director. Then, Chloe took out Hospital Director Richard's business card from the pocket of her white lab coat and strode away. Who the hell does she think she is? Over the years, Cody's manager had seen all kinds of women in the entertainment circle, but she had never seen such an unimportant person have such an arrogant attitude and be so weird in her actions. But Cody seemed to really like her. Sister Beth, I was the one who asked to drink. Sister Chloe is really nice. Please don't complain about... Before Cody could finish his sentence, he shot over to the bathroom and began puking his brains out. Beth was so furious that her face went pale. Chloe, a little drunk, felt like she was walking on clouds. No one had the guts to drink while they were at work. However, it was for the sake of curing Cody's disease. However, it wouldn't be good if others found out. Dizzy, she walked towards Deputy Director Jat's office. Originally, she was going to ask Deputy Director Jat for the day off, so she could go home, take a nap, and get sober. When she arrived at the door to his office, she realized that it wasn't all the way closed. Just as she was about to knock, she heard someone say, Department Director, please don't do that. I promise I'll treat you well. My brother-in-law is the Hospital Deputy Director Jat. Let me tell you, if you want to become a full-time employee, you'll need my approval. My brother-in-law's not in today, and I can sign in lieu of him. You got it? Deputy Director Jat's brother-in-law was incredibly arrogant. Director, I have a boyfriend. Please don't do that. I'd rather not become a full-time employee. Chloe realized that the 2 people inside the office were definitely up to no good. She was about to leave when she heard a shriek from inside the office. Help! Someone shouted from inside, followed by dead silence. Out of instinct, Chloe barged in and saw an incredibly disgusting scene. Department Director had forced a young nurse under his body. One of his hands covered the nurse's mouth, while the other was tugging at her skirt. Let her go, Chloe said coldly. How could he be forcing a young woman in broad daylight? He was way too disgusting. Chloe had never seen a man as gross as he was. This was the middle of the day, and they were at a hospital, in the hospital deputy director's office. Director turned around and realized it was Chloe. He growled viciously, I'm telling you, mind your own business. That's not business. It's called committing a crime, you know? She's lucky that I even laid my eyes on her. The nurse's eyes were swollen from crying. She looked at Chloe from under his body, as if she had just seen her savior. "Help me." "Shut the F up. I'm going to have my way with you in a little bit." Director grabbed the nurse's hair and slammed her head onto the desk. That must have hurt. Director's eyes were bloodshot, and he reeked of alcohol. It was obvious that he had a lot to drink, or else he wouldn't have lost control as he did. But the thing was, Chloe was a little drunk as well. So, when she saw him smash the nurse's head onto the desk, she became so furious that her eyes were almost shooting flames. She took a few big steps forward and began slapping Department Director Baldspot and face. Director, who didn't expect Chloe to act so crazy, forgot to resist her hits. Rather, he covered his face with his hands. Once he came back to his senses, he wanted to raise his hand to hit Chloe, but she was faster and pushed his head onto the desk, not letting go. Then, she picked up an extremely expensive crystal ashtray that was sitting on Deputy Director Jat's desk. With a loud bang, she smashed it onto Director's head. Blood immediately began spurting out. The nurse was so scared that she began shivering all over. Director shrieked out in pain, causing people to gather outside to see what was happening. "Call the police! Chloe hit me!" Director decided to strike preemptively. 20 minutes later, after Jack's afternoon meeting, he had just come out of the conference room when Noah called. He had a feeling that nothing good would come from this dude calling him at work. He was absolutely right. "Your wife is here again. Come bail her out," Noah said painstakingly. How many times had Chloe been taken to the Municipal Public Security Bureau now? He couldn't even remember. Jack's expression went dark upon hearing that Chloe was at the bureau. 15 minutes later, Jack parked his Maybach outside the Municipal Public Security Bureau. He didn't actually have to come, because Noah would have let her go anyways. However, Noah knew how much Jack treasured Chloe, so he was bound to pick her up. The issue here was that Chloe was in a complicated situation. She hit someone, and that someone wanted to sue her. On his way to the bureau, Noah had already told Jack everything that happened via Snap, and with a grim expression, Jack called, "Richard. Hospital Director." Richard immediately called Hospital Deputy Director Jat to deal with this problem. When Jack arrived, so did Deputy Director Jat. Chloe was there sipping coffee, and with her was the nurse. "Head nurse, I'm scared." This nurse was new to Southside. She was an intern in the neurology department and didn't work under Chloe. But she knew who Chloe was. Chloe was the chairwoman of the Green Foundation and could be considered an important figure at Southside. "Don't be scared. It's going to be fine. I'm going to resign as soon as I get back. Department director will seek revenge for sure. I'm sorry to have dragged you into this, but if you hadn't saved me, I would have been forced in broad daylight." With tears in her eyes, the nurse said, as she grabbed Chloe's hands, "I would have done it even if we didn't know each other, let alone a colleague. Don't think about it too much, and you don't have to resign. I will make sure that scumbag will never show his face again at Southside." Chloe thought that although she was just a head nurse, if she were to report what happened to Director Richard, even if that person was Deputy Director Jat's brother-in-law, he would still be fired. A rotten apple like him, who didn't have any respect for women, should be cut up into a million pieces. Furthermore, he had just attempted a horrible act. Chloe still felt fury bubbling up in her chest. However, the minute she saw a familiar face enter the bureau, she immediately became humble again. She muttered quietly, "Screw you, Noah. I told you not to call Mr. Dawson." She had asked him again and again not to tell Jack, but Noah still sold her out, just like that. Jack walked in, and Noah pointed at Chloe. Then, Jack headed towards her. The message Noah sent him was, "Chloe attacked someone under influence, and the victim wants to sue her." Attacking someone after influence? His wife? She drank at the hospital under broad daylight and got drunk? Drunk enough to wreak havoc and injure someone? Jack's current state of mind was unexplainable. He wasn't mad because Chloe caused a scene, but because she tried to save someone without thinking about the precautions. What would happen if that department director ended up hurting Chloe? He would be heartbroken, even if she lost a strand of her hair. The good thing was, this time it was she who injured someone else. When Chloe saw Jack, she was so terrified that she guiltily hid behind that nurse. The nurse didn't know what to do. "Head nurse!" Jack walked up to them and looked at Chloe, who was hiding behind her, and said, "Come out!" "Honey." Chloe obediently walked out from behind. Her head was bowed down like a kid in trouble. Before Jack could say anything, his phone began to ring. "Jack, I was thinking I can fire both of them to put an end to this." "What do you think?" Director Richard compromised greatly. He was willing to fire Deputy Director Jat as well, who had been working at the hospital for years, just to satisfy Jack. To his surprise, Jack didn't accept his compromise. "No, that's not the result I'm looking for." "Then what do you want to do?" Director Richard asked nervously. "Never mind that. Fire them first, and I'll deal with them afterwards." Then, Jack hung up the phone. Then, he stared at Chloe with an eerie look on his face. "Honey, I got in trouble again. I'm really sorry to have worried you." Chloe immediately apologized. She was hoping that Jack would give her a pass upon seeing her apologetic attitude. "Come home with me first." Then, Jack grabbed Chloe's hand and left with her, ignoring everyone else in the room. "Hey, wait. Why did she leave? I want to sue her. What the hell are you cops doing?" Department director's hand was bandaged. He had rushed over right after being treated at the hospital, just so he could keep an eye on Chloe. He didn't want her to run away. The truth was, he had been annoyed at Chloe for a while now, ever since she refused to let them take money from the Green Foundation. He was merely looking for a reason to pick on her. If his brother-in-law hadn't warned him not to, he would have taught Chloe a lesson a long time ago. Today was the perfect opportunity to do that. Chloe had messed up his plan to boink that nurse. Therefore, Director decided to strike preemptively so he could teach Chloe a lesson. "Someone bailed her out, so we had to let her go." "Someone bailed her out? So what?" Director snorted. "So nothing. I just know that you're about to be screwed both literally and figuratively. You should start praying for yourself." Noah took pity on this man. He could have pissed anyone off, but he chose to piss off Jack's wife. Was he crazy? However, it really wasn't Director's fault this time. He wasn't the one who stirred up trouble. Chloe was the one who hit him. She was just trying to help someone else. "I should be praying for myself? Haha, do you know who I am? My brother-in-law is the Southside Recuperation Center's deputy director." "Do you know Chloe's background?" Noah laughed at him. "Of course I do. It's the Green family. Isn't she just their bastard child? What's she being so high and mighty about?" The Green family never recognized her, and it wasn't until recently that Andrew decided to make her the chairman of a stupid foundation, making her incredibly arrogant. "That bitch. Sooner or later I'm going to teach her a lesson." Director cursed shamelessly. "Watch your mouth, or it might be the death of you." "I'm not scared. I have my brother-in-law. Why would I be scared? The Green family isn't going to protect her." Director didn't seem to care about Chloe's background. "I can promise you that you're screwed." Then, Noah smashed the documents in his hand right onto Director's head and said impolitely, "You were going to sue, right? Fill out this form." "Hey, sir, be gentle. I'm in pain here." Jack didn't take Chloe home. Instead, they headed towards GK headquarters. On their way there, Jack focused on driving and didn't say anything. She could tell that he was pissed. "Honey, do you want some water?" Chloe picked up a bottle and handed it to him. "No." "Honey, are you hungry? Let's go get something to eat." "No." "Honey, are you tired? Do you want me to drive for a while?" Chloe offered her driving skills. Jack's expression finally changed. He turned towards Chloe and stared at her face. "You want to drive?" "Yeah." Chloe furiously nodded her head. Are you sober? Aren't you afraid of being pulled over for driving under the influence? Chloe. What Jack said left Chloe at a loss for words. That Noah, he really told Jack everything. Jack pulled Chloe into his office and then pushed her down onto his couch. Then he pulled up a chair and sat down across from her. He looked like someone who was interrogating a criminal. Then he began his interrogation. Tell me, how much did you drink? Jack said with an icy expression. 2 bottles. Chloe stuck out 2 fingers. Tell me the truth. Jack was obviously unconvinced. Haha, I actually drank 3 bottles. Chloe stuck out another finger. But from what I know, 10 bottles of red wine went missing at the wine cellar. Uncle said you've been to the castle. Chloe immediately felt guilty. Looks like the old butler was a tattletale as well. Damn it. Ahem. And it's true that I took 10 bottles, but I didn't drink that much, Chloe immediately explained. Okay then, let's not talk about that right now. Tell me, were you injured? No. Really? Jack didn't believe her. Really, I smashed that scumbag's head with an ashtray. But nothing happened to me, Chloe promised. Jack didn't say anything. He held up Chloe's right hand and asked, Then where did this blood come from? She then remembered that when the ashtray smashed into pieces on the scumbag's head, the broken glass shards injured her palm. She didn't even realize that she was injured until she got to the station. How did Jack find out? She thought she was careful to hold her hand in a fist. Honey, it's just a small cut. Ha. Chloe looked down guiltily. After she finished her sentence, she secretly glanced up at Jack. She noticed how Jack's expression became colder and colder. Then tell me, Miss Chloe Green, what do you consider as a serious injury? Having your head cut off? Jack's voice was icy. Chloe kept shaking her head. She didn't dare say anything else. The more she said, the more mistakes she seemed to make. Jack's way of extracting a confession was horrific. When Mr. Dawson was pissed off, the entire room felt cold, as if the temperature dropped a few degrees. She felt like she was sitting on a 1,000-year-old glacier. Honey, if there's nothing else, I'm going to go back to work now, haha. Chloe thought that running away was the best option right now. They'll talk once Mr. Dawson cools down. Don't go. Sit right here. Then, Jack got up and walked to his desk, looking as if he was hard at work. Mark came in with a cup of coffee. Young Madam Dawson, your coffee. Thank you. Chloe reached out her hand. However, Jack said coldly, Don't give her coffee. Honey, I'm thirsty, Chloe said with a sad expression on her face. Get her 2 bottles of red wine, Jack ordered. Sir? I don't think that's a good idea. Mark was confused as well. Was it okay to use red wine to help Mrs. Dawson sober up? Red wine was expensive, but the president had a lot of money. Still, it was too lavish to drink red wine like it was water. Plus, would it quench his wife's thirst? It didn't sound scientific. His boss sure knew how to have fun. Did he want to make young Madam Dawson even drunker, so they could have the boink boink in his office? Upon hearing the words, red wine, Chloe felt the urge to vomit. She was still tipsy from drinking with Cody just now, and her head was spinning. If she had more to drink, she would probably fall to the floor. I thought you had high tolerance. Drink as much as you can. Jack enunciated every word. Honey, I know I was wrong. Chloe felt like crying. Why were you wrong? Jack asked with a raised eyebrow. I was wrong about everything. I shouldn't have gotten drunk. I shouldn't have hit someone. And I shouldn't have caused a scene. Anyways, I shouldn't have gotten myself arrested. I shouldn't have worried you. I shouldn't have injured myself. Chloe was sincere in her apology and began blaming herself for everything. Seeing what was happening, Mark realized it was a couple's fight, so he immediately hid outside. He didn't want to be involved. After all, the president was really scary when he was mad. Plus, couple quarrels were all just a ploy, and an unimportant character like him wouldn't understand. Your thoughts are clear, and you're great with your words. Are you really drunk? With your tolerance, I think you can handle 2 more bottles, Jack said slowly. Pfft. Chloe felt like spitting out blood upon hearing what Jack said. Honey, I know that I'm wrong. Please don't torture me anymore. I don't want to drink. I want to throw up. Chloe pretended to cry. Yet, Jack didn't buy into any of it. She sat on the couch like a log, not daring to move or even drink coffee. Jack's attention was on his phone. He was typing, seemingly busy. She didn't want things to stay that way. Chloe realized that she needed to think of a way to make her husband go easy on her. Therefore, she placed her hands on her stomach and leaned back on the couch. Jack immediately ran up to her upon seeing her like that. Honey, what's wrong? Seeing Chloe in pain, Jack became anxious. Honey, my stomach hurts. Chloe furrowed her eyebrows and looked at him with puppy eyes. The alcohol probably burned your stomach. Let's go to the hospital. Jack put on his jacket and carried Chloe in his arms. I don't want to go to the hospital. Just let me die in pain. My husband doesn't love me anymore. He's mad at me. There's no point in living. Just let me die in pain. Chloe pouted and complained. Jack looked down at Chloe with a complicated and heartbroken expression on his face. Chloe, did you know how worried I was about you, huh? Jack hadn't called her by her full name in a while. It seemed like he was really angry. No wonder his right eyelid kept on jumping this morning. Disaster indeed struck. I know. Chloe pursed her lips and said quietly, Did you know that every time I hear that you're at the police station, my heart... Jack paused before he finished his sentence. His voice was trembling. Mr. Dawson was a little agitated. I wouldn't care, even if you beat someone half to death. But I'm worried that you'll get hurt. You'll never understand how I feel. I don't have any requests when it comes to you. If you want to work at the hospital, I'll let you. If you want to go somewhere, I'll go with you. If you want to eat something, I'll make it for you. But, can you please take care of yourself? For my sake. Huh? Yes, I can, Chloe answered quietly. She lifted her hands, originally placed on her lap, and wrapped them around Jack's neck. Honey, it was an emergency. That scumbag was going to force a colleague of mine, and if I didn't do anything, he would have gotten his way with her. He used his power and authority to bully others. He deserves it. He should have gone to hell, Chloe said with indignation. So? You decided to play Robin Hood? Chloe was speechless again. Do you know Taekwondo? Chloe shook her head. Do you know freestyle fighting? Chloe shook her head again. Do you know martial arts? Again, Chloe shook her head. Then tell me, if you don't know anything, what gave you the courage to try to save someone else? That person was drunk and had slow reflexes. If he wasn't, he would have hurt you. At the end of the day, men are physically stronger than women, Jack said as he looked at her. At the time, I drank too, so I was impulsive. I didn't even think that much. Therefore, I told you not to drink alcohol. I knew that things happen to you when you drink, but you still drank behind my back. Honey, there's a reason behind my drinking. I was just trying to help, Chloe explained in a hurry. Jack looked away. I don't want to hear why. I only care about results. The result is, I only sustained a tiny injury. I'm really fine. Chloe shook her injured palm. She then smiled shamelessly. Jack's heart softened at the sight of her childish reaction. His expression became gentle again. Seeing the change in Mr. Dawson's expression, Chloe immediately took it to the next level. She said coquettishly, Honey, I'm really hungry. Can we go get some food? I want Ajin's ramen. Then, she moved her mouth closer up to Jack and nuzzled his chin. She looked adorable doing that. She didn't know how to be coquettish, so she was really cute and ditzy when she attempted it. I really can't deal with you, Jack sighed, finally admitting defeat. Ha ha. Chloe immediately laughed out loud when she saw that Jack's anger had dissipated. Does your stomach still hurt? Jack asked heart-achingly. I think I'm just too hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Okay, Jack nodded. Then he began walking out of the office while still carrying Chloe in his arms. Put me down. Your employees will go crazy when they see this. Chloe knew that if Jack continued carrying her downstairs, like this, GK will be on the entertainment headlines tomorrow. Then let them go crazy. Jack stubbornly insisted on carrying Chloe downstairs. When Jack carried Chloe out of his elevator, Jennifer was just coming back from lunch. Upon seeing them in front of her, she first stood there, startled. Then she greeted him. Good afternoon, President Dawson. Jack only nodded at her. He didn't even look at Jennifer and carried Chloe out of the building. Her colleagues secretly discussed amongst themselves how badly their president spoiled his girlfriend. Jennifer's insides were bubbling. No one knew that she was jealous to the point of going crazy. If one day the president could carry her like that under the eyes of GK's employees, she would have no regrets, even if she dropped dead at the next instance. She was so jealous of Chloe. That woman was no match for her in every single aspect. But she had the opportunity just because she met Jack before Jennifer did. So what if they were high school sweethearts? What was the big deal? She believed that there was no such thing as unbreakable love on this earth. She was going to tear them apart. She vowed to squeeze Chloe out of Jack's life. After they got onto his car, he took out a first aid kit, sterilized Chloe's palm, and placed a Band-Aid on her injury. Then, the two of them drove off to Ashin's Ramen for some food. Imperial Star Entertainment, the initiation for GK Film and Television, was in 2 days, the day after tomorrow. Justin didn't dare to show any neglect. He had shown up at work on time all these days to direct all operations. The movies Imperial Star produced all had really good box offices, and they made a lot of money from them. Everyone's attention was on the battle between GK and Imperial Star. Justin ate delivery from an expensive restaurant while he observed company stocks. Then, his phone suddenly rang. The douche face Max was speaking in their group. Their group consisted of only Justin, Max, and Brenton. The three of them were best buds. Young Master Cooper. Come out. Come out. Max was in a hurry. What? Justin only replied with a single word. Brenton, on the other hand, didn't respond. Perhaps he didn't have his phone with him. According to a reliable source, Miss Chloe did something earth-shattering at Southside today. What did she do? Justin stopped eating upon seeing that he was talking about Chloe. He put down his chopsticks and picked up his phone. What did she do? What did she do? Tell me. It turned out Brenton was only pretending to be away from his phone. Max. This morning, Chloe threw an ashtray at the head of a department director at Southside, causing him to bleed. This director is the brother-in-law of Southside's deputy director. Apparently the scene was really bloody. Brenton. Wow, that's scary. Seems like Chloe is recklessly impulsive. I can confidently conclude that she is an iron lady. Justin. Why did she hurt him? Max. See, no wonder you're young Master Cooper. You know how to get straight to the point. Justin. Stop with the nonsense and shoot. Max. That director was going to force a nurse in his brother-in-law's office. You know that the nurses there push and pull about stuff like this all the time, but they all end up compromising in the face of money and power. But he was trying to fool around with a new nurse with a bad temper. She tried to resist, and when Chloe heard what was happening outside the door, she rushed in to save the nurse. That's how she ended up smashing that man's head. Brenton. Chloe sounds like a heroine. Justin. Where is she now? Is she hurt? Justin sounded worried. Like Jack, the first thing he wanted to know was if Chloe was okay. Max. Don't worry. The woman you love is fine, but that person wasn't as lucky. I heard that they ended up at the police station. Brenton. Is she still at the station? She shouldn't be. Jack would have bailed her out. Max. Yeah. According to the most recent news, someone picked Chloe up. Justin, what about the hospital? How did they deal with this incident? Justin was more interested in the punishments that person received. If the director wasn't going to do anything, then he was going to enforce justice in his place. Max? Apparently, Richard almost blew up in anger, and he directly fired him and the hospital deputy director. Brenton, holy F, I can't believe he fired the hospital deputy director as well. Too bad for him. His brother-in-law pulled him down the gutter. Haha. Max, let me finish. I also just got news that a half hour after they were fired, the police went to the hospital and arrested them on the grounds of corruption, embezzlement, and a bunch of other charges. The Independent Commission Against Corruption is looking into it. Justin, that must have been Jack's doing. Max, that's what I was thinking, haha. So I think the two of them will have to learn to enjoy prison meals. After a few seconds of silence, Justin said, "Tell the prison to take good care of them." Justin emphasized, "take good care of them," and Max immediately understood what he meant. Haha, are you trying to help Chloe achieve justice? She doesn't even know what you're doing for her, what's the point? Max laughed. Speak less and do more. Max, okay, I got it, young Master Cooper. Brenton, where did you get this information? Is it reliable? Max, don't worry, I promise that this is all true. During my stay at Southside, I hooked up with a nurse. We added each other's Snap and rolled around a few times. Ha ha. She's good in bed and would always talk to me about stuff happening at Southside. She also talks about Chloe from time to time. After she told me what happened, I thought it would be fun to tell our big boy Cooper. Brenton, I admit defeat. I can't believe that you were able to land yourself a F-buddy at a hospital. Max, watch your language. Be elegant. She's not a F-buddy. She's a bedmate. Ha ha ha. Of the three of them, Max was the horniest. As for Brenton, he was all talk, but when it came to actually do it, he would wimp out. He had dated a couple of socialites, but because of differences in personality, he ended up breaking things off. He also never slept around. As for Justin, although he was known to be a playboy, both Brenton and Max knew that Justin was an unyielding man. That was a result of the suffering he took during his time in the military. He acted like a player. But the truth was, he was more infatuated than anyone. He rarely fell for women, but it was scary the moment he did. After they finished gossiping, Justin suddenly wanted to see Chloe. He missed her so much. He took out his phone and caressed his screensaver. Justin's expression slowly softened. Just then, someone knocked on his office door. Come in. Justin put away his phone and looked up. Anne walked in. Sir, everything's in place. How many people signed the agreements of intent? 5 A-list celebrities and 13 B-list celebrities, not including Annie. Good. Jack really is going big this time. Justin smiled. Should we execute our plan? Anne asked. No, it's too early to do that right now. With Jack's brain, he'll be able to deal with the aftermath if we act early. I want to execute our plan on the morning of his new company initiation. By then, he'll only have a few hours left, so even if he's a god, he won't be able to save things. Humph. Justin was playing tough this time, because he realized that competing with Jack was pretty fun. As Chloe was slurping down noodles at a restaurant, a colleague at Southside sent her a tea message. Chloe looked at her phone, and then she said in surprise, Director Richard fired Deputy Director Jat as well? 600. It's all a ploy. 10. Jack didn't respond and quietly ate his noodles. Then her colleague sent her another message, causing Chloe to shoot up from her chair. What? They were arrested by the police on grounds of corruption and embezzlement? Then Chloe quickly reacted as she looked at Jack. Honey, you did this? Jack nodded. Haha. Good job. You sure helped get rid of evil in the name of the people. Hospital Deputy Director Jat should have left a long time ago. He's a bad apple, to begin with. He tried to use the Green Corporation's money, time, and again, and tried to borrow money from me. He told me he needed money to decorate his new house. He's so shameless. Your director was unwilling to clean up his hospital, so I did it for him. This way, your work environment won't be so messy." Upon finishing his sentence, Jack took a tissue and elegantly wiped the corners of his mouth. "It's for the best. With these 2 rotten apples gone, Southside is completely reorganized, and the nurses won't have to be afraid of being sexually harassed anymore." Chloe was satisfied with the outcome. After Jack asked his people to investigate into them, he immediately found that they were guilty of countless charges. Thus, it was quite easy sending them right into jail. What they didn't know was that Justin also ordered for them to be taken care of in prison, so their lives weren't going to be easy. After finishing their noodles, they realized that it was still early. "You still reek of alcohol. Don't go to Southside. So many things happened today, so you should go home and rest. Okay, today's Friday. Remember to go back to the castle, and we'll be able to spend a nice weekend together." Jack lovingly pinched Chloe's face. "Got it, Mr. Dawson. I'll go right back to our luxurious castle, warm up the bed, and wait for you there." Good girl. Then, Jack drove Chloe back to Southside to pick up her car before going back to GK. Chloe listened to everything he said because she knew that she made a boo-boo this morning. Therefore, she drove her Audi R8 straight to their castle on South Hill. That afternoon, Jack came out of his meeting looking tired. As he walked out of the conference room, Mark immediately ran up to him with an anxious look on his face. "Sir, something's happened." "What?" Jack frowned and had a feeling that something bad had just happened. On the possession date of the new building in Other City, it collapsed, and some of the tenants and construction workers doing renovation were buried under it. They were taken to the hospital for emergency treatment, but Mark refused to say any more. "Go on." 3 died and 9 were injured, Mark said, with an extremely grim expression on his face. He had just received a phone call from the person in charge in Other City, who was flabbergasted and didn't know how to deal with the situation. Jack's expression changed slightly. An incident that resulted in 3 dead and 9 injured was a serious one. "Buy plane tickets right now. I'll head over." "Right now?" Mark was dumbfounded. "Yes, you'll come with me," Jack commanded. "Yes, sir." Then, the 2 of them left GK in a rush. Before he got on the plane, Jack sent Chloe a voice message. "Honey, something happened at a branch company and I'm on my way to the city. Get some rest this weekend, and I'll be back as soon as I'm done." "Okay, remember not to hit on the pretty girls there?" "Haha," Chloe smiled as she replied. The city was famous for its pretty women. Long-legged, model-like women strutted their streets, so Chloe purposely joked with him. She waited and waited, but Jack didn't reply to her. When she called him back, she realized that his phone was already turned off. He probably already took off. "Young madam, your fruit." The housemaid knocked on the door and came in with a giant platter of fruit. Chloe leaned on the rocking chair, watching TV. She was bored and sad that Jack wasn't coming back. It was going to be super boring, sleeping in a giant mansion like this. Just then, a piece of breaking news was announced on TV. According to our reporters, there has been a construction accident in the city. GK Corporation's branch company had just finished constructing a building when it collapsed and buried renovating tenants and construction workers. 3 have died and 9 have been injured. The president of the branch company has disappeared, and GK Corporation's president, Jack, will be arriving in the city in 3 hours to handle the relevant aftermath. We will provide updates shortly. After Chloe saw this, she immediately shot up from her chair with a shocked expression on her face. It turned out that something of this magnitude happened. No wonder Mr. Dawson left for the city in such a hurry. They originally planned to spend the weekend at the castle, and Chloe even bought some seeds when she passed by a market on her way here. She wanted to plant some vegetables in the garden with Jack. It was okay that her plans went down the drain, but people dying was a big deal. Chloe no longer felt like enjoying her weekend. She opened the windows to breathe in some fresh air. She put her hands together and prayed in her mind that no one else would die, and that those who did would rest in peace. She also wished that Mr. Dawson would successfully manage this incident. Headquarters of Imperial Star Entertainment. Justin was just about to get off work when he saw a knock on the door and enter in a hurry. "Sir, good news." "What is it?" Justin stood up, grabbed his jacket, and headed out the door. Something happened at the branch company under GK. Apparently, on the possession date of their new building, it collapsed, injuring a few decorating tenants and construction workers. Reportedly, 3 have died and 9 have been injured. The provincial government has directed their attention at it, and everyone's making a really big deal. Jack flew to the city himself and won't be back for a few days. Their new company is opening the day after tomorrow, so... Then, Anne stopped talking. He didn't need... because S.O., is that right? Justin was a little shocked. Yeah, the gods are helping us. If we follow through with our plan, by the day after tomorrow, GK's film and television company will not be able to open for business. Once that goes down the drain, its reputation within the industry will falter, along with its stocks. Everything will be affected, so this is a great opportunity for us. Anne laughed and said, "Haha, Jack is really unlucky this time. It looks like I've won the competition." That was no fun. Justin had originally wanted to see how Jack was going to handle the situation if he went through with his plans. After all, Jack was a smart man. But now, since people died in the city, even if he worked wonders, he would still need 3 days to deal with the accident. If Jack didn't come back to initiate the opening of his new company, everything that he had done so far would lay in waste. Justin didn't display schadenfreude. Instead, he felt like everything was fate. "Tell the others that they can go home early today," Justin ordered. "Okay, I'll do that right now." Justin left his company, got on his Lamborghini, and drove off. He was going to go eat and drink like he usually did. But if Jack wasn't home, then what was Chloe doing? Justin missed her, but he did only that. He wasn't about to take advantage of an opportunity like this. His plan was to steal Chloe, fair and square. He wasn't going to harass Jack's wife when the husband was trying to put out a fire in his backyard. That would be too shameful, and it was not something that he, the young Master Cooper, would do. Chloe was restless that entire evening. She was distracted even when replying to Sarah's messages. "Young madam, dinner's ready. Would you like to eat downstairs or in your room?" The butler, Uncle, asked politely. "It's fine, Uncle. I'm not hungry." Of course, she wasn't in the mood to eat right now. "Okay, I'll ask them to put the food away for now. Just let us know when you're hungry." "Okay." Chloe nodded. Then, she anxiously walked up to the window. At that moment, she really wanted to do something for Jack. But there was nothing she could do. Then, her phone suddenly began ringing. It was from Jack. It's been 3 hours since his phone was powered off, so he had probably gotten off the plane. "Honey, I arrived." "Honey, I saw the news. The city," Chloe anxiously asked. "Don't worry, I'm on it." Jack's voice was calm, just like always. He would never vent his anger on Chloe or anyone else just because he was having a bad day. "Don't work so hard and take care of yourself." "Okay, I will." "Have you eaten?" Jack asked. "No, I'm not in the mood to eat. I'm really worried for you." "Good girl. Have some dinner. I'll be done in a blink of an eye. I'll be more worried if you don't eat." "But I don't have an appetite," Chloe replied quietly. "Still, have some, even just a little. Aren't we planning to have a baby? Your health is the most important thing right now." Jack laughed lightly. "Fine, I'll have some." In the end, Chloe decided to compromise. "Honey..." "Yeah?" "I'm sorry," Jack said gently. "Why in the world would you apologize to me?" Chloe was immediately dumbfounded. "I promised you a relaxing weekend at the South Hill Manor. You have been working so hard, and I wanted to enjoy the weekend with you. But now—" Jack stopped at this. Chloe let out a sigh of relief upon realizing what Jack was apologizing for. "Don't be silly. Company matters are more important. Something as big as this needs to be handled correctly. We have a lot of opportunities to spend time together. Why not wait until you're finished with this hot potato situation?" Chloe consoled him. "Sounds good. After this, let's go abroad. I haven't even taken you on a real honeymoon yet," Jack said, feeling a bit guilty. "Who said? You took me to the mountain last time." Chloe chuckled. "The mountain doesn't count. When this passes, let's go to the Maldives." "Okay, I'll be waiting." Chloe felt much better after she hung up. Jack would never throw negative emotions at people around him, especially Chloe, the woman he loved most. After hanging up, she obediently went downstairs for dinner. The chef that Jack especially hired seemed to know what Chloe liked to eat, and he made her a bunch of seafood dishes. Boston lobster, steamed crabs, steamed garlic vermicelli scallops, and saltwater shrimp. Chloe still didn't feel like eating, but since she promised Mr. Dawson, she still had a few bites of food. In Other City, Jack was as busy as a bee. As soon as he got off the plane, he called Chloe while listening to Mark report to him the newest updates at the scene of the incident. After he hung up and left the airport, dozens of reporters swarmed up to him, blocking his way. "Mr. Dawson, how do you plan to deal with the aftermath of this incident? Mr. Dawson, how much does GK plan to compensate those who died or was injured? Mr. Dawson, how do you feel as GK's newly appointed president, faced with an incident like this? Mr. Dawson, 4 people have reportedly died from this accident, and the government is investigating whether GK skimped on construction. Do you have any comments about that? Mr. Dawson, after this accident was exposed, GK's stocks fell 5 points. Do you think it will continue to fall tomorrow? Mr. Dawson, I heard that GK's new film and television company is opening the day after tomorrow. Will you be postponing it due to this accident? Never in his life had Mark seen so many reporters. Oh my Buddha, there were rows and rows of people around them. Plus, the questions they asked were all curveballs designed to stump the president. Even Mark's head was about to explode, let alone his boss's. He originally thought that, with his boss's arrogant personality, he would have ignored everyone, gotten straight into his car, and left. However, to his surprise, the president stopped in his tracks. Then, he calmly opened his mouth. Thank you all for paying such close attention to this accident. I don't have a lot of time, and you have asked a lot of questions, so I would like to clarify 3 things. 1. My company and I would like to express our sincere regrets and apologies to those who died and were injured in this accident. We will make sure that the victims are satisfied with our compensation. 2. We still don't know the cause of this incident, so I can't tell you as for now. I can only say that if our company is at fault, we will bear all responsibility. If our partner is at fault, we will not forgive them and get to the bottom of this. 3. The initiation of GK Film and Television, the day after tomorrow, will happen as planned. Thank you all. Upon hearing Jack's statement, some reporters began taking photos and jotting notes like crazy, while others recorded and videotaped what he said. Some people even began clapping after Jack got onto his car. They've all been in this business for years, but they've never met such a young president, especially one who worked for a conglomerate like GK. In the beginning, they all thought since GK was a family-owned business, it was normal for the chairman's son to take over, even if he wasn't good at his job or didn't have any actual abilities. However, from Jack's reaction just now and the words he said, they all knew that he was someone special. Inside a private social club. Then men inside the private room drank wine and smiled as they watched the live broadcast on TV. Jack is young, but he was able to control the crowd. Not bad, not bad, Max exclaimed. I can't believe he's not postponing their new company initiation after something of this magnitude happened. He's obviously provoking our young Master Cooper. Justin, what do you think on this whole thing? Brenton looked at Justin with a big smile on his face. Justin lazily leaned on the sofa in a white Versace t-shirt with a unique drawing of a lady printed on it. He held a glass of red wine in his right hand, lightly swirling it around. Then he smiled. He's confident because he thought he successfully poached my people. But the truth is? Asked Brenton. Don't worry, you'll find out the morning after tomorrow. Damn, I can't believe you won't even tell us. It's not like we would sell you out, cursed Max. Justin hadn't disclosed his plans to anyone, not even to Brenton or Max. It's no fun if I tell you now. Just wait to see the big show the day after tomorrow, Justin said mysteriously. Fine, we'll wait for the show. Brenton smiled. Max also laughed. Then I'll sell beer, soda, water, and popcorn in the front row. These two young masters sure didn't care how serious things might get, as long as they got to have their fun. However, upon seeing Justin's confidence, they knew that he would definitely win, since he was at a great advantage. Ahem. I want to ask a daring question. Did you have something to do with what happened in other city, where GK is facing the issue now? Max looked at Justin and suddenly asked. Justin opened his eyes, gestured with his finger, and said, Come here, I promise that I'll leave you with a full corpse. Brenton patted Max's shoulder. Why would you bring up that topic? It's like you are asking for an A spanking. Hey, this idea just popped into my mind all of a sudden. Max looked like he had been wrongly accused. Mr. Cooper isn't the kind of person who would do something like that. Plus, this accident was a matter of life and death. Mr. Cooper wouldn't do it. If you ask a question like this again, Mr. Cooper wouldn't even have to move, and I'll make sure to whip you with a belt dipped in Sriracha sauce. Brenton smiled. What happened at the city really had nothing to do with Justin, so he definitely wasn't going to take the blame for it. All he could say was, the gods were on his side. That night, Chloe lied on her wide bed, rolling around back and forth, as she couldn't sleep, her mind filled with Mr. Dawson. However, she knew that he was busy, so she didn't dare to send him a message. Suddenly, she received a message. She immediately held her phone up and looked at it. It was from Cody. Have you slept, Sister Chloe? Not yet. The anime you recommended is very good. Cody then sent a smiling emoji. Do you like Naruto Uzumaki as well? He's very optimistic. No, I like Gaara. I think that he looks a lot like me, and we're both abandoned kids. Chloe felt speechless for a moment, and she then replied, How many episodes have you seen? 150 or so. Didn't I tell you to only watch 2 or 3 episodes a day? Chloe was at a loss for words. But it's so good. I couldn't stop after 3 episodes. It sounded like Cody was in a good mood. You have to manage your time wisely and sleep early. Don't let watching TV get in the way of your sleep. I know, I followed your plan and just went after I finished working out. Then, I took a shower and got into bed with a glass of milk. I plan to go to sleep after 2 more episodes. Okay. Chloe, it's so nice to meet you. It would be great if you could be my actual big sister. If you want, you can treat me like your real sister. I don't mind having a big celebrity brother. Then, I'd be able to show you off to others. Haha. Okay, then I'll let you rest, and I'll watch a bit more. After they talked, Chloe placed down her phone and slightly sighed. Cody was as innocent as a child. Not even Thomas would still be able to say something as immature as that. Speaking of Thomas, he was a guy who forgot about his family once he got a girlfriend. Ever since he publicly announced his relationship with Amlelia, he basically forgot about his sister. In the past, he would call her every 2 or 3 days, but now, aside from liking her posts in Friend Circle, she didn't see this kid around anymore. Just as she was about to send Thomas a message, she saw him post something new. It was a picture of Amelia paired with a sentence. The best thing that happened in my life was meeting you. Damn. He even used the lyrics of a cheesy love song. Why didn't Chloe notice earlier how good this kid was at picking up girls? She sent a finger gesture emoji to Thomas, gesturing him to come over. He immediately shot her a message. What's up, sis? You still remember that I'm your sister? Ha 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 ha. Sis, you sound pissed. I can't believe we raised such an unfaithful traitor. You only care about your girl and completely forgot about your sister. Of course I'm pissed. Sis, I'm not a traitor. I promise to take care of you until you die. Screw off, you're 19 and I'm 24. When I'm 80, you'll be 75. How are you supposed to take care of me? Cursed Chloe. Ha ha ha. Sis, you're so smart, your math definitely wasn't taught by your gym teacher. Don't try to divert my attention. I actually need to talk to you about something. Yes, ma'am. How can I be of service? Don't you have homework to do? Why are you going out on dates so often? Dating is fine, but don't be distracted by it. You still have to study. Or else, how are you supposed to go to GK after you graduate with your current level? Whoa, did you just agree to let me go to brother-in-law's company? That depends on your performance. Your brother-in-law talked to me about this, and I'm still thinking about it. I can't let you do anything you want just because you're Jack's brother-in-law, okay? You have to have the relevant skill sets. GK is only a platform, but how far you can go still depends on your own capabilities. Whoa, I know, sis, you're so naggy. You're becoming more and more like Mom. Chloe. Oh, right. I stayed at home last night. Mom and I talked about you. What did Mom say about me? I shouldn't say. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if I do. You know that Mom's mouth isn't filtered. Thomas intentionally beat around the bushes. Hurry up. Mom said that you've been married for quite a while now, but why aren't you pregnant yet? So? Chloe continued to ask. So Mom wanted me to tell you to get a checkup at the hospital with brother-in-law when you've time, and see if there's something wrong with either of you. Chloe? Chloe felt like she had been struck by thunder on a bright, sunny day, toasting her from inside out. Older people always worried about the most random of things. Who could get pregnant immediately after getting married? This had to do with luck and timing. Some become pregnant after a few months, while some take up to 2 years, while others may even take up to 7 or 8 years. This didn't mean that there was something wrong with her or Jack. Mom wasn't being unreasonable. Maybe you should get checked out. Get lost. Okay, then I'll get lost. Good night, Princess. She originally wanted to educate Thomas and tell him not to overlook his studies and focus solely on dating. However, this kid, along with her mom, suspected that there was something wrong with her. Did she look like someone who was infertile? The next morning, when Chloe got up and finished breakfast, the workers in the house had already spotlessly cleaned her beloved car. Chloe wasn't vain, but everyone enjoyed living delicately. The mansion was more than 1,000 square meters in size, staffed with dozens of workers. This was probably everyone's dream come true. Young madam, are you going to work? Uncle asked respectfully as he bowed before the car. Yes. Are you coming back tonight? I will prepare dinner for you in advance. Yup, I'm coming back. Even though Jack didn't say that he was coming, she still wanted to stay here on weekends because this place was quiet and the overall ambiance was great. She originally planned to take Saturday and Sunday off, but Jack suddenly had something to do. She didn't want to sit around, so she canceled her time off. Okay, drive safely. After Chloe arrived at Southside, a nurse immediately ran up to her. Head nurse, you're here. That's great. Someone was looking for you and she is still waiting. Who is it? Chloe was confused. I don't know, but she's waiting in your office. Okay. Chloe nodded. Then she put on her white lab coat and headed to her office. You were looking for me? Chloe was a bit shocked when she saw Victoria. She didn't book Victoria these past few days, because after the hypnosis had failed, she found another way to treat Dakota's illness. Yes, Victoria nodded. She wore a long red dress paired with a white jacket. She looked very ladylike and graceful. Apparently, Victoria was only a year older than Chloe and was still single. Noah once gossiped to her about Victoria on Snap, and he said that plenty of men working at the city bureau courted her. However, none of them succeeded. This girl looked like she easygoing, but the truth was, she was difficult to approach. She didn't have many friends and spent most of her time on her job. She focused on studying psychology and was known for being a workaholic. What would you like to drink? Chloe placed the files on her desk. Tea? Do you have any? Victoria smiled. As a matter of fact, I do. Chloe prepared quite a lot of tea and coffee to refresh herself if the need arose. She loved green tea, and her favorite was Longjing tea. After Jack found out, he especially had someone pick out the freshest Longjing tea leaves for her at the tea garden. Chloe took out tea leaves from her cabinet, poured hot water from the water tank, and made a pot of tea. She poured 2 cups and handed one to Victoria. Thanks. I don't think... I booked you recently, right? Asked Chloe. Right. That's why I was curious. Have you given up on treating Cody? It turned out that Victoria had an interest in Cody's case. Most geniuses like to overcome extremely difficult challenges. No, why would I give up? But I did come up with a new treatment plan, Chloe said as she sipped at her tea. What's the plan? Can you tell me about it? You seem to be very interested in his case. Chloe looked at Victoria somewhat cautiously. Victoria placed her tea aside and smiled. Don't worry. I'm not interested in Cody. I'm only interested in his case. I am curious as to how you decided to treat a patient that's suffering from both depression and sleep disorders. If I tell you, you might be a bit surprised. Let's hear it. Victoria seemed to be more interested than ever. Then, Chloe told her how she got Cody drunk and how she got him to tell her about what bothered him. Initially, Victoria was slightly shocked upon everything, and then she laughed. What are you laughing about? Do you also think that I'm very weird? No, I just find this approach very interesting. Why didn't I think of it? Chloe, did you know? Chloe, I heard about you several months ago. You might not know, but Director Richard is a good friend of my father, and he often visited my home. My father likes to study various academic topics, and I occasionally have tea with them. Uncle Richard told us about a strange girl at his hospital, who was a bit like me, and then told us all the things that happened to you. What about me? Chloe asked with a smile. How you performed a C-section on a pregnant woman, and that her family tried to blackmail you. How you wrote academic papers for Simon. How you saved your enemy, Lisa and her baby, and how you proposed reform upon arriving at Southside to combat the inappropriate dealings. Haha, so I've actually done so many things already. Chloe suddenly realized. I thought back then that you weren't just an ordinary person. No, I'm very ordinary. You don't have to be modest. I'm very good to telling people's characters. Not only are you intellectually smart, but you've also got high EQ, and that's why you could marry such a successful person like Jack. You know that as well? Chloe was a bit shocked. Don't worry, I didn't investigate you. I found out by chance anyways. I'm very interested in you. So, you have to be friends with me, Victoria said domineeringly. You say it as if I'm not allowed to choose. Are you threatening me? Chloe smiled. Of course it's a threat. You must be friends with me. Why? Because I like being friends with people who are just as smart as me. Miss Victoria, you're really not modest at all. Why should I be modest? I'm smart. That's the truth. Okay. So, have you agreed? Victoria looked at Chloe, looking forward to her answer. Yeah. Chloe nodded. Then she saw Victoria take something out from her bag and place it on the table. This is for you, as my first friend in 25 years. Snap! Chloe was shocked. First friend in 25 years? What kind of person was she? You don't need to give me anything, and you don't need to be so polite. No, take it. I rarely give others gifts, and I've come with a purpose today, and that's to be friends with you, so I prepared a gift. Chloe slowly picked up the pretty box. As she opened it, she saw that it was a Swarovski brooch. It was in the shape of a beautiful butterfly with crystal-plated wings. It looked quite expensive. This is too much. Good faith can't be judged by the price. Do you know why I like butterflies? Victoria asked. Chloe was silent for a moment, and then she said, I think it's because you admire them. Butterflies go through the painful process of evolving from a caterpillar to butterfly. But as long as it persists, it will one day break from its shell. Victoria looked at Chloe with great shock after she heard what the latter said. I can't believe you analyzed me so correctly. I've liked butterflies since I was a little girl, and my family and colleagues all thought that I only liked them because they were pretty, but that's not the reason. Butterflies are very ugly when they're caterpillars, and they move very slowly. Other bugs frown upon them because they look so insignificant. But they persevere. No matter how you treat them or mock them, they will still survive metamorphosis to finally become a beautiful creature. You have a unique personality, Chloe exclaimed. Don't mix up my attitude with my personality. My personality comes from who I am as a person, but my attitude is based on who you are. You have a point. I actually have nothing to say to that. Chloe suddenly noticed that not only did Victoria have a high EQ, she was also good with words. Even Chloe, who liked to throw around chicken soup, for the sole quotes, had to admit defeat in front of her. Just then, Victoria looked at her watch. It's time. I have other things to tend to, so I'll be going now. Let's get dinner in a few days. Okay. Just as Victoria stood up to leave, Chloe suddenly thought of something, and she shouted, "Wait!" Victoria turned around. Chloe took out a box of Longjing tea and handed it to her. Here, consider this as a gift for my new friend. Victoria froze for a second, and then she accepted the tea with a smile on her face. After Victoria left, Chloe wrapped up the brooch and placed it into her bag. Victoria was truly a very strange girl. However, oddly enough, Chloe liked her very much. Maybe Director Richard was right. Maybe they were similar people. When she saw Victoria and how arrogant she was just now, it reminded her of herself, 7 years ago. Just then, Chloe's cell phone rang. She saw that caller ID. It was from Andrew. Chloe hesitated for a few seconds before finally picking up. Hello? Chloe, did you find out about what happened in Other City? Yes, I did. Jack went there, didn't he? What are you trying to get from me? Chloe felt a bit bothered. I'm not trying to get information from you. I just want to say that if something happens over there, then the new company opening the day after tomorrow might be doomed. It won't. I saw the live broadcast. He already said he's not pushing the date back. That's because Justin still hasn't attacked yet. If Justin launches his big attack, then Jack is screwed. Justin's big attack? Chloe was confused. Do you know why Jack decided to establish a film and television company? Andrew chuckled. Chloe didn't say anything, because she really did know. On the surface, Justin seems to only know how to eat, drink, and play. But Imperial Star's success isn't coincidental. With Jack overwhelmed in work, if Justin launches his big attack, then there's a great possibility that GK would lose miserably. It won't. I believe that Jack has a plan to deal with that. Chloe, even if Jack has plans in place, he is still a person, not a god. He can't split his body in two. If something happens over here, then he won't be able to make it back on time. Plus, I think Justin had something to do with the incident in the Other City. Are you suspecting that he had something to do with this? Chloe was surprised. It's a possibility. When two companies are competing, there are plenty of dirty tactics people will use. If Jack is busy now, then, of course, Justin would be the biggest winner. Just think about it. That's impossible. Justin isn't someone who would disregard human life. Even if Justin was incredibly ridiculous and silly, Chloe knew that he still wouldn't let all those people die just so he could beat Jack this once. Who would be terrible enough to do something like that? Nothing is impossible, Chloe. Some people aren't as nice as they look on the surface, and you shouldn't be so naive. I only wanted to call you to warn you. You should take care of yourself. After Andrew finished speaking, he hung up. Once again, Chloe's mind was thrown into disarray. She thought back and forth, and still decided to ask Justin. So, she logged onto Weibo and sent a private message to Justin. Are you there? Forever and always, he immediately replied. I want to ask you something. Can you tell me the truth? Ask. Did you have anything to do with the accident in the Other City? Chloe waited for an answer, but Justin didn't say anything. She thought that her question might have hurt him. "Are you suspecting me?" Justin smiled bitterly as he looked at her question on his cell phone. "I just wanted to hear it from you. If I said no, and that it had nothing to do with me, would you believe me?" Justin asked in all seriousness. "I will believe you. If you say that it wasn't you, then I'll believe it. It wasn't me. It had nothing to do with me. Even though I very much want to beat Jack, I want to beat him fair and square, and will never do such a harmful and immoral thing." "Okay, I got it." Then, Chloe no longer spoke. Justin thought for a moment, and then he sent her another message. "If I use my own way to cripple GK's new company opening the day after tomorrow, will you hate me for it?" "I won't. This fight is between you guys. As long as you don't break moral standards, I have no reason to hate you." Chloe's response was very straightforward. Justin also relaxed. He felt like he no longer had anything to worry about. The truth was, he was glad that Chloe asked him herself, rather than believe the rumors about it from other people. This was enough to prove that Chloe thought of him as a person with good morals, wasn't it? 5 seconds later, Justin posted a new update on Weibo. "I'm so grateful that you believe the me in your eyes, and not the me from others' mouths." After he posted this, it was commented over 10,000 times, liked over 50,000 times, and shared over 20,000 times within 3 minutes. "Wow, marry me, hubby. Take me home, young Master Cooper. Young Master Cooper, I want to have your babies. Young Master Cooper, you haven't updated Weibo in a while. Is it because that you've got a new girlfriend? Tell us about it. Young Master is great and mighty. Whoever hurts him must die." Fans all poured beneath Justin's Weibo, and the comments immediately engulfed the space. Other city. Jack worked all morning, and during lunch, he sat in a fast food restaurant with assistant Mark across from him. "Fly back to our city later. You need to make preparations for the opening of the new company tomorrow." "What about you, sir? Aren't you coming back with me?" Assistant Mark slightly froze. "I can't go back. Things have gotten very complicated here. If I leave, then no one will be here to control the situation. But I can't do it alone, sir. What if Justin launches an attack tomorrow? We'll just have to deal with his attacks as they come." Have those people signed a contract in the end?" Jack asked. "No, just letters of intention. They said that they'll sign the actual contract tomorrow morning." "Okay, I got it. Is there a problem, sir? They might be waiting until tomorrow to stand us up." "Ah? That can't be. Even if they only signed letters of intent, they still have to pay a penalty if they break it." "Do you think Justin lacks that money?" asked Jack in response. "Right." Assistant Mark didn't have anything else to say, as his boss clearly took everything into account. "Didn't Annie sign? We'll still have people to walk the red carpet. It's not like no one will be there." "Yes, Annie is an A-lister. As long as she's around, along with some B-list and C-list stars, there'll be enough to fill the space. So you can head back while I stay here." "Yes, sir." Assistant Mark was very impressed by his boss's intelligence. Was he really 27 years old? He was so mature and collected in his actions and never panicked in the face of crisis. Most importantly, he had a plan B for everything he did. He really was an exceptional strategist. Since that was the case, then it would only be a matter of time before GK was ranked as one of the most successful businesses in the world. Chloe was busy the entire day, and she was completely exhausted when she got off work. Ever since Hospital Deputy Director Jat and his brother-in-law was imprisoned, Southside was more peaceful than ever. It was as if everything changed, and everyone's moods seemed to have gotten better. More and more people looked at Chloe with admiration in their eyes. She was like a heroine who got rid of a long-infested pest that was Deputy Director Jat. After leaving the hospital, Chloe took the overpass, heading straight to the South Hill Manor. At an intersection, a black Lamborghini stopped by the side of the road. "Ahem. I don't think she'll take this road today. She might have gone to South Hill," said Brenton. Justin didn't say anything, and he continued to wait for another 10 or so minutes. Whenever he missed Chloe, he would quietly wait by the side of the road and wait for her to drive past him. Since the completion of South Hill Manor, Chloe sometimes wouldn't take this path anymore. Justin often waited around for nothing. I don't get it. If you miss her, then why don't you just go find her? When did you become so weak and indecisive? Have you heard of that saying? What? Brenton froze. To like is to run wild. To love is to restrain. After my feelings for her deepened, I find it harder and harder to be careless. I learned to restrain myself for her sake. After all, I don't want my single-sided adoration to bring her trouble. Whoa. You make yourself sound so noble and grand. Brenton was shocked. Let's go drink tea. Tea, not alcohol? I suddenly realized how good Longjing tea tastes. Brenton. When Chloe arrived at the mansion, she received a call from Jack, and her spirits immediately lit up. Honey, did you get home? Yes, I just did. How are things over there? Everything's going great. Jack only ever told her good things. That's great. When are you coming back? Chloe suddenly realized that Jack had never spent more than 2 days away from home before. She missed him so much. It felt as if he had left for several days. Soon, Jack didn't give a definite answer. Just as Chloe was about to speak, she heard a man say on the other end of the line, President Dawson, the government officials are here. Honey, I have to get back to work. Remember to eat and sleep on time. Honey, Chloe called reluctantly. Yes? I miss you so much. Chloe noticed that her nose was a bit hot when she said this, and she suddenly really wanted to cry. Chloe's words immediately turned Jack's stress into a sea of gentleness. Good girl, I'll be back very soon. Okay, take care of yourself. I will. Even with his tight schedule, Jack still made the time to call Chloe every day. Chloe once saw a saying on the internet. If someone thinks about you, they will contact you regardless of how troubled and busy they are. If someone doesn't think about you, they will make up all sorts of excuse to say that they were busy and will refuse to come and find you. Even though Jack kept saying that everything was going very well and successfully, Chloe wasn't dumb. How could things be going well with the current situation? He had to face the sad cries of the victims' family members, the pressure exerted by the government, the backstabbing and mockery of those in the same industry, as well as the avoidance and blaming of those who caused this accident. Jack had to face this massive mess alone. At this moment, she regretted studying medicine during university. If she majored in business, she could at least be able to help him at his company and help him deal with all of this. However, she couldn't do anything right now. Chloe felt like her heart was breaking every time Jack hid away his stress and told her that everything was okay. Her Mr. Dawson had always kept everything to himself and quietly fought against all adversity. Other city. After negotiating with the government officials, Jack became a bit stressed by the pressure they exerted. He walked to the corner of the room and made a call. Rick, what do you need? The owner of Seductive Fox was a man of fewer words than Jack. The roof collapsed because the construction team skimped out on materials and work. The person in charge of the construction escaped abroad a month ago because he already knew that something would happen. I've gotten someone to look into the border entry data, and he is currently in Chicago. I know what to do. Rick knew exactly what Jack meant. I want him alive as soon as possible. Okay. After Jack hung up, he walked up to the rooftop of the skyscraper. He bent over and watched as the people below passed by. The scenery one saw at a very tall height was beautiful, but the danger of falling was just as high. The 4 victims were all middle-aged men between the ages of 33 and 45. They were all someone's father and someone's son. However, they faced a brutal death and were buried underneath steel and concrete, all because some immoral businessmen decided to skimp on resources and productions. Weren't people supposed to be born kind? Since when did one's heart corrupt to this level? How could they sacrifice someone's life for their own so-called wealth? Jack didn't say anything when he saw those tormented family members, and he compensated each of them with an early-stage compensation of $3 million. He would still pay them more money later on. However, he knew that no matter how much money he gave them, he still wouldn't be able to give back their lives. Sometimes, life was really precious. Even if this incident wasn't his fault, he still wanted to compensate for it because deep down, he and Chloe were the same. He couldn't bear to see life and death, and he couldn't get over tragedies that had anything to do with him. Just then, Jack's cell phone rang. "President Dawson, I found him. The person responsible for the construction cane is only a pawn. There is someone else behind this." I knew it. Jack knew that this wasn't as simple as just skimping on construction. It seemed like there really was a filthy scheme behind this accident. "We all thought that it might be your new competitor, Justin, since he's currently our #1 enemy." Jack fell silent upon hearing Justin's name. "It isn't him. Even though we're competitors, he wouldn't do something like this." Jack was very rational and wouldn't blatantly blame Justin just because he was his business and love rival. Justin was born into the powerful Cooper family. With their education style and Justin's status as an arrogant heir, he would never put other people's lives at stake to compete with Jack. Therefore, Jack was sure that the person behind the accident wasn't Justin. "We'll be fine as long as we catch Kane. He probably knows everything." "Yes, we'll catch him soon." Jack nodded. He believed in Rick's style in dealing with things. Rick's family was fairly powerful in America, so now all he had to do was wait quietly. After Assistant Mark returned, he ran straight to GK headquarters to begin preparing for tomorrow's opening. Originally, everything was all prepared, as he followed all of the president's orders. However, something suddenly happened at 10 p.m. Annie had always had a messy private life, but nothing had ever been revealed, as only small rumors were passed around. This time, a forum revealed 3 photos of Annie intimately hanging out with several men at nightclubs. One photo was of her dancing with a man, face on face, on the dance floor. Another one was of her wearing revealing clothing, holding a cigarette in her hand. The last photo was of her sitting and grinding on a man's lap very intimately and disgracefully. It was drastically different from her usual workaholic goddess image on TV. The men's faces were blurred out so no one knew who they were, but Annie's face was extremely recognizable. It was clearly meant to throw dirt at her. Annie was one of the most crucial guests to appear at the red carpet event tomorrow. Since news got out today, she definitely wouldn't be able to go on camera. GK spent so much money signing her, but she was useless now. As soon as he saw the news, Assistant Mark called Jack. "Sir, did you see the news?" Assistant Mark was incredibly sad. "I did." "What should we do?" "Go with the original plan." Jack remained very calm. "What about Annie? Tell her not to come and cancel her schedule. Then, tell her to take a vacation abroad to tide this over. She'll come back once the PR department deals with everything." "That works." Assistant Mark nodded nervously. They originally thought that this turbulence would end soon. Who knew that the next day morning, with only 2 hours away from the opening, Assistant Mark received news that nearly made him throw up blood. All the entertainers who signed the letters of intent breached them. They all returned to Imperial Star, including Gianna and Chloe. Money wasn't the issue, but it was such a slap on the face. Annie would no longer appear on the red carpet, and if those people left as well, then only C-list stars would be left to walk the red carpet. Then, wouldn't everyone laugh at GK Film and Television for how much of a failure they were? "Assistant Mark, what should we do?" The public relations manager was also dumbfounded. "How would I know? We should ask the president." Assistant Mark called the president's number, but sadly his cell phone was turned off. "Oh, no. We're really screwed this time." Assistant Mark was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. "What's wrong?" "The president's phone is off." "Huh? Then what should we do?" Assistant Mark wiped off his sweat and replied, "Don't worry. I'll call the chairman. We'll have to rely on him now." Assistant Mark called the Dawson Manor. Mrs. Dawson picked up the phone. "Chairman Dawson isn't home. He went golfing and didn't bring his cell phone with him." "Mrs. Dawson, something terrible happened. If we don't find someone to take care of it, then we would be terribly humiliated. What should we do?" "How would I know? If you can't reach my son, then call that woman of his. Isn't that woman super mighty and is capable of flying into the sky?" Mrs. Dawson said sourly. "Oh, right. Then I'll call the young mistress." Thanks to Mrs. Dawson's reminder, Assistant Mark immediately looked up Chloe's cell phone number in the secretary office. Then he called her. "Hello?" Chloe woke up only a bit ago and was just about to eat breakfast. "Young madam, I'm President Dawson's assistant, Mark. A crisis came up at the company, and it's incredibly urgent. Can you come over to GK to help us?" Assistant Mark asked anxiously. "Me?" Chloe slightly froze. "Is that really appropriate? I'm just his wife. Shouldn't you ask my husband to deal with company issues?" "But I couldn't get through to President Dawson's phone. His phone might be out of battery." Assistant Mark felt like crying. "Then, what about the chairman?" asked Chloe nervously. "The chairman isn't home. I just called. He went golfing and didn't bring his cell phone, so Mrs. Dawson told me to ask you." "She told you to come and find me?" asked Chloe faintly. "Yes." "Okay, then wait for a bit. I'm heading over right away." Chloe immediately packed up her things and rushed downstairs after she hung up the phone. "Young madam, you're not having breakfast?" asked Butler Uncle. "No, Uncle. I have to get to the company right away. Sorry about all this. You guys enjoy it." "Okay, then I'll let them know." Chloe actually felt a bit bad, since the chefs and maids spent the morning making breakfast for her. It must have kept them busy the whole morning. However, she just went down and announced that she wasn't having any. Chloe got into her car, called in sick at Southside, and then drove to GK headquarters, arriving in no more than 20 minutes. She sped all the way and could be called the fastest head nurse ever. At GK headquarters, Assistant Mark personally went downstairs to pick Chloe up. "Young madam, follow me." Chloe nodded and followed Assistant Mark into a conference room on the top floor. There were 8 or 7 people in the conference room. There were executives for GK Film and Television, those from Public Relations, and executives who participated in the planning of today's event, including Jennifer. Assistant Mark pointed at Chloe and introduced her. "Allow me to introduce her. This is the president's wife, Chloe." After Assistant Mark spoke, everyone was shocked aside from Jennifer. She only quietly looked at Chloe with an indifferent expression on her face. "Young madam," everyone greeted her. Chloe nodded in acknowledgement. "Hi everyone, please sit." Assistant Mark then took out a bunch of documents and placed it on the table as he anxiously said, "We don't have much time, so long story short, the president has been planning the new company's opening, and everything was in place, but last night, Annie's scandal was exposed, and she can no longer to walk the red carpet. The president made sure that she's not going to show up today. So, we've only got the stars who signed the letters of intention, but this morning, these stars all backed out of the contract. All of them returned to Imperial Star, and now we only have some not yet famous C-list stars, and no one to hold up the stage. We only have 2 hours left until before the opening ceremony, and everyone will be watching, but as of right now, we haven't got any stars to walk the red carpet. Not only would GK be laughed at, it will also hinder our president's reputation. However, I lost contact with President Dawson half an hour ago, so under this urgent situation, I've asked the young Madam Dawson to come and help us come up with ideas. Everyone can pitch in as well. Let's all think of a solution together." After Assistant Mark spoke, everyone fell silent. They looked down, each with frowns on their faces. Who could possibly come up with a good idea at a time like this? Jennifer spoke first. "I signed Annie, the only person who signed a real contract. Only Imperial Star would be able to expose the scandal last night. So it's obvious that Justin isn't an upright figure for attacking us at a time like this. We should hire some people to discredit Imperial Star and Justin on social media platforms. What do you think? Director Jennifer, it's pointless complaining around at a time like this. We should think of a way to resolve this problem. Discrediting them right now is useless. We should try to solve our own issues first. It would be better if this doesn't turn into a huge mess. Assistant Mark advised. What other solutions do we have here? From how I see it, we might as well announce that the opening ceremony is pushed back and wait until President Dawson gets back, Jennifer said carelessly as she played around with her nails. Before anyone else had the chance to speak, Cho said, "We can't change the date. President Dawson already announced on TV that he wouldn't change the date. If we change the date now, everyone will think that he backed out on his words, which would affect his reputation later on." Really? Everyone understands that, but what else can we do? Young madam, since you're so almighty, why don't you come up with another plan? Jennifer antagonized Chloe. She wanted to take this opportunity to challenge Chloe. Chloe looked at Jennifer once and immediately saw through her. Chloe ignored her and instead looked around and said, "Don't worry, everyone. All we need to do right now is come up with a plan." Then, Chloe looked at Assistant Mark and asked, "Are there any ways that we could renegotiate with the stars who breached the contract?" "No, they've all turned off their phones and won't pick up. It's very clear that Imperial Star planned this all along and played us. They all disappeared at this crucial moment, leaving us with no stars," Assistant Mark said. He was on the brink of collapsing. "So our problems would go away if we get a famous celebrity to walk the red carpet?" asked Chloe again. "It's not only that. Stars who appear on our red carpet must have signed a contract with us, or else it would still be very embarrassing if the media expose us." It sounded like a difficult task indeed. "Yes, okay, I got it. I have an idea. Could you guys wait for me?" Chloe stood up and walked out of the conference room upon finishing her sentence. Chloe walked out of the room and held up her cell phone. She actually did have a candidate in mind, but the chances of success were extremely small. Chloe made the call. That's right, it was for Cody. His agent, Beth, picked up the phone. "Hello? I want to talk to Cody." "He's busy. Who are you?" "I'm Chloe." "Oh, what do you want?" The agent really didn't like Chloe. She was especially upset when Cody got drunk last night. She even wrote several complaint letters to Director Richard. "Here's the thing. I wanted to ask if he signed with a new company yet. Does that have anything to do with you? Why do you care about the company he will sign with when you're only supposed to treat him?" Beth sounded very harsh. "No, I was just wondering. If he hasn't decided yet, then can he consider GK Film and Television?" "Are you kidding me? GK Movie and Television, that new company? Why should we take the risk and choose a new company? Truth be told, we've already decided to go to Imperial Star, and President Cooper's offer is very generous. Not only did he offer Cody an incredibly well-paid contract, he has also offered plenty of benefits, which GK cannot provide. Are you sure you don't want to consider it?" "We won't. Bye." After Beth spoke, she hung up the phone before Chloe could speak. Chloe slightly frowned. "Sister Beth, who was that?" Cody looked over at her and asked, while he was freshening up on the other side. "Oh, a little company wants to ask you if you wanted to sign with them." "Didn't we settle on Imperial Star? Just reject them." Cody had no idea what had happened. "Yeah, I've already refused." Beth put Cody's phone into his bag, and then she walked over to him. Chloe looked at her watch, and time was truly tight. She bit on her teeth and dialed another number. She really didn't want to beg that person. However, for Jack, she decided to set aside her dignity just this once. "Little sister Chloe, are you actually calling me?" Andrew's tone had hints of surprise. After all, over these years, no matter what happened, Chloe had never voluntarily looked for Andrew. Even when Thomas was in that car accident, she still held back on contacting him. She really didn't like him, and they both knew that. Chloe didn't say anything. "Chloe, you've got something to say, right?" "Yes. Just tell me what's up." Andrew got up from his bed and rubbed his eyes. "You know plenty of people. Could you introduce some A-list stars to me? I only need one." "You want to help GK to get people on board?" "Yes. But I heard that GK doesn't need anyone. Didn't Annie sign with you guys already? Plus, didn't GK poach a lot of people from Imperial Star?" Andrew actually knew of these things. "Something came up, and they won't be able to make it. The red carpet event is in less than 2 hours, and it's very urgent. So, can you help me?" "So, little sister Chloe, are you asking me for a favor?" Andrew smiled as he was quite pleased with himself. He held his phone in one hand and a glass of water with the other, sipping on it as he spoke. "Yes, I'm asking you for a favor. But why should I help you?" Of course, Andrew wasn't so easy to negotiate with. "I won't make you help for nothing. I could pay you, however much you want." This was the first time Chloe threw money at people, something that was more of Justin's MO. "Money. Haha, Chloe, my little sister, why are you so cute? Don't be foolish. Do I look like someone who's short on money? The Green family hasn't bankrupted yet, right? Then what do you want? Just tell me." Can you really satisfy anything I want?" "As long as it's within my abilities and doesn't challenge my moral and ethical bottom line," Chloe added. "That's a given. I like you too much. How could I trouble you?" smiled Andrew. "So, you've agreed to help me?" Chloe asked nervously. She was actually a bit afraid, and not very confident. If Andrew refused as well, then she would really be out of options. However, she really didn't want GK Film and Television to become a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. She would never beg Justin, because they were opponents. If she did, then both she and Jack would be humiliated. "No problem. I'm sure you asked me because you knew I would help you. So what are you struggling about? It seems like you are always full of little ideas. That dumb Brenny will never be like you, no matter how hard she tries." "Can we not talk about useless things at a time like this? I hear that you're quite close with the recent winner of the Best Actress Award, Emery, and she hasn't signed with a new company yet. Can you ask her to come?" Chloe did some research before calling. The winner of the Best Actress Award, Emery, was someone more famous than Annie, because she had an international presence and rarely shot domestic films now. Most of her works were Hollywood productions. Even though she was only a supporting actress, her international influence was already very high. Apparently, Emery was very close with Andrew, as the media exposed them several times and even reported that they were getting married. However, no one knew why or how things ended. Many tabloids claimed that Emery was the woman Andrew loved the most, and if Timothy didn't actively oppose a daughter-in-law that worked in the entertainment industry, then they might have already gotten married. However, neither of them ever released any statements, so no one knew what was really going on. "You little girl, you sure did your research? Yes or no, just tell me." Chloe was a bit impatient. "Of course it's a yes. I promise that Emery will arrive at GK and sign the contract within an hour." Andrew was confident. "That would be great." Chloe was overwhelmed with joy. "But I have one condition." "What is it?" Chloe quietly listened on the other end. If Andrew came up with some inappropriate request, then she definitely wouldn't agree, even if she could no longer sign Emery. "I want you to come back to the Green Mansion this weekend and stay overnight," Andrew said. "Why?" Chloe slightly frowned. "You don't have to worry about that. You just need to come back and stay for one night." "Just that?" Chloe asked cautiously. She thought that a sneaky person like Andrew would certainly ask for more than that. "Yes, that's it. You've got quite a good deal, little sister. Don't think about it too much." Andrew laughed when he saw how cautious and hesitant Chloe was being. "Okay, deal," Chloe replied, right away. "Very good. Deal." Chloe finally relaxed a bit when she hung up, But wasn't it a little shabby if only Emery came? After all, GK was a domestically renowned corporation. The opening of GK Film and Television should be quite an extravagant scene. Inside Other City's Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Jack dialed again and again, but neither his cell phone nor the hotel landline worked, no matter how many times he tried. It was as if all the phones around him stopped working. Funny thing was, calling local numbers worked, but he just couldn't reach any contacts in his city. President Dawson, we're doomed, and the opening begins in 2 hours. We've no clue what's happening over there. Do I still have time to fly back? Asked Jack as he looked at the man. We won't make it. What about a private plane? Private plane, if it's fast, then maybe, said the employee beside him. Okay, then I'll borrow one. Immediately call Mayor Ace and arrange something. Okay, President Dawson. Jack had the feeling that someone was behind all this. They've used hackers to cut off his contact with those over at his city. There was no time to even send an email since it wasn't something that could be clearly explained in 1 or 2 words. Due to the anti-hacker system on Jack's phone, the person behind this could only block his interactions with those in his city. Haha, seems like someone wants me to lose more than anything. Jack coldly smiled. 3 minutes later, Jack spoke with Mayor Ace of Other City over the phone, and then Mayor Ace borrowed a private plane from a local tycoon. Jack took the private plane and immediately headed back to his city. However, looking at the time, the opening ceremony would have already begun by the time he got back. Time was of the essence. As Chloe solved a major crisis, she was about to return to the conference room when her phone began to ring. It was actually from Cody. Hello? Sister Chloe, did you just call me? I did. Chloe nodded. Sister Beth doesn't like you, so she didn't tell me. But I sent her away and quickly peeked at the caller ID. You must have something to talk to me about. I actually wanted to ask you if you wanted to sign with GK. GK? Why? Cody slightly froze, surprised that Chloe wanted to talk to him about work. Truth is, GK's president, Mr. Jack Dawson, is my husband. Chloe decided to tell him the truth. So the big boss of GK is your husband? Cody was surprised. Yes, GK has been planning a film and television company recently, but something urgent has happened, and my husband is trapped in Other City. On this side, the stars who originally planned to sign all ditched us and went back to Imperial Star. The red carpet event is about to begin, but there aren't stars around. It's very humiliating, so I was wondering if you could come. I see. Cody hesitated for a bit. Don't push yourself. It's fine if you can't. But if you can, then we'll match whatever Imperial Star offered you. We will definitely treat you very well. Sister Chloe, you know that I already no longer have any desires for those external things. I know, so I don't want to trouble you, and only asked you with a hint of hope. Sister Chloe, if Sister Beth found out that I single-handedly agreed to sign with GK, she would murder me, Cody slowly said. It's okay, I understand. Just as Chloe was about to give up, she heard Cody say, But even if she's going to murder me, I still have to help you this time. Wait for me. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Chloe was shocked, and her heart raced wild. Did she just hear correctly? I'll see you in a bit, Sister Chloe. Before Chloe could speak, Cody decisively hung up the phone. Chloe felt like she was floating when she returned to the conference room. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. She didn't put too much hope in Cody, since they didn't know each other for too long yet, and it was a big favor that she was asking. However, truth be told, she knew from the beginning that Andrew would agree, as long as she called. Chloe wore a very simple assemble today. She planned to go to work this morning, so she only wore black, straight-legged jeans and a nude pink shirt, paired with a little white jacket. Assistant Mark immediately stood up when she came back. Young Madame, we have less than an hour left. I know, Chloe nodded. Then she slowly picked up a water bottle on the table, twisted it open, and took a sip. So, what should we do? Well, we'll know in half an hour. Know what? Asked Assistant Mark eagerly. Emery and Cody will be here within half an hour. They will sign contracts and then walk the red carpet. Pish! Jennifer laughed, just as Chloe finished speaking. Young madam, are you joking around with us? Emery? That prideful international film queen that has her nose raised all the way up into the sky? She'll sign with us? She wouldn't even go to Imperial Star, and apparently she's planning to sign with a Hollywood agency plus... No offense, Director Jennifer, but I don't have any time to joke around with you. You guys shouldn't sit around. Go on and get busy with your own things. Everything needs to prepare for the opening ceremony. Chloe then tilted her head and looked at Assistant Mark. Get me a dress too. I can't wear this onto the red carpet. Chloe had completely committed herself, and even though she hated being on camera and being exposed if Jack couldn't come back, then she would have to walk the red carpet for him and hold the place up. Okay, young madam, please wait. Are you guys really going to believe that woman? She's definitely bluffing. Those 2 stars won't come. This is just too insane. Jennifer thought that Chloe was delusional. Maybe the pressure was too great, so she became delusional. However, the others all listened to Chloe, especially Assistant Mark. He didn't acknowledge what Jennifer said at all. They all went on to do their own things. Chloe wore a long white dress Assistant Mark had someone bring over. It was an off-shoulder design that was very simple, but very elegant. This dress was said to be the newest style from Chanel, and just a day ago, Victoria Beckham, the wife of the famous football star David Beckham, wore it to Fashion Week. It was a very graceful dress, without any loud patterns or designs, but enough to be incredibly stunning. Chloe calmly sat down after she changed into the dress and let the makeup artist work away. Put a lot of makeup on me. It's best if I am unrecognizable. Okay, young madam. Chloe thought that she might as well put on more exaggerating makeup so that not many people would be able to recognize her. Half an hour later, Chloe stood up after the makeup was done. Assistant Mark was shocked when he entered. Young madam? Then, he asked with uncertainty. Yes, it's me, Chloe replied calmly. The young madam Assistant Mark saw was no longer the woman he saw an hour ago. Chloe, who barely ever wore makeup, was now lathered with an exaggerating smoky eye makeup. Her eyeliner went all the way up, and she looked very alluring. There were also 3 changing colors in her eyeshadow, a nice combination of black, gray, and brown. Her lips were very red, very sophisticated, and very beautiful. If someone else wore this style, they would be seen as a monster, yet it looked very attractive on Chloe's face. No one would recognize you like this, young madam. That's the effect I want. That's right. She didn't want anyone to recognize her. Assistant Mark thought that the young madam was just as weird as the president. If they weren't from the same family, then they wouldn't walk into the same door, was quite an accurate saying. Just then, the female public relations supervisor ran over in high heels. Young madam, Assistant Mark, wonderful news. Cody and Ember have both arrived and are waiting to sign the contracts. Huh, where's the young madam? The public relations supervisor was also confused. Chloe then slowly said, I'm right here. The director looked at her, shocked. The woman standing before her was completely different than the person she saw half an hour ago. If you can't even recognize me, then the makeup was applied very successfully. Young madam, please come over and sign the contracts now. Okay. Chloe followed the company employees as they went straight to the VIP room. Emery and Cody were both sitting inside. You're signing with GK as well? Emery slightly froze when she saw Cody. Yeah. But didn't the insiders say that you were going to Imperial Star? Emery was confused. They also said that you were signing with Hollywood, asked Cody in response. I'm only signing with GK as a favor for a friend. So am I. Okay. Emery was speechless, as she was ready to do anything as soon as Andrew called. She loved Andrew deeply, for 5 entire years. Andrew had helped her to fame. However, she had waited all this time, but still couldn't get into the Green family. Truth be told, she really wanted to give up. However, Andrew suddenly called her today and told her to sign with GK. She couldn't be more excited. If Andrew didn't want her to sign with Hollywood, did this mean that they still had a chance? Women were all very dumb and naive, especially those that were infatuated with someone. Emery was no exception. She wasn't convinced by Imperial Star's hefty deal, but was immediately convinced by a call from Andrew. However, Cody, who was apparently going to sign a $300 million contract with Imperial Star, also came to GK. He came over in a taxi without telling his agent and was only wearing a shirt, a pair of shorts, and a sanitary mask. He looked like a mess, but he was filled with sincerity. Sister Chloe. Cody stood up when he saw Chloe come in. "You can recognize me like this?" Chloe laughed. "I often wear heavy makeup as well, so it's easy for me to recognize you." "Okay, please sit." Chloe felt bad upon seeing how little Cody wore. This kid was too down to earth. "Assistant Mark, turn on the air conditioning." "Yes, young madam." "Young madam? You're President Dawson's wife? But is he even married?" Emery was completely dumbfounded. "Let's not talk about this right now. Please, let's start signing the contracts. Do you see any issues? Are there any conditions you would like to propose?" Chloe took 2 sets of contracts from the secretary's hands after she spoke. Both of them were offered $300 million, the same as Imperial Star's offer. The 2 of them looked it over and didn't say anything. Then they picked up the pen and signed immediately. Both of them signed as a favor for a friend, so they didn't care about the money at all. After Chloe took the contracts, she held up Jack's signature stamp and pressed onto it. Then she signed her name onto the contract, along with her fingerprint. "Thanks. GK Film and Television will definitely fully support you two in the future. We can talk about that later, but the event is starting in 40 minutes, and we're not dressed yet," said Emery. "We've prepared them. Come with me." After Chloe spoke, she led the 2 of them to the makeup artists, and they began to change and get their makeup done. Time was very tight, and each them were given 2 stylists. "Young madam, you're so resourceful. With 2 phone calls, you've called over 2 major stars. How did you manage to do so? Did you blackmail them or use witchcraft?" Assistant Mark looked at Chloe with admiration. "Chloe, I didn't do anything. I had friends who just so happened to know them." "I see." Assistant Mark nodded excitedly. He thought that they were doomed this time. But who knew that a little girl like Chloe would manage to turn the tides at such a crucial moment? She signed 2 major stars, and either of them could immediately suppress Imperial Star's so-called A-listers. Gianna and Chloe were nothing compared to them. Not even Annie was worth mentioning anymore. At the entrance to the Hilton Hotel, countless luxurious cars waited there, waiting for the red carpet event. Many reputable financial and political figures were there to show their support, regardless of whether Jack was coming. "Big Boy Cooper, do you think Jack will cry if there are only C-list stars walking the red carpet in a bit?" Brenton laughed happily at GK's upcoming disaster. Justin didn't say anything, as he only lifted the corners of his mouth. He really wanted to see how powerful Jack truly was, and whether he could turn the tables around. "In a bit, you should go up and congratulate him after all of those unpopular little stars finish walking. Don't make him think that you're a petty competitor." Brenton came up with an idea. "That's a given." Justin continued to be pleased with himself. Even though he never made any progress with courting Chloe, he could still be happy for a while if he could defeat Jack in business. After all, Jack was Chloe's current husband. Why did the word current come up in his mind? It was as if Chloe would get divorced in the future and then get married to another man. Justin couldn't help but smile at this thought. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. At 9:30 in the morning, the long red carpet was rolled out from the halls of the City Hilton Hotel to the entrance. Several hundred media reporters swarmed the entrance to take pictures, as plenty of financial socialites and powerful political figures also came. However, they all directly went inside and waited for the luncheon at noon. Those who walked the red carpet were all GK's executives, as well as stars that have signed on. After a famous male and female host finished their opening statements, the red carpet event officially began. Some C-list stars began to enter, as everyone watched and waited. I hear that President Dawson isn't in our city. He didn't even make it back to today's opening. Yeah, other cities' issues aren't resolved yet, so President Dawson might not be coming back. I hear that Annie couldn't come as well, because fans saw her in Thailand this morning. She might have gone abroad to wait out the scandal. If no one is coming, then wouldn't GK's high-end red carpet event turn into a gathering of little stars? Everyone discussed amongst themselves. However, after a few more C-list celebrities showed up, suddenly, an attractive figure appeared at the end of the red carpet. She wore a bright red evening gown with a V-shaped back, along with Korean-style nude makeup. Her beauty held everyone's attention. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look! Isn't that Emery? I can't believe she's actually here." Ah, wasn't she supposed to go to Hollywood? Why would she sign with GK? Yeah, it's been so long since we've seen Emery. I heard that the film she acted in with Hollywood stars is about to be released in theaters. She's so beautiful now, and her vibe is totally different from the others. She's so elegant. The men inside the black Bentley lost their cool. Whoa, hell, why did Emery come? Max went wild. Brenton went wild as well. Justin, however, only coldly grunted. This seems to be the work of Andrew. Andrew? Why would he go against you? Brenton froze. He isn't going against me. He just wants to help Chloe. Justin seemed to have realized what was happening. Help Chloe? Is he that close with her? Brenton was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand what was happening. Just then, the crowd went wild once again. The reporters and fans who watched nearby all seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. Look, Cody. Cody came. My gosh, he came. He's so handsome. It's been so long since we've seen him smile. Cody's appearance drove the crowd into a mass frenzy. In the country, he had even more influence than Emery. Cody was known for his cold and prideful character, and he rarely smiled. So when he wore a black suit and walked down the red carpet with an alluring smile on his face, the crowd went out of control, and fans began screaming out, "Now, this is truly interesting." Justin smiled faintly. Two massive stars, Emery and Cody, appeared one after one another. Didn't Cody already sign with them? What could have gone wrong down there? Just as Justin finished speaking, Brenton immediately said, "Justin, look, that woman behind Cody, that woman with the smoky eye makeup? Why does she look so familiar?" Justin squinted as he closely looked at who it was, and then he was immediately petrified. "Is Chloe crazy?" Justin asked, stunning everyone. Hearing what Justin said, Brenton almost spat out blood. Whoa, is that Chloe? Brenton thought. No wonder she looked so familiar. But it wasn't Halloween, so why was she changing clothes and cosplaying at such a public event? That's Chloe? Oh, mother. Oh, dearest mother. Max was also shocked. It's definitely her. I'd recognize her even if she'd turned to dust, Justin said confidently. That's right. Justin would gaze upon Chloe's photo several times a day, so he had pretty much memorized her facial features at this point. What is she trying to do? I don't get it, Brenton mumbled. Chloe's arrival confused not only Justin and the others, but also most of the media outlets. None of them knew who Chloe was, but they saw her appearance on the red carpet, walking directly after Cody. It was obvious she was different, so they photographed her in a frenzy. She must be one of GK's new trainees. I haven't seen her before, one reporter guessed. Yeah, probably. Why else would she arrive behind Cody? Looks like GK is becoming more and more mysterious. Everyone gossiped amongst themselves, and Mr. Cooper's gaze, on the other hand, never left her. Hey, Stop looking. Your eyes might get stuck. Brenton waved his hand in front of Justin's face. The smoky look really suits her, Justin mumbled quietly. Brenton took a look and thought that he had a point, so he nodded. I think so too. It's amazing. That's why Chloe is so weird. Only someone as weird as she could pull off such a weird style. Ha ha ha. Mr. Cooper? I don't think the woman you love is from Earth. Max laughed upon hearing their exchange. Although Chloe didn't have any experience, she still planned to help GK get through this period, just by sticking it out. So she casually walked on stage to be photographed. Some reporters even tried to interview her and get first-hand information from her. Thankfully, Assistant Mark and the PR team stopped them. Watching all this happening, Jennifer became insanely jealous. How could this woman be this capable? Jennifer thought that she was capable enough, being able to sign that woman with princess syndrome, Annie. But in the last 2 hours, Chloe managed to sign both Emery and Cody, 2 famous superstars. Chloe thought that the company had done very well this time. She didn't lose face for his company, so she would be able to face him when he got back. But just as the red carpet event was coming to an end, a silver Maybach stopped outside the entrance, and someone stepped out. The man wore a dark gray suit and had a handsome but cold complexion. Even when he wasn't smiling, people were still stunned, speechless by his appearance. It seems like President Dawson has arrived. Eh? Isn't the president in the other city? I thought he wasn't coming. I didn't hear anything about this. Look at the 2 people behind him. Oh my God, am I seeing things right? Jack's arrival completely stunned everyone. After a moment of silence, screams filled the air. Behind Jack was a young foreign couple, both with golden hair and emerald eyes. The man wore a tailcoat, and the woman wore a gold V-neck dress, both extremely dazzling. Brenton sucked in a deep breath and then looked at Justin sympathetically. Looks like you lost this time. I'm not crazy, right? The 2 behind Jack, aren't they the super popular American stars that became famous after acting in the 7-episode miniseries? Yet, they appeared here. How strange. Chloe watched as Jack walked from the end of the red carpet towards her. His emperor-like aura was so dazzling that she could hardly open her eyes. At one point, she even wondered if she was dreaming. Jack slowly walked towards Chloe. Screams and the sound of camera shutters still filled the air. Christina! Damon! A lot of people started screaming out the names of those 2 international superstars. The 2 stars smiled as they walked hand in hand down the red carpet. They posed for pictures and waved in acknowledgement at the surrounding people. Holy F! I can't take any more. I have to go and get a signature. Max couldn't sit still and moved up to push open the door. However, he was stopped by Brenton. Sit still. Don't cause more trouble for Justin. But I'm a huge fan of Christina. I even registered on Facebook for her. Max was sad. Sit still. Don't even thinking about chasing after a white girl. She has a date. And with so many reporters, don't even think about causing an uproar. In the end, Brenton extinguished Max's wish. Justin didn't say anything. He just sat there and watched everything in silence. Jack stopped in front of Chloe. Chloe felt, even if no one else recognized her, Jack would, as expected. Jack walked up to her, grabbed her hand in front of everyone and whispered, "Thank you for all your hard work, my wife." Chloe shook her head, and although she wanted to say something, tears almost fell out of her eye sockets. She used to be so strong, so why was she crying so much recently? She must be getting too emotional. Jack was aware of all her sufferings and all her persistence. She never had to tell him anything, and he would already know. After all these years, they had already achieved a tacit understanding. Even with a 7-year gap, no one understood them like they understood each other. The appearance of 2 international superstars at the end of the opening of GK Film and Television made the event even more dazzling. No one knew that Jack and Damon were old friends who met in the US. They had already met before Damon even became famous. And now, with one word from Jack, Damon brought his rumored girlfriend Christina along to the city. They had actually arrived 2 days ago in secret. Because Jack wasn't there, they had stayed at a hotel Rick arranged. That was why the media didn't know and were completely stunned by their appearances today. The surprises were endless. Emery, Cody, Christina, Damon, and even Jack showed himself. What was supposed to be a disaster with stars quitting turned into a marvelous party. No one, other than Chloe and Jack, was capable of turning the tides like this. Jack seemed to have predicted that Justin would do something, so he asked his foreigner friends in advance. But he didn't expect that Chloe would also bring 2 superstars. The saying was, indeed, correct. If a couple are of the same mind, their combined determination will overcome all obstacles. Why are you crying? Chloe didn't say anything, but tears were swimming in her eyes. He gently wiped away her tears. Chloe shook her head, still unable to speak. She was afraid that her tears would fall as soon as she opened her mouth. Don't cry, or your makeup will smudge and you'll look like a panda, Jack joked on purpose. As expected, Chloe couldn't help but laugh upon hearing those words. I thought, you wouldn't be back on time. Jack was finally able to squeeze those words out. How could I? There's no way I would leave you here by yourself. Jack rushed to make an appearance in Other City, borrowed a private plane to return to his city, and finally managed to make it in time for the end of the company opening. At this time, Justin pushed open the car door and got out. Is he going to create a scene? Max asked as he watched him leave. Justin was wearing formal clothes today, too. A pair of white dress pants, a black dress shirt, and a white vest. Although it wasn't quite different from his normal casual style, it was still dazzling. Look, isn't that Imperial Star's President Justin? What's he doing here? The reporters started whispering. Justin walked towards Jack and Chloe. Everyone held their breaths as if waiting to see what the young master was planning to do. Based on past experience, with Justin's fiery temper, nothing good would come of him appearing, and they assumed that he was here to make a scene. Jack and Chloe weren't surprised to see Justin, because at an event like this one, even if they were competitors, it wasn't strange for him to show up. President Dawson, congratulations. Justin extended his hand. Thank you, President Cooper. Jack extended his hand, and the two shook lightly. Those in the dark didn't know anything, but those who were aware knew that this was part of their low-key competition. You win this time, Justin said quietly. It was luck. Jack didn't show any haughtiness and was as cold as always. But this is only the beginning. It'll just get more exciting from here. Justin's words were a declaration of war, proving that this loss was only the beginning of a war and not the end. I can't wait, Jack only replied with 2 words, suiting his prideful personality. The surrounding reporters only saw the two shaking hands and exchanging words of congratulations, so they took photos without knowing what was really going on. Finally, Justin turned to look at Chloe and said, "What a unique style." Justin couldn't help but laugh. Then, he turned around to leave. Chloe glared at him. Did he need to be so subtle about his mockery? At the end of the company opening, all the guests gathered for lunch in the banquet hall. The gathering of several hundred people was very lively. Chloe left to change and remove her makeup. Jack went to the VIP lounge, and Mark immediately poured him a glass of water. "Sir, thank God you're back. Do you know how worried I was? I couldn't get a hold of you through your cell, nor your hotel. It was so weird. Someone was messing with us, cutting our communication." Jack drank some water and replied, "What? Anyways, it was so scary. I was so scared. Thank God young madam came. Speaking of her, she's amazing. She managed to bring 2 stars within 30 minutes, did you see? Emery and Cody. They even signed with us. I can't believe it." Mark couldn't stop complimenting Chloe. This was what Jack liked to hear, as a hint of delight appeared on his face. "She's my wife. Of course she's incredible," he bragged. "But sir, you're even scarier. How did you get those two foreigners?" Although I didn't watch their show, I could tell how famous they are just through the reporters' reactions. My shoes were about to be trampled flat by them. Mark lowered his head, thinking back to the wildness just moments ago. Those reporters looked like the Fae were going to jump them. So Mark and the others from GK had to play defense and act as a blockade. They were nearly trampled to death in the process. But thankfully, the opening event was a success. Jack didn't say anything, merely leaning back against the sofa tiredly, closing his eyes. Worried about both ends, he had barely slept the past few days, and even had to borrow a private jet to come back. Even the strongest-willed person couldn't handle such a thing. Seeing that the president was tired, Mark turned to leave, closing the door behind him. At that time, Chloe had finished changing and walked over. "Where is he?" "The president is resting inside." Chloe nodded and opened the door, walking in quietly. She saw Jack sleeping on the sofa. His eyelashes were slightly curled. Both hands were on his knees, as if in caution. He was only 27 years old, yet he needed to manage an entire company. What a heavy burden. Chloe walked over empathetically, finding a blanket to cover him up. She turned to leave but was dragged back by Jack by the hand. "Honey, don't leave," he gently said. Chloe turned around to see Jack's eyes open. "You must be exhausted. Get some sleep. I'll help you follow up with some other matters." "No, don't. Come here and sit down." Jack gently pulled her. Chloe was immediately pulled towards him, and she fell back onto the couch. Jack raised his hands to hug Chloe's shoulders. "The truth is, I knew that those celebrities would stand GK up, but I was caught off guard when all methods of communication were severed. I couldn't contact anyone, and didn't expect that idiot Mark to come looking for you at the last minute. You've never dealt with company matters, so it must have been hard for you." "Not at all. It's family matters. Nothing's hard when it comes to that." Chloe smiled. "I heard that. Cody is a patient that you recently treated. He did you a favor by signing with us. How should I thank you, honey?" Jack looked at her lovingly. "How did you know that? I thought Southside was good at keeping secrets like that." Chloe's lips curled into a smile. "Still, I have my ways of finding out, but I'm curious. How did we get Emery? Did you ask Andrew?" Indeed, nothing escaped Jack's eyes. Everyone was aware of Andrew and Emery relationship. Slightly guilty, Chloe looked down. "Yeah, at first I didn't know if Cody would sign with us, and I was left with no choice. We needed at least one superstar. So, I asked Andrew. It really was an emergency, so please don't be mad." Chloe knew how much Jack despised Andrew, even more so than Justin. "I wasn't going to blame you. I just wanted to know, what did he ask in return?" Jack gently caressed Chloe's beautiful hair, worried if his ditzy wife made an unfair deal with Andrew. "Oh, nothing really. I just agreed to help him defeat Timothy. Either way, I went back to the Green family to do just that. Since we have a common enemy, we might as well join forces." Chloe kept Andrew's real request from Jack. She didn't dare say that she was going back to the Green family this weekend, let alone stay overnight. She didn't know what game Andrew was playing, but with Jack's personality, he would freak out if he found out. Jack nodded, obviously believing what Chloe said. "Don't go looking for him again. Making a deal with him is like making a deal with the devil. It's really dangerous." Seriously? Chloe never thought of Andrew as a scary individual. However, Mr. Dawson made him sound so terrifying. Since Mr. Dawson never guessed wrong, she really should be careful. "Seriously? Then I'll be more careful in the future." Chloe nodded. "Good." Jack nodded. Then, Jack got a phone call, asking him to deal with the accident in the other city. Chloe, on the other hand, left to look for Cody. She bumped into him being yelled at by his manager in his dressing room. When Cody saw Chloe, he looked at her like she was his savior. Beth once saved his life and pulled him out of a sinking marsh. Therefore, he didn't have the heart to fight with her and just listened to her yell at him. Sister Chloe. Sister Beth, what's going on? Ah, perfect timing. I was looking for you. What in the world did you feed Cody? Huh? Why would he suddenly sign with GK like a crazy person? Oh, and did you earn a commission? How much did GK pay you? Beth's face was red with fury. She was flabbergasted by the fact that Cody signed a year-long contract with GK behind her back. How was she supposed to explain things to President Cooper? She had previously promised him that Cody would sign with Imperial Star. Therefore, Beth erupted into flames as soon as she laid eyes on Chloe. They didn't pay me a cent, Chloe explained calmly. Like I would believe you. If you weren't paid, why would you instigate Cody? I didn't instigate him. GK offered him just as much as Imperial Star did. Don't talk pros and cons with me. I've been in this business for years. You think I wouldn't know anything other than the money? Beth continued to shriek. In the end, Cody couldn't stand it anymore, and he quietly interjected, Sister Beth, Chloe is President Dawson's wife. President Dawson's wife? Do you think that's a big deal? Huh? President Dawson. Which President Dawson? GK's President Dawson, Cody explained. Beth immediately fell silent. Then she looked at Chloe in disbelief, as if she were looking at a monster. How could that be? Beth was absolutely stunned by what she heard. Chloe looked so ordinary. She wasn't that pretty, nor was she born rich. But how on earth was she Jack's woman? Wait, she was more than his woman. She was his wife. So, don't worry. As long as I'm here, GK will be sure to treat Cody well. He's been so nice to me, and I will make sure that my husband creates a bright and shiny future for him, Chloe promised with a smile on her face. This. Beth was still unable to process this information. In the past, she always looked at Chloe's Audi R8 in disdain. She thought that Chloe was a sugar baby to some rich, middle-aged man. That was why she was so biased against her. Who knew that her real identity was the wife of the CEO of a business empire? In that case, she no longer had a problem with Cody signing with GK. Most importantly, Chloe may be able to cure Cody's depression. Just then, Chloe looked at Cody. You must be tired today. Go home and get some rest. I talked to GK Film and Television and asked them to give you 1 week off. You won't need to do anything during this time. Just get some rest at home or go traveling. If you're bored, you can come to Southside and tell me what's on your mind. Thanks, Sister Chloe. Unconsciously, Cody smiled much more than he used to. Afterward, Chloe turned to Beth. Don't worry. As Cody's manager, you'll be entitled to all the rights you used to have. The company will contact you before scheduling anything, but I would suggest that you guys take it easy and don't give him too much work for the time being since he's still in recovery. Before the end of the year, he will only be in one large-scale movie production, where he and Emery will be the main characters. It will be released towards the end of the year. With your reputation and fame, and the break you took, the box office of that film will likely set a new record. What do you say? Beth stared at Chloe for a long time before exclaiming, It's a shame that you're not a professional manager. Haha, the entertainment industry isn't where my passion lies. It's a shame that I like hospitals and the smell of formaldehyde. Chloe turned around to leave after patting Beth on the shoulder. Sister Beth, now do you understand why I did what I did? Chloe is really trustworthy and would never do me wrong. Plus, both companies are offering the same amount, so why not sign with GK? Yes, Imperial Star is good, but there are always rumors about me and President Cooper. That's hella gay, and it's annoying. This way, all the rumors will dissipate. You little brat, why didn't you tell me earlier that Chloe was President Dawson's wife? I only found out recently. That day we got drunk together. Cody felt incredibly wronged. Okay, I won't be so hard on you. Did you hear what Chloe said? It's time to rest up. Yeah, Cody nodded. Then, the two of them left GK. After dealing with Cody and his manager, Chloe went looking for Emery. She was in such a hurry this morning and they didn't get a chance to talk. She did Chloe a great favor. so it was only right to thank her. Emery had just taken off her makeup. She was playing with her phone in the dressing room. She had two assistants. One was massaging her shoulders, and the other one was massaging her legs. Talk about being a big shot. Of course, she had the right to enjoy it. Apparently, during the red carpet event at the Ghana Film Festival, Annie was only given a 3-second shot, while Emery got 2 whole minutes. Her status in the entertainment industry was obvious. "Miss Emery, can we talk?" Chloe knocked on the door. Emery looked up. When she saw that it was Chloe, she smiled and said, "Sure." Her assistant saw what was happening and immediately left the room. Chloe walked up to her and stood before the dressing table. "Thank you for today. I've signed a contract with GK, and as a celebrity under your label, it's my duty to appear on the red carpet." "It's my pleasure, Mrs. Dawson." After a few exchanges, Chloe realized that not only was Emery pretty and poised, most importantly, she was well educated. The way she composed herself was no worse than that of socialites, and she sounded very elegant when she spoke. Her expressions were controlled perfectly. She wasn't arrogant or fake. She didn't pretend to be modest, nor was she acting like a spoiled princess. How is it that a woman as outstanding as she was failed to marry into the Green family? Chloe didn't think that Timothy was powerful enough to stop Andrew from marrying the woman he loved. So, the problem was Andrew, wasn't it? "Let me know if you have any demands in the future. GK will treat you well." "I may not be a GK employee, but I can make these decisions. You and Cody signed with us at this crucial point in time, so we will make sure that you guys have a bright future. You can believe my words." Chloe spoke from the heart, making a promise to Emery. Emery only smiled upon hearing this. "The truth is, I think you know why I came. I'm not doing this for money. I have more than enough fame and wealth. You also know that I was originally heading to the US to further my career." "I know," Chloe nodded. "But after receiving a call from him, I immediately gave up on my original plans." Emery laughed. "You and him? Are you two?" Chloe wasn't one to pry on someone else's private matters. But Emery was so vague that Chloe wasn't even sure if she and Andrew were a couple. "We never dated." "What?" Chloe was flabbergasted by what she heard. Were the rumors all fake? But there were even photos of Emery staying over at Andrew's mansion for 3 consecutive days. "Don't be surprised. What I mean is, I was never his girlfriend, and he was never my boyfriend. We're just friends with benefits." Chloe didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at her quietly. "But I failed as his bedmate because I fell in love with him." Then, Emery smiled bitterly as she took out a pack of cigarettes from her purse. "Do you mind?" Emery asked Chloe. Chloe shook her head. "Would you like one?" Chloe shook her head again. Emery placed the cigarette in her mouth and lit it up like it was second nature. Then, after taking a big breath in, she said, "I know that he doesn't love me, but I am still willing to do anything for him." Ha ha. Love is what makes women idiots. "You seem to have a heartbreaking story," Chloe said quietly. "Heartbreaking? No, not at all. I have him to thank for everything. Without him, Emery wouldn't have existed. I was born into an ordinary family and attended a rising star competition in hopes that I would get a chance to rise to fame. He was at the competition as well and asked me if I wanted to become famous. I told him yes, and he decided to go against all odds to make me famous for 7 years. I went from a nobody actress to an international superstar. A lot has happened, but if it weren't for his help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. Therefore, I am still grateful towards him, no matter how he treats me." Chloe could tell that Emery was very much in love with Andrew. "It's good to be appreciative. You are a sensible woman." Chloe looked at her. Haha, maybe. A while ago, he told me to leave this country, go to America, and never come back. I didn't want to, but I also didn't want to say no to him. Today, he told me to sign with GK, so here I am. Thank you for signing with GK. We won't let you down. By we, Chloe meant her and Jack. No, I don't care about others. I just don't want to disappoint him. After finishing her cigarette, Emery threw the butt onto the ground and quickly smeared it with her shoe. There's something that I'm really curious about, Emery said. What is it? Chloe looked at her. Why does he treat you so well? Emery returned Chloe's gaze and asked, enunciating every word. Chloe felt her heart skip a beat. She moistened her throat. The truth was, Emery's question made her feel guilty. But what was she feeling so guilty about? I think it's because I'm his sister. Chloe forced an answer out of her mouth. Haha, how is that possible? Brienne is his sister too, but the way he treats you is so different from the way he treats her. Emery's expression became complicated. Or maybe it's because I'm on his side. You should know that the Green family's civil war has long begun, and I have actually decided to help him. Oh yeah? Maybe that's the case, but never mind that. I'm okay with anything. Anyways, not leaving has its benefits. GK is a conglomerate, so I know I will have a bright future here. For sure. After her conversation with Emery, a lot was going on in Chloe's head. Emery was willing to change her entire future career path just because Andrew asked her to do so. Andrew used his super awesome resources just to get her to stay at the Green family's mansion for one night. What did he want? An answer seemed to form at the back of her mind. However, Chloe didn't want to even think about it, because it was preposterous. Maybe they weren't related. Technically, they were still siblings. Could it be that Andrew was? Mrs. Dawson, Mark interrupted her thoughts. Yeah? The president told me to ask you to go downstairs. He's waiting for you there. Okay. Chloe nodded her head and turned around to head downstairs. Everyone at the company heard about Mrs. Dawson's vigorous efforts to turn the situation this morning. All the employees were talking about what happened. Although Jack had yet to announce who Chloe was, everyone pretty much knew what was going on. On her way down, the employees all happily greeted Chloe. Hi, young madame? Good afternoon, young madame. Young madame. Chloe nodded at them as they greeted her, and as she arrived by the elevators, she saw a familiar face. This was the man who hit on her at Seductive Fox and gave her his business card. He even gloated that he worked at GK. If Chloe's memories served her right, his name was Marcus. As for Marcus, he was scared half to death upon seeing Chloe. With him was a male colleague from the same department. Hi, young madam. That colleague immediately greeted her. Feeling awkward, Marcus looked down and said, Hi, young madam. Chloe smiled at him. Do you like working here? Startled, Marcus immediately nodded and replied, Yes, it's great. That's good. Keep up the good work. Then the elevator doors opened. Chloe walked into it, leaving Marcus scared out his shell. After Chloe left, he was still recovering from his fright. Huh, Marcus. How do you know the young madam? His colleague asked him. I don't. Marcus immediately denied it. Why would she ask you then? It's probably just a coincidence, Marcus replied guiltily. The one thing that he regretted most in his life was hitting on her at the bar. As long as Chloe said the word, he could be fired at any time. By then, the job that he had worked so hard and so long to maintain would have disappeared. But Mrs. Dawson hadn't yet. This somewhat comforted him. He swore that he would never hit on girls at a bar, ever again, because you never know who you were talking to. When Chloe arrived downstairs, she saw Jack's Maybach parked outside the entrance. Honey, where are we going? Get on first. I'll ask Mark to drive your car home. Sounds good. Chloe smiled as she opened the passenger door and got on. Honey, do you want to go to the mountain this weekend? Jack asked her as he drove. Not this weekend. Chloe immediately refused. Why not? Confused, Jack tilted his head to look at her. I might have to pick up an extra shift this weekend. In the end, Chloe chose to lie. She didn't want Jack to know that she agreed to Andrew's request for the benefit of his company. His request wasn't unreasonable, but she didn't have the guts to tell Jack. "Oh, next week then. It's okay." Jack didn't think too much into it. The two drove for a little over 20 minutes before stopping outside a spicy crawfish restaurant. It wasn't a big restaurant, but the decorations were stylish, like that of a historical hostel. The entire restaurant was made of wood. "You like crawfish?" Chloe had known Jack for so long but never realized that he liked crawfish. She was surprised. "Someone's treating." Jack smiled mysteriously. Then, he held her hand in his, and the two of them walked into a private room. Inside were 3 people, one of which was Rick, the owner of Seductive Fox. The other 2 people were the show-stopping international superstars, Christina and Damon. "Hey, Dawson, come, sit down," Damon greeted them passionately. "Allow me to introduce to you guys my wife, Chloe," Jack said in fluent American English. Chloe smiled and responded in English. "Hi, nice to meet you guys. I'm Chloe." Then, they sat down. To Chloe's surprise, everyone on the table conversed in American English. The good thing was, she had practiced conversing in English during high school, so she could understand them. But the only awkward thing was that they were all speaking American English. But because Chloe had never been abroad, her English was more or less comical. Christina grabbed Chloe's hand and kept complimenting her in English. "There is so much good food here. I love crawfish. I also love dumplings. They taste delicious, and I'm always left wanting more." Chloe smiled and she replied, "If you like it here, you should stay a little while longer." "No, we can't. Our schedule is jam-packed. If it weren't for Dawson, we would never be able to come here. It's great meeting you." Although Christina was an international superstar, she was younger than Chloe. Women in the U.S. matured earlier, and she debuted when she was 16 as a magazine model. Now she was 21 years old. She was so young and pretty. Christina took out her phone and took a bunch of selfies with Chloe. She also said to Jack, "Your wife is awesome. You're really lucky." Jack smiled happily. "You're right. Marrying her is the best thing that ever happened to me." Rick sat beside Jack and said in a hushed tone, "We got Kane. He is on his way back to the country. What do you plan on doing?" "Get him back first. I have questions to ask him." "Okay." Rick didn't speak much, but he was highly efficient. Damon had been friends with Jack for years, so they knew each other well. The 3 of them conversed happily in English. Chloe also took out her cell phone to take selfies with Christina. She wasn't one to boast, but this time she really wanted to after such a stressful day. Therefore, after using a filter, she uploaded a photo of them onto Friends Circle. On the photo was an Asian and Caucasian, both with beaming smiles on their faces. Chloe rarely took selfies, but for the first time in her life, she began her bragging mode. Christina is really nice, and surprisingly, she loves eating crawfish. She wrote along with the photo. After she uploaded the photo, her friend circle exploded in 3 minutes. "Ah, where are you? I'm heading there now? I love Christina. Why are you with her? Holy crap, I can't believe you didn't take me to meet her. I'm ending our friendship." Sarah was the first to comment. "Haha, didn't you see GK's opening ceremony today?" "I even walked the red carpet," Chloe asked back. "I saw the live broadcast, but which one were you?" Sarah was super confused. Screw you. She was speechless that after being friends with Sarah for all these years, she failed to recognize her. "Stop with the nonsense. Get me an autograph. Hurry up." "No, it's too embarrassing. We're eating at a crawfish restaurant." "Oh my God, I'm super jealous. I'm in another city, or else I would definitely hunt you down and mooch food and celebrities off you. By the way, Damon is so hot I really want to sleep with him." As soon as she wrote that, Noah immediately replied, "If you don't have the skills, don't sculpt porcelain. You won't be able to withstand his size. F you. Of course I can. Either way, it's better than your 3-centimeter long sausage." Chloe was speechless as she replied, "You guys are so dirty. So, you know his size? Since when did you guys start mating?" "Don't listen to her bullshit. I've never touched her. Noah immediately tried to shake her accusations off. My A's! You didn't touch me? Who the hell did you latch onto that time at the hotel? A husky. Sarah was furious. Chloe couldn't control it and immediately laughed out loud at the conversation on her phone. Jack turned his head and looked at Chloe. What are you laughing about? Chloe didn't respond, but instead showed Jack her phone. Jack smiled as well. Noah and Sarah really did make a good team. It was a shame that they won't team up to do stand-up comedy. They had a lot of fun eating at this crawfish restaurant, and Chloe kept taking photos and chatting with Christina. By the time she turned around, Jack had quietly unshelled a plateful of crawfish for her. Chloe looked at the glistening white crawfish meat and suddenly became hungry. She picked some up and gobbled them down. Jack gently wiped her mouth with a napkin, as if he were taking care of a little kid. Damon chuckled and said in English, "If I didn't see it for my own eyes, I would find it hard to imagine that Jack would be so gentle. When I first met him at Harvard, he was as icy as the South Pole." Rick smiled. "It depends on who he's with. With his wife, he'll always be the best husband." Christina said enviously, "Damon, if you treat me like Jack treats his wife, then I'll marry you." "But I wasn't planning on proposing." Damon laughed. Christina laughed as well and started lightly punching Damon. The atmosphere was really nice. Chloe suddenly exclaimed that no matter how big a celebrity was, she was still a normal person. She still laughed, cried, and got mad, and beat someone, just like everyone else. Christina was really amiable when they actually hung out. After dinner, the group went to Rick's Seductive Fox for karaoke, the top floor of Seductive Fox. While Chloe and Christina were in the corridors, they were caught by surprise when Max jumped at them. "Goddess, please sign this autograph for me." Christina, petrified, quickly hid behind Chloe. "Don't be scared, he's my friend." Chloe introduced him like this. "Head nurse, tell her I'm a huge fan." Max couldn't hold it back anymore. If Brenton hadn't stopped him at the opening ceremony, he would have run up instantly. "Max, does your mother know how shameless you are in front of white women?" Not far behind them was Brenton, who teased Max. Beside him was Justin, in a white Versace outfit. Chloe put away her smile at the sight of Justin. Ever since she posted on her friend circle, dozens of people had messaged her to request autographs from the two superstars. Even Amelia and Thomas wanted autographs. Chloe began to regret that she showed off on Snap. If she kept a low profile, these annoying things wouldn't have happened. She didn't expect a rich heir like Max to be so infatuated with Christina as well. Maybe she really did have to go home and watch Vampire Count. Everyone in the country was obsessing over this show, as well as its stars. So, it must be good. "Christina, they're all my friends who want your autograph. What do you think?" Chloe turned around and said in English, "Head nurse, your English is so good." Max kissed A's with a smile on his face. Chloe ignored him, continued talking to Christina. Christina was relieved to hear that all these people were Chloe's friends. Max took photos like crazy in Seductive Fox's gold-plated corridor. Then, he uploaded the photos onto Snap to show off. Brenton also couldn't help but lean in for a photo with Christina. "Justin, don't you want a photo?" Brenton smiled as he looked at Justin. No. Naturally, Justin had no interest for Christina, because all of his attention was on Chloe. Justin walked up to Chloe and looked at her. "Not bad, little girl. You signed 2 international superstars. What a slap on my face. That's just fair competition. Plus, you were ruthless too, severing all methods of communication between Jack and GK headquarters." "I severed communications?" Justin was confused. "Wasn't it you?" Chloe became confused as well. "Why would I do something like that? If I were to find a hacker, I would have stopped the live broadcast today, and no one would be able to see the ceremony." You have a point there." Chloe realized that she needed to do some thinking. Aside from Jack's competitor Justin, who else would try to screw with GK and Jack? "It wasn't me. I'm not taking the blame for this, Justin explained. Ha 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 ha. Chloe laughed out loud. What the hell are you laughing about? Justin was speechless. You make it sound like you always get blamed for stuff. Chloe laughed. In the past? No, but ever since you appeared in my life, I do get wronged a lot. What Justin said was the truth. So, you're saying that my appearance in your life made you unlucky? Chloe teased. That's true. Even so, I still thank my lucky stars to have met you. Chloe immediately fell silent upon hearing what Justin said. Justin was seldom so cheesy, so she didn't want to say anything else, in case things got even more awkward. Shortly after, Rick came out. You guys should go in. We're waiting for you. Rick looked at Chloe, and then at Justin. Okay. Chloe held onto Christina's hand and pulled her into the private room. Chloe, remember to give me Christina's contact information. I'm going to visit her in the States soon. Okay? Max shouted. Chloe just ignored him. Justin's gaze followed her until she disappeared into the room. Rick came out and greeted him. Young Master Cooper. Hey, Big Boss Rick, you seem to be really close with President Dawson. Justin had long noticed their relationship. When Jack went out for a drink, he never went anywhere else but Seductive Fox. Unlike Justin and the others, they've hung out at all the nightclubs in the city and even a couple of the private clubs. Most suspiciously, when Aaron got into trouble here, the Gale family hired people to erase the security footage of what happened, but Jack still got the original version. This only meant that Seductive Fox provided that video to Jack. Justin was well aware of that. Therefore, he guessed that Seductive Fox's owner was probably a close friend of Jack's. We're old friends. I met him back in the U.S. Rick didn't try to hide things. Oh, no wonder, Brenton said in realization. Like Jack, Rick was a low-profile mogul. He was buried in riches but never showed off. This was because most of Rick's family members were involved in unspeakable businesses. After some small talk, Rick turned around and went back into the private room Jack was in. After they sang a little karaoke, the group left Seductive Fox. Jack took Chloe home. Honey, they might be your friends, but we can't just let Damon and Christina come for nothing. We need to give them compensation, Chloe reminded. Don't worry, I've made arrangements already. They're not going to take money, so I prepared some porcelain pieces for them. By the way, Christina kept saying how much she likes you. Jack smiled proudly. Christina's really nice as well. She's passionate and free-spirited. Where you grow up really matters. Americans are so outgoing and have great personalities. Chloe smiled. Jack drove all the way back to their manor on South Hill. Although it was already midnight, all the lights at the South Hill Manor were still on. Security guards stood outside, taking shifts to guard the premises 24 hours a day. When Uncle saw them come in, he immediately walked up to them. Sir, madam, would you like some midnight snacks? Jack turned his head to look at Chloe. Honey, are you hungry? Chloe shook her head. Then let me get the madam some sweet soup they just made in the kitchen. Then, Uncle turned around. Chloe happily hugged Jack's arm. I feel much safer when you're at home. I'll bring you with me next time. Jack lovingly raised his finger to graze the tip of her nose. I want to, too. But Southside's been really busy recently. Ever since Hospital Deputy Director Jat was fired, our branch has been left without a leader. Director Richard sometimes comes over to meet with us. But there are so many miscellaneous things to do. Anyways, I get a headache just thinking about it. Don't overwork yourself. Work is limitless, but health is. I know. After the two of them had some sweet soup in the living room, they went upstairs. Just as Chloe came out of the shower, she saw Jack putting on his jacket. Are you going out? Yeah. There's an emergency I need to deal with. You should go to sleep first, honey. Fine. Chloe was slightly disappointed. Jack had just come back, and now he was leaving again. Good girl. Jack gently kissed her forehead and turned around to go downstairs. After Jack left, an exhausted Chloe fell onto her bed and thought back at everything that happened today. It felt like a dream to her. She was actually able to resolve GK's PR nightmare. She even got Cody and Emery to sign with GK. Now that she thought about it, she was one lucky duck. Just then, Lisa, who hadn't spoken to Chloe in a while, sent her a smiley face with teeth via Snap. Chloe immediately replied with a smiley face with teeth as well. I went into preterm labor and gave birth to my baby daughter last night. She's tiny and weighs less than 5 pounds, but she's really healthy. What? How did you give birth after only 7 months? Chloe was surprised. Abiahach Jenny came looking for me at home. She's pregnant too, but she still came to provoke me. We got into a fight, and I went into preterm labor. She's no better, though, and had a miscarriage. Chloe's heart sank. Then she nervously asked, What about Simon? What did he say? He came last night and took off after one glance at our child. I think he went looking for his other woman. Aside from Jenny, he's also been hooking up with a young model born in her early 20s. Lisa, I'm so sorry. At that moment, Chloe seriously sympathized with Lisa. Lisa then sent her a 2-second voice message of her laughing bitterly and sighing. Chloe, do you believe in karma? I think that everything that's happened to me so far is karma. When I began dating Simon, you guys probably didn't even completely break up yet. Back then, he flirted with Jenny and me at the same time. I naively thought that he loved me, that we were meant to be, and that you were history. But now that I think about it, I was such a fool. You climbed out of a bear trap, but I jumped in myself. He didn't used to be like this. Maybe he was provoked. Chloe thought back to their time in university. Simon was really good to her. Why else would she initially consider marrying him? Why would he be like that now? Simon said that it was because Chloe provoked him. But Chloe never asked him to hire prostitutes, look for mistresses, spend every day at the bar, and be an a-hole. In the end, he chose the path that he eventually went down. A man who blamed a woman for all the unfortunate things that had happened to them was never going to go far in life. You're wrong. Maybe he was always like that. But he just hit it really well when he was with you. A distant journey tests the strength of a horse, and a long task proves the character of a man. After we got married, we spent every day together, so I quickly found out who he really was. I just feel bad for my daughter. So, what do you plan to do now? Worried, Chloe asked her. Get divorced. As soon as I recover, I'm suing for divorce. Is your family okay with it? Yeah, my uncle said that he's going to fire Simon because he's no use to the ophthalmology department anymore. He's always drunk and can't even perform simple surgeries. All he does is drive around my BMW and hit on girls, Lisa said angrily. You're still recovering from childbirth and need to take care of yourself. Don't get so angry. Chronic diseases will be hard to recover from. I know. Then, Lisa said, Chloe. Yeah? I'm leaving. To where? Surprised, Chloe didn't expect Lisa to say something like this. After I recover and get divorced, I'm going to take my daughter abroad. We're going to go live in the United States. My father bought me a house there, and my parents are coming with me. I want to leave this place. I've suffered so much here. If I go abroad, I would be able to start over. That's good. With your talents and background, you'll be able to live a better life, no matter where you go. Your child will enjoy a better education as well. Yeah, I thought so too. Can we meet up before I leave? I appreciate everything you've done to save me and my daughter. Sounds good. Just give me a call when the time comes. Okay then, get some rest soon. Goodbye. Goodbye. After saying goodbye, Chloe hung up her phone with a heavy heart. Time passed by so fast. Back when Lisa first came to the hospital, she was domineering and arrogant. After hearing what Jenny said, she was provoked and began picking on Chloe. Back then, Chloe really didn't like her. She thought that Lisa was crazy and suffered from princess syndrome. But now, Lisa finally saw through life. After she was betrayed, heartbroken, and almost died, she finally became a mother. Now that Chloe thought of it, Lisa's life really hadn't been easy. But why would Simon act like that? She hadn't seen him in a while now. What kind of man would not even care about his own daughter? Jack drove his Maybach all the way to an illegal clinic in the outskirts of town. Rick was dressed in a black leather outfit. We were going to take him to Other City but were ambushed and he was shot. Whoever it was came prepared. Jack nodded. He walked in and saw a dying man on a bed with pools of blood on his chest. "Since you're dying, you might as well tell me who ordered you to screw up construction." Jack's expression was icy as he faintly spoke. "I can't tell you," the man managed to say with great difficulty. "Do you plan on taking your secret to hell?" Jack looked at him coldly. "I can't." Then, that man's neck tilted, and he died. Jack seemed to have expected this to happen. Whoever shot him was a professional assassin who managed to make a fatal wound with one shot. The only reason he was able to stay alive until Jack came was because Rick gave him a huge shot of cardiac stimulant right in his heart. "So, he didn't say anything, did he?" Rick asked. "He won't say. Someone probably blackmailed him or threatened him with his family." Jack analyzed. Rick nodded his head. "Have you offended someone recently? Do you think Justin did this?" "No. Justin would never do anything this low. Whoever did this is despicable and vicious, murdering whoever poses as a threat to him at every turn. It doesn't sound like Justin's style. If the enemy is in the dark and you are out in the open, it's going to be problematic," Rick said with a heavy tone. "It's fine. I think he just wants to stir up trouble in my life, but hasn't actually threatened my safety. I am worried, though, about my wife. Rick, if I'm out of town, please keep an eye on her and don't let anyone near her." "I got it." Rick nodded. If someone wanted to teach Jack a lesson, the best way to do so would be to kidnap Chloe. What Chloe didn't know was that every day, from when she left for work until she got home, there had always been people watching her and protecting her. Because Jack didn't want anything to happen to her. Chloe was already deep asleep when Jack got home. He showered in another bathroom because he didn't want to wake Chloe up. Then, he tiptoed onto the bed and gently embraced her. Right now, Chloe was in dreamland. She dreamt that she was standing in a giant forest. A man stood across from her, but she couldn't see his face. "Who are you?" Chloe asked. "Chloe, I'm your father." "Father?" Chloe repeated. That voice did not belong to Timothy. "Who are you?" Chloe wanted to walk up to him so she could see him better. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move. "Chloe, I'm your father." Then, the man slowly disappeared into the distance. "Dad, don't go." Chloe suddenly woke up with a start. Jack immediately hugged her. "Did you have a bad dream?" Chloe breathed heavily. "I dreamed of a man who said that he was my father." "Don't worry. I've been investigating this whole time. I will definitely help you find your parents." Jack knew that ever since Chloe found out that she wasn't Timothy's daughter, she had been wanting to look for her real family. Sadly, this process had been met with endless difficulties. Someone must have been placing obstacles in their way on purpose. Plus, their enemy was in the dark, and they were out in the open, so it made things even more difficult. "Honey, do you think they may have died already?" Chloe asked in sorrow. "Of course not. I think both your parents are alive. You might even have siblings." Jack gently stroked her beautiful hair and consoled her. The next morning, after Jack drove Chloe to Southside for work, he got on a plane and headed to Other City. The accident hadn't been completely dealt with, and the person responsible for this tofu dreg project had died. Jack couldn't make a dead person take responsibility. Therefore, he had to be there in person. If push came to pull, he would take all the blame. After all, 4 people died. Including Kane, 5 people had lost their lives in this accident. Jack suddenly had a feeling that this secret enemy was terrifying, even more so than Justin, because he could control the life and death of people. Friday arrived in the blink of an eye. At the end of the day, before Chloe even went out the front entrance, she saw Andrew standing outside, in front of his black Porsche. "Little sister Chloe, is it time to come home with me today?" Andrew smiled as he sucked on a lollipop. "I know." Chloe glanced at Andrew for a brief second, before quietly getting on her Audi R8. They drove different cars and headed towards the Green Mansion. The good news was, Jack was still in Other City. If he was at home, there was no way he would let her spend the night at the Green Mansion. Who were the Greens? A bunch of wild animals. Half an hour later, at the Green Mansion, changing out of her uniform, Chloe put on simple clothes. However, ever since she married Jack, she had been wearing brand-name clothing. Today, she was wearing a Channel floral pattern dress from this season, paired with a white cardigan and pale pink heels. Her heels weren't high, but they looked delicate and cute on her. Everyone was surprised to see Chloe walk in. "Chloe, you're back?" Timothy sat on a European-style couch and asked her. "Yeah." Chloe's reaction was as indifferent as it always was. "You knew it was Andrew's birthday today? Everyone's here today. It's great that we can have a family gathering," Timothy said profoundly. Surprised, Chloe paused for a moment before turning around to glance at Andrew. So, it was his birthday today. But he didn't say anything about it. She didn't even buy him a present or cake. Wow, that's awkward. "Dinner's almost ready. Hey, where's Brenny? Isn't she back yet?" Timothy's wife, Lily, sat down beside Timothy, pretending to ask. Liam played with his phone as he answered. "She said that her car broke down and needed to be taken to the shop. She said not to wait for her. She could have left her car there and came back. She's so unbelievable these days." Timothy pretended to be angry. Was her car actually broken, or does she not want to drive it out of the parking lot of the bar? Lily half-jokingly said. Evelyn immediately objected. "Don't say that. Brenny may be stubborn, but she knows that it's her brother's birthday today. She knows when to behave. I'm sure that something went wrong with her car. Timothy, Breeny's Porsche, has been having problems. Maybe it's because of the accidents she had gotten into. The car parts are probably damaged. Maybe we should buy her a new one." "Okay, do as you see fit. Okay." Evelyn smiled. Not only did she get Brenny out of trouble, she also got her daughter a new car. Talk about scheming. One of the reasons Chloe hated the Green family was that it was always filled with gunfire. They were constantly prepared for war, and didn't seem like a family at all. Even if they lived in a billion-dollar mansion with gold-plated decorations, she would rather live in her sweet little home back in the poor people district. This just proves that money can't buy you everything. Since Brenny isn't back yet, let's not wait for her. Dinner's ready? Chloe is probably already hungry, Andrew said with a smile. Then, the group walked to a spacious dining room on the first floor. Andrew sat beside Timothy, and Chloe sat beside Andrew. Then sat Lily, Evelyn, and Liam. There were 18 dishes on the table. It seemed like the Green family took Andrew's birthday seriously. After all, they were still pretending to be one big happy family. The maid came out with a few bottles of expensive red wine and poured them each a glass. When the bottle reached Chloe, she immediately covered her glass with her hand. "Can I get something non-alcoholic? I can't drink. We're celebrating today, and you rarely ever come home for dinner. Have some." Timothy seemed to be commanding her, not allowing for her to refuse. However, Chloe still insisted. "I've been allergic to alcohol recently and can't drink. Can I get some watermelon juice?" Chloe glanced at the maid. Awkward, the maid looked at Timothy. Before anyone could say anything, Andrew said, "Get her some watermelon juice." "Yes, young master." At Andrew's command, the maid immediately ran into the kitchen to get some watermelon juice and placed it by Chloe. Then everyone raised their glass and wished Andrew a happy birthday. "Little sister Chloe, shouldn't you say something?" Andrew tilted his head at Chloe. She wasn't sure if he was smiling or just faking it. "I wish that you get blessed with a child soon." As soon as Chloe finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Especially Lily, who was usually old-fashioned, couldn't help but chuckle. "You're so funny. Your brother's not even married yet. With my brother's status, so many women are fighting to get with him. It's normal for him to have a child before he gets married. After all, the Green family is so big. We have to at least start somewhere." Haha. Good, good. You finally said something that's pleasant to the ear. The Green family will become more and more prosperous in the future. Timothy was happy with what Chloe said and took a sip of his wine. Amused, Andrew held his wine glass as he looked into Chloe's eyes. "I've been really tired recently. I think it'll be hard for me to have a baby for the time being. Once I become healthier, hopefully your words will come true, little sis." During this time, everyone took out their presents. "Andrew, with your status, you shouldn't be driving Ferraris and Maseratis. I bought you a Bentley." Timothy handed him the keys to a Bentley. "Thanks, Dad." Andrew smiled as he played with the keys in his hand. It looked like the old man Timothy was generous enough to give him a Bentley. He sure spared no expense. However, was there a trap behind his generosity? Lily took out a set of keys and passed it to her son. Then, she slowly said, "I bought a mansion for you at Wealth Garden, located in the Northern New Zone." "Mom, you're the best. How did you know that I liked Wealth Garden? I can live there. After I get married." Andrew smiled. Lily's expression was filled with motherly love. Although Andrew was not her biological son, she treated her like one, if not even better than one. They have had a good mother-son relationship over the years. Evelyn nudged Liam's arm, as if reminding him of something. Unwilling, Liam took out a paper bag and handed it to Andrew. "Happy birthday. I don't have much in the bank and only had enough money to buy you a belt." "Thank you, Liam." Andrew took the bag but didn't open it. However, Chloe recognized the brand and knew that it was a luxury brand belt, worth around $70,000. Evelyn took out a brocade box and smiled. "I know you have a lot of watches, but I really didn't know what to buy you. After discussing with Brenny, we decided to buy you this together. Do you like it?" It was a limited edition Omega watch. Andrew looked at it. It was about $200,000. It wasn't cheap, but wasn't expensive either. Evelyn picked out a really appropriate gift. Andrew smiled as he took over the watch and said, "Thank you, Auntie Evelyn. Please thank Brenny for me." Chloe sat there quietly. Rich people were sure different from regular people. Car, mansion, luxury watch, and belt. Those things probably cost at least $100 million altogether. To her, all that was too luxurious. Just then, Evelyn purposely asked in a gentle tone, "Chloe, what did you buy for your brother? Can we take a look?" Chloe felt awkward. She didn't buy anything for him. But to be fair, it wasn't her fault. That Andrew didn't even say anything about it being his birthday today. Just as Chloe was about to say that she didn't buy him anything, Andrew cut in front of her. "My little sister Chloe gave me my present already." "Oh? What did she buy you?" Timothy was curious. Lily smiled as well. "I bet it's something expensive. After all, our little Chloe is now the young madam of GK. Chloe realized that all of them already knew about her relationship with Jack. No wonder they all looked at her differently this time. So that was why. "Yeah, I bet Jack's wife is generous. Chloe, show us your gift." Liam sneered. "It's a secret. I can't show it to you guys. But I can say with confidence that little sister Chloe's present is my favorite," Andrew said mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Evelyn's expression changed. Then she looked at Timothy, and the two of them exchanged glances. "After dinner?" Chloe was eating fruit on the couch. "I'll ask the driver to take you home later," Timothy said. He didn't know that Chloe was staying. "It's fine, Dad. Chloe is staying here tonight," Andrew quickly interjected. "Here?" Everyone was surprised. Chloe never even wanted to come here, let alone stay overnight. So why was she staying? "Yeah, I'm a little tired today after work. so I thought I'd stay here," Chloe explained calmly. "You're not going home? Is Jack okay with that?" Timothy was still in disbelief. "Dad, my brother-in-law isn't at home. You heard about the accident at GK's branch company, right?" Andrew reminded him. Timothy slapped his forehead upon hearing that. "Oh, right, I remember now. The older I get, the more confused I become. Chloe, how's the situation over there? There's still some aftermath to take care of, and Jack's still working on it." "Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. We're family, so just tell me or your brother if you need anything. We'll help you to the best of our abilities." Timothy's remarks were so fake that Chloe felt like puking. She thought back at how he attempted to demolish the old house and threaten her mother. Chloe felt like slapping this old man across the face. He was such a hypocrite and petty man. But still, she couldn't show her disdain. In the end, Chloe chose to obediently nod her head. "I got it." After dinner, they chit-chatted for a little while longer before each going their own way. Timothy enjoyed reading and practicing calligraphy in his study. Lily spent most of her time reading scriptures in the mansion's temple. Evelyn, on the other hand, was a health nut, so she enjoyed walking around in the garden and trimming the greeneries around their establishment. As for Liam, he frequented nightclubs. After dinner, he immediately left, unwilling to stay another minute. Before leaving, he told the others that his friend's birthday was today, and he wasn't coming home until later, so they didn't have to wait for him. Chloe sneered in her head. How were they going to help someone like him stand on his own 2 feet? Even if he had 3 top-level aides with great wisdom and resource, he was still no match for Andrew. Andrew could place someone like Liam dead any time he wanted. If they lived in one of those Dynasty Kingdom dramas, Liam wouldn't make it past episode 2. Chloe wondered how someone like Timothy and Evelyn could give birth to an idiot like him that caused their family nothing but trouble. "Young master, Miss Chloe's room is ready." A maid walked up to them. "Okay then, Chloe, come up with me." Andrew put one hand in his pocket and went upstairs. Chloe quietly followed behind him. She was worried about Jack but couldn't call him in front of everyone else. She was distracted and didn't even notice when Andrew stopped in his tracks. With a bang, her entire body crashed into Andrew's. Then, it bounced back. They were still on the stairs, so her body arched back. Chloe was terrified. "Be careful." Thank goodness Andrew pulled on her arm just in time. That was close. Chloe was still recovering from the scare after she stood up. "What were you thinking about? Didn't you hear what I said?" Andrew looked at her and laughed. Chloe remained silent. "Are you thinking about how to make up for my birthday present?" "You can't blame me. You never told me it was your birthday," Chloe said righteously. "What if I said that I wanted one now? Is it too late?" Andrew put away his laughter and looked at Chloe in all seriousness. "Do you want me to go out and buy you a present?" Chloe was confused. "No, you already have something I want." Andrew stared at her and said, word for word, Chloe's heart sank. She wasn't sure what Andrew wanted. "Are you going to give it to me or not? How am I supposed to give it to you if you didn't even tell me what you wanted?" "Haha, simple. I want a lock of your hair." Andrew then reached out his hand to touch Chloe's head. However, she impolitely brushed it away. "Why do you want my hair? Are you planning to put a curse on me?" Chloe looked at him with a grim expression. "Haha, you have such a wild imagination. It's a shame that you don't write novels." Andrew burst into laughter. He had never laughed so happily in a long time. "Then what do you want my hair for?" To Chloe, asking someone for their hair was borderline creepy. She had read too many horror stories and didn't want to randomly give other people her hair. Andrew didn't answer her. Rather, he turned around and walked up to a guest room on the 2nd floor and opened the door. "This room is spacious. You can sleep here tonight." "Okay." Chloe nodded and walked in. She scanned the room. It was filled with postmodern decorations, mixed with black and blue. The room was simple, but nice to look at. To tell the truth, the room really fit her style. What else can I help you with? Chloe turned around to see Andrew still standing there, with no intention of leaving. Give me your hair. Andrew reached out his hand and asked for his birthday present. You didn't say what it was for. Why should I give it to you? Don't worry. I'm not going to curse you. I'm not that creepy, Andrew explained with a smile on his face. I wouldn't be so sure. Chloe was obviously unwilling. Andrew walked up to her and closed the door behind him. Then, he whispered into Chloe's ear, I want to test your DNA. Chloe was shocked upon hearing this. Why in the world would Andrew want to test her DNA? Did he find out about something? Andrew was amused at how Chloe's expressions changed. Then, he laughed. I must have frightened you. I was just joking. Why would I test your DNA? I already know you're my little sister. Chloe was suddenly at a loss for words. What's wrong? Didn't Uncle James do a DNA test with our dad all those years ago? What are you afraid of? Andrew asked. Chloe suddenly remembered that her mother told her that soon after she was born, Uncle James took her to get a paternity test with Timothy. The answer was obvious, but the Green family still didn't want to recognize her, all because she was a girl. Her life would have been much more different if she was born a boy. Everyone knew that Timothy favored sons. But if she was certain that she wasn't Timothy's daughter, then what was with the DNA test all those years ago? Did Uncle James do something? But why would he do that? Chloe was confused. From her investigations, Uncle James was the only person who knew the truth about everything. He probably knew exactly what went down at Towtown. If he knew the truth, why would Uncle James prove to Timothy that Chloe was his daughter with a DNA test? Why would he do that? For money? It didn't make sense. Because even after Timothy refused to recognize her, Uncle Jing still worked hard to make a living for their family. He treated her like his own. It probably didn't have anything to do with money. Seeing that Chloe was once again lost in thought and not paying attention to him, Andrew reminded her again, Chloe, my little sister, can't we just enjoy a conversation? I'm not giving you my hair, Chloe insisted. Is there really no room for negotiation? Andrew looked at her with puppy dog eyes. No. So, you're not going to give me a present? You're so cheap, Andrew muttered. Was she cheap? Of course not, but she didn't buy anything in advance. What's your Snap number? Chloe asked as she took out her phone. You're adding me? That immediately piqued Andrew's interest. Yeah. He rarely saw Chloe nodding her head. Andrew immediately took out his phone from his pocket and showed Chloe his QR code for her to scan. Here. Chloe quietly scanned the QR code with her phone and was speechless when she saw his account name. Gentleman Green. Was he a gentleman? Of course not. He probably had the most ironic account name. After he accepted her request, Chloe sent him a red packet. On the red packet was, Happy Birthday. Andrew exclaimed in pleasant surprise, Oh hey, I got a red packet. Nice. However, his mood immediately changed upon opening up the red packet. She only sent him $8.88. Thanks for being so generous, little sis. Andrew looked at Chloe hopelessly. You're already super rich. You don't need the money. It's the thought that counts. Fine. You do have a point there. I have nothing to say. Although Chloe only gave him a tiny red packet, Andrew was still exhilarated. That was because Chloe had added his Snap account. He still counted that as a win. Go to bed. I already made plans with friends. Andrew waved goodbye to her. Then, he turned around to leave, closing the door behind him. Chloe let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like he was really just fooling around with her, but it scared her half to death. The DNA test was just him pulling a stunt on her, wasn't it? Chloe sat by the bedside, bored to death. Unlike home, she felt restricted wherever she went. There wasn't a bathroom in the guest room, so even taking a shower felt like a hassle. She also didn't want to go all the way out to use the public bathroom, so she had no choice but to play with her phone. She ended up chit-chatting with Sarah. Huh? You said that you only gave Andrew $888? Sarah's hysterical laughter filled her voice message. Yup. Don't be so cheap. Remember how he bought you an $8 million bracelet on your birthday? So what? Chloe didn't think it was a big deal. $8 million is really different from $888. He doesn't need the money, and I wasn't informed in advance. There's nothing else I could give him, and he kept asking me for a present. So, I had no choice but to give him a red packet via Snap. Chloe sounded helpless. You're a genius, Sarah exclaimed. After chatting with Sarah for a while, Jack called her. Hey, hubby, Chloe obediently said. Why are you being such a good girl? Did you do something you shouldn't have? Jack asked. Of course not. Why would I? You didn't drink behind my back, did you? Jack sounded worried. I didn't. I promise. What are you up to? I was bored, so I chatted with Sarah for a while over Snap. What about you? I just finished work. How's the situation over there? Chloe was concerned. Pretty much all dealt with. I'll be back by tomorrow. That's great, Chloe sounded excited. Why, do you miss me? Jack chuckled. Of course I do. Yeah, I miss you too. I haven't had you in a while. I miss the way you taste. Ahem. Chloe broke into awkward coughs upon hearing Jack's explicit confession. Mr. Dawson, can't you be more mindful of your words? Why would I do that? Honey, you need to slowly get used to it. Chloe, honey, are you getting your visitor soon? Yeah. My time of the month will be here soon. Maybe I should buy a return ticket home right now. Jack was anxious. If Chloe's time of the month comes, then he'll have to wait another week. It would probably drive him nuts. Ha! Don't joke around. Are you in that much of a hurry? Of course I'm in a rush. I can't wait for a second longer. Even though it was through the phone, Chloe was still slightly blushing. Jack wasn't the kind of person who had great desires, but he had always desired her. Honey, I'll be back tomorrow. Okay, then I'll get off work early and wait for you at home with food all cooked up. Okay? After they hung up, Chloe's heart was still filled with sweetness. Jack and she had always been in tacit agreement. They were mutually important in each other's lives, and they cared about each other dearly. Even though she still didn't know what happened over there, Chloe believed that Jack would take good care of everything. She was sure that Mr. Dawson's intelligence and talent would render all difficult problems not so difficult. At the Seductive Fox nightclub, Andrew's friends booked a luxurious private room here. There were 30 or so men and women inside, and everyone partied hard. Justin and Brenton were there as well. The atmosphere was very lively. Justin and Andrew sat together as they drank alcohol and talked. You seem to be very nice to Chloe, Andrew. The corners of Justin's lips curled up into a smile. She's my little sister, of course I should take care of her. Andrew knew that Justin was talking about what happened with Emery. He helped Chloe and GK, which meant that he indirectly went against Justin. However, luckily, Justin didn't care, because Andrew did it for Chloe. Then why didn't your little sister come to your birthday party today? Justin had hints of mockery in his tone. After all, he knew that Andrew wasn't that close with Chloe. Or, one could simply say that Chloe didn't like this bigger brother of hers at all. Andrew picked up the dense mockery, but instead he laughed. My little sister Chloe's tired. She went to bed after we had dinner. I just saw her back to the guest room to rest right before I came over here. She's at your place? Justin was a bit surprised. Yeah, that little girl came back home with me after work. She had dinner with me and even sent me a Snap Red pocket. With that, Andrew took out his phone and showed it off to Justin. Then, before Justin could say anything, he added, even though it's only $888, from what I know, all these years, hardly anyone received money from her. That's true, Justin replied sourly. Why were others lucky enough to have her Snap? Why couldn't he get it too? How is our President Cooper doing these days? I hear that Gianna girl at Imperial Star is very popular right now. She's not my type. Justin held up his glass and slowly took a sip. Are you still hung up on my little sister? She's married. Andrew laughed. You don't need to remind me of this, I know. So what if she's married? Can she swear that she will be with Jack for the rest of her life? I don't believe so. I'll just wait until they get divorced. Haha, that might be a bit hard. I've never been scared of difficult things, Justin said confidently. Okay, then I hope that your dream will come true soon. How about you help me convince that little sister of yours? She should ditch Jack sooner than later. I really don't see what's so great about that guy. He always has that frigid face on and never looks happy. He's incredibly conservative and stuck up like a little old man. What a bore. Justin acted like a little kid, trash-talking Jack in front of Andrew. Andrew only laughed. If my words meant anything to her, things wouldn't have ended up like this. You know how capricious that little sister of mine is. The two laughed and talked, and it was soon late into the night. Andrew always welcomed pretty women with open arms, and he was known to be an infamous playboy in their circle. Tonight, plenty of beautiful women wanted to leave with him. After all, he was handsome, gentle, and apparently incredibly skilled in bed as well. So no one could contain themselves around him. Just as those women fought around desperately, the private room door was suddenly pushed open. "Whoa! The big star is here!" shouted someone in the private room. Emery walked in gracefully. She wore a golden dress, and her wavy long hair dropped down her shoulders. Then, she directly sat down beside Andrew. "I just finished recording a new song. Sorry I'm late," Emery said. "It's fine. I'm glad that you came." Andrew gently smiled. "Mr. Cooper is here as well." Emery nodded, and greeted Justin upon seeing him. "If I knew that you weren't going to the States, then I would have asked you to sign with Imperial Star." Justin looked at Emery and said half-jokingly, "Mr. Cooper, don't flatter me. Imperial Star is the home to so many famous stars, so how could you guys even make room for a little star like me?" Emery was extremely talented, so even when she was speaking with a big character like Justin, she was still very confident, which the others admired. Breton and Justin both laughed and didn't say anything. Andrew hung out with them for a bit before looking at the time. It was late, so he led Emery out of Seductive Fox. Everyone else left and went about their own ways. Perhaps it was because she drank quite a lot today, but she wrapped her arms around Andrew's neck, refusing to let go. "I can't today," Andrew decisively refused. "Why not?" Emery was a bit disappointed. "Emery, you never ask why." Andrew smiled, got into his car, and then drove away with her. "I think I might know. The truth is, I knew from the day I first saw her. Her eyes look a lot like mine. No, they're prettier than mine, so you're only good to me because of her this whole time, right? Emery, women shouldn't be too smart. It's too tiring." Andrew didn't directly respond, but it was as if he indirectly confessed. Emery felt extremely uncomfortable, but she tried to not show it. She didn't say anything along the way until they arrived at her place. Emery wasn't willing to give up, so she asked, "You're really not coming up with me? It's fine if you don't stay, but we can at least fool around." Emery was very straightforward. What she meant was that he didn't have to stay overnight and could leave as soon as they finished having sex. However, Andrew still refused. "Go upstairs. It's getting late." "Okay then. Be careful on the way back. Bye." Finally, Emery reluctantly waved and turned to head upstairs. Andrew drove away in the new Bentley the old man gave him. Late at night, at 11:30 p.m. It took a while for Chloe to adjust to the new bed, and because she was used to the bed at Imperial Park, she even had trouble sleeping when she first spent the night at South Hill Manor. It was because she wasn't used to it. She originally thought that she wouldn't be able to sleep over here, but to her surprise, the incense in the room smelled really nice. She actually fell asleep in a daze. She had never smelled this scent, even as a medical professional. It was a very strange scent. What she didn't know was that there was a unique hypnotic perfume inside the incense lamp, so Chloe slept very heavily. Just then, the door of the room slowly opened. Andrew walked in wearing a pair of simple and clean black pants and a white shirt. He slowly walked to the side of the bed and looked at Chloe, who was deep asleep. His expression became gentle. He reached out to pull on the corner of the blanket and covered her up. Then, he looked at her extremely delicate face and quietly said, "Chloe, finally, it's only you and me left in this world." Yes, at that very moment, only the two of them were left in the world, in this space reserved only for them. Everyone in the Green family had fallen asleep, while Andrew stood beside the bed, greedily looking at Chloe. It was as if he could never get enough looking at her. Her sleeping at the Green Mansion was a rare luxury for him. It was him who got Emery to give up her future in Hollywood, and this was the chance that he received in exchange. His condition was very simple. It was to get her to stay overnight by herself. Even though he clearly knew that Chloe was deep asleep, and that she wouldn't know even if he did anything, he still chose not to do anything. Under the blurry moonlight, he inspected Chloe's delicate nose and her ruby lips. Andrew felt like something began to slowly grow inside his heart. "Chloe, you're so great, but how long do I really have to wait? How long do I have to wait for you?" Andrew's eyes deepened. Chloe had a very blurry dream. She kept feeling that someone was watching her in her room, but she couldn't wake up at all. The next morning, Chloe got up and washed up at 6 a.m. in the morning. Then she went downstairs before the others woke up. She wanted to leave the Green family immediately, not wanting to stay for a moment longer. However, to her surprise, she bumped into Brenny, who had just come home, at the door. It seemed like she just got back. She still had on full makeup. Her hair was all messed up as well, and her heels were covered in dirt. "Why are you here?" Brenny looked at Chloe, impolitely questioning her. "Why can't I be here? My last name is Green as well." Chloe provoked her on purpose. Dad still hasn't publicly acknowledged you yet, so don't shamelessly kiss our ass with that mom of yours. You don't have to talk that loud. They're both mistresses. The pot is just calling the kettle black. How incredibly stupid of you." Chloe no longer planned to talk to Brenny, so after she spoke, she walked away. However, Brenny violently grabbed onto her hair. She didn't hold back at all. Recently, Brenny often went out to fool around, and after she drank, she would return at a very late hour. The person she adored the most was Justin, and she definitely didn't have a chance with him anymore. Justin had completely ignored her and wouldn't even give her a chance to eat with him. Once she heard that Chloe married Jack, she was again incredibly pissed off. She was overwhelmed with jealousy. Why did Chloe, with such ordinary looks and background, get to have everything? Brenny was unwilling to settle. Under her fury, she lost control and actually grabbed onto Chloe's hair. Chloe didn't expect Brenny to attack her. Was she crazy? Chloe turned around and saw that Andrew had choked Brenny by the throat and pushed her head down to the table by the corner. "Let go of me. Don't ever do such an ill-bred thing ever again." Andrew stared coldly into Brenny's eyes. "What's it to you? I'm just teaching that betch a lesson," Brenny cried out in revolt. Andrew increased his force when the word betch came out. He choked Brenny so hard that she could barely breathe. Let go. You let go. If I ever see you cause trouble for Chloe again, you'll immediately be kicked out of the country. Liam has come back well-behaved from the Philippines, so maybe I should send you out of country too? I hear that men there do gross things to women on buses. You must love that, given your personality. Andrew enunciated each word. Brenny was so scared that she immediately went pale. No. Get lost. Seeing you have really spoiled my day." Andrew suddenly let go, and Brenny rapidly ran upstairs. "You're not scared that she'll tell the old man how you treated her?" Chloe asked Andrew as she looked at him. Andrew held up a handkerchief, wiped both of his hands on it, and then said nonchalantly, "If I'm scared of that, then would I still be all right in this family after all these years?" "Ha, that's true." Chloe actually admired Andrew. He was a foster son, and not only did he manage to live in the Green family for decades, but his position and power was also as stable as a mountain. "You're leaving so early. You still haven't had breakfast yet, Andrew said as he looked at Chloe. No thanks, I'm not hungry. Huh. I'm guessing you don't want to stay a moment longer. That's fine. I'm about to head out as well, so let's go together. We're both driving. What's the point in leaving together? Chloe felt a bit helpless. It depends on who it is, Andrew said profoundly, and then he went out the door with Chloe. Brenny crazily knocked on the master bedroom door after she ran upstairs. Evelyn opened the door in her pajamas, and the noise woke Timothy up as well. The latter got up and leaned on the headboard. Brenny, what are you doing this early? Mom, Dad, Andrew tried to choke me, and he even said that he'll send me out of the country. Brenny cried and rambled in terror. What happened? Evelyn slightly frowned. Timothy also looked towards the door. Tell her to come in. Evelyn opened the door, and Brenny was crying so hard that her makeup had melted away, making her face look like a panda. After Brenny came in, she told them what happened while she cried. Of course, she placed more significance on their wrongs and less on her own. After hearing her story, Timothy asked, Did you curse at Chloe again? I didn't. We just had a brief conversation, Brenny said timidly. You don't need to hide it from us. I know what you're like. How many times have I told you that Chloe is no longer like before? She's now the wife of President Dawson and the young madam of GK. We still need to get her on our side to help you to deal with Andrew. Now this is great. You've pushed her to his side. Isn't it normal for Andrew to help Chloe? I knew that he was trying to get Chloe on his side when he convinced her to come back for his birthday this time. Evelyn was speechless towards her brainless daughter. Timothy's expression sunk as well. Brenny, you need to control yourself. You can't fool around like this anymore. Dad, I don't want to go outside. Don't let me go abroad. Liam barely made it back from the Philippines. After all that time, it's terrifying. It turned out she was worried about being sent off. Don't worry. Your dad adores you. It won't happen. Evelyn pulled onto Brenny's hand to console her, as she felt bad for her daughter. As long as I live, it wouldn't be that foster son's turn to make decisions. I know exactly what to do about it. But you shouldn't cause any more needless trouble. I know, Dad. Brenny relaxed quite a bit when she heard that her father would protect her. Don't run around anymore from now on. We'll have to start planning for your marriage. Dad, I don't want to get married so early. That's not for you to decide. You have to think about the bigger picture, Timothy advised. Brenny, do you still have hope with Justin? Evelyn probed. Brenny shook her head all dejected. I can't even see him now. Justin's circle is very closed off. Only a few people get to hang out with him. I was lucky enough to meet him a few times before, but he wouldn't acknowledge me at all. Apparently, Justin is interested in Chloe. Timothy remembered what Andrew told him earlier. She's such a flirtatious vixen. How shameless is she? She's married, but still won't settle down. I can't believe she would seduce Mr. Cooper. How disgusting is she? Shut up. Listen to your father. Evelyn stared at her daughter. If Justin really likes Chloe, then her words might contain some weight. Why don't we let Brenny follow Chloe, and maybe get her to introduce Brenny to see Justin? But the Cooper family isn't a family we could just marry into if we wanted to. Evelyn was a bit worried. That's fine. As long as Brenny is pregnant, the Cooper family wouldn't deny it. That old man in the Cooper family is very conservative and strict, Timothy analyzed. Dad, are you asking me to beg Chloe? I don't want to. I hate her to death. You don't need to show up. Given your relationship with her, she won't help you anyways. I'll think of something. Okay, Dad. As long as I can be with Justin, I'll follow all of your plans. Brenny wiped off her tears and immediately forgot about her sadness before. Timothy was especially skilled at scheming, and now he had laid his plans on Chloe. This was because the latter was just too valuable. Of course, Chloe wasn't so easy to talk to either, so he had to carefully plan this. Chloe and Andrew left the Green Mansion one after another and separated at the intersection. Chloe drove straight to Southside. When she got to the office, a delivery man came up to her. Are you Miss Chloe Green? I am. This is the breakfast Mr. Andrew ordered for you. After the delivery man spoke, He pulled out an exquisitely decorated bento box and placed it on the table. Put it here. Okay, please enjoy. Chloe changed into her white lab coat and looked at the breakfast. Andrew sure was a very considerate and well-thought-out person. There was a lot to choose from. Fried dough sticks, hot soy milk, salty side dishes. Just as she prepared to eat, Andrew sent her a message. Did you get the breakfast? I just did. Good. You have stomach problems, so try not to go off on an empty stomach in the future. Thanks. This was the first time that Chloe didn't speak to Andrew with resentment. She didn't even genuinely say thanks to him like this on the day they signed Emory. Ever since high school, Chloe had been dealing with stomach problems. She didn't like to eat breakfast, so she would often go to school on an empty stomach. It later turned into gastritis, and her stomach would always hurt whenever she ate anything cold, hot, too hard, or too spicy. Andrew knew a little problem that not even Jack noticed. He even knew that she took omeprazole. It was incredible. After Chloe had breakfast, she symbolically swiped through her friend circle to see what everyone was up to. She unexpectedly Andrew's post. Andrew should have posted about the nightclub and partying with stars last night. However, he only posted a photo in his friend circle this morning. It was a screenshot of the red pocket Chloe sent him. He blurred out Chloe's name, but Chloe knew from the $888 she sent that it was from her. Aside from her, no one would have the guts to send $888 to Andrew. After Andrew posted, his comments section filled up. Ha ha ha? What's up, Mr. Green? Who sent this to you? It sure is one big fat red pocket. Prince Green. Who is this? Why did you cover their name up? Let us see. Sir, tell me who sent this red pocket. This is purposely humiliating the Green Corporation. I'm going to beat this person up right now. In the comment section, all sorts of things were said. Andrew didn't reply, as he only laughed at them. However, Justin's reply was quite interesting. He only replied with 4 words. I want one too. Andrew replied to him, then I'll send you $888 in a bit. I don't want it from you. I want one from her. Justin arrogantly replied. Haha, I can't help you then. Andrew was quite pleased with himself. He knew that Justin was so jealous of him that he was going crazy. This was the first time in his life that he felt this superior. After breakfast, Chloe got busy with work. During this, she sent a message to Jack. He had just gotten onto the plane and would land 3 hours later. Chloe was very happy at the thought that she would be able to sleep on the same bed as Mr. Dawson tonight. At lunchtime, just as she was about to head to the cafeteria, she received a call. Chloe, I'm Victoria. Ah. It took a few seconds for Chloe to realize who it was. I'm by the entrance of your hospital. Come down for a bit. Okay. Chloe hung up and walked towards the entrance. Sure enough, Victoria's white Lexus was parked outside the hospital. What's wrong? Why aren't you coming in? Chloe asked as she looked at Victoria oddly through the car window. Get in. I want to take you somewhere, Victoria said as she looked at Chloe. Victoria was truly a bizarre woman. She rarely contacted Chloe, but each and every time she did, she always jumped right to the point. Victoria rarely liked posts or chatted with people on Snap. She was truly a very cold and unapproachable woman. However, she was willing to be friends with Chloe, which meant that weirdos liked to hang out with each other. If Victoria didn't tell Chloe that she was straight, Chloe would have suspected that she might be a lesbian. Where are we going? I still have to get back to work. Chloe was a bit hesitant. We'll be back very soon. Don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time. Okay. Chloe nodded as she opened the door and got in without another word. 10 minutes or so later, they arrived at a high-end Western restaurant. Victoria waved. Waiter, we're ready to order. Then, she looked at Chloe and said, They have very good steak here. I'll order some for you. Sure. Victoria then ordered 2 sets of steak, 2 beverages, along with fruit salad and ice cream. Then, they ate quietly. About 30 minutes later, they finished eating, and were well fed. Chloe curiously asked, "Did you ask for me to come here to eat with you?" "No, you're coming with me on a blind date." "Pish, blind date. Where is he?" Chloe looked around but didn't see anyone. "He'll be here soon. I plan to meet him at 12:30, so he'll be here once we finish eating." Should we have waited until he got here? Is this really okay?" Chloe thought that Victoria was really incredible, coming here half an hour earlier to eat a meal, and then wait for her date to come after she was fully fed. "Why should I wait for him? I don't even know him that well." Victoria sounded very reasonable. "So even you have to go on these dates, when you're this successful?" Chloe truly admired Victoria. She was young and beautiful with a high academic degree and came from a great family. She really didn't have any flaws. However, even a woman like her had to go on these dates. It was undeniably a bit sad. "Have you heard of ABCD law?" Victoria wiped the corners of her mouth and asked as she looked at Chloe. Chloe shook her head. "Okay, when did you arrive on Earth?" Victoria looked at Chloe helplessly, as if she was looking at an alien. Chloe thought that she was already up to date enough, as she would occasionally go on Weibo. But in Victoria's eyes, she suddenly became an alien. Victoria helplessly looked at Chloe, and then she slowly said, "If you divide male and female into 4 ABCD categories based on their merits, then A male will find B female, B male will find a C female, C male looks for D female, and finally A female is left with D male. They are people from opposite ends of the spectrum, and therefore will never end up together. Men never want to find someone more successful than him, and women would always want to find the best. That's the tragedy of society. So, as an A female, you're left behind," Chloe sighed. "Exactly." Chloe suddenly felt very grateful. She wasn't from a prestigious family and didn't have stunning looks. Therefore, she would place herself into the B category. And that's why she ended up with Mr. Dawson, an A-man. She thought that it was truly wonderful. Victoria's theory was quite reasonable. Just then, a young man with glasses walked towards them from not far away. Then, he looked at the 2 women at this table, a bit confused. "May I ask? Which of you is Miss Victoria?" The man in glasses spoke timidly. Chloe pointed at Victoria beside her. The man with glasses nodded, and then sat across from them. He first looked at the empty plates before him. Then he looked at Victoria and introduced himself. "Hi, my name is Grady. I studied finance at Jing University and have a master's degree. My mom is the chief manager of the Water Conservancy Bureau, and my father is an executive at a telecommunications company. We have 8 real estate investments in this city, and..." This dude was quite straightforward, as he immediately reported all of his information straight away. It was as if he was trying to recite a textbook. Chloe nearly laughed at what he said. Before the man in glasses could finish, Victoria impatiently waved her hand and stopped him from speaking. "Sorry, let me interrupt you for a second." Victoria then asked, "Sorry, I've no interest in your family background, financial situation, or your parents' job. Marriage is between 2 people, so I'm only concerned about you. I agreed to go on this date with you because you said in your resume that your IQ is 135. Is that true?" "Yes, it is." The man in glass nodded and seemed to feel a bit superior. "Very well, then I'll ask you 3 questions. Let's see if you can answer them." There are questions," Chloe quietly mumbled upon hearing what Victoria said. "If I don't ask him questions, then how would I know if he lied about his high IQ? There are tons of liars around nowadays." Upon hearing what Victoria said, Chloe actually thought that she was very reasonable. So she quietly ate her ice cream and waited to see what kind of questions Victoria would ask her date. After all, it sounded like fun. There's 1 stick of incense, with uneven diameter from top to bottom. Back then, incense was used to calculate time. For example, burning up one incense was equivalent to 1 hour in time, but if the thickness of the incense is uneven, it would sometimes burn slower and sometimes faster. Therefore, after half of it burns, it wouldn't necessarily mean that half an hour had passed. So, what do you think we should do to precisely calculate half an hour on an incense stick that isn't evenly thick? The man in glasses was dumbfounded upon hearing Victoria's question. He thought that Victoria would give him a brain twister, like, there are 7 monkeys on the tree, and 1 monkey on the ground. How many monkeys are there in total? However, after Victoria asked her question, he thought long and hard, but still couldn't come up with an answer. Dude, it's been a minute. Do you know the answer or not? Victoria looked at her watch impatiently. Give me some more time to think about it. The man in glasses was a bit anxious. The truth was, this guy really wanted to use his phone to Google it, but he was completely helpless since the 2 women across from him were watching over him. Just then, Victoria looked at Chloe. Tell him, I can't stand it. Chloe stopped eating ice cream and then calmly said, This is actually very simple. Just light up both ends of the incense, and even though the place the 2 ends will meet might not be the very middle of the incense stick, the time they meet just happens to be half of the incense, which would be half an hour. Did you hear that? Victoria looked at the man in glasses. He nodded. I've learned a lesson. Next question, then. There are more questions? The man in glasses was a bit nervous. Isn't your IQ 135? I've got someone with an IQ of 130 sitting beside me, and I still have to ask her to test out your intelligence. The man in glasses looked at Chloe with guilt. Victoria continued to say, This is relatively easier, and I'll give you 10 seconds to answer it. Listen carefully. There are socks of 4 different colors placed by my bedside, and each time I wear them, I would always randomly pick a few, and then match a pair from those. How many socks do I have to randomly pick up each time to ensure that there is at least a matching pair amongst these socks? I think, it should be 4 socks, replied the man in glasses. Chloe looked at him sympathetically and interrupted. She has 4 pairs of different colored socks. So what if she's unlucky and picks out 4 different colors? Right. I didn't think of that. The man in glasses clearly only realized then. Chloe added with sympathy. So she needs to grab at least 5 individual socks each time to ensure that there would be a match. Victoria coldly looked at the man in glasses. Is your IQ really 135? How did that happen? I don't think so. My school gave me this rating, and I answered a lot of questions as well. The man in glasses felt wronged. Fine, then I'll give you one last chance. If you can't answer this question, then you better leave and not waste my time. I can't stand men with low IQ. Victoria then continued to ask, A bandit has captured a farmer. He said to the farmer, Do you think I'll kill you? If you guess right, then I'll let you go. If you guess wrong, then I'll kill you. The farmer thought for a moment and replied, You will kill me. So the bandit let him go, and the farmer saved himself. So, how did this farmer guess correctly? The man in glasses' face filled with confusion once again upon hearing Victoria's question. These questions were all very weird, and he had never heard them before. This is super easy. Why is it taking so long? Victoria was a bit irritated. She definitely had to educate that old man of hers once she got back. What sort of people did he arrange for her? His high IQ was obviously faked. The man in glasses seemed to be trapped in thought and couldn't come up with an answer. Finally, with no other option, he sneakily took out his phone and placed it under the table. Before he could search for it, Victoria said, Don't ask Google. It doesn't suit your status as an alumnus from the prestigious Jing University. Her words filled the man with embarrassment, and his face became as red as a monkey's ass. He was suddenly out of options and didn't know what to do. Then he remembered the woman who came along with Victoria seemed to be really smart. Therefore, he looked at Chloe, asking for help. Chloe slowly took her time to finish the last bite of ice cream and said, This question actually tests your logic. First, there are issues with the bandit's question. If the bandit believed that the farmer's response, "You will kill me," was wrong, then it proves that he never really wanted to kill the farmer, and the farmer won't die. If the bandit thought that the farmer's response, "You will kill me," was right, then the bandit will have to fulfill his promise and let the farmer go, so the farmer still won't die. That's the flaw in this question. Ah, I see. The man in glasses suddenly realized. Okay, you can go now. Waiter, the bill. Victoria stood up. Wait, can you give me another chance? I might have been too nervous. The man in glasses anxiously explained. I don't have that much time to play brain twisters with you. Bye. Ah, then miss, can you leave me your contact information? We can be friends or something. The man in glasses turned his attention to Chloe when he saw that he no longer had a chance with Victoria. Now it was Chloe's turn to be speechless. What an odd set-up date. Are you trying to flirt with her? You're not worried that her husband will beat the pig brain out of you? Victoria laughed. You're married? The man in glasses looked at Chloe with disappointment. Yes. Chloe nodded. Then it's truly a pity. The man in glasses looked all defeated as he took his bag and walked out of the restaurant. Chloe got into Victoria's car and couldn't help it but laugh. Your date is so weird. This is one of the normal ones. I've also been set up with science freaks in the past. He studied chemistry and often makes explosions. He even brought along explosives when he came to eat with me. It was terrifying. He even called himself a lonely genius. Haha. It's hard to find a decent boyfriend these days. Chloe chuckled. Totally. So I really admire you. Getting your hands on your husband as early as high school. Chloe smiled embarrassedly upon hearing what Victoria said. At the hospital entrance, Victoria got off of the car to see Chloe back to the hospital. You're not coming up to hang around for a bit? It's okay. I've scheduled a hypnosis appointment with a patient this afternoon. Right. I'm still interested in Cody's case. Remember to call me for your next treatment session. Sure, Chloe nodded. And thanks for coming with me today. You've also treated me to a great meal. Chloe chuckled. Victoria was in a great mood as she revealed her 2 little canine teeth. Then she waved Chloe goodbye. As Victoria walked out, Brenton and Max just so happened to walk out from Southside. They said that Max's F-buddy, oh no, his bedmate, fooled around too aggressively with him last night. The woman ended up in the hospital from all the pain and aches on her waist and legs. To comfort this girl, Max personally came over to deliver a $200,000 check to settle things down. It sure is expensive, picking up girls these days. Even a little nurse is worth $200,000. Brenton chuckled. Isn't that normal? Didn't our big boy Cooper buy a pink Lamborghini worth over $10 million or that little nurse? Last time. Even though she didn't end up keeping it, Max spoke about the time Justin courted Chloe. How is that the same? You're only F-buddies. That nurse is Mr. Cooper's one true love. What's the difference? Our final goals are both the same. Does Mr. Cooper not want to sleep with her? The two of them kept talking. Suddenly, Max saw a beautiful woman in front of them. She had long legs and was wearing a short miniskirt, immediately piquing his interests. He shouted, "Hi, pretty lady, you dropped your tampon." Victoria didn't even turn around as she calmly replied, "I don't want it. You can have it for lunch." Pish! Brenton and Max almost coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Victoria didn't even turn around. She walked away gracefully after finishing her sentence. Then, she got into that low-key Lexus. Brenton and Max only saw her profile. What a stunning profile. Brenton was a bit disappointed that he didn't get to see the front of her face. A yuppie that drives a Lexus. I bet she's really pretty. But the stuff she said was a bit off-putting. Max felt a bit speechless. Not only did his flirting fail, that woman even teased him. How could you blame her for saying off-putting things? You basically asked to be mocked for what you said, laughed Brenton. Hurry up and take a picture of her license plate. I have to look into this girl at the traffic department, Max proposed. Let's not. You still haven't wiped your butt clean yet over here. There's a risk to picking up girls, and you need to check yourself before you wreck yourself, Brenton kindly reminded him. It's all about money, and I have plenty of that. The problem is that you'll be doomed once you meet someone who doesn't want money, and if you don't end up marrying her, she'll make your life hell. Would that really happen? I can't be that unlucky. Max believed that he could get away with luck. Who doesn't wet their shoes if they frequently walk on the beach? Brenton smiled and then patted Max's shoulder. This was the first time that Chloe saw a date like Victoria's, and she couldn't help but burst out in laughter. That man in the glasses was definitely overwhelmed with pressure and stress. Given Victoria's personality, she could easily deal with him in a matter of minutes. She probably picked up Chloe at Southside because eating alone was a terrible bore. When Chloe returned in the afternoon, Department Director Nina just happened to be in the office. Chloe. Director Nina, Chloe stood up quickly. How is Cody? Any progress? Director Nina recently returned from studying abroad and was concerned about Cody's case. Yes, there is. Cody can sleep normally now. We need to take our time with the other stuff. After all, depression isn't cured immediately, explained Chloe. Very good work. I hear that you used a very strange treatment method. After Director Nina returned, she also noticed the changes in the hospital. The longtime pests, Hospital Deputy Director Jat and his brother-in-law, were fired from their duties ever so quietly. It was truly satisfying. The nurses at Southside all talked about how Chloe saved that little nurse the other day and praised her in private. Director Nina heard about this and also spoke with Cody after she came back, so she highly appreciated Chloe. I was only trying things out. I never expected that it would actually work. Here, fill out this form. Department Director Nina passed her a blank form. This is... Confused, Chloe looked at the form. This is a census our neurology department came out with. Just fill it out however you like. Really? Chloe had a bad feeling about this. I'm over 50 years old. Why would I lie to you? Chief Nina kindly laughed. Okay. Then I'll fill it out in a bit and then give it to you. Department Director Nina nodded. I've learned quite a lot this time going abroad, so I'll organize those documents later and send it to your email. Remember to look at them when you're free. It will help you. Sure. Chloe felt like Director Nina liked her quite a lot, as she would even share these somewhat secretive lessons and teachings with her. After Director Nina left, Chloe went back to work, and after rounds, she returned to the on-call booth and gave out a few orders to the nurses. Then, she saw a nurse walk over with a small basket in her hand. Hi, head nurse, she timidly said. Chloe turned around and saw that it was the nurse she saved from that scumbag the other day. Oh, it's you, Chloe smiled. Head nurse, I've never gotten around to thanking you for saving me last time. These are some free-range eggs my dad brought over from our town. It's very nutritious and comes from the free-range chickens my family raised. Please take them. The nurse held up the little basket with both of her hands, offering Chloe her thanks. You didn't have to do that. The truth was, Chloe didn't save her so that she could thank her, so Chloe didn't want to accept it. Which era do you think we are in now? Why are you still giving eggs as gifts? Our head nurse drives an Audi R8. Does she care about your eggs? Seriously. A few orthopedic nurses mocked her. That little nurse's cheeks turned slightly red as she awkwardly held onto the basket. It truly was a somewhat embarrassing gift, but she really didn't have anything else to offer. The head nurse drove a luxurious car that cost over $1 million, and she was only an intern nurse. Her monthly salary wasn't even enough for Chloe to treat her car to maintenance. So what else could she give Chloe? After much thought and discussing with her boyfriend, she decided to give Chloe some local specialties from her hometown. She grew up in the countryside, and after she called her father, he took the train for more than 10 hours to get here. He brought along 200 free-range chicken eggs. She kept 100 for herself and planned to give the other 100 to Chloe to show her gratitude. However, she never expected that she would be mocked. Chloe's expressions turned grim after she heard what they said. She's thanking me. The thought alone is priceless. Many things in this world can't be measured with money, or else it would lose the beauty it originally had. Those few nurses all pouted and fell silent upon hearing this. Chloe carefully took the basket and looked inside it. What pretty eggs, thanks. Also, thank your father for me. Hints of surprise appeared in the little nurse's eyes. Head nurse, if you like them, I'll send you more later on. Okay, I'll come to you after I finished eating these, but I have to pay you next time. I'll only buy free-range eggs from your family in the future. Is that okay? Chloe smiled. No. If you like them, then I'll give it to you for free. Free forever. The nurse was flattered. Okay. To save face for the nurse, Chloe agreed. The nurse left with a brightened mood. Respecting others was the most basic standard Chloe had for herself. That wouldn't change because of her identity or status. After an afternoon of work, Chloe drove to the grocery store on her way home. She bought plenty of fresh fruits and vegetables because Mr. Dawson was coming back today. After all of these days of hard work, the issues in Other City finally came to an end. She wanted to make a delicious meal for Mr. Dawson. She wanted to make 4 dishes and a soup. Meat and green bean stir-fry. Steamed, free-range eggs the nurse gave her with dried shrimp, braised carp, marinated chicken feet, and finally, a beef and carrot stew. The delicious aroma filled the room. Even though their condo at Imperial Park wasn't as luxurious and roomy as South Hill Manor, Chloe still liked it here very much. After she prepared everything, she sat down on the couch and took out her phone. She was wearing an apron, and her hair was up in a ponytail. Mr. Dawson, where are you? I'm still in Other City. Huh? You're still there? Didn't you say that you would be back in the afternoon? Chloe was a bit disappointed. Something happened last minute. I had to take care of it. Oh, I thought you were coming back, so I've made food for you. Okay then. Chloe sounded very disappointed. She put away her phone and took a deep breath. Just as she walked up to the dinner table and was about to eat, she heard keys turning. Chloe didn't even stop to change her shoes, as she immediately rushed out barefoot and wrapped around her arms around Jack's waist. Ah, you're terrible. Didn't you just say that you were still in Other City? I was teasing you. Jack patted Chloe's head with spoiling adoration. I've missed you so much. You're not leaving this time, right? Chloe felt incredibly insecure. Yes, everything's been dealt with. Jack let go of Chloe, took off his jacket, and then went to the washroom to wash his hands. How are things over there? Did you find the people responsible? Chloe asked worryingly. The person responsible for the accident left the country, and since we couldn't find him, we had to personally take responsibility for this. But since I don't want the incident to burden our company's reputation, I've looked into the manufacturer that supplied the materials and filed a lawsuit against them. Our legal team has already started the legal process over there. Chloe nodded and let out a sigh of relief. What about the compensation for the victims' family members? Aside from the consolation money from before, I also gave an additional $2 million to the family of the deceased and $800,000 for those who were injured. After we win the lawsuit, we'll have to see if the immoral manufacturers are willing to pay. That's good. At least it's settled. Honey, you must be tired. Chloe walked over and coyly wrapped her hands around Jack's neck, nuzzling his chin. He looked a bit worn out, probably because he was too busy recently. There were hints of stubble on Jack's chin, prickling Chloe's skin. You're the one who should be tired. Not only did you have to worry about me, you also had to take care of the company crisis when I wasn't in the city. Honey, it's great having you around. Jack lowered his head to lightly kiss Chloe's lips. The kiss was as light as a feather, but contained dense adoration. Okay, let's not be so sentimental. Hurry up and eat. Okay, Then the couple sat down to eat. "Honey, come with me to an exclusive interview tomorrow." What interview?" Chloe was a bit confused. "I accepted an interview with the Legend column and want to take you with me tomorrow." Jack ate as he slowly and calmly said, "Legend column?" Chloe knew that this was a very influential interview, both locally and domestically. The host was a famous MC. All of her interviewees were great influential figures, either superstars or famous individuals in the financial or sports sectors. "Are you saying that you want me to appear on TV with you?" That television show's viewership was terrifying, so Chloe was a bit hesitant. "I'm not asking for you to appear on TV with me. I want to announce our relationship to the whole world." Chloe was a bit surprised upon hearing what Jack said. She wasn't ready yet. Did they really have to announce their relationship? Did he not want to stay secretly married anymore? Jack placed down his chopsticks when he saw that Chloe seemed unwilling, and then he gently looked at her. "Honey, we can't hide for our whole life. After all, I'm a public figure, and the whole company knows that you're my wife. News has already gotten out anyways, so why don't we use this opportunity to announce it? What are you so worried about?" On his way back, Jack kept thinking that he must announce their relationship on Legend column tomorrow. Not relationship. He wanted to announce that they were married. Even though they haven't held a wedding yet, he still wanted the world to know that they were legally married. This way, Justin wouldn't be able to approach Chloe as often. After all, approaching a married woman was risky, and he may have to endure public pressure. Jack's proposal did have selfish reasons. Even though he won this time, he didn't want to undermine Justin as an enemy. "I know. I just think that if we announce it, then I would be labeled as Jack's wife and won't be able to live a quiet and peaceful life." Chloe thought that as soon as the news got out, it would definitely blow up and cause massive turbulence. Labels don't matter at all. The most important thing is that you're my wife. That's the truth, isn't it? Jack smiled. "That's fair." Chloe nodded, thinking that Jack had a point. "Soon, it'll be GK's 30-year anniversary party, and you'll be able to attend as my wife. Honey, I know you like to lay low, but once in a while, you should be more high profile. After all, you have to kill the hopes of the women who desire your husband." "Sheesh, I think it's you who wants to kill the hopes of those who desire me." Chloe was extremely smart, so of course, she knew what Jack was thinking. "My great wife, you're truly right." Jack didn't hide it. "Then, fine, let's announce our relationship then." Chloe also felt like hiding their marriage wasn't a viable solution. They couldn't sneak around like this for the rest of their lives. After all, marriage was between two people. After dinner, Jack and Chloe held hands and walked around their community. They rarely got to do this. Since their marriage, this was the first time that they showed themselves off this proudly in the community. Plenty of wealthy people lived in Imperial Park, so after someone sneakily took a photo, they spread the picture amongst the wealthy circles, and word quickly got around. "Hey, isn't this a picture of Chloe?" "Let me see." Justin was immediately excited. "You'd better not see it. It'll hurt." Brenton looked at Justin with sympathy. "It's fine. My heart isn't made of glass." Justin barbarically snatched Brenton's phone after he spoke. It was certainly Chloe's photo in Brenton's Snap friend circle, and the man beside her was Jack. Chloe wore a beige tracksuit, and her hair was up in a ponytail. She was looking up at Jack, sweetly smiling at him. Sadly, the smile wasn't meant for him. "Jack's been making a lot of moves recently. I thought he was always on the down low. Why is he showing off like this now, allowing for his photo to be taken? Is he going to announce their relationship?" Brenton wasn't dumb, so after analyzing the situation, he felt like it was very likely. Justin quietly looked at the picture, but didn't say anything. "See, I told you not to look at it. It'll hurt you. Why didn't you listen to me?" Brenton snatched his phone back. "So what if he announces their relationship? Can he stop the sky from raining? People still have their freedom," Justin faintly said. and then picked up a glass of liquor from the table, drinking 3 consecutive shots. Brenton often ridiculed Justin, but after all, they had known each other for years and were very close friends. He felt empathetic towards Justin's current situation. "Justin, how about—" Before he could finish, Justin stopped him. "If you want to tell me to give up, don't, because I won't. You're too stubborn. There is plenty of fish in the sea. Why do you have to torture yourself like this? With your influence, the whole country would rumble at your single command. You could pick any girl to be your wife or to sleep with. You're basically an emperor who's allowed to pick as many concubines as he wants." Brenton sighed. "Humans evolved from apes, so we're all despicable deep down. You're right, there is plenty of fish in the sea, but I only want Chloe. There's nothing that can be done to save you. I don't need help. Things are fine the way they are." Justin might be in great pain, but he was actually quite grateful that a woman like Chloe appeared in his life. Her appearance seemed to have become a turning point for his life. Even the way he lived had completely changed. He no longer lived as absurdly as he did before. He stopped sleeping with female celebrities, stopped wasting money, and stopped getting drunk. All of a sudden, he even had a goal in his life. So it was actually a happy pain. After Jack and Chloe returned from walking around the community, Chloe felt a bit stuffy, so she went into the washroom to take a shower. However, just as she took off all of her clothes, the door was suddenly pushed open. Chloe was so scared that her immediate response was to cover her chest. "What are you doing?" "Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me do you." Jack smiled naughtily as he began to unbutton his shirt. "Ah, you pervert," Chloe screamed out in fear. This was too much. They haven't slept together in days and jumped right into it in such a stimulating way as soon as Mr. Dawson returned. Were they going to do it in the shower? Jack was truly too impatient because he knew that Chloe's period was coming soon, so he had to hurry up and get a taste of her this time, to satisfy his cravings. Luckily, they occupied the top floor, so it had good soundproofing. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about neighbors hearing Chloe's alluring moans. The truth was, Chloe was a little embarrassed, but she was actually quite happy to go along with Mr. Dawson. Apparently, sex happens when there's love, and once you really loved someone, you couldn't help but feel the urge to possess them. There were no exceptions, male or female. The warm water blew onto the ceramic tiles, and dense fog rose up. Their bodies intertwined together, gracefully and gently. Every time Jack kissed her and embraced her, Chloe felt that her mind was going blank. She couldn't think of anything else and followed along to his rhythms. She enjoyed this and searched for the peak of her happiness. Chloe was shy, so even when she enjoyed the pleasure with great joy, she only bit onto her lips and moaned quietly. She would never scream out loud. However, this restrained embarrassment increased Jack's addiction and fascination for her. He never seemed to get enough of her. In the end, they were both exhausted and out of breath. The two of them lied on the wide bed and fell asleep in each other's arms. Tonight was another beautiful night. Ever since the accident happened in Other City, Chloe hadn't gotten a good night's sleep. It was because she kept thinking about Jack, and she found it hard to sleep alone. Now that Jack came back, he held her in his arms as she greedily took in the unique scent of his masculine pheromones. She was filled with happiness. The truth was, Chloe was someone who was extremely insecure. She often wondered if she deserved such a happy life. But whenever she lied beside Jack, her insecurities would completely melt away. She was already in deep sleep. However, one of her hands still tightly held onto Jack's hand. Jack's palm already began to sweat because Chloe held him too tightly. However, he didn't want to let go because he knew that she was insecure. Jack quietly held his beloved wife as he then slowly fell asleep as well. After Chloe got off work the next day, she directly drove to GK. Then she got into Jack's Maybach and arrived at the television station. GK's stylist picked out her outfit and did her makeup. She didn't look flashy, but had a low-key but luxurious look, which just happened to match both their personalities. "Honey, should we rehearse?" We don't need to. Then what if I say something wrong? Chloe had never appeared on such an important show, so she was quite nervous. She wasn't even this scared when various media outlets interviewed her when she came first place in her high school entrance exams. Don't be scared, you have me. Jack tightly held onto Chloe's hand in encouragement. Okay. Chloe nodded. Just then, the television station staff walked into the VIP waiting room. President Dawson, Mrs. Dawson, we're ready to begin. Okay. Jack stood up. He held Chloe's hand as they slowly walked out towards the studio. To get the best effects for the show, there were several hundred people present in the studio. Chloe and Jack were both wearing casual suits. Jack's was black, and Chloe's was white. Both were luxuriously custom-made in Italy, and were simplistic yet graceful. Chloe's hair was held up in a bun, which was rare, but it gave her a very intelligent and experienced look. She had on nude makeup, and with it, she looked extremely gorgeous. Her aura was no weaker than Jack's as she stood beside him, and they looked like a very compatible couple. Next, let us give our warmest welcome to today's guest, Mr. Jack Dawson, president of GK, and his wife, Chloe Green. Then claps filled the space. Jack held Chloe's hand as they walked into the studio, facing the audience. The Legend column was broadcasted every Sunday at noon, and because of the amazing time slot, viewership was extremely high. It was live broadcasted across the country. Inside the president's office at Imperial Star, the 60-inch LCD TV simultaneously broadcasted the show live. Chloe's breathtaking appearance surprised both of them. President Cooper, lunch is ready now. Wait! Justin waved his hands and sent off the secretary. Then he went straight back to staring at the TV. Hello, President Dawson and Mrs. Dawson. The host, Lucia, gracefully smiled and shook their hands. Hello, Sister Lucia. Chloe was very modest. Lucia was about 40 years old and looked like a competent middle-aged woman. Don't be nervous, please sit. Lucia gestured, and then the three of them sat down on a long couch. I heard that you two are very low-key and rarely show your faces. Is that right? Asked Lucia with a smile on her face. Chloe looked at Jack, and Jack signaled for her to reply. She smiled as she replied, Yes, we don't like to expose our private life too much since it would become troubling. Lucia, that's right. The outside world didn't even know that President Dawson was already married. You've kept things very secretive. I'm curious, when did you two get married? Chloe, 4 or so months ago, it might be nearly 5 months now. Lucia, how did he propose to you back then? Chloe, he didn't. We went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau because we've known each other since high school. Lucia, speaking of that, I have something to ask President Dawson. Apparently, you studied abroad in the States for 7 years, but you two didn't stay in contact during that time, and yet you got married immediately after coming back to the country. Your actions have confused a lot of people, so how did you plan this out? Jack was silent for a few seconds, and then he replied, It's very simple. I knew that Chloe would be my wife when I first saw her many years ago. So even though we didn't stay in contact during this period, I've already put marry her on my must-do list. Then the entire studio was filled with thunderous applause. Jack's response was extremely determined, and the audience saw how sincere his love was. Lucia, wow, I never expected President Dawson to be such an infatuated person. Do the two of you ever fight in your day-to-day life? Chloe, hardly ever. We share quite an unspoken understanding. Lucia, then if the two of you can't agree on an issue, who ends up listening to who? Jack, we go with what my wife wants. The crowd wowed in surprise. No one expected for the leader of the GK Empire to adore his wife this much. Jack and Chloe only went on this show to tell the whole world that they were married. Then they revealed some daily details of their lives and basically tortured all the single people out there. Justin stared at the screen and only looked at Chloe. as if every smile and every movement was enchanted with abnormal magic, drawing him in. He couldn't take his eyes off her. As for Andrew, who was also watching at his office, he just carelessly laughed. That little sister of mine is finally flaunting her relationship. Seems like someone is declaring his rights over her. The Dawson Manor. Who let our son accept the interview? Aren't you going to do anything about it? Mrs. Dawson was furious. She even called the television station to cause trouble and tried to stop the live broadcast. However, they didn't listen to her, so she ended up venting all of her frustrations on Peter. Our son is old enough, and he can make his own decisions. We shouldn't cause more trouble. At our age, we should just enjoy our retirement. You shouldn't cause such a fuss. Peter calmly looked at the TV. What do you mean by at our age? That seductress Chloe has always been trying to seduce Jack and is always stirring up trouble. Now, she has even pushed our son onto a live broadcast to announce their relationship. This is just great. Now the whole world knows that she's our daughter-in-law. What am I supposed to tell those wealthy ladies later on? I've always told them that my son was single and that they should look out for possible daughter-in-law candidates for me. This is basically a slap to my face. No wonder Mrs. Dawson was so furious. It turned out she was face-slapped. You did that to yourself. Peter didn't help his wife this time. Ever since Chloe came over for dinner last time, he had already acknowledged Chloe's status as his daughter-in-law. He even wanted to have a grandson while he was still in good shape and enjoy the happiness of a big family. However, Mrs. Dawson still couldn't get over it, as if Chloe was a needle in her eye. No, I have to think of a way to deal with her. I can't let that little monster stir things up in our family. Upon finishing her sentence, Mrs. Dawson stood up and went upstairs. At the GK corporate headquarters, all the employees watched the live broadcast of their president and his wife during their lunch break and were rattled up. Young madam is really elegant. I like her a lot. Many of the female employees praised Chloe. Jennifer's face remained grim. Director Jennifer, what do you think? Someone who didn't know how Jennifer felt towards Jack had the audacity to ask for her opinion. I don't think there's anything special about the young madam. I hear that she comes from an ordinary family, graduated from a third-rate university, and is no more than a head nurse. She isn't pretty, and her figure isn't sexy. I don't know what President Dawson sees in her. He's the only reason she's driving a $1 million car. But from how I see it, she managed to marry into a wealthy household because she's manipulative and calculating, and she's very resourceful. She's been seducing him since high school. Women like her who are determined to marry rich aren't that innocent. Jennifer judged Chloe as she sipped on iced coffee. Her words were incredibly sharp, and the little employees nearby no longer dared to say anything. If they sided with Jennifer, then they would offend the young madam. If they helped out the young madam, they would offend Jennifer, someone they couldn't afford to offend. Everyone left as they finished their meals. Jennifer was filled with anger, and she didn't have much to eat. She didn't expect them to announce their relationship so soon. However, there were advantages to the announcement. That way, Chloe would have to face all the trouble and attention. Jennifer's predictions were certainly right. That night, a local internet thread exposed Chloe's family background. The title read, GK's Young Madam, a rare, calculating woman. Then it listed Chloe's 10 sins, with her faults and mistakes tightly packed together. 1. She was dating someone before, but she dumped her innocent college boyfriend to marry into a rich family. 2. To marry into a rich family, she encouraged Jack to move out of his parents' home and messed up his relationship with Mrs. Dawson. 3. Her mother was once a mistress, and the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. 4. She always acted as if she wasn't a gold digger, but because she seduced Jack, she's now living in a luxurious mansion and driving a $1 million car. 5. She bought a sports car for her little brother under GK's name. 6. She has quite a relationship with the famous idol, Cody. Apparently, Cody betrayed his agent and Imperial Star Entertainment for her. 7. To rid herself of blame, She keeps denouncing her ex-boyfriend, to the point that Simon is about to be fired by the hospital he works in. 8. She was pretentious and arrogant. She performed a C-section on a pregnant woman without a doctor's license and physically harmed that patient. 9. She once got into a fight with someone while partying at Seductive Fox nightclub, but the news was suppressed by the Dawson family. 10. A while ago, she was sent to the police station because she attacked someone and blamed it on the deputy hospital director of Southside, just so she would be promoted. The 10 points above clearly identifies Chloe as a manipulative woman. As soon as the news came out, it caused a massive commotion. Comments on the internet poured in at astounding speed and mass. Most of them cursed at Chloe. That's how the internet was. People began cursing and lecturing her before they were informed of the truth. Justin, Max, and Brenton were having hot pot when the news broke out. Brenton held up his phone and looked through it. Chloe is in great trouble now. Maybe she was too pronounced, and thus attracted haters. What happened? Justin raised his head. He couldn't help but persistently ask about all news regarding Chloe. Take a look for yourself. Brenton handed over his phone. Justin's expressions immediately turned grim after he read it. Look into this IP that wrote this. I don't think he wants to live anymore. Calm down, Mr. Cooper. Her husband isn't even worried yet. Why are you so agitated? Plus, you're not in a position to prove her innocence, so you should just stay quiet and watch what happens. I can't do that. These are completely made up. Justin had also closely investigated Chloe, so he knew better than anyone what the truth was. If Chloe was truly a manipulative woman, how come he couldn't see it in her? This is very normal, Big Boy Cooper. There are plenty of poor people these days, and most of them hate the rich. They can't stand it when others live a better life than them. It's also reasonable for them to hate on Chloe like this. But given her current position and status, she wouldn't be shaken by a few dark secrets. So don't you worry, Max also consoled him. Chloe was just having dinner with Jack at a Korean restaurant when she saw the news. She held up her phone, randomly looked through it, and then laughed. Who wrote this? It's as if they know me very well. We knew this was going to happen when we decided to go public, and things like this will occur more often in the future. Honey, you're now standing at a place where the wind and the waves are the fiercest. Are you scared? Jack stared into Chloe's eyes as he asked, word for word. If I were scared, I wouldn't have married you. Was she scared? Of course not. She was Chloe, a fearless woman who could survive anything. Words may be scary, but only if someone were to listen to them. But why would she listen to those who purposely tainted the truth? Those words were no more than a fart to her. Chloe's words touched Jack. He knew that his wife was a strong little flower that grew against the winds. GK's PR department wasn't stupid. When the incident broke out, PR immediately stepped in to protect the company, as well as Jack and his wife. They even hired a bunch of netizens to counter those who were tainting the truth. That night, Jack was working in the study. Chloe leaned back on the couch, playing with her phone as she ate junk food. Then, she unintentionally logged onto Weibo, which she hadn't been on in ages, and almost spat out blood when she saw what was happening. She went from having hundreds of fans to more than 600,000. Even her most recent post fell into the hands of her fans. More than 20,000 people reposted, and she had more than 10,000 comments. This is what the top comment said. Chloe, I like you a lot. I don't know you, but I know that standing alongside Jack and becoming his wife must have been a hard road to walk down. You made Cinderella's fairy tale come true. Just ignore what the others say. I support you, 100%. More than 500 netizens liked this comment. Others cursed at her, and then Chloe's fans would get back at them for her. It was a sight to see. Chloe, you're such a calculating. Give me back my husband. You're such a low life. How could you steal my Jack? Chloe, you're not good enough to marry him. I hope you get divorced soon. All in all, many comments were really nasty. If Chloe's heart was made of glass, it would have probably shattered into pieces. But it wasn't. She might only be 24 years old, but she had been through thick and thin and was always calm when faced with stuff like this. Faced with the pressure of rumors and gossip, Chloe didn't quickly try to explain herself or get mad. Instead, she posted a sentence on her Weibo that reflected her current mood. No matter how intense or plain things used to be, it's become light and opaque. All the happiness and sadness that I used to feel are now as clear and quiet as a mirror. She also attached a photo of a lotus flower. The sentence was subtle, but hauntingly deep. Those who weren't well-versed in literature probably wouldn't even understand what she was talking about. The community exploded as soon as she posted this. Stop being so pretentious. You went to a third-rate university. Do you really think you're a goddess? You disgust me. Chloe, grow a face. Please let Jack go, okay? Go back and find your Dr. X-boyfriend. You can do it, Chloe. I support you. What you posted is really zen. Stupid people with primary school education won't understand it. Mrs. Dawson is really complex. I support you and Jack. At worst, Chloe is from the Green family. All you animals just like to prey on the rich. Chloe, send us some photos. I saw you on TV and you're really pretty. You have a great temperament. And what's the brand of the clothes you wore? Link, please. Are you an idiot? Her clothes are from a luxury brand, custom-made in Italy. It's a couple's outfit with President Dawson. Did you really think they would buy something off the street? A link? Your IQ is troubling. I'm looking for the background music that played during Chloe and Jack's live broadcast. Thank you all. Her fans again began ripping each other apart. Some were Chloe supporters, while others were Chloe haters. Some media outlets even broadcasted. GK Corporation's young mistress updated her Weibo, seemingly a low-key response to recent shady events. Just as Chloe was about to log out of Weibo, she received a private message from Justin. Are you okay? Justin's question felt like a timely greeting, instantly warming Chloe's heart. Most people only cared about how high you flew, yet not many cared whether you were tired or not. Chloe was grateful that Justin cared. I'm great. Don't worry about all this. If you can withstand defamation, you'll be able to withstand compliments. Was Justin quoting chicken soup for the soul? Chloe smiled. Don't worry, I have a great state of mind. I knew that this might happen when our relationship went public. What Jack did seems really brainless. Isn't it better to keep your marriage a secret? By announcing it, he's basically asking for people to hate on you. Justin didn't understand why Jack would do what he did. Did he love Chloe, or was he trying to push her off a cliff? If he wanted to protect her, then he shouldn't have announced their marriage. Why would he broadcast it? It's good that it's out in the open. We won't be able to keep it a secret forever. I walked the red carpet the day GK Film and Television initiated, and the media have all been looking into it. I'd rather admit it first than let the others expose us. Okay, if you need anything, remember to let me know. Thanks. Then, their conversation ended. Chloe copied and pasted what she said on Weibo to her Snap friends circle. Sarah immediately liked her post. I support you forever, my beautiful bestie. Mr. and Mrs. Dawson are pros at making single people feel bad. Haha, that's all you guys do. Noah continued teasing them. Sis, I support you. You can do it. Thomas commented. Senior sister, you can do it? You're the best. Mua. You can do it, head nurse. Head nurse, we love you. Our head nurse is the best in the universe. Below were comments from the nurses at Southside. Just then, she saw another comment. Sister Chloe, remember that no matter how you live, we only have one purpose, and that is to follow our hearts and live with no regrets. Oh, and screw the people and screw the gossip. F them all. Do what you want to. This was Cody's comment. That depressed superstar actually swore for the first time. The good thing was, only Chloe could see his comment. I'm fine, don't worry. I, Chloe, am an unkillable cockroach, Chloe commented. After Jack finished with work and came out from the study, he received a phone call. President Dawson, I found that person's IP. It was at an old residential area in the north of town. But when we got there, whoever it was had already ran away. I think they were well prepared. Okay, keep looking for the IP. If you can't find this person, try to find whoever's commanding the online netizen army. Then, Jack made some calls to a few influential media outlets. They all issued articles that helped straighten out Chloe's reputation. However, at this moment, something else pushed this incident back into high waters. Mrs. Dawson accepted an exclusive interview with a small newspaper outlet. She announced that Chloe wasn't an ideal daughter-in-law and said that she didn't think their marriage would last. She also claimed that her son was just temporarily out of his mind and would never admit that Chloe was a part of the Dawson family. Her interview caused yet another giant ripple. What Mrs. Dawson said was extremely hurtful. After all, she held high esteem and status. Jack's face turned green with anger when he saw this exclusive interview. He immediately called his mother, but her phone was off. So he called the Dawson Manor. The housekeeper picked up the phone. "Young master. Where's my mom? Put her on. She isn't home. She went out and isn't back yet. What about my dad?" "He's upstairs. Put him on." Jack tried hard to suppress his anger. His mother causing trouble for him at a critical time like this completely infuriated him. He was not about to let Chloe endure even a little bit of grievance. "Dad, what's going on with my mom?" "I think she was provoked that you announced your marriage. She kept saying how it was a slap on her face and that she couldn't explain herself to the other rich mistresses." "Where is she?" "She went out and isn't back yet." "Okay, I got it." Then Jack hung up the phone. Brenton and the others quickly saw this exclusive interview and said, "Mrs. Dawson has really slapped her son on the face. I can't believe she would act out this coup de grace. This is really troubling for Chloe." Her mother-in-law's unwillingness to accept Chloe caused her status within the Dawson family to drop to an all-time low. "Justin, what do you think about this?" Brenton glanced at Justin. "I'm not Mr. Answers. Stop asking me what I think," Justin teased as he played with his phone. "This girl Chloe's road to marrying rich has been met with so many obstacles. This mother-in-law is going to be hard to handle. Even your mom is easier going than she is." "That's for sure. My mom said that as long as I can find someone to give her a grandchild, I can do whatever I want. She doesn't even care if I end up with a man." "Haha. Your mom is so open-minded. The Dawson family may have a giant business, but they're still some ways away from the Cooper family. After all, your grandfather was an army commander. But still, your family is really easygoing. Even my family is stricter than yours. I envy you." Brenton was telling the truth. The Cooper family free-range raised their children. Plus, Justin was the only child of his generation, so everyone spoiled him to no end. Even if Justin did things that were off track, the Cooper family still wouldn't come out to stop him. Of course, Justin's grandfather did say that he could play and have all the fun he wanted to, but Justin was not allowed to do anything that was against morals or harm the environment. Therefore, aside from being known to recklessly spend money and hook up with girls, his overall reputation wasn't too bad. Word of Mrs. Dawson's face-slapping interview of Jack and Chloe's secret marriage quickly got out. When Jack went back to their bedroom, Chloe was already on the bed, playing a game on her phone. She didn't seem to be at all affected by this interview. "Honey? Yeah? Did you see the news?" "What news?" Chloe carelessly asked as she played her game. "My mom's exclusive interview." Jack was furious, so he said it while suppressing his anger. "Oh yeah, I did." Chloe was really calm about it. Mrs. Dawson had always despised her. It would scare her more if Mrs. Dawson went on the interview and told the world how much she liked her. Chloe felt relieved that she hated her so straightforwardly and publicly. "You're not mad?" Jack tested out the waters. "Why would I be mad? Your mom's always been like that." Chloe smiled. "I'm so sorry. I didn't think she would be this unreasonable. It's not like she's still a kid." Jack walked up to Chloe and lifted her up from the bed, princess style. Chloe threw her phone onto their bed and wrapped her arms around Jack. She coyishly said, "So, how do you plan on making it up to me? Does doing it twice tonight count as making it up to you?" Jack smiled and looked at her gently. "You pervert." Jack looked down and stuffed Chloe's unfinished sentence back into her mouth. Then they engaged in endless passions. Once Chloe was deep asleep, Jack calmly put on his jacket and went back to the Dawson manor. "Young master, you're back? Is my mom home?" Jack asked faintly. "She just got home. She's upstairs." "Okay." Jack immediately went upstairs and opened the door to her parents' bedroom. Mrs. Dawson was proudly talking to her husband. She was surprised to see her son at home. "Jack, why didn't you let us know that you're coming home at this hour?" "Mom, what do you think you were doing?" Jack frowned and said in a deep tone, "I didn't do anything." "What are you talking about?" Mrs. Dawson took off her scarf and asked insensibly. "The fact is, Chloe and I are married. Me not liking her is a fact as well." "What? You have a problem with that? Does the entire world have to like her just because you do?" Mrs. Dawson suddenly raised her voice and shrieked. Jax looked at her mother in disappointment upon hearing what she said. "Mom, I originally thought that you were just mad in the heat of the moment and angry at me for keeping this secret from you. Even if you don't like her, she's still a member of our family. I can't believe you would ally with outsiders to expose our dirty laundry. It's fine if you don't care about my or Chloe's reputation, but how can you not think about what this might do to the company? You're so reckless." "Of course, I thought about the company's reputation, and if you were really thinking about the company, you shouldn't have married Chloe. Don't lecture me. I may not know anything about managing a company, but at least I know that much." Mrs. Dawson hated that her son would always protect Chloe. Therefore, she had a belly full of fury to vent and objected to everything her son said. "Fine. If that's what you think, then I really have nothing else to say. Before you wrap your head around things, I don't think we will be coming back to this home again." Then Jack turned around to leave. "Hey! Stop right there!" No matter how Mrs. Dawson yelled, Jack was unwilling to stop. "Young master, I made sweet soup." The housekeeper stood below the stairs and said timidly, "I don't want it." With that, Jack left home with an indifferent expression on his face. He basically declared that before he forgave his parents, he would never come back to the manor. "Why didn't you say something? Are you mute? This is what you get for spoiling our son." Mrs. Dawson started venting her anger on her husband. Peter had reading glasses on and a history book in his hand. He was calmer than ever. "I'm not the only one who spoiled our son. Plus, I didn't think he did anything wrong. He's done well to manage the company and dealt with the accident in other city well. I'm proud of him." "So what? A successful career isn't everything. Look at the kind of woman your prized son ended up marrying, huh? Open your eyes wide and take a good long look," Mrs. Dawson roared. Peter took off his reading glasses, looked at his wife, and asked, "What's so wrong about Chloe, aside from the fact that she was born into an ordinary family and that she didn't go to a world-famous university? What's so bad about her?" "Everything's bad about her. She's ugly and her temper's awful. Do you know how impolite she is to me? You clawed her, so she clawed you. It's not like you've treated her so nicely in the past. Is she stupid? Why would she still be nice to you?" Peter refuted. "Fine. You guys are all standing against me, aren't you? Seriously, what kind of life is this?" "Anyone!" Mrs. Dawson shouted. "Yes? Tidy up the guest room. I'm sleeping there tonight," Mrs. Dawson said as she headed out their bedroom. The housekeeper looked helplessly at Peter. "Let her be." Peter was more than used to his wife's crazy rants. He had endured her bad temper all these years. Now that she was older, she had taken it to the next level. Not to mention how she tried to meddle with her son's love life. She basically face-slapped her own son in the face. This time, she had gone too far. Mrs. Dawson's exposition tanked Chloe's reputation to some extent. Both Sarah and Thomas messaged Chloe, asking about what happened. However, Chloe remained calm and didn't say much else. The next morning, Chloe went to work like always. The employees at Southside were all used to this because they were aware of Chloe's conduct. Those who liked to gossip discussed the incident amongst themselves. None of the others, however, talked about what happened. At lunch, things took a turn into another direction. Timothy personally acknowledged Chloe in public to be a part of the Green family, and he claimed that he and Chloe's mother was in love back then, and that she wasn't a mistress. He stated that they broke up peacefully because of differences in personality, and that Chloe had always been his daughter. As for Mrs. Dawson's objections, Timothy's response was, "I never ask about my children's relationships. I'm happy as long as she's happy. That's her prerogative. Everyone thinks their child is the best. Mrs. Dawson may think that my daughter isn't good enough for Jack, but to me, Jack's not good enough for my daughter." As soon as his remarks got out, it slapped Mrs. Dawson hard on the face. Then all the major outlets began reposting this on their websites. Chloe never imagined that Timothy would stand up for her as her father, but she wasn't happy. This was because she knew that Timothy never did anything that didn't benefit him. If he helped her, he would want something in return. At around noon, her mother called her and asked her to go home for lunch. Chloe glanced at the time. If she drove quickly, she would be able to make it back within 2 hours. Therefore, she drove to the old house. Her mother made a table full of dishes, and Timothy was there as well, by himself. Sandra really didn't have any sentiments towards Timothy, but since he stood up for their daughter today, she treated him somewhat nicely. "Chloe, you're back." Timothy got up with a smile on his face. Chloe nodded. "Come, eat. The food's going to go cold soon." Sandra passed Chloe a bowl of rice. "Next time if something like this happens, don't keep it to yourself. Tell me. The Green family is influential in this city. If we said something, Mrs. Dawson wouldn't have been so brazen." Timothy pretended to care. While his mother went to pour them soup, Chloe asked in a low voice, "What do you want now?" "I want to help you." "So, you need me to do something for you. Just tell me." "I can't stand it when others beat around the bushes," Chloe said coldly. "Ahem." Timothy lightly coughed in embarrassment. Chloe was sure diligent. She always figured out his motives. "Here's the thing, your sister, Brenny." "She's not my sister," Chloe corrected him. Fine. Anyways, it's Brenny's fault for being too rude to you last time. I've already taught her a lesson, and she knows that she's wrong. You're older than her, so you need to be more understanding. After all, we're a family," Timothy advised earnestly. "Mr. Green, please get to the point," Chloe said as she ate. "Andrew told me that you are friends with Justin, so I was thinking, could you introduce Brenny to him?" Haha, you sure can dream." Chloe looked up and smiled coldly at him. The Cooper family is century-old royalty. Everyone wants to become in-laws with a family like theirs. Brenny may be preposterous, but she's still innocent at heart. If Justin falls for her, you'll have a sturdy wall to lean on in the future as well, won't you? "You want me to introduce that idiot Brenny to Justin?" Chloe asked again. Before Timothy had the opportunity to answer, Chloe continued, "Aren't you afraid that she'll die a nasty death? If it was her, I promise that Justin will rip her into shreds in 3 days. "You're exaggerating, right?" Timothy was embarrassed and believed that Chloe was making too big a deal out of things. "Kudos to you for asking this of me before even doing your homework." "First, Justin and I aren't friends. My words don't mean crap to him, and he won't do me this favor. Second, Justin doesn't like ditzy and stupid women, and Brenny fits that profile. Plus, Justin doesn't like women who have a really messy, private life. You may not have noticed, but recently, your baby daughter has been messing around with people that she shouldn't be. You may be ignorant, but that doesn't mean Justin is. What if he gets pissed off when I ask him to meet her? Aren't you afraid that he'll vent his anger out on the Green Corporation?" "Oh, is that so?" Timothy was only thinking about company benefits and never paid much attention to what his daughter had been doing every day. But Chloe did. Brini often appeared on entertainment headlines. They exposed photos of her frequenting nightclubs with heavy makeup on and getting intimate with a bunch of different guys. If Justin liked someone like her, not only he, but also his entire family would be out of their minds. "Thank you for standing up for me, but I'm sorry. I can't help you with this," Chloe immediately declined. Was he kidding her? If Chloe introduced Brenny to Justin, with his dynamite temper, he would chop not only Brenny, but also herself, into 1,000,000 pieces. Then, what about this? Ask Jack to come out and meet me for tea sometimes. I want to talk about potential collaborations with him. Unwilling to give up after a failed first attempt, Timothy voiced his second demand. Chloe almost spat out the soup she had in her mouth. She was truly disgusted by Timothy. He was probably the most utilitarian man on this planet. Why in the world would her mother ever fall in love with a man like that? "What do you think? This should be an easy task for you," Timothy said, as he glanced at Chloe. I'll find a time to arrange this, but I'd like to make something clear. I'm only responsible for arranging your meeting, but it's up to my husband to decide whether he wants to collaborate with you." "Of course." Timothy was satisfied with the results. "Oh, and in the future, don't meddle in my personal matters without my approval," Chloe said coldly. Just as Timothy was about to say something, Sandra came out with a bowl of soup. "Drink it while it's hot." "Okay," Chloe nodded. "What were you guys just talking about?" Sandra asked. "We talked about Chloe's childhood. The truth is, I wasn't a good father to her. With Chloe's talents, she could have attended a reputable university. If she did, Mrs. Dawson and the Dawson family wouldn't look down on her, and no one would gossip about her." Timothy was good with his words. He pretended to show remorse in an attempt to win Sandra over. Sandra was really gullible, and she immediately fell for Timothy's deceiving kindness. Chloe secretly sighed. She finally understood why her mother lost to Evelyn all those years ago. Evelyn was much more calculating than her mother would ever be. Maybe that was a good thing, because if her mother was the one who entered the Green family, Lily would have bullied her to death. Not everyone was fit to live in the Green family. Only vicious beasts could survive. So what if Chloe didn't go to a reputable university? She's a smart girl who can outperform anyone. The MDs who worked at First Hospital all graduated from prestigious schools. But so what? The hospital director still asked my daughter to help with his niece's surgery, and even called her in the middle of the night for help. It's safe to say that the director values my daughter's skills. She's now famous at Southside, and I personally think she's outstanding. Those who turn white into black should go to hell. Karma will get them, sooner or later. Naturally, Sandra spoke in favor of her daughter. She went on for minutes. Timothy smiled but didn't respond. "Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, and don't listen to what other people say. If the reporters come looking for you, don't let them in. They don't have the guts to trespass. If they go overboard, call the police or hang out with Auntie William during the day." Chloe knew that the exposure of her marriage meant that her family would be constantly harassed. "I know, I'm fine. Just take care of yourself," Sandra said. After leaving home, Chloe suddenly thought of Lisa, whom her mother had just mentioned. She hadn't talked to her in days. Had Lisa recovered from childbirth? Therefore, she made plans to check up on her after work. After a busy afternoon at Southside, Chloe called her. Then, she bought a bunch of baby stuff and drove to her home. On her way there, she was watching the news, which reported on how Cody was cornered by reporters and bombarded with questions. GK has been involved with one scandal after another. Do you regret signing with them? "I don't. GK is great," Cody replied nonchalantly. "GK's president's wife was born poor and isn't highly educated. What do you think about that?" Another reporter asked. "I think they're a great couple. You can't determine a person's success by their family background, but rather by their capabilities. Okay? I hate those who slam on someone's family background. I completely support Mr. and Mrs. Dawson, and am a huge fan of them." Cody had a lot of fans, so he was really influential. Therefore, right after the interview came out, herds of Cody's fans went to show their support for Khloe on Weibo. Public pressure immediately fell toward the other side. At this time, what Jack's mother had said in her interview seemed insignificant. If she said anything else, people would curse at her for being an evil mother-in-law. Khloe smiled. This young boy sure had the guts to take a stand. The other stars under GK all took neutral stances because they didn't want to put themselves in the line of fire. Cody, on the other hand, basically sacrificed himself. Just then, she received a phone call from Cody. "Hello? Sister Khloe, did you see my interview?" He sounded like an excited kid. "I did." "What do you think?" "You're awesome," Khloe praised. "Haha, I don't know if I was of any help." "Of course you were. Your fans overwhelmed my Weibo and the haters," Khloe said into the microphone on her headphones as she drove. "That's a relief. Oh, right. When I get the time, I want to go see you at the hospital. I think I'm sleeping much better now, and we can continue on with our treatment plan." "Okay, don't worry. I've got you on my mind." After hanging up Cody's call, Khloe arrived in Lisa's neighborhood. She parked her car outside the residential district and went upstairs. When Khloe rang the doorbell, a middle-aged woman opened the door. "Hi, I'm here to see Lisa." "Okay, come in." The nanny opened the door to let Khloe come in. "She's in there." The nanny pointed at the master bedroom. Khloe took the things she bought right into the master bedroom. "Lisa, you're here, Khloe." Lisa was breastfeeding on the bed. "You're breastfeeding?" Khloe was surprised because not a lot of people did it anymore, especially rich people. They usually fed their children milk powder or hired a wet nurse. "Yeah, the mom's milk is the best for the child." Lisa smiled. Her smile shone with motherly love. She had gained weight, and her face was plumper than it used to be. But her complexion wasn't that great, probably because of the late nights with her baby. "These are for your baby." Khloe handed her the baby clothes, shoes, and toys she bought. "Thanks." "How much longer before you completely recover from childbirth?" Khloe sat down on a chair next to the bed and asked her as she played with her baby. 5 more days. That's fast." "Yeah, it is. 5 more days before my baby is 1 month old." Lisa looked at the baby girl in her arms lovingly. Khloe looked at the baby closely. Her skin was white, she was chubby, and her features resembled that of Simon. She didn't look much like Lisa. "Does she have a name yet?" Khloe asked. "Yeah, she does, Mila. My uncle picked it." "Mila?" "Yeah, that's a really good name. It's so pretty. Director Richard is good at picking names. But her last name is not Baker. Does that mean you're really divorcing Simon?" Upon hearing this, Lisa's expression changed slightly. "Yeah, he agreed to divorce." "What about your baby? Does he not want her?" "I'm not giving her to him even if he asks me to. Plus, he doesn't want her." Lisa smiled bitterly. "Don't worry. An outstanding woman like you will meet someone better for sure." "That's what I was thinking." After Lisa finished breastfeeding, she passed her baby to Khloe. "You should hold her. If you hadn't taken the risk of operating on me in the middle of the night, she would have turned into a puddle of blood a long time ago. You saved her life." "Don't make it sound so serious. Mila is lucky and destined to be your daughter." Khloe used to work in the OB/GYN department, so she knew how to hold children. After carefully taking Mila in her arms, she played with her. "What about you? Anything going on in your tummy?" Lisa asked. "No, maybe the time isn't right yet." Khloe looked up and smiled. "What about you? Are you leaving right after the baby turns 1 month old?" "Yeah, we already signed the divorce papers, and once I completely recover, all we need to do is go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize our paperwork. I'm leaving in 15 days. In 15 days, I'm leaving this place behind me and restarting my life in Seattle." From Lisa's tone, Khloe could tell that she was reluctant to say goodbye. "Don't worry, I'll come to visit you guys in the States, and you guys should come back to visit as well." Khloe hugged Mila as she said, "Little girl, grow up quickly so you can protect your mommy." Lisa's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. "Khloe, the truth is, I don't want to go. but I have no choice. My heart has been broken into a million pieces. Lisa, don't cry. You need to be brave. Chloe felt awful seeing Lisa like this. From being pregnant to giving birth to her child, she never had any peace and quiet. Chloe, do you know who was behind the accident that I got into? Lisa suddenly asked hatefully. Huh? Wasn't it an accident? Chloe froze for a second. Of course not. Jenny was behind all of it. Jenny? If Lisa hadn't brought her up, Chloe almost forgot that she existed. That evil woman hated that I was happily married to Simon, because she thought that Simon broke up with her because of me. But the truth is, she's stupid. I can swear that even if it weren't for me, Simon would still never marry her, because she's nothing but a whore. No one would ever want her. Lisa, you're still not fully recovered and shouldn't get too agitated. Take your time. I hired investigators to look into it. I had my suspicions, so I told them to get me a tape of the driver who hit me and ran away. You know him as well. I know him? Chloe was even more surprised. Lisa nodded her head. Do you remember the pregnant patient who tried to blackmail you? Yeah. It was her husband. I don't know how, but that man began hooking up with Jenny, and they were together for quite a while. During that time, they planned their attack on me while I was driving and almost killed my baby. Later, I went looking for that man, but they already broke up. By then, Jenny and Simon were back together, so she dumped him. At first, he didn't want to settle and went looking for Jenny, but she hired people to beat him up and broke his leg. Seriously? Chloe frowned. If what Lisa said was true, then Jenny was truly an evil nut. Yeah, so I was thinking of seeking revenge against her before leaving the country. Lisa, don't be silly. You're leaving the country soon and shouldn't risk things. Chloe tried to convince her otherwise. Don't worry, I won't kill her. I won't dirty my hands with a crap like her. I just need to teach her that what goes around comes around. Chloe was only at Lisa's for a short amount of time and didn't even eat the food the nanny made. It was Lisa's post-birth meal, and a little too bland for Chloe's taste. Before she left, Lisa handed her a long, rectangular box. What's this? Since I'm leaving, I wanted to give you something. This is my favorite surgery set. I bought it in Germany, so it's really good quality. I used it to perform countless C-sections on patients who experienced labor dystocia. You can say that I saved a lot of people. Your techniques are great, and I hope that you can use this to save more people. Of course, if you don't end up becoming an OB/GYN doctor or working in that department, this could be something to remember me by. Once I arrive in Seattle, I don't plan on being a doctor anymore, Lisa said faintly. You don't plan on being a doctor anymore? Chloe looked at the set of scalpels but didn't take it. No, my baby's still young, and I want to be with her as she grows up. I want to open a restaurant. It'll better suit my appetite anyway. I won't be able to get used to Western food every day. Then, Lisa stuffed the scalpel set into Chloe's hand. Thanks. The scalpel set felt heavy. Chloe, bye. Lisa seemed to be saying goodbye in advance. When are you leaving? Send me your itinerary. I want to send you off. No, it's okay. There's going to be a time difference. My flight's in the middle of the night, and I'll be leaving with my family, so don't worry about me. Remember to call me. Chloe wasn't ready to say goodbye. I will. You too. I hope that one day I'll be able to see you as a doctor. I know that you'll be an outstanding one. Chloe smiled, but she didn't say anything. After leaving Lisa's apartment, she saw a man walking towards her as she headed down the stairs. Chloe, why are you here? Simon was here to pick up some stuff, but was surprised to bump into Chloe here. He immediately froze in his steps. They were 3 meters apart, and their eyes rested on each other. I was visiting Lisa and her baby. Chloe looked at Simon with an icy expression. Before, she felt nothing toward Simon. However, Now that she saw how dejected Lisa and her baby were, she began hating this man in front of her. He was no longer the innocent young man she met in university, but a disgusting scumbag. "You're here to see Lisa? You guys sure are close." Simon didn't seem to know that she and Lisa had made up. "That's between the two of us. I don't need to explain anything to you." Then, Chloe turned around and walked towards her car. "Chloe, can I help you?" Chloe stopped walking but didn't turn around. She was not at all interested in looking at him. "How are you doing?" "Huh? Don't you watch television or the news?" Chloe chuckled. "I don't think that Jack did the right thing. He announced your relationship just like that and pushed you to the brink of the crisis. I think he's making you flaunt your love with him so he could distance himself from the incident. Don't you know that you're being used?" Upon hearing this, Chloe turned around to look at Simon with a complicated expression on her face. "Oh yeah? I was used?" "Yeah, you're so smart. Haven't you noticed?" Simon said earnestly. "Thanks for reminding me of that. Now I know that I've been used, but so what? He's my husband. I'm willing to be used," Chloe said on purpose. "So you're willing to do anything for money? Even if you're bullied? Even if his awful mother-in-law treats you like that? We've known each other for years, but you still know nothing about me. Let me tell you, I've tasted the strongest liquor and gave up on the man I love most in this world. I can be stubborn like a crazy person and work like a man. I can also be a good wife and a loving mother. I can take care of my husband and nurture my child. But it all depends on who you are. Don't ever think that you can stand in my shoes because you'll never see what I see." Then Chloe left without hesitation. She had nothing more to say to Simon. To her, he wasn't even an acquaintance. After what he did to Lisa and her daughter, he didn't deserve to be forgiven. It was good that Director Richard fired him, and the family chased him out. He brought everything onto himself. Dumbfounded, Simon looked at Chloe's disappearing shadow. He suddenly realized that the best years of his life was all those years ago, back in university, when he courted Chloe. However, those days were never coming back. Sometimes he even thought, if he believed Chloe and stood by her side instead of doing all those hurtful things to her, would she still leave him for Jack? But there weren't any ifs in life. There were only results and consequences. Everything that had happened to him to this day was caused by him, and him alone. At one time, Chloe wanted to believe him and was willing to stand by his side, but he took it for granted. He couldn't blame anyone but himself. When Chloe got home, Jack had already prepared dinner. In Chloe's eyes, Mr. Dawson never said much, but he treated her with such tenderness. He was always so busy, but after he got home, he would immediately take off his boss exterior and become a husband. He always cooked Chloe delicious food. "Whoa, smells really good. Honey, did you make seafood?" As soon as Chloe went through the door, she smelled the fresh smell of seafood. "Good nose." Jack smiled. He placed dinner on the table: steamed crab, mantis shrimp, spicy stir-fry sea snail, and oven-roasted yellow clams. These were all Chloe's favorite dishes. Ever since she found out that Jack couldn't eat seafood, she has been holding herself back, even forgetting that she hadn't had it in a long time. However, Mr. Dawson still remembered what she liked. People are never nice for no reason. "Honey, do you want something from me? Why else would you be so nice?" "Of course I do," Jack said matter-of-factly. "Then, Mr. Dawson, what do you want from me?" Chloe walked over and coyishly hugged Jack's waist from behind. "Can you be on top tonight? I've been really tired recently. You should take more initiative." Pfft. Chloe almost spat out her food. Was Mr. Dawson talking dirty again? Can someone keep him at bay? What? You won't even fulfill your husband's only wish? Jack grieved. "Mr. Dawson, you're bullying me. Chloe clamored. She was inexperienced to begin with, so why would he ask her to take initiative? Her on top? Oh my God, it was so dirty she didn't even want to think about it. I'm kidding. Let's eat. Jack lovingly let go of Chloe's hand. Then he enjoyed a seafood meal with her. Jack's stomach was sensitive, so he only had some lobster congee. Oh, right, honey. I wanted to talk to you about something. Yeah. Timothy helped me today, but he asked me for a favor in return. What favor? Jack looked up and glanced at Chloe. He wants to have tea with you and talk about a possible partnership between the Green Corporation and GK. Chloe decided to skip the part about Justin. She didn't want to mention Justin in front of Jack because she didn't want to give her husband a headache, even though there was nothing going on between her and Justin. Haha, he sure is calculating. Yeah, he went over to my mother's house today and completely duped her by pretending to be a good father. But I told them that I'll arrange for you guys to meet, and you will decide whether a partnership will happen. I'm only responsible for putting you guys in the same room. You're not mad at me, are you? Why would I be? Jack smiled. Really? So you plan to meet up with him? I'll do it. Since my wife already agreed, I have to save you face. Jack spoiled Chloe to no end. He never blamed her for acting on her own accord. Honey, you're the best. I know, so shouldn't you thank me later? Ugh, here you go again. Chloe was truly speechless. Ever since Mr. Dawson came back, he'd been craving more sex than usual. Honey, yeah? I once saw on a female magazine that couples are only supposed to do it 2 or 4 times a week. It's not good for our health if we do it too often, Chloe said in all seriousness. But I also read on a magazine that newlyweds can do it once a day or many times a day. Really? Chloe was flabbergasted. Yeah, so we're not even married for a year yet and are supposed to be in our honeymoon phase. Isn't it normal to want more? Why, honey? Are you sick of me? Chloe melted at the sight of Mr. Dawson's innocent expression. No, I'm not. Honey, why would I be sick of you? So you're saying yes to being on top tonight. Mr. Dawson then proceeded to dig a hole. Then, our little fox that claimed to be a genius foolishly jumped right in. The truth was, when you're faced with the person you love, all your IQ would be flushed down the toilet. She couldn't resist Mr. Dawson's seduction and ended up taking initiative and being on top, with her hands on her face the whole time. But it felt really good. She realized that this position was really nice. Obviously, she still had a lot to learn. Seeing Chloe moan in pleasure, Jack chuckled and decided that they were going to switch positions more frequently in the future. His goal was to try out every one of the 108 positions on the book. It was going to be fantastic. After Mr. Dawson tired Chloe out, she laid on their bed, exhausted and ready for bed. However, Victoria suddenly called her. Chloe, come hang out. I'm on the top floor of Seductive Fox Room C. Then Victoria immediately hung up the phone. Chloe was instantly awakened. Ever since she became friends with Victoria, her heart had been in overdrive. She always appeared and disappeared as she wished. Honey, are you heading out? Jack asked curiously when he saw Chloe sleepily leave the bed to get dressed. Yeah, I have to go see a friend, Chloe said as she got dressed. Jack looked down at his watch. It's late and might not be safe. I'll drive you. Okay, sure. Chloe knew that Jack was worried about her, so she didn't reject his offer. The two of them went downstairs, and Jack drove her to Seductive Fox in his Maybach. I'll wait for you downstairs, don't get too drunk, worried, Jack said. I got it, Mr. Dawson. I'll be a good girl. Wait for me here. Chloe was grateful for how considerate Jack was, because Victoria was a female friend of hers. Plus, Victoria and Jack didn't know each other well, unlike Sarah, whom he also met in high school. Therefore, the best option for Jack was to wait in the car and drive his wife home after they had their fun. Seductive Fox was a place with a lot of messy people, But since Rick owned it, Jack wasn't worried. Therefore, he chose to stay in the car. Chloe came out in a hurry and was too lazy to dress herself up, so she randomly put on a long black hoodie and spandex. The truth was, it was deep into autumn, and wearing something like that wasn't enough. After Chloe got off the car, an icy breeze slammed at her, causing her to shiver. Then, she ran into Seductive Fox, right up to the private rooms on the top floor. Wait, which room was it again? A, B, C, or D? Chloe was half asleep when she received Victoria's call, so she didn't think much about it and instantly forgot. She dizzily looked at the gold-plated decorations and giant private rooms all around. She was just about to take out her phone and call Victoria when the door to room B suddenly swung open. Max and a large-breasted woman stumbled out, and when he saw Chloe, he immediately turned his attention to her. Head nurse. Hey, why are you here? Am I dreaming? I'm here to see a friend, Chloe answered calmly. Are you talking about our young Master Cooper? He's in there. Go on. Max loved to tease people and egg them on. Therefore, upon seeing Chloe standing outside, he was itching to immediately take her to Justin. No, I came looking for a female friend, Chloe explained. Just then, Victoria called her. Are you here? I am. Which room did you say you were in? Chloe immediately asked. C. Got it. 3 seconds. Then, Chloe turned around, took a few steps, and opened the door to room C. She even forgot that she was just talking to Max. Mr. Tang, why don't we go to the bathroom? It's dark in there. The hot girl bravely invited Max. Wait 1 second. Okay, darling. I need to notify Big Panty Cooper first. Then, he left his date in the corridor and turned back to go into room B. When Chloe went in, she was flabbergasted by what she saw. Victoria was the only one sitting in the spacious private room. She was wearing a black mini dress that barely covered her glutes, paired with a pashmina with red tassels. She was beautiful and sexy. But what's with the countless beer bottles on the table? Chloe did a rough count. There were almost 20 empty bottles. You're here? Sit. Victoria smiled, showing her canine teeth. This cold goddess only smiled when she saw Chloe. Did you drink all of this? Chloe asked suspiciously. Do you see a second person in the room? Victoria broke into laughter. Wow, your tolerance is unbelievable. I worship you. Chloe always thought that as a woman, her tolerance was considered good, but it was nothing in front of Victoria. Her tolerance was so high to the point of being terrifying. What's wrong with you? Did your setup fail again? Chloe asked her upon seeing how depressed she looked. If the setup really failed, I would be celebrating like I always do. So, it went well? Chloe asked her in surprise. I wouldn't say that it went well. My parents really like this person, but I don't really feel comfortable about it. Then, Victoria poured 2 glasses of liquor, passed 1 glass to Chloe, and downed the other one. Ahem. Let me secretly drink with you another time. My husband is downstairs. If he finds out that I've been drinking, he's going to kill me. Chloe really didn't have the guts to sneak a drink. Last time she drank, she ended up at the police station, and Jack's interrogation made her want to slit her throat. Mr. Dawson was really scary when he was mad. Yes, he spoiled her, but he would never tolerate her malicious habits. Okay, then I'll drink. Victoria poured herself another glass and drank it all in 1 gulp. She didn't even blink and drank the alcohol like it was water. Chloe had never seen a more intrepid girl than Victoria. You didn't like him? Chloe probed. How should I put this? He's someone who is suited for marriage. He's 30 years old and is a young president who works in the environmental protection sector. He got his PhD degree from abroad and is a business genius. He's handsome, well-cultured, has a clean family background, and has not been in a lot of relationships. Whoa, how can you not like him? Upon hearing Victoria's description of him, even Chloe was impressed. Good men barely existed nowadays. Being able to meet a man like this during a setup date was extremely lucky. Yeah, He seems good at first sight, and I think he's a good person to marry. But something's missing. You're not feeling it? Something like that. He's a typical Scorpio and is so rational it's scary. He knows exactly what he wants, and I know that he doesn't love me. He thinks that I'm good for marriage, and once we get married, he'll be able to have a wife. From the surface, we look like a perfect couple, a perfect pair, but we are just going to be putting on a show to the outside world when the feelings aren't there. But you can't think like that. What if you guys start developing feelings for each other after you get married? There are a lot of people who fall in love after marriage. But I'm not willing, and I don't want to take this bet. What if I still don't like him after we get married? Am I supposed to get divorced? Victoria smiled bitterly. What's the situation right now? Chloe asked. Our parents want us to get engaged in a week. That fast? Chloe was shocked. Yeah, did you know? I'm actually contradicting myself. On one hand, I feel like at my age, I should just find a decent man to marry. After all, I'm not a young girl and can't fantasize about love and romance anymore. On the other hand, I'm really not willing to settle. When I get married, I want to marry for love, and not because someone is suitable for marriage. After all, the man you choose will determine how you live in the future. You have a point there, so what do you plan on doing? Chloe sympathetically looked at Victoria. She was such an outstanding woman, but she's miserable, all because of the pressure of marriage. At that moment, she felt relieved that Jack was the one she married. If she had married David to save her brother, or continued pretending to be ordinary, and married Simon, she wouldn't be as happy she was right now. After all, it was pathetic to marry a man she didn't love. I don't know what to do either. You need to help me think of a way. Victoria poured herself another drink. Before she drank it, however, Chloe took the glass from her. What's the point of getting drunk? You'll still have to face reality when you sober up. Then what am I supposed to do, Chloe? Do I really have to marry that man? I'm not willing to settle. Victoria looked at Chloe, her eyes glistening with tears. Before Chloe had the chance to speak, the door of their private room suddenly opened. I can't believe you wouldn't even come say hi to me. Is there someone else more heartless than you in this world? Justin walked in with a grim expression on his face. Why are you here? Chloe was surprised that Justin suddenly barged in. That a whole Max ran up to Justin to claim credit. As soon as Justin heard that Chloe was here, he became anxious. He didn't want to spend one more minute on his seat and wanted to run over to her immediately. In the end, Brenton forced him down, made him drink 3 glasses of wine before he let Justin run over to Chloe's room so he didn't seem too desperate. Hey, isn't this pretty girl, the one at the hospital, that told us to eat a tampon? Brenton had a really good memory. Even though Brenton only saw Victoria's beautiful side profile last time, he still recognized her. That stud horse Max was God knows where, boinking some hot girl. If he were in the room, he'll be able to help Brenton identify this woman. Do you guys know each other? Chloe looked at Brenton with a weird expression on her face. Brenton immediately shook his head. No. You know Justin? Victoria was obviously still sober as she looked at Chloe and asked, I used to take care of him when he was at Southside. Chloe gave her a simple explanation. Justin knew that the chances of bringing Chloe into his room weren't high. Therefore, he directly sat down on the couch, right beside Chloe. What are you doing? Confused, Chloe looked at him. I know you won't go to my room, so I'm just going to sit here and stay with you. This isn't my room. My friend booked it. Chloe was speechless. Justin had been quiet for so long. Why was he starting up again? Waiter, I'm paying for everything this room orders. Okay, young Master Cooper. The waiter immediately ran in and served more fruit platters and drinks. Rich people sure can do whatever they want, Victoria said as she glanced at Justin. He's not just a rich person. By the way he burns money, We all call him a rich Jesus." Brenton smiled. Then, Justin and Brenton thick-facedly stayed in their private room without their permission. Seductive Fox, President's office. Upon seeing the surveillance, Rick hesitated for a moment before calling Jack. He wasn't a tattletale, but he knew how much Jack cared about Chloe. "Hello?" Jack picked up. "Your wife is here again." Rick purposely used the word again. "I know. I came with her. Where are you?" Rick was confused. "I'm downstairs in my car. She went up to see a friend. It's not convenient if I go up as well," Jack explained. "Then I need to tell you something, but you need to stay calm." "What is it?" "Your wife's friend is in room C. Justin and the others are in room B." "So?" Jack continued to ask. "So, 3 minutes ago, Justin went into room C. You really should come up and take a look." Jack was silent for 5 seconds. "I'm not going up. I trust her," Jack said calmly. He knew what Chloe was like and didn't want to tie her too close to him. They respected each other as well as each other's privacy. Even though they were married, he still wanted to leave her enough room to breathe in. If Jack looked at Chloe's phone, Weibo, and WeChat every single day, sooner or later, a conflict would arise. Therefore, even though Rick told him that Justin went to Chloe's private room, he still wasn't worried. "You're the boss." Rick was speechless. "If she's mine, no one can steal her from me. If she's not mine, I won't be able to keep her, even if I wanted to," Jack slowly said. "Okay, I really don't understand you people. Anyways, I told you, so just be careful." Then, Rick hung up the phone. Jack was analyzing data on his laptop, just like always. He didn't get all bent out of shape guessing what may be happening outside. He was much more mature than other young 27-year-olds. His lack of worry wasn't because he didn't love Chloe. The truth was, he loved her so much that he could not bear to hurt her pride. "Why are you here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping at home? Are you wearing pajamas?" Justin shamed Chloe. He looked at her from head to toe, finally coming to the conclusion that Chloe left her house in pajamas. Chloe immediately rolled her eyes at him. "What do you think pajamas look like? This is a hoodie, got it?" "Nope." "Then get out of my face. I'm too lazy to bicker with you." Chloe was the best at stuffing a sock in Justin's mouth. Brenton, on the other hand, sat in front of Victoria and began hitting on her. "Hey, Angel, did you drink all of this?" "Yup." Victoria was suddenly in a good mood. Maybe it was because the private room had become much livelier and she didn't feel as lonely. "You have a great tolerance," Brenton praised. "It's not bad." "Haha. I saw you that day at Southside. You drove a white Lexus, right?" Brenton asked. "Yeah," Victoria nodded. Then Brenton's mind bubbled with excitement. He was lucky enough to see this beautiful woman again. Ah, fate. "Are you friends with Chloe?" Brenton continued to ask. "What does that have to do with you? Don't you think you're asking one too many questions? If you're going to drink, sit down and drink. If you're not going to drink, then get out of my face. I don't have time for nonsense." Victoria's Iron Lady personality erupted. Her high and mighty attitude was like that of Chloe, if not more. Brenton was dumbfounded. Chloe couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing what she said. Victoria was adorable and so real. She didn't even hesitate before swearing, not at all like an overseas PhD and renowned psychiatrist. Justin's expression softened upon seeing Chloe laugh. He didn't get to spend a lot of time with her, so he rarely got to see her smile like this. He felt like Chloe's laugh was the best-sounding laugh in the world. Chloe was laughing at Victoria and Brenton and didn't realize how lovingly Justin was looking at her. "I can drink with you, but I might drink you dead." "It'll make for a bad first impression," Brenton said modestly upon hearing Victoria's provocations. "Don't worry. If you get me drunk tonight, I'll go home with you, and you can do whatever you want with me." Pfft. Chloe almost spat out blood. Justin was at a loss for words as well. Brenton may be a playboy, but he was just a man of a lot of words. He never acted on what he says. Brenton family had been in the steel business for years, and he had siblings in his big family. In order to protect the family's reputation, he didn't dare to screw around. He was helpless in the face of Victoria's straightforward remarks. He touched his nose and said, "That's not a good idea. I didn't mean that." "Are you drinking or not? You're so annoying." Victoria was running out of patience. "Yeah, let's drink. How's this? Since you're a woman, for every glass you drink, I'll drink 2. What do you think?" "Sure." Victoria readily nodded her head. Brenton then glanced at the beer and liquor on the table and said, "Take these away. We're drinking stronger one. Waiter, get us a couple bottles of Mau Tai." "Will do, young Master Brenton." "Are you guys for real?" Chloe was a little worried. Brenton's tolerance is horrifying. "Your friend is screwed today." Justin wrapped his arms around his chest and said proudly, "I wouldn't be so sure. Victoria might surprise you." Chloe didn't think that Victoria was bound to lose. Brenton poured 2 glasses and covered the top with his palm. "Hey, beautiful, here's the deal. If you get drunk, then you're coming home with me. This is just a game, so don't make me take responsibility." "Sure," Victoria immediately said. "What if you lose?" Victoria teased Brenton. "You can do whatever you'd like to me if I lose." "Of course, I can go home with you and spend the night or whatever else you may fancy. I promise I won't charge you," Brenton said with a cheeky smile on his face. "In your dreams." Victoria glared at him. Brenton wasn't that good-looking, but he was certainly easy to the eyes. He had small eyes and liked to smile. He had a vicious mouth, quick wits, and hung out with Justin every day. He was the ultimate optimist. "If you lose, then you'll have to walk around Seductive Fox in your underwear," Victoria said slowly. "Ha ha ha. This can be arranged." Justin burst into laughter. "Young Master Cooper, aren't you supposed to be on my side? Don't tell me you've run to side with the enemy just because Chloe's in the opposing team." Brenton was speechless. "Stop wasting time, okay? Are we drinking or not?" Victoria glared at Brenton. "It's not a problem. I don't care since I'm not going to lose anyway." Brenton had drunk his way through thick and thin. When he was in his early teens, he and Justin already began stealing their parents' alcohol to drink. He was invincible in the face of alcohol. 1 kilogram was nothing to him. 2 grams was what, just 6 or 7 glasses? Plus, Victoria had already drunk so much, so she was bound to crash soon. Although he wasn't actually going to do anything to Victoria, he still wanted to subdue her arrogance. Since Victoria was a woman who already had too much to drink, Brenton announced that he would drink 2 glasses for every glass she drank. Victoria was a straightforward person. She instantly picked up a glass and downed it. Then, she waved the empty glass in her hand, as if she were provoking him. Brenton didn't hesitate either, and immediately drank 2 glasses. Justin took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He clapped for Brenton. Then, he picked up the lighter on the table and lit up his cigarette. He might have been sitting close to Chloe, so the cigarette smoke floated her way. Chloe's throat tickled, and she began to cough. At her 3rd cough, Justin quietly pulled out the cigarette from his mouth, threw it on the ground, and smeared it with his foot. Brenton looked at Justin as he attentively acted as Chloe's knight in shining armor, a faint smile appearing on his face. Then, Victoria picked up another glass and drank it all. Brenton immediately followed suit with 2 glasses. The battle was getting fiercer. Chloe was worried about Victoria's health. She pulled on her wrist and said quietly, "You can't drink anymore. I know them. They won't actually make you do anything." "I'm fine. Don't worry." Victoria looked at Chloe confidently. Then, she picked up the 3rd glass and downed it. Brenton wasn't feeling so hot. No one could stand drinking like that. Plus, he had been drinking double that of Victoria. After a moment of hesitation, he drank 2 more glasses. Victoria had 3 glasses, while Brenton had 6. 6 glasses wasn't a lot, but they were all back-to-back shots, and therefore really strong. The alcohol shot up to his brain, and Brenton immediately felt a little dizzy. He thought that 3 glasses were more than enough to knock Victoria out. But to his surprise, Victoria picked up a 4th glass and drank it all. Brenton swallowed and felt the taste of alcohol creeping up his throat. However, he suppressed his nausea and drank 2 more glasses. The truth was, he was close to throwing up by the time he downed the 2nd glass. However, he was a man who needed to save face. Therefore, he couldn't help but fight the urge to vomit. Justin realized that Brenton had reached his limit, but Victoria was almost done too. Her face was red, and her breath reeked of alcohol. Even so, Victoria was still unwilling to back down and slowly picked up the 5th glass. She then drank it down while everyone stared at her. Chloe didn't even have the heart to look at her anymore. Brenton watched her as she drank that last glass and immediately stood up. "Hey, I admit defeat. Tell me, do you want me to start on the 1st floor or the top floor?" Brenton had obviously given up. If he kept drinking, not only would he throw up, he would also be hospitalized for alcohol poisoning. He would rather run in his underwear than risk his life. Victoria smiled proudly. "Whatever you like, as long as you're wearing nothing but your underwear." Brenton then turned around to leave the room. He was not about to take his clothes off in front of 2 girls. This bet was preposterous, but he was a man who was true to his words. Worried, Justin left the room behind him. Victoria covered her mouth, shot into the bathroom, and puked her guts out. "Are you okay? You did well back there. I've never seen anyone drink as much as you did. You're like the goddess of drinking." Chloe patted Victoria's back as she exclaimed, "I actually cheated. Ha ha. I took sobering pills before I started drinking." Victoria smiled mysteriously. "That's why—" Chloe suddenly understood. Brenton may be a smartass, but all geniuses were played at least once in their lifetime. After Victoria threw up, she felt much better. Chloe held on to her as they both headed out the door. Brenton was truly a man of his words. He wore white boxers and ran from the top floor all the way down to the 1st. All the waiters and customers stared at him. Thank goodness Justin was with him, so no one dared to say anything, because they didn't dare to piss off the young Master Cooper. Justin was such a good friend. He recorded a video with his phone as he said, "Haha, when you get married, I'm going to play this video on the day of your wedding. It's going to be awesome." "Screw you," Brenton cursed at him. After Max finished boinking that hot girl in the bathroom, he was shocked speechless by what he saw. "I was only gone for 30 minutes. What in the world happened?" Max was dumbfounded. Big Boys Brenton made a drinking bet with a pretty girl and said that he would run around in his underwear if he lost. He was a little too confident and ended up losing, and that's why you're seeing what you are currently seeing. Justin summarized everything that happened with a few simple sentences. "Ha ha 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 ha. This is so funny. Where's that beautiful lady? I need to thank her for sinking his ship." Max laughed hysterically. Growing up, no one could defeat Brenton in drinking. Not even Justin was a match for his tolerance. But today, destiny had it that he lost to a girl. "She's over there." Justin pointed at Chloe and Victoria. Max glanced at her and questioned, why does she look so familiar?" Oh, I remember now. It's that girl with the killer profile view." Haha, so she's Chloe's friend. No wonder she was at Southside." Max was more excited than ever. Killer profile view? Justin was confused. Then, Max told Justin everything that happened that day. Justin smiled. "You guys are geniuses. See what happens when you're overly arrogant? An opponent is bound to show up. Can't you quiet down? Would it kill you guys to be quiet?" Brenton jogged as he cursed at the 2 of them with a grim expression on his face. Chloe held on to Victoria as they watched him. Victoria was originally depressed, but Brenton certainly made her day. She suddenly exclaimed at Chloe, "Chloe, did you know? Ever since I got back to the country, all my relatives have been trying to convince me to lower my standards and stop being picky, since I'm not so young anymore. They told me to marry someone who's not so bad." While they droned on and on, I would usually say, if I'm getting married, then it's either going to be for money or for love. I never hoped that I'll get both, since life isn't perfect. But if he's a bad person who also happens to be poor, then I'm sorry. Am I playing a game by marrying him and popping out babies for him? I'm not Robin Hood. If someone needs a D that bad, then go ahead. I wish them a long and happy life together. Huh? That's a great answer. Chloe burst out in laughter. Yeah, back then I thought that I'd be able to keep my foot down, but now, I think I might become one of them. Maybe in 1 week, I'll really be engaged, Victoria said, her tone filled with loneliness and sorrow. Victoria, have you ever been in love before? Curious, Chloe asked. The class leader in my kindergarten and I used to share lollipops, and we would each take a lick. Does that count as love? After Victoria finished, she and Chloe looked at each other and smiled, as if they both understood each other. I envy you. You have Jack, your childhood sweetheart, with whom you can still be stubborn. But not everyone is as fortunate as you are. There are a lot of people in this world who don't get to be with who they love. I believe that people who persist will find happiness, as long as they don't give up, Chloe said in all seriousness. Just then, Brenton ran up to Victoria with sweat on his forehead. I've done my part. Can I have your snap? You want my snap? Sure, not a problem. Victoria smiled, baring her canine teeth. Brenton was comforted that he didn't act like an idiot all night for no reason. But you have to have 2 more glasses. Victoria only just finished her sentence when Brenton immediately ran into the bathroom and puked his guts out. He completely fell apart as soon as he heard the word. The people around him burst out in hysterical laughter. Then, Victoria pulled Chloe's arm. Let's go. Time for bed. Chloe quietly followed behind her. Wait. Justin ran up to them. What? Chloe turned around. Are you leaving, just like that? Aren't you going to say goodbye? Justin asked contentiously. Goodbye. Then, Chloe continued following Victoria. Justin sent them off with the saddest of expressions. You can be a wimp sometimes. She's just a girl. You should be more straightforward. Look at me. When I wanted to boink that girl, I just told her that I wanted to boink her. So let's go to the bathroom, and she obediently followed me. Max tried to convince Justin. Then, Justin shot him a murderous look. Do you think I'm you? You're like a teddy bear dog, effing everything you see. Then, Justin looked at Max with disdain before leaving. Max was rendered speechless by what Justin said. But Justin had a point. Not only does his own teddy bear dog have separation anxiety, but it also tries to get with everything it sees. Gosh, how dirty. How are people supposed to buy teddy bear dogs now that Justin made the breed sound so horny? Brenton went back to the private room to put on his pants and left Seductive Fox calmly with Justin. The thing was, he didn't care about how other people looked at him. No one can speak of this today, or else you're screwed. Justin was a good friend, banning the others from talking about the events of tonight. None of the waitstaff or customers dared to say another word. They all knew that the upper-class people were just playing around. If they took it too seriously, they might get in trouble. Chloe helped Victoria down, but she suddenly stopped in her footsteps. Victoria, my husband is right there. Let me drive you home first. It's safer that way. No, it's okay. I can drive. No, drunk driving is dangerous. Chloe's expression immediately changed. She was not okay with Victoria driving. Then I'll call my driver and ask him to pick me up. Victoria smiled helplessly. Fine. I'll wait with you until your driver gets here. And then I'll leave. Then I'll take a cab. Victoria would feel bad if Chloe waited with her. Therefore, she decided to take a taxi. Upon seeing how determined Victoria was, Chloe didn't insist. After they said goodbye, Chloe got into the passenger seat of Jack's Maybach. Honey, follow that cab. I need to make sure that she's home safe. Chloe pointed at the cab in front of her. Jack nodded, put down the laptop in his hand, and started the car. Victoria was a really cute girl, so men often hit on her. Victoria got onto the back seat of a cab. The driver was a middle-aged man, a little plump, and had small eyes. He glanced at her through the rearview mirror and saw that she was a beautiful woman. He immediately became restless. "Hey, pretty lady, how old are you?" 38, Victoria answered calmly. "I don't believe you. You look like you're 18. Haha," the driver complimented her. "Yeah, I died when I was 18, and it's been 20 years, so I'm 38 years old. I plan to haunt the intersections to find myself some money to spend." The driver's face turned horrifically white at what she said. He thought that she was a ghost. Victoria laughed out loud, giving the driver goosebumps all over. He began sweating on his forehead and stepped on the brakes. Then, terrified, he ran out of his car, probably about to pee himself. Victoria sneered. "How can he hit on me when he's such a chicken? This a-hole might as well be scared to death." Then, Victoria got off the cab. "What's happening? Honey, stop the car." Chloe saw the cab stopping and Victoria getting off the car, so she was worried that something happened to her. She immediately got out of the Maybach. "He was a dumbass driver and I scared him off. I guess I have no choice but to ride with you guys." "Get on." Chloe pulled Victoria into their Maybach. As soon as they got on the car, Chloe immediately introduced her to Jack. "This is Jack, my husband. Honey, this is my friend, Victoria. Nice to meet you, President Dawson." "Hi." Jack faintly nodded in response. They didn't speak much on their way back to Victoria's home. "Go home, I'll call you later." Victoria pinched Chloe's face before heading into her house. "Since when did you guys become friends?" Jack slowly asked her on their way home. Not too long ago. I met her because I was trying to treat Cody's depression. She's a renowned psychiatrist." "I know." "You know her?" Chloe was surprised. "I don't know her, but I know of her." "You know she's getting engaged soon, right?" Jack suddenly added. "How in the world do you know about this?" Chloe was in disbelief. Her husband sure knew everything. "Because the man she's about to get engaged to is Noah's cousin." "What?" Chloe was confused. "Noah's aunt's son. He's in the environmental sector and is a really smart man. Noah just complained to me yesterday that his cousin was about to quickly get engaged to a really pretty and rich girl. What a coincidence." "I see." Chloe understood. Victoria is a low-key socialite who hasn't been involved in any scandals. She's really eccentric, so there must be something she admires about you if she wants to be friends with you, Jack analyzed. Chloe smiled embarrassedly. She said that we're alike, both have weird tempers, and doesn't like to play by the rules. Cody's depression was hard to cure, but I thought outside of the box and tried something else while her hypnotherapy attempt failed. Maybe that's why she wants to be friends with me. "Yeah." Jack nodded and didn't say much else. When they got home, Chloe couldn't help but sneeze 3 times in a row. Heartbroken, Jack placed a thin blanket on her. "You went out in such a hurry and didn't even put on a jacket. I think you might have caught a cold." "Yeah, it's so cold." Chloe hugged the blanket and sat down on the couch. Jack quietly went into the kitchen. A few minutes later, he came out with a bowl of brown sugar ginger water. "Drink it while it's hot. It'll warm up your body." "Thanks, honey." Chloe smiled happily and began slowly sipping on it. Jack was arrogant, indifferent, and didn't care about anything. But when he was with Chloe, he would give her all the love and gentleness in the world. He was willing to wait for her in the car for an hour. He calmly decided to trust her when he heard that Justin went looking for her. He didn't say anything when she asked him to follow Victoria's cab. He went into the kitchen to make her brown sugar water when he realized that she might have caught a cold. He always did as much as he could for her, just because he didn't want her to endure any grievances. The next morning, they each went off to work, and Chloe sent Victoria a message. However, she didn't reply until much later. At noon, Victoria replied her via voice message. "I think I drank too much. and don't remember anything from last night. Haha, then what do you remember? I only remember that you came looking for me, but I don't remember how I got home. Victoria placed a hand on her head. What a hangover. Don't you remember the bet you made with Brenton? Who's Brenton? Victoria had no idea who Chloe was talking about. Chloe was speechless. If Brenton found out, he would cry his heart out. Thanks to her, Brenton threw up and was forced to run around half naked. However, Victoria didn't even remember that he existed. Haha, forget it. Talk to you later. I need to go to work now. Sounds good. After Chloe finished with work and was about to head to the cafeteria for lunch, she saw Brenton outside her office. To her surprise, Brenton wasn't with Justin. He was here alone. Chloe, I bought you some lunch. Brenton smiled as he passed her a food container. Are we close? Chloe wasn't even remotely connected to Brenton. Justin, bringing her lunch, was understandable. But Brenton bringing her lunch? What's going on? Crab roe buns are really good. Eat it while it's hot. First, tell me what you want from me. Then, I'll decide if I want to eat this. Chloe knew more than anyone that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Even Mr. Dawson occasionally tried to dupe her. Brenton coughed lightly and lowered his voice. Do you have Victoria's snap? You want to hook up with her? Brenton was embarrassed by how straightforward Chloe was being. Can't we beat around the bushes a little bit? Brenton chuckled. I have her snap, but what? Brenton asked timidly when he saw Chloe's hesitation. But she might be getting engaged in a week. Engaged? This news was like a blow to Brenton's head. It's been years since he met a woman that he was interested in. He thought that he would be able to say goodbye to his single life, but Brenton almost lost control when Chloe said that Victoria was getting engaged soon. He felt like his heart was pushed over a cliff, shattering to 1,000,000 pieces. So, I don't think adding her snap will do you any good, Chloe added. Still, maybe we can be friends. Okay, you'll have to see if she adds you, Chloe thought. Since Victoria didn't want to get engaged anyway, she might as well give Brenton a chance. What if she falls for him? Anything was possible in this world. Brenton scanned a QR code and added, Victoria. He waited for a while, but she didn't accept her friend request. She didn't add me. Maybe she's not on Snap, Brenton mumbled to himself. The truth was, Chloe wanted to tell him that she was just chatting Victoria, but she didn't have the heart to break his heart a second time. Thanks, Chloe. Enjoy lunch. I'll be going. After he got Victoria's snap, Brenton left in his sports car. Chloe sat in her office and enjoyed the delicious meal Brenton brought her. She thought back at what happened last night and still found it funny. Victoria was sure an iron lady, making a bet with Brenton like that, and making him run around basically naked, with nothing left but a pair of boxers. After thoroughly enjoying her meal, Chloe missed Jack, so she sent him a message. Mr. Dawson, have you eaten? Chloe waited, but he didn't reply. She looked at the time. Jack was supposed to be on lunch break. Finally, Chloe couldn't take it anymore and called him. The line kept ringing, but no one picked up. And just as Chloe was about to hang up, a woman's voice sounded from the phone. Hello? Isn't this Jack's cell phone? Chloe was dumbfounded. How could a woman have picked up his phone? Even she never picked up Jack's phone, because she didn't want to intervene with his work stuff. He's having lunch and left his phone with me. The woman's voice was crisp. The voice sounded familiar to Chloe. Then she suddenly remembered and asked, Jennifer? May I ask who's calling? Jennifer asked on purpose. The truth was, Chloe didn't intend to remember Jennifer's name. But when she went to GK to help with its crisis, that woman, Jennifer, kept objecting to all her propositions during the executive meeting. She didn't calm down until Chloe signed Emery and Cody, slapping her across the face. She knew that the female employees at GK all liked Jack. After all, Jack was their boss, and he was handsome and rich. Of course, women liked him. However, Chloe was annoyed at the fact that Jennifer was able to pick up Jack's phone. Plus, that woman asked her who she was on purpose. Jack never saved anyone's number in his phone. He memorized hundreds of clients' phone numbers in his head. But Chloe's number was the first contact on Jack's phone, under the name My Lovely Wife. She didn't believe that Jennifer was blind enough not to see it. She was purposely playing with her. "Don't you know who I am?" Chloe refuted coldly. "Haha, you're funny. How would I know if you didn't tell me?" Jennifer showed obvious animosity. "Why would you pick up Jack's phone?" Chloe asked impolitely. "He's busy and can't answer his phone, so, of course, I answered it for him." Jennifer's voice sounded coquettish. Chloe chuckled and suddenly asked, "Are you aware that there's a really popular phrase on the internet these days?" "What phrase?" Not sure of where Chloe was getting at, Jennifer asked cautiously. "Karma's a beach. Don't be retarded, or you won't even know how you die," Chloe said, word for word. Jennifer's expression darkened immediately. Chloe always looked so gentle and weak, but her words wielded much power. "Don't be retarded." Chloe's warning was clear. However, Jennifer was no longer in her right mind to listen to Chloe's warning. She wanted to take every chance she had to break Jack and Chloe up. "Haha, really?" Jennifer laughed like a lowlife, testing Chloe's patience out provocatively. Just then, Jennifer heard footsteps outside the door. Before Chloe had the chance to speak, she immediately hung up the phone, deleted their call history, and turned off his phone. Jack opened the door and walked in as soon as she placed his phone back onto the table. Just now, they were meeting about the announcement of the new winter jewelry line. During this time, the finance director asked to speak to Jack, and they talked in private. Her other colleagues either went to drink water or rest. Just as Jennifer was about to leave the room, she heard Jack's phone ring. She originally planned to give it to the president, but then she saw the words, "My lovely wife." Unable to control her jealousy and hate, she picked up, as if she were in a trance, and brawled with Chloe over the phone. Upon seeing Jack walk in, Jennifer immediately passed him his cell phone. "President Dawson, perfect timing. I was just about to give your phone to you. It's off. I think you ran out of battery." Jack didn't say anything. He took his phone and glanced at it before turning around to leave. Jennifer sighed in relief when she realized that Jack didn't suspect a thing. Chloe didn't plan on calling him again because she knew what was going on. That little crap, Jennifer, probably picked up Jack's phone while he was away. Why did she have to pretend to be so close to the president? Was she an idiot? Who was Chloe? Would she misunderstand Jack and hold a grudge against him? Of course not. She trusted Jack, just as he trusted her. She wasn't going to call Jack to demand what just happened. Instead, she planned to teach that little calculating woman, Jennifer, a lesson. She didn't teach her a lesson during the open ceremony because she thought that Jennifer would tone it down. However, it only got worse. Therefore, some people were just shameless. Chloe knew of a phenomenon. When married couples fight, the one thing to avoid is spouting off at the mouth. For example, if a wife says to her husband, "Why do you always come home so late? You never tell me where you are. Are you having an affair with next door? That girl is really slutty, and you won't be able to control yourself." So on and so forth. Definitely avoid that, even if you're not saying it on purpose. This is because, after a while, these words will have a subtle influence on the husband, making him wonder if he was having an affair with the girl. Therefore, when he sees, he might develop subtle feelings for her. In the end, something that's not supposed to happen would happen. Therefore, Chloe didn't even want to mention Jennifer to Jack, because to her, Jennifer was just a clown that didn't deserve to stand between her and her husband. On the other side of town, Brenton added Victoria. He waited for a long time, but she never added him. He soon got anxious and sent her 2 more friend requests. He noted on the friend request, "Hi, I'm Brenton." Finally, Victoria replied, but she still didn't add him. All she said was, "Who's Brenton?" "The guy who placed a drinking bet with you last night." Brenton was speechless, but still explained to her patiently, "I drank with my good friend Chloe last night. Don't try to dupe me." Brenton was speechless. "Are you pretending not to know me just because you're sober?" Brenton was outraged. "So, did I do something to you?" Victoria returned his question with one of her own, immediately silencing Brenton. "Fine, you win." In all these years, Brenton had never met a woman like this. She nearly crippled him last night, so how could she shamelessly ask who he was today? To him, Victoria was at a completely different level from Chloe. Chloe was still fairly rational. She knew she was married, so she wouldn't take the initiative to talk to Justin. But at least she didn't pretend to not know who he was. However, Victoria was a witch who would eat someone up, bones, and everything. Brenton kept thinking that this woman looked as sweet as a Japanese adult star, but the way she behaved was truly barbaric. Even if he slept with her, she would never ask him to take responsibility, because she would straight up deny that it ever happened. Being a physiatrist was sure a waste of her talents. She should be the top star of Imperial Star instead, since she could definitely handle tens of thousands of media outlets with ease. Brenton was depressed, so he stopped trying to add Victoria. Victoria had also forgotten about him. Her parents had been pestering her to try out some dresses for the engagement party, but she kept stalling and was unwilling to go downstairs. The truth was, her parents knew that she was very unwilling to get engaged. However, to ensure that their daughter had a happy marriage, they thought forcing her would be doing her a favor. Jack rarely got off work this early, so he drove straight to Southside to pick up Chloe. "Why are you here?" Chloe immediately turned into a shy little girl as soon as she saw Mr. Dawson. "I've come to pick you up from work. We'll head over to the old house for dinner, so we can visit your mom." "Huh, sure. Thomas just happens to be home as well today." Chloe felt very happy when she heard that they were going to her mother's. After getting ready up, she got into Jack's car and left her Audi in Southside's parking lot. As they passed by a grocery store, the two bought quite a lot of vegetables and fruits. It was already 7 p.m. when they arrived at the old house. Luckily, they had called her mother beforehand, so her mom and Thomas waited for them to eat. "Sis, you're finally here. I'm about to starve to death," Thomas clamored. To their surprise, Amelia was there as well. Evidently, they've already become inseparable. Amelia was still a bit reserved in front of Chloe and Jack. "Senior sister, you're back." Amelia wore a pink dress, and since she was fairly young, her attire was very pink and youthful. Thomas was a super caring man. He had always been very sweet to his sister, not to mention his girlfriend. He barely argued with Amelia, and spent every day sweetly and lovingly. They also showed off their relationship in every way possible in their friend circles. Chloe didn't quite understand this sort of showing off, but she wouldn't stop them, because each person had their own and different ways of expressing joy. Since time was limited, Chloe bought some food for Hot Pot at the grocery store. The 5 of them sat underneath a big tree in the yard to enjoy a delicious meal of Hot Pot. Sandra was no longer visibly hostile towards Jack. She would even occasionally say, "Have some more." "Thanks, Auntie." Jack was not used to this kind of treatment. Never mind how Sandra was as a woman, but she at least raised and cared for Chloe for the last 20 or so years. Plus, even though Chloe was a girl, she wasn't biased at all, and never treated her son better than her daughter. Despite her sharp tongue, deep down, she was a very kind person. Or else, she would never have been tricked by that old thief, Timothy, again and again. Simply put, Sandra was actually a ditzy woman. She wasn't much of a schemer when she was young and didn't have any tricks up her sleeves. So she ended up losing to that calculating, double-sided trickster, Evelyn. "Sis, you looked so cool that day on the red carpet." "Haha. Amelia noticed that it was you first. I didn't even dare to recognize you." Thomas giggled as he teased his sister. "You little brat, has your butt been itchy lately? How dare you tease your big sister? I wasn't teasing, sis. You're truly a weirdo. I'm surprised at how well you pulled off that smoky eye look. You didn't lose to those stars at all. The media who didn't know what was going on even thought you were a new star GK just signed. And they were all madly taking photos of you at the time. Haha, it was hilarious. Amelia also laughed. Although senior sister wasn't a stunning beauty, but your grace is undeniable, and you were able to hold down the stage. Anyways, you're totally my type. If you didn't study medicine, you'll definitely succeed in the entertainment industry. You two, we're all friends here. There's no need for so much kissing. Thanks, but stop making fun of me. Chloe put her chopsticks in her mouth and smiled as she watched the two of them giggle and tease her at the same time. Thomas, you need to treat your older sister with respect. You're young, but she's a married woman. Don't be silly. Your brother-in-law is here too. Sandra looked at her son and lectured him. It's fine, Auntie. I've gotten used to it. Thomas loves his sister very much. Jack rarely got to witness such a heartwarming scene. Over the meal, the green vegetables were running out, so Chloe stood up to wash some more. Thomas also quietly followed behind her. Sis, I want to ask you something. Yes? Are you pregnant yet? Chloe, she wasn't even worried about this, yet Thomas seemed to be in more of a rush than she was. Why do you keep asking me that? Puzzled, Chloe looked at Thomas. I'm asking for Mom. She keeps asking me, but how would I know? Only the people involved knows. Don't worry, I will definitely tell you guys if there's something. Okay, I've been hoping to become a young uncle. Thomas stuck out his tongue. A young uncle? You're already 19. But I'm still a child. Come here, let me ask you something. Now it was Chloe's turn to ask the questions. What? Have you and Amelia done it yet? Chloe asked, a little embarrassed. However, Thomas immediately understood what his sister was talking about. He immediately responded, Sis, which era do you think we're living in? Do you really think everyone is as innocent and pure as you are? Love isn't as simple as just holding hands. Of course we've been together, and we're planning to move in together once I start my internship in my senior year. Then you have to be careful. Don't get Amelia pregnant. You guys are still young. There's going to be a lot of pressure if you guys decide to have a baby. If you don't want the baby, abortions are really harmful to the woman's body. I know, sis. We're using protection, don't you worry. Thomas patted his sister's shoulder as he said confidently. Chloe was speechless. Her brother was only 19, yet he sounded so mature and experienced. Was she too innocent, or did she think Thomas was too innocent? After dinner, Amelia was cleaning up the yard, while Jack and Thomas sat in the yard and drank tea. Chloe went into the kitchen to help her mother wash dishes. Mom, just ask me directly next time if you have questions. Don't call Thomas, he's a guy. It's super awkward if you keep asking him whether I'm pregnant yet, Chloe coyly laughed. You shouldn't be as careless as I am. Since you were lucky enough to marry into a wealthy family, you should carefully plan the rest of your life out. Children are a must. It doesn't matter if it's a girl or a boy, but you have to have at least one. I know, and it's not that I don't want one, but I'm just not pregnant yet, Chloe said innocently. You're too weak. Go see a reliable traditional medicine doctor to give you a checkup. Could it be that your body is lacking something? You should take some traditional medicine to help with that. Chloe didn't know how to respond. Mom, I'm a medical practitioner, and I know of these things. Me not being pregnant might not be because I'm sick. The truth is, pregnancy is a very magical thing, and the joining of a sperm and egg isn't as easy as we think. It's a very complicated process. Never mind, you won't understand it anyways. Chloe originally wanted to carefully explain the process of impregnation to her mother, but after some medical lingo, her mother lost interest, so she decided to stop trying to explain things. Then she took out an envelope from her bag and handed it to her. Mom, take this. Why are you giving me money again? I don't need it. Sandra wouldn't accept it. Don't worry, Mom. I didn't get this money from the Dawson family. It's from my own salary. I don't need anything, so there's no use in having this money. Your store isn't doing so well these days, and you're always holding back on even buying food. You shouldn't be so harsh on yourself. Thomas and I have both grown up now, so it's about time you start enjoying life. No matter what Sandra said, Chloe still stuffed the envelope into her mother's apron pocket. There was $20,000 inside. Chloe didn't dare to give her mother too much, because if she gave her mother too much cash, her mother still wouldn't spend it, and it was unsafe to keep that much money at home. Fine, then I will keep this for you, and I'll give it back to you when you need it later. I don't need it. Just consider them living expenses. Mom, if you want to go back to your hometown, I could take a break from work and come with you. Chloe faintly remembered that her mother hadn't visited her hometown for several years now. I won't go back. What's the point? Your grandmother and grandfather are no longer around anymore. Those gambling uncles of yours only ask me for money, and only money, every time they see me. A while ago, your aunt called me after seeing your interview on TV. She said now that you've married into a wealthy family, she wanted you to find her daughter a nice husband. I've refused. I don't even want to talk to your aunt. She'll cause tons of trouble if we're not careful. Fine, but if you decide to go back, then remember to tell me. I'll go with you. It's okay. We are not going back. My home will be wherever you and Thomas are in the future, Sandra said while she washed dishes. Right. Mom, I suddenly thought of something. What? I heard that Timothy wanted to do a DNA test on me not long after I was born, and Uncle James took me there? Yes. I was still resting postpartum and didn't have the energy to bother with all that. Didn't he say anything upon finding out that I was his daughter? Chloe probed. He gave us some money, around $200,000 or so, but I didn't care about his filthy money at all. So, I told your Uncle James to send it back and cut all ties with him. Oh, Chloe seemed to be in her own thoughts. Why? Why would you ask about this all of a sudden? Sandra looked at her daughter somewhat curiously. Nothing. I just remembered this all of a sudden. My birth caused quite a scene back then, and he even a DNA test on me. Come to think of it, a man as cautious as Timothy would definitely do a DNA test. Yes, he's an old fox. Then, Chloe didn't say anything else and walked out of the kitchen after washing the dishes. It's getting late. Honey, let's go home. Okay. Jack gracefully stood up. Brother-in-law, I'll be over for an internship at the most basic level in your company this holiday break. Please don't forget. Okay. Jack nodded, and then the two of them said goodbye to Chloe's mother and walked out of the old house. What did you say to Thomas? Nothing. Don't spoil him all the time, Chloe ordered. I know. Honey, there's this thing that's very strange. Help me analyze it. Inside the car, Chloe thought of what happened recently and decided to share it with Jack. Okay, go on. I'm not Timothy's daughter, that's for sure. But apparently back in the day, Uncle James took me to find Timothy to do a DNA test, and I was proven to be his daughter. At the time, Timothy gave my mother $200,000 in child support, but my mom didn't want it, so she told Uncle James to return it to Timothy. What were you wondering? Jack said while he driving. I was wondering why Uncle James kept my identity a secret. He even managed to trick Timothy. Why, though? Maybe he doesn't want anyone to find out, Jack slowly said. Chloe nodded. Also, I suspect that Uncle James didn't give that money back to Timothy. Instead, he gave it to the doctor who performed the DNA test. Jack followed. You're smart. I was thinking the same thing. This makes sense now. Uncle James deliberately planned to hide my identity and colluded with the doctor who performed the DNA test to trick Timothy, so the Green family doesn't know about this. Oh, that's not right. I can't say that no one in the Green family knows. I think that maybe Andrew knows about my real identity. Andrew? Jack felt incredibly uncomfortable upon hearing this name. Yes. Why would he know? I'm not sure. It's only a feeling I have. It's as if he knows about a lot of things, Chloe slowly said as she held her chin. That's not impossible anyways. It's better to keep your distance from Andrew. I know, Chloe nodded. When they arrived home, Chloe originally wanted to eat some snacks and watch soap operas with Jack. However, he received a call and started working again. Honey, I'll be on a video conference in the study. Okay. Don't wait up for me. Go to sleep if you're tired. Okay? Chloe obediently nodded. Just as Jack was about to head upstairs, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, Oh, right, honey. GK's 30-year anniversary party will be held at the Ritz-Carlton next week. It'll be very grand, with a magnificent banquet. If you want to invite any friends, tell Assistant Mark beforehand and get him to arrange a guest list for you. Okay, sure. Chloe nodded. Then, Jack went into the study for work. Meanwhile, Chloe took a shower, changed into her pajamas, and played around on Snap in bed. Big sis Sarah, you seem to be very busy lately. Let's go and get food sometime? Your big sis. Sarah has been flying long routes recently. My gosh, maybe it's because I'm too beautiful, so the head stewardess has been stalling on signing off my annual leave. I have to work nonstop. I don't have time to hang out and have fun. Everyone has their busy days. Now that the weather is getting colder, it's peak season for your airline company. Plenty of northerners want to fly south to avoid the cold weather. That's true. I don't even have time to drink water when I'm at work. I don't want to work anymore. Once I marry into a wealthy family, I will immediately resign, live in a luxurious mansion, drive luxurious cars, and pick up the super rich like you do every day. Pish. Don't be silly. When have I ever picked up the super rich? Chloe almost spat out blood upon hearing Sarah's words. Right. You're not picking up Justin. It's Justin who wants to pick you up. Sarah laughed. Did you think I was a flower that could be picked up at any time? Replied Chloe. Ha. Stop your ha. What's up with you and Noah lately? Nothing is up. Don't lie to me like a 3-year-old, I don't believe you. There's really nothing. If you don't tell me, then I'll ask Mr. Dawson to interrogate Noah. Don't. The truth is, the two of us ate together a few days ago. It was his treat, and we went. Because he said that a new grilled pork hock restaurant opened in the west side of the city, Sarah said guiltily. What happened after the grilled pork hock? Chloe continued her interrogation. Of course we went our separate ways after the grilled pork hock. I don't believe you. It's true. Don't overthink it. We're as pure as ethanol. I think you guys are more like alcohol. Sarah, please, lady, please stop asking. I promise to tell you if anything does happen. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. I plan to invite Julie out in a few days, get her to have a meal with Noah, and help them get back together, Chloe said on purpose. Holy F, don't you dare. Sarah immediately lost her cool. See, I knew something was up with you. Don't torture me anymore. I'll admit that I like him a little, okay? But don't tell him. If he doesn't confess to me, then I definitely won't confess to him. We'll both keep it in. Let's see who goes crazy first, Sarah said arrogantly. Fine. No one else could think of this other than you. Chloe's face was filled with helplessness. After her conversation with Sarah ended, Chloe made a cup of coffee and took it upstairs for Jack. Jack was in the middle of a video conference as he faced a dozen or so executives. Chloe immediately saw that Jennifer was there as well, so she purposefully placed the coffee on the side and then wrapped her arms around Jack's neck and flirted. Honey, I'm afraid of sleeping alone. Can you end your conference and keep me company? The executives on the other side of the video were all dumbfounded when they saw young Madam flirt with their boss. Jennifer felt terrible. Jack turned around with spoiling adoration and looked into Chloe's sad eyes. He was immediately heartbroken. So he turned around and said, Let's end things here today. Thanks everyone for your hard work. The executives went into an uproar once again. The meeting with their boss just reached a crucial point, but because of the young madam, the president immediately ended it. How capricious were they? Boss, we were talking about something important just now, and you still haven't clearly issued your orders, on the specific sections of the party raffle yet. Are we to use our own jewelry, or should we use the Italian brand, OW? Jennifer refused to give up and tried to trap Jack with work. Jack coldly looked at those in his screen and said, "If you need me to finalize all the details, why would GK need executives like you?" Everyone immediately fell silent. No one dared to say anything else. Jack raised his hand and closed his laptop with a slap, without any hesitation. "Sorry. Honey, I'll try to get these things done during the day and not work at night." Jack looked at Chloe apologetically. Truth be told, Chloe was incredibly moved. She only wanted to play a few tricks to show the scheming Jennifer who the boss was. However, she never expected that Jack would spoil her this much, and that he would even end such an important meeting. She felt a bit guilty. Did she just take things too far? "Honey, maybe you should continue on with the meeting. I don't mind sitting here with you," Chloe tried to convince him. "No, it's getting too late. You still have to work tomorrow. We should go to bed. Let's go." Jack wrapped his arm around Chloe's shoulder. The two of them walked out of the study. "Honey, are you hungry?" Jack suddenly asked. Chloe shook her head. She was actually fairly tired, if she didn't see Jennifer in the video conference just now. Then she was planning to go to bed after giving Jack his cup of coffee. However, since that woman was around, she had to put on a flirtatious show. Who knew that Jack would be so supportive? He immediately turned off the video conference without another word, as if he wanted to spoil her to the moon and back. After their president shut off his laptop, the executives still sat there. "Director Jennifer, you knew that. President Dawson is known for spoiling his wife. Why would you rush towards that gunpoint?" Someone sighed. Jennifer coldly said, "If the young madam really loved President Dawson, then she shouldn't have intervened with our company business. What is this? The boy who cried wolf? If she keeps doing this one day, she'll ruin GK. She is nothing but bad luck." "Ahem. You better not let the president hear this, or else he'll fire you on the spot." "Okay, it's late now. Let's all go to bed." The executives all consecutively went offline. Jennifer turned off her computer, overwhelmed with anger. She prepared tons of materials and details, which she originally planned to show off in front of the president. However, before she even had the chance to, Chloe came in and ruined everything. "Chloe, just you wait. They might be all scared of you, but I, Jennifer, am not." Jennifer squeezed the prepared materials into a ball and threw them into the garbage can. On the wide bed, the two of them fell asleep in each other's embrace, and Jack held Chloe like a child. "Honey, will you always be this good to me?" Chloe asked as she wrapped her arms around Jack's neck. "Of course. Forever and always?" "Yes." Jack didn't hesitate at all. "Then what about our next life? What if we lose our memories when passing through the river of forgetfulness? Will you still remember me?" "Honey, why are you so sentimental today?" Jack smiled as he gently caressed Chloe's beautiful hair. "I don't know. It came from a spur of my emotions," Chloe softly murmured. His wife was usually very rational and never asked childish questions about her past or present life like a little girl. However, he cooperated and willingly answered, "No matter how many bowls of soup I drink from Grandma at the river of forgetfulness, I'll never forget you." Chloe tightened her grasp around Jack's waist. Suddenly she was very afraid to lose Jack. She wished that they could continue to live out their days like this. They could fight, have misunderstandings, or even give each other the silent treatment, but she didn't want to live without him. Although on the outside, she pretended to not care about those years when Jack was absent. Only, she knew that for her, it was never over. Including her years with Simon. Her heart was so peaceful, because it never fluttered for him. She agreed to marry Simon because she knew that she had no hope with Jack. Until the Emperor returned, he used such cruel ways to bring her back to him because he was deeply in love with her. The 7 years that he spent in the United States were filled with crushing loneliness and longing, just so he could make her his wife when he got back to the country. Marrying Chloe was a dream that he had planned out since his youth. It was also a dream that he never gave up on. He cherished every moment that he spent with Chloe. It was because time was passing by and they were growing old. He didn't want to waste another second. Chloe fell asleep peacefully in Jack's embrace. Jack kissed her forehead. "Don't worry, Chloe. I'll do all I can to help you find your parents." The next morning, after the two finished breakfast, Jack drove Chloe to South Side before heading to GK. As soon as Chloe got to South Side, she was overwhelmed by work. After the hospital reinvented itself, it became much more popular. Some patients didn't even want to leave after their illness was cured, even if they had to burn their money. It made Chloe a little speechless. At that moment, Chloe's phone rang. "Sister Chloe, I'm waiting for you at the VIP hypnosis room." It was Cody's voice. "Okay, I'll be there right away." After giving out a few instructions, Chloe went to the top floor. Cody was still wearing sunglasses and a mask. Sitting there, his complexion looked much better than before. He no longer had dark circles under his eyes or yellowish skin. Sister Chloe. How has it been these past few days? Good. I've been sleeping much better than before. I used to sleep less than 4 hours per night, but now I can sleep for 6.5 hours. That's still not enough? Normal people sleep for 8 hours. You have to try harder. Cody nodded. I know. Also, I finished watching Naruto. It was super good. It made me cry. It's good that you liked it. Any other anime recommendations? Slam Dunk. Although it's pretty old, their spirit is admirable and worth learning from. Okay, I'll download it today. Don't just play. Did GK start your promotions yet? Yeah, Mr. Dawson is really hardworking. Other than customizing an anniversary celebration film for me and Emery, he also gave me the leading role in a science fiction movie, co-starring a few Hollywood stars. It's just that my schedule is too full lately, so Beth had to push it back 3 months. That's good. Don't tire yourself out. It's not necessarily a good thing if stars take on too many roles. Only take quality ones and not crappy ones. I know. Have you seen that person lately? Chloe abruptly asked. Cody's once sky-high mood was now at the bottom of the ocean. No, and I don't want to see her for the rest of my life. About your conflict. I'll sort it out with you when we have the time. Oh, right. Take these vitamins when you have the chance. It'll help bolster your immune system. Chloe took out a bottle of vitamins from her lab coat. Thanks, big sis Chloe. All right. Don't be polite with me. If you need anything, just call. After sending out Cody, Chloe was just about to go on rounds when Victoria came. Chloe, come here for a second. Victoria waved her hand and mysteriously called Chloe off to the side. What's up? Chloe purposefully lowered her voice. Who's Brenton? Chloe was speechless. What's with your expression? Victoria curiously looked at Chloe. You're so scary when you're drunk you actually blacked out. Chloe stared at Victoria and said, word for word. Did I miss something important? Victoria drank too much that day, even though she took a hangover pill. However, drinking that much was dangerous. She pretended to be clear-minded at Seductive Fox, but when she got home, she plummeted into her bed and immediately lost consciousness. When she got up at noon the next day, her own ceiling was still spinning. She didn't eat anything that day because everything tasted of alcohol. She even locked her door and faked being ill because she was scared that her parents would go insane upon seeing her like this. Victoria's parents were famous professors that came from esteemed families. They had high hopes for her and were very strict when it came to discipline. So, her parents didn't know how rebellious she actually was. It looked like Victoria really forgot everything. Chloe pulled her into her office and told her everything that happened that day. Huh, I actually did that? What do you think? You're inhumane when you drink too much, Chloe lamented. No wonder that Brenton guy kept on trying to add me on Snap. I thought he was harassing me. Chloe had nothing to say. Right. Did you film what happened that day? It must have been fun to see him run around naked, right? I didn't dare to. Brenton would chop me into pieces. Only Justin would do something as shameless like that. Chloe vaguely remembered that Justin filmed him and rejoiced in his suffering. Nobody else would do it, even if they had twice the guts. Really? Justin recorded? Huh. Then I'll ask him for it later. You know Justin? Chloe was a little surprised. No. But don't you know him? Victoria said matter-of-factly. Chloe was speechless. I know, but I am not close to him. Also, if Mr. Dawson knows that I interact with Justin in secret, he'll be jealous. I would be jealous if I was him, so I can't let Mr. Dawson go through that sort of thing too. Okay, then I'll take care of it myself. After speaking, Victoria got up to leave. Is the engagement thing still on? Who knows? I'll let them arrange things for now. I'll decide whether I want to go, depending on my mood that day. After speaking, Victoria left. People said that Chloe was capricious, but in comparison to Victoria, she was basically Mother Teresa. This woman wasn't thinking about her engagement and even had plans to bail? She wished the best of luck for Noah's cousin from the look of things. When Chloe got off work, she was going to head back to South Hill Manor with Mr. Dawson because it was Friday. So, she eagerly headed to GK first. Recently, everyone in GK had been working overtime for the company's 30th anniversary, and it seemed to be quite grand. As soon as Chloe stepped into the company, she was greeted by all the employees. She was the young madam that their boss announced to the whole world, so who would dare to offend her? Chloe was about to head straight upstairs when she suddenly saw Jennifer in the lobby. So she slowed her pace and dawdled around the elevator doors. Jennifer had let her waist-long hair loose and wore a navy blue business suit with black high heels. She possessed beauty, a good figure, and talent. However, she shouldn't be this delusional. Although Chloe looked kind and honest, she had a horrible habit. She hated evil, and if someone could truly anger her, she would not treat them with kindness. Jennifer glanced at Chloe seemingly without an intention to greet her, with her head down, looking at her phone. Director Jennifer, you're not that young, right? Smiling, Chloe initiated the conversation. Jennifer tilted her head and looked at Chloe with a complicated look, filled with animosity. If you're not young, you should have a boyfriend, right? Young madam, is it your concern whether or not I have a boyfriend? Jennifer provocatively questioned. Chloe softly smiled. Of course it's not my concern. But if you have other intentions towards Jack, I can't just sit and watch, you know? It wouldn't be smart of you to try and take something that isn't yours. Haha. I haven't even tried yet. How would we know if he isn't mine? It seemed like Jennifer didn't want to give up. You have to have the ability to be the third wheel. The man has to, at least, like you. If the man doesn't even look at you, you're not the third person. You're shameless. Do you understand? Even if you strip naked and stand in front of him, he still won't be interested. Chloe felt like she didn't have to be polite towards Jennifer anymore. She already should have slapped her twice for picking up Jack's phone call in secret. When she got home that day, Chloe purposefully checked Jack's phone, and, to no surprise, that woman deleted their call history. It looked like Jack didn't know that the phone call ever happened. Such a disgusting tactic paired with such a repulsive woman was rare. Young mistress, you used to be so full of yourself. When did you lose your confidence? Are you warning me now because you sank into crisis? Was it because I gave you the sense of danger? Or did the president not treat you well lately, so you're here to take out your anger on me, Chloe quietly laughed. What are you laughing at? What Jennifer hated the most was Chloe's constant expression of fearlessness. It was as if she wouldn't be afraid even if the sky fell down. I'm laughing at you because you think you're smart, but you don't seem to understand what I am trying to say. If you don't understand, then I'll explain it to you. I came to find you Not because you posed a threat to me, but because I don't like others staring desperately at what I have. Treat this as a warning. What I mean is to prepare your own coffin if you decide to keep courting death, because whoever touches my man shall die." After she said those words, with a beaming smile on her face, the elevator arrived just in time. Chloe entered the elevator and stopped paying any more attention to Jennifer. Jennifer stood still, going white with anger. She really hated Chloe's face. If she wasn't at GK, she would have beaten this woman up and torn up her face. Why was she so arrogant? She was just relying on the fact that she slept with the president 7 years ago, right? She already had her way in high school. But don't forget, men think with their ding-dong, and Jennifer didn't believe that Jack and Chloe's relationship was as hard as steel, so she wanted to test her luck. Otherwise, she would have wasted these years at GK. When Chloe entered the office, Jack had not returned yet. She sat on the sofa reading a magazine while Mark poured her a glass of warm milk. Why is it warm milk and not coffee? Or tea? Chloe thought it was weird that he served her milk. "Sorry, young madam. The president said that you're planning to get pregnant, so he's not letting you drink anything caffeinated. Although tea is good, it has ingredients that cause insomnia. So, milk is the healthiest option." Did he really personally arrange that as well? Chloe was a little dumbfounded. However, she also felt that it was heartwarming. After all, Mr. Dawson really thought of everything for her. When Victoria was working, she accepted a special patient. The patient arranged the appointment at a bistro. She attended the appointment with curiosity, and when she saw that her patient was Brenton, she immediately remembered what happened. "Dr. Victoria, what's up?" Brenton smiled. "You're the patient who booked an appointment?" Victoria was done. She was the Public Security Bureau's specially hired psychologist, and she would only see patients according to the Bureau's arrangement. Last time, it was Noah who asked her to hypnotize Cody. This time, the Bureau director personally called her, and she thought it was an important person. In the end, it was actually this guy. "I hear you are getting engaged to a man. Do you love him?" Brenton straightforwardly asked Victoria. For once, Victoria didn't feel like being snarky to him, after he was the one chasing her after all what she had done to him. So, she politely responded, "He's just my partner in an arranged marriage. It didn't matter whether or not we were engaged, or even married. I won't care if he cheats, since there's never love between us. Marriage is just a deal where we both benefit. I'll tell you what, he wants to marry me for my scholarly family. I'm fit for a wife since it sounds good to others that my love history is blank. I am marrying him because he's young, wealthy, decent-looking, and well-spoken with a clever head. Everything fits perfectly. At our age, love is not in the question, because it's like a ghost. Many people have heard of it, but there's little who have actually seen it." "You sure are a pessimist." Brenton didn't think that of Victoria, the girl with her little canine teeth. She was such a melancholic person, even thinking that love was non-existent. It was so sad. "Have you ever had a boyfriend? Does kindergarten count? Fine, you win." Brenton suddenly remembered something, that it wasn't good if a woman was too smart. No man liked an overly intelligent woman. In the case of Chloe, who had a high IQ, she became ditzy in front of Jack, so it didn't really count. So, no matter how beautiful and excellent Victoria was, she had never met someone who truly loved her. Those who did love her, she probably didn't see them the same way, and therefore she had never been in a relationship. "Don't look at me with that pitiful expression. It's making me very uncomfortable. Come, Dr. Victoria, sit. Let's talk." Brenton was suddenly overcome with mercy. "Sorry, my time is very valuable. If you're not here for treatment, I am leaving." Upon seeing Brenton talk nonsense, Victoria didn't want to blabber with him any longer. Victoria was such a smart and rational person. After she left, Brenton couldn't calm his emotions. He felt bad for Victoria. She knew that marriage was a graveyard for her. yet she was purposefully stepping into it. Why did he feel a slight bitterness in his heart? At the headquarters of the GK Corporation. As Chloe was waiting for Jack, she became a little drowsy and was about to fall asleep when Jack suddenly opened the door and walked in. The moment he saw Chloe, his gaze became gentle. "Honey, have you been waiting for a long time?" No, just in time to finish a glass of milk." Pointing to the cup, Chloe smiled. "Good girl. Drink more milk from now on, and drink less coffee and tea." "I know," Chloe smiled. She rubbed her eyes, got up, and was about to talk to Jack when Jennifer walked in. "President Dawson, about the cocktail party. This is the list of wine and other beverages. You can take a look at the price range and brands. Just leave it here." Jack didn't even look up. Adversely, Chloe suddenly said, "Executive Jennifer is a very capable person." "No, young madam, you are overpraising me," Jennifer coldly said. Smirking, Chloe walked up to Jack, held his arm affectionately, and said, "Honey, Executive Jennifer is highly capable and is wasted being the director of a department here. I think it'd be better if we transfer her to a branch office and make her the general manager there." When Jennifer heard that, her face dropped. Jack just coldly said, "She's not qualified yet." "No, she's very capable. Last time when I was here to help, she was of great assistance. Honey, say, after the incident in Other City, there hasn't been a fit candidate for the branch company there after you fired the general manager." "In my opinion, Director Jennifer is the best candidate," Chloe purposely said. Jack looked up because he discovered that Chloe was starting to be aggressive towards Jennifer. Other City's branch office was currently a mess. Nobody dared to take it. Not to mention Jennifer. When Jennifer heard what Chloe said, she almost choked on her fear and immediately said, "President Dawson, no, I don't want to go. I've been in the design department for a few years now, and I really like this job." Jack Silent glanced at Jennifer, as if he was calculating something in his heart. "Honey, what do you think about my suggestion?" Chloe swung Jack's arm around like a spoiled little girl. "Everything you say is good." When Jack was talking to Chloe, his voice was always warm beyond belief. When Jennifer heard Jack say that, her face paled. The president really loved his wife, letting a woman who knew nothing about business management transfer her way. And the president himself actually silently admitted to it. What the hell is going on? "Director Jennifer, what do you think about my suggestion?" Chloe wrapped her arms around Jack's neck from the back and looked at Jennifer with a smile on her face. "I don't think young madam's decision is wise. After all, I am only the director of the design department. I don't think I am capable of managing a branch office." Jennifer was overwhelmed by anger as she said, through gritting her teeth, "No, I think you're too capable. You did well all along and you're wasting your talent being the director of the design department. We trust you." Jennifer was just about to argue back. Then she heard Chloe say, "Of course. If you think that you cannot excel in that position, you can resign, as everybody has their own choices. Rest assured, seeing that you're an old employee who has been working at the company for many years, President Dawson will give you unemployment benefits, for sure." Upon hearing that, Jennifer's face darkened completely. "I won't resign. I can excel at that position. Thank you for the arrangement, young madam." Biting her lip, Jennifer forced the words through her mouth. "Oh, if that's the case, why don't you transfer today? Take tonight's plane to Other City. There are many things waiting for you to sort out." "Tonight? Isn't that in a bit of a rush?" Jennifer looked at Jack, begging for redemption. She seemed to be hoping that the president would speak up for her. However, "Do whatever my wife said. If you need anything, communicate with Assistant Mark. That's all for now." After indifferently saying those words, Jack looked down and continued going through company statistics. Jennifer's forced smile was uglier than her crying face. "Thank you, President Dawson. Thank you, young madam, for your trust." Biting her lips, She left with a heart filled with hate. After Jennifer left, Jack raised his head and lovingly pinched Chloe's face. "It's my first time seeing you be jealous. You're so domineering." "What? You don't like it?" Chloe tried her hardest not to laugh. "No, I like it a lot. If you're always so dominant, you should be the president of GK from now on. I'll be a stay-at-home dad who cooks and looks after the kids." "Haha. Good. Stay true to your words." Chloe burst into laughter. "Of course, but we have to have a kid first. Otherwise, how can I look after them?" After speaking, Jack suddenly turned around, grabbed Chloe, and pulled her into his lap. "Hey, this is your office. Don't be reckless." Chloe immediately panicked. "Don't worry. There are no security cameras in the office. It's not about security cameras. What if someone walked in?" Chloe didn't get the chance to finish her words before Jack's dominant kisses drowned her. He knew that they were at his office. He didn't think about doing anything other than kissing. In other words, it was always his wife overthinking every time. So wasn't she the one being a bit too dirty-minded? When Jennifer walked out of the president's office, she had already cursed Chloe more than 1,000 times. She didn't think that Chloe would be so reckless, transferring her away. What was worse was that the president agreed. Was it to force her to quit? Would she back down in the face of danger? No, it was just a branch office, right? She'll prevail. She won't be easily beaten by that woman, Chloe. A little bit of impatience would spoil big plans. "Director Jennifer, are you all right?" Seeing her cloudy expression, her assistant asked. "Starting from today, I am no longer your director. I've been transferred to the branch office in other city to be the new general manager." After speaking, Jennifer began packing with a grim expression on her face. The news about Jennifer's transferal spread across the corporation, and some gossiped that it was because she had offended the president's wife. That was why she was banished. When it was time to leave work, Jack held Chloe's hand as they left the headquarters. The two decided to return directly to their home at South Hill Manor, but as soon as they got onto the car, Jack got a call. "Young master, your mother was hospitalized," the maid anxiously said. "Oh, really?" Jack's reaction was indifferent. "Yes, she was just taken to the first hospital. Her blood pressure is very high. The doctor said that it was very dangerous." "Okay, I got it. When will you come to the hospital?" the maid continued to ask. "I'll see." After speaking, Jack hung up. "What's wrong?" Chloe could tell that something must have happened from the call. "The family maid called. She said that my mom has high blood pressure and is hospitalized." "Oh, then you should go and check up on her." Although Chloe really didn't like Mrs. Dawson, she wouldn't stop Jack from visiting his mother. After all, that was his mom. Out of her expectations, Jack didn't respond to her, but rather called Director Richard. After hanging up, he said, "According to Director Richard, it's not a big deal. It's only her blood pressure that is slightly high. Still, you should go check up on her. She was hospitalized," Chloe tried to persuade him. "No. She just wants to force me back to admit to my faults, which are non-existent. I won't give in so easily. Also, she shouldn't have treated you like that. This time I won't forgive her so easily." "But she's your mother." "But you're my wife." Fine, Mr. Dawson. If people knew, they'd probably accuse you of forgetting your mother after getting a wife." Although Chloe said that, she still felt the sweetness in her heart. After all, Jack was willing to do that for her. "If I always cared about what others said, I wouldn't be here with you today." "Fine, Mr. Dawson. You're so stubborn," Chloe laughed. Then the two returned to South Hill Manor together. At the first hospital. "Did you call him yet?" Mrs. Dawson stared at the maid with an unpleasant expression. "I did." "What did he say?" "Young master said he got it." "What did he get? Did you ask when he'll come to see me?" Mrs. Dawson venomously asked. "I did, but the young master said—" The maid seemed to be a tad bit afraid of Mrs. Dawson and didn't dare to tell the truth. "What did he say?" "He said he'll see." What? I'm hospitalized, and he's going to see. My son wasn't like this before. He was obedient. It must be that little crap. Chloe, who's stopping him? I'm seriously angry right now. Your blood pressure is just slightly high. You didn't have to check into the hospital and cause trouble for our son. What were you thinking? Peter hopelessly looked at his wife. What do you know? This is a tactic. If I don't do something to oppress her, the Dawson family will become the Green family. Don't you understand? Did you not hear what the others said? What kind of person is Timothy? He's a profiteer who's pining for our family's wealth. That's why he got that girl to stir up trouble in our family. I am telling you, Peter, for as long as I live, I won't allow that little vixen to do what she wants. You know that? I'll make our son leave her. Mrs. Dawson seemed to be very determined. You're hopeless. Peter futilely looked at his wife and turned around to leave. It was so tiring to see his own family fight. However, Mrs. Dawson seemed to have no intention to self-reflect. Call Jack. Tell him I'm critically ill. Tell him that the doctor said that my life is in danger. Pointing at her maid, Mrs. Dawson said, Madam, is that really wise? What would young master do if he knew I was lying? The maid seemed to be quite worried. I told you to call. What's with the nonsense? Are you the boss, or am I? Having been oppressed by Mrs. Dawson again, the maid quietly took out her phone and dialed again. Sorry, the subscriber you have dialed is powered off. Madam, young master turned off his phone, the maid said quietly. Maybe it's out of battery. It'll be on soon. Keep calling. Don't stop. Mrs. Dawson's was pestering her son as if she was mentally ill. Jack saw that coming, so he turned his phone off long ago. It was because he had another phone that Mark and Chloe could reach him on. So, he didn't have to worry about an emergency at the company. Honey, you never cared about the others before. Where did you get the interest to go against a mere employee at our company today? Jack became happy as soon as thought back at how his wife dealt with Jennifer today. It had been a while since he saw his wife being so cute. It was because she was showing off. She was really courting death, so, of course, I had to do her a favor and send her on her way. Why didn't you fire her? You won't be annoyed at her if you don't see her. Jack felt quite indifferent towards Jennifer, even leaning a bit towards disgust, so he had been looking for an opportunity to fire her. However, Chloe said, I must know my enemy. I can't let her hide in the dark. If I fired her, who knows where she'll cause trouble next. If I leave her in the company, I can observe her anytime. Of course, Other City is very far, but I trust that you'll arrange everything, leaving no chance for that woman to cause damage. Jack adoringly looked at her. You're the smartest person in the world. You're the one who made the proposal, and the one who made the decision. Now I am the one who has to clean up after you. How smart. Of course you're my husband, right? Chloe laughed. When the two returned to South Hill Manor, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Uncle George had already prepared a delicate dinner. Chloe and Jack began eating after washing their hands. Honey, there's too much rice. I can't finish it all. Because Chloe had a low appetite lately, she couldn't finish the full bowl of rice that the maid had prepared. Young madam, I'll take it away for you. Observing this, a maid hurried over and was about to take her bowl. Give it to me, Jack suddenly said. The maid was slightly stunned, as if she didn't really understand Jack's intentions. Give me the rice. Honey, those are my leftovers. We're well off. Don't be stingy over a bit of rice. Haha, Chloe jokingly said. No problem. I'm not disgusted by you. Jack took Chloe's leftover rice from the hands of the maid and elegantly pushed it into his own bowl. Then, he slowly ate it. Chloe's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her husband, a clean freak, would actually eat her leftovers. She never thought that he would do that to anyone, not even his parents. To him, was she more than his wife? Perhaps in some sense, she already surpassed everything. Chloe was moved. She held her chin with her hand and silently watched Jack eat. The face that Jack made while eating was the prettiest out of everyone she had seen. He was slow and methodical. He even looked handsome. Chewing. although he didn't like smiling. Maybe it was his cold temperament that attracted her all those years ago. She didn't care about the looks that the world shot her and made the decision to vibrantly and passionately fall in love with him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jack raised her head to see Chloe staring at him with her chin in her hands. "You're pretty weird. You're clearly a clean freak, yet you would eat my leftovers." Chloe vaguely remembered that in high school, a girl in their class accidentally poured milk on Jack's clothes. The girl was very apologetic at the time and offered to take it to the dry cleaners for Jack. However, Jack immediately took off his shirt and tossed it into the trash can. Since then, he never wore clothes from that brand again. Everyone knew that he was a germaphobe, and strangers couldn't even get near him. Yet, he let Chloe step on his feet to sneakily cut off the sleeves of his camouflage shirt during military training. She was allowed to pour chili powder into his water bottle. She was even allowed to fall asleep on his desk and drool all over him. Thinking back, what she did was truly unbearable and embarrassing. "Your leftovers taste delicious," Jack said out of nowhere. Chloe immediately didn't know what to say. "Honey, did you ever used to think that I was really annoying? I was so arrogant, was a big show-off, and often played pranks on you." "Of course I did," Jack calmly replied while he ate. "Then why would you still fall for me? Who said that I fell for you?" "Chloe, I'm clearly taking my revenge on you. I couldn't hate you more, so that's why I trapped you by my side." "Chloe, fine, hubby, you win." Chloe was speechless at his theory of revenge. After they ate, Jack gracefully wiped the corners of his mouth, and then stood up. "Let's go." "Where?" Chloe filled with suspicion. "I heard that someone bought plenty of vegetable seeds. Didn't she want to plant vegetables herself?" Amused, Jack looked at Chloe. Do you think that I'm a bit immature?" "That's right. Indeed, very immature, but I like it." He liked her, which meant that he liked all the good things and bad things about her, including her childlike immaturities. They changed into leisure wear and held each other's hands as they walked towards the vegetable garden behind the mansion with the vegetable seeds. The gardeners were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. "Young master, young madam, let us handle these. Otherwise, you'll be covered with dirt." "No, it's okay. We'll be fine by ourselves. You guys should take a break." Chloe smiled. She and Jack then happily kept themselves busy in various ways. Under the gardener's guidance, Jack held up the pickaxe to dig holes. Chloe then placed the seeds inside, covered them with dirt, and poured water on them. There were a few types of seeds that were directly planted. It was tiring, but they enjoyed the work. It was already 8:30 p.m. by the time they finished planting. The sky had already turned completely dark. The two of them sat on a swing in the back garden. Chloe cuddled in Jack's arms as they swung on it. Then they looked at the stars in the sky and listened to the birds singing. "Honey, did you know? Back then, I never dared to imagine a life like this. But now it has really come true," Chloe exclaimed. Jack softly caressed Chloe's hair. "If you want to, we can live like this forever." "Yes, forever." Chloe tightly held on to Jack's hand. It was rare for them to enjoy such silence amongst all the noise, as well as such peaceful scenery. At Seductive Fox nightclub, Justin had been very quiet recently. Although he lost the battle with Jack, it only increased his desire for war. Therefore, he poured most of his energy into his company recently, as he tried to compete with GK Film and Television. While they drank, Justin suddenly remembered something and he laughingly asked Brenton, "Have you been talking to that girl who made you run around naked?" No wonder Mr. Cooper was the boss of the entertainment industry. He clearly had a natural inclination for gossip. "Oh, yeah, she's still talking to me. I plan to attend her engagement party this Sunday," Brenton slowly said as he held a wine glass. "Psht! Engagement ceremony?" Justin and Max both spat out their drinks. "What's with you?" Max opened his mouth wide as he looked at Brenton. Even though Brenton was never an expert at picking up girls amongst the three of them, he never failed, not even once. He finally came across someone he liked, but now he was forced to attend her engagement party? What is with this? Brenton helplessly laughed. Have you two slept together yet? Asked Max. Nope. What? Then I frown upon you? Max thought that girl was a sure thing that managed to run off. That day, at Seductive Fox, However, she getting engaged? What was worse, she hadn't even slept with Brenton. Maybe we're not meant to be. Brenton actually still had bits of feelings for Victoria. However, she didn't share the same thoughts. Plus, she was about to be engaged, and the fiancé-to-be was a seemingly perfect match, so he shouldn't intervene. Don't be so pessimistic. You've to learn from our Mr. Cooper. His target is already married, but he still won't give up. What does that have to do with me? Justin asked innocently. He was truly put on the spot. No, what I meant to say was that Mr. Brenton just so happens to find a decent, unfussy, unscheming, and unself-righteous girl, and we all thought that his time has come. I'm just shocked that things ended before they even started. Max felt unfair for Brenton. I can't do anything about it. It's my fault for meeting her one step too late. Brenton shrugged. At this topic, Justin became depressed again. So what if we're a step late? Since we have met, then that's meant to be. I think otherwise. I won't pester Chloe, but I refuse to give up. Justin said with resolve. Look at Mr. Cooper, then look at you. Max looked at Brenton with disdain. Brenton only chuckled. His wasn't as short-tempered, as straightforward as Justin. Even though he felt bad that he missed his chance with Victoria, it wasn't something he couldn't accept. After all, he hadn't had much contact with her, so he didn't feel too bad, just a bit of regret. The next morning, Jack woke up fairly early to have breakfast with Chloe. Even though it was the weekend, because of the preparations for GK's 30-year anniversary party, Jack had to work overtime at the office. Chloe originally wanted to go with him, but sadly, the Green Corporation was holding a board of directors meeting as well, so she had to go there first. Honey, come back early today. What's in it for me? Laughed Jack. There's definitely something in it for it. I've already prepared a leather whip and candles at home for your return, Chloe joked. Jack laughed. Okay, then I'll come back early today, and please you until you beg for mercy. After breakfast, Jack drove off. Chloe also headed to the Green Corporation. Halfway along, Jack received a call. President Dawson, I found the IP that was used to slander the young madam. It was from a woman named Jenny. Okay. Do you know what to do? Jack asked coldly. I do, but the person on the other end seemed to want to say something but stopped. Go on. But something already happened to that woman, and she's currently hospitalized. She was just in a car accident yesterday and broke a leg. They said that the driver responsible fled the scene, and the security cameras around the scene were tampered with. I think that she might have offended other people, so what should we do now? Should we directly? The person on the other end stopped once again, but his intentions were very clear. Jack was silent for 3 seconds. Not for the time being, just watch over her. If you find that she's still defaming Chloe, then ruin her. Yes, President Dawson. Jack felt relieved upon hanging up the phone. Over these past few days, he had been searching for the person who defamed Chloe by posting that thread. Chloe's 10 sins, combined with his mother's words, was very cruel to Chloe. The slanderous talk was terrible, but luckily Chloe was quite open-minded about this. Or else, she might have become depressed from all the gossip. Jack didn't know who Jenny was. He also couldn't remember what grudges she had with Chloe. However, he only cared about one thing. He would never forgive those who harmed Chloe, no matter who it was. Chloe received a message from Amelia on her way to the Green Corporation. Senior sister, good news. It turns out that even God himself couldn't bear to see that scum Jenny anymore. What happened? Chloe put on her earphones and directly called Amelia. She was in a car accident last night. It was awful. The car crushed one of her legs. She's now receiving emergency operation at our hospital, and the driver responsible already ran off. The police couldn't do anything about it, and she had to pay for medical expenses herself. I heard that her father came from their hometown in the suburbs. They even sold their old house, but they still didn't have enough money. That sugar daddy of hers completely ignored her when he saw that she broke her leg. However, Simon visited her a few times. I think he left her with some money before he left. I see, Chloe said faintly. God is truly watching over us. Jenny is such a despicable woman. None of the nurses here want to take care of her, and her parents had to take turns, along with some relatives from her hometown. She had it coming. Okay, I know. Chloe suddenly thought of something when she hung up the phone. When she went to visit Lisa a while back, the latter said that she wasn't going to easily let her off the hook. Could this accident have anything to do with Lisa? When Lisa got into that car accident, the driver also ran off, and she almost miscarried. Now the exact same thing happened to Jenny. Was it really God's will? Of course not. Chloe believed that this accident was a purposeful orchestration. However, she didn't think that Lisa did anything wrong. Call it an eye for an eye. She arrived at the Green Corporation 10 minutes left before the meeting. Chloe originally wanted to wait inside the conference room. However, she saw Brenny come in. During the meeting, remember to help my brother out. Today we're making a decision to appoint him as the vice president. We, including my dad, want to gradually strip Andrew of his powers. You should know what to do, right? I don't need you to teach me what to do. Chloe lowered her head and played the game on her cell phone. Chloe, did you think that you can do anything you want just because Jack is around to support you? Brenny walked towards Chloe as she loudly interrogated her. Yes, with Jack's support, I feel like the entire world is under my feet. Do you have a problem with that? Is there anything wrong with that? You would do the same if you can. Don't you like Justin? Then go for him. Why are you wasting your breath here with me? What kind of tactic is that? Upon hearing what Chloe said, Brenny was so pissed that her face turned pale. I really want to rip that filthy mouth of yours off. Dad told me not to degrade myself to the same level as a bastard child like you. I won't talk to you anymore. Let's just wait and see. Brenny really wanted to throw a tantrum, but this was the conference room, and the board of directors meeting was beginning in 10 minutes, so she didn't dare to do anything too inappropriate. Shortly afterward, people gradually walked in. There were a dozen or so director members, along with Timothy, Evelyn, Liam, and Brenny. Andrew was the last to come in. After he sat down in the middle, he began to look around. Finally, his eyes landed on Chloe's face. Little sister Chloe, your lipstick color sure is beautiful. He smiled. All the board members were thrown off by what he said. What strategy was President Green using this time? Thanks, Big Brother. Chloe showed no sign of weakness and called him Big Brother for the first time in front of everyone, after all these years. She was now the young Madam of GK and didn't want anyone to have any misunderstandings towards her, especially rumors that had to do with Andrew. Ahem. For all these years I've known you, this seems to be the first time that you've ever called me Big Brother. For that, I have to drink 2 glasses more than usual at lunch. Then, he flipped open the files in front of him, looked it over, and slowly said, I assume all of you already know what this meeting is for today. It's to ask for everyone's opinion on appointing my brother, Mr. Liam, as our company's vice president. The Green Corporation may be a family business, but we wouldn't have succeeded without all of you shareholders' support, so everyone should get a fair chance at deciding such an important matter. Don't hold back. Please say whatever you'd like. No one said anything after Andrew finished speaking. No one wanted to be the first to talk. Andrew laughed and looked at Timothy. Dad, you should say something first to encourage my little brother. Okay, then I'll say something. Liam is old enough now, and everyone has witnessed his upstanding character and modesty. I've decided to entrust him with this great responsibility. so he could help his older brother at the company. I hope everyone can support him. After Timothy spoke, a founding member immediately followed. I support the chairman's decision. I believe that Liam is capable. Let's begin. Andrew spread out his hands and smiled. Liam wore a suit as he laid back on the chair, with an incredibly arrogant look on his face. With his father's help, he knew he would definitely get this position. Then, he would be able to find an opportunity to kick Andrew out. Brenny and I also support Liam. We believe in him. So, it would be great if everyone can give him a chance, Evelyn said gently. Chloe, what do you think? Of course, Timothy wouldn't let Chloe off the hook. Chloe seemed a bit troubled. It's fine. Say whatever you like. Don't be scared. We're all family here. Evelyn smiled in such a fake manner that Chloe felt like throwing up. I have to think about it some more. Let the others decide first. Chloe smiled. Later, the others voiced their opinions and made their decisions. Of course, some were against Liam's promotion, since he was young, impulsive, and inexperienced. However, the final results were, out of the 16 board of director members, 10 agreed, while 5 disagreed. Finally, Chloe was the only one left. Chloe, have you decided yet? Evelyn was a bit impatient. Chloe looked at Andrew and noticed that he had a very pleased smile on his face. So she nodded and said, I support Liam's promotion to vice president. He won't let us down. Liam glanced at Chloe with disdain. Brenny, however, had a satisfied smile on her face. Both Timothy and Evelyn felt relieved upon hearing that Chloe's decision was in their favor. Andrew smiled. Okay, the results are obvious. Next, allow me to announce that Mr. Liam has been elected as the vice president of the Green Corporation. At the same time, he will take over the real estate renovations in the west side of the city. Make us proud. I will. Thanks, bro. Liam stood up and smiled. Everyone clapped. Andrew, that project is too extensive. If it's given to Liam? Timothy seemed to be hesitant. Father, didn't you just say that you believed in Liam? Since you believe in him, then have faith in him and let him do it. We have to believe in Liam's abilities. You're right. He is no longer a child, Andrew said as he looked at Timothy. After the meeting ended and everyone left, Chloe was just about to leave when Andrew's secretary stopped her. Miss Green, the president wants to see you. Okay. Chloe stopped her footsteps, and then she walked back and knocked on the door. Come in. You asked to see me? Chloe asked as soon as she entered. Please sit. I've got other stuff to do. Chloe wouldn't sit. Weren't you pretty mighty just now when you challenged me by supporting Liam? Where did that Chloe go? Are you afraid that I would take revenge on you? Andrew laughed. Chloe laughed upon hearing what he said. How could you blame the innocent? I wasn't helping him. I was helping you indirectly. After all, you were the one who silently allowed him to become the vice president. Oh? When did I silently allow that? Andrew continued to smile, with uncertain depth. Did you think I didn't know that aside from the old man, his wife, and his children, everyone else on the board of directors was on your side? He received 10 approvals, but I don't think it's what they wanted, so it could only mean that you wanted things this way. You allowed Liam to become the vice president, so how could you blame me? I was also only going with the flow. Whoa, you're really something. What a smart girl. No wonder you wanted to be the last to vote. You were watching the others' reactions. What if my people disagreed? Then what would you do? Are you dumb? If your people disagreed, then it would be pointless for me to agree. After all, majority wins, and I don't plan to burn bridges with them just yet. It's not time yet. But I do like to help my enemy's enemy. So helping you out wasn't too bad this time. Chloe saw through Andrew's intentions and even did Timothy a favor. Chloe even made Evelyn and the others think that she was on their side. However, what was the truth? She already knew that the board of directors meeting was only a gimmick. Andrew implicitly allowed Liam to become the vice president, which could only mean that he was about to deal with him. Sometimes the higher one flies, the more painful it would be once they fell. Not everyone understood this. The old man might still think that the board of directors still cared about his authority and reputation. He never realized that Andrew had already gained control over the entire company. So, the Green family was doomed to fail. No, only that old man's side was doomed. The four of them were no match against Andrew. Lily raised a ferocious wolf over these years. However, Timothy always saw him as a weak lamb. Chloe even felt a bit bad for those who couldn't see through the situation. Fine, Chloe, you're too smart. I like you too much. Andrew's eyes were filled with admiration. Chloe really thought of everything, and it wasn't like the mentality a 24-year-old girl should have. But I don't like you. If you want to take action, then hurry up. That way, I won't have to, Chloe reminded him politely. Don't you worry. He won't be happy for long. If God wants you dead, he'll make you go mad first. Let that dumb Liam parade around for a few days, and once the time comes, his happy days will be over. Do you know what my favorite game as a child was? Every time I caught a bug, I wouldn't immediately kill it by stepping on it. Instead, I would torture it to death, bit by bit, because I realized that the process of torturing someone filled me with great joy. That's because you're all weird and twisted. This society is a mess. I'm not the only one who's twisted. Everyone has twisted thoughts in their heads. They just won't admit to them. Fine. Then that's your problem, but we're only fighting a common enemy. Remember that I will never be your ally, and you won't be able to use me. Once this all ends, I will immediately leave Green Corporation, and I won't take a cent from you. Chloe walked out right after she spoke. Chloe, you're welcome to come home whenever you're free, Andrew added. That won't happen again. Chloe then walked out without looking back. If she wasn't desperate to help Jack last time, she would never make a deal with the devil, Andrew. Even though she stayed the night at their house and nothing terrible happened. But Chloe still felt unsafe, as well as hints of unease. It felt like a bad sign that couldn't be put into words. Chloe, let's grab food together. I booked a restaurant to celebrate for Liam. Timothy stopped Chloe in the lobby. No thanks, I've got stuff to do. Have you arranged a meeting with Jack for me yet? Timothy hesitated and spoke. As expected, this old man had an objective every time he said anything. I already told him, your assistants will schedule the meeting later on. What about Justin? Can't you help Brenny? Your Auntie Evelyn said that we won't let you help us for free. We could transfer the East End Ecological Park Villa to your name. All you need to do is introduce them. That's it. Sorry, Mr. Green. I don't know Justin well, and have no talents to deserve your villa, really. It's too expensive of a gift. Chloe placed her bag onto the passenger seat of her Audi R8, and then got into the car after she spoke. A villa? Heh. Did she really need one? Head nurse, I'm sorry to disturb you on the weekend, but could you come over? What happened? Chloe asked, as she picked up the call from one of the nurses at Southside. A lot of fans and reporters have gathered here. I don't know who started the rumor that Cody was seeking treatment at our hospital, and he's been diagnosed with something like depression. The situation is very chaotic right now, and Director Richard is in America right now, so he won't be able to come back on time. No one is in charge right now, so Department Director Nina told me to call you. Okay, wait for me. I'll be right over. Chloe stepped all the way down onto the gas pedal and drove towards Southside at a great speed. How did Cody's chart get out? Who leaked it? There shouldn't have been a lot of people who even knew about this. Southside was in complete chaos when Chloe arrived. Even a calm person like she was scared by the scene before her. Tons of fans surrounded the hospital entrance. There were all sorts of media outlets, and although the police were here, they couldn't control the scene. Noah, what's wrong? Chloe hadn't seen Noah in days. She went up to ask when she saw him giving orders and trying to control the situation. I don't want to talk about it. Someone leaked the information that the kid, Cody, was being treated here, and now it's completely messed up. I haven't had anything yet today. I've been trapped here this whole time, trying to maintain order. I told them to leave, but they won't listen. His fans are so stubborn, Noah complained. A situation like this was supposed to be under the jurisdiction of the closest police office branch. However, there were too many people around, and they couldn't handle it, so they asked for backup. To avoid more commotion, the director of the Public Security Bureau personally issued orders for Noah to come here with his team. Okay, then I'll head in now to see what's going on inside. As Chloe walked inside, her cell phone rang. Chloe, my lord, where are you? Chloe called Cody several times along the way, but he never picked up, so she was very worried. I'm trapped on the top floor and I can't get down at all. Some fans pretended to be patients and managed to get into the hospital. What should I do? I can't get out, and I have an interview this afternoon. Why didn't you tell me beforehand that you were coming over? Chloe felt helpless. Department Director Nina said that she wanted to do a checkup on me, and I didn't think too much about it. I also didn't know that someone leaked the information. Sister Beth is basically yelling at Director Nina right now. Okay, stay there and don't move. I'll be right up. Chloe changed into her lab coat after she walked in. Head nurse, you're finally here. You should head up. Chloe knew that she was only a head nurse, and she didn't have the authority to represent the hospital. Even though the hospital deputy director position had been kept empty ever since Deputy Director Jat got into trouble. There were plenty of other leaders who could handle this, but why weren't they here? Of course, it was because they didn't want to assume responsibility. After all, this incident caused too much of an uproar. If handled properly, then they wouldn't be praised since it was within their duty to do so. But if handled improperly, they would face disciplinary actions. Everyone wanted Chloe to take the fall for this difficult and uneasy task. They all thought Chloe's current status was too distinguished. Even if something were to happen, given his respect towards President Dawson, Director Richard wouldn't say anything. Chloe could understand them, so she had no complaints, even if she had to take the fall for everything. After she arrived on the top floor, she saw Cody in the hypnosis room, walking in circles anxiously with a mask covering his face. Chloe, you're finally here. What should we do? I only have an hour left before the interview, and I haven't changed yet or done my makeup yet. I need at least half an hour to get to the television station. What should I do? I have to be there. I'm being broadcasted on Legend. He could push any other interview aside, but Legend was broadcasted live. All previous marketing promotions had already been released, so if he didn't go, he might not be able to go again. After all, the hostess, Lucia, was a person with strict principles. Don't worry, I'll think of something. Chloe was also struggling since they were pressed for time. Those fans are super intense. They recognized me no matter what I wore. Even if I dressed up as a woman, they still might recognize me. There's so many people outside the hospital right now. Not even a fly could get out. Cody was filled with regret. It would be a shame if he didn't go on Legend. Outside the door, Cody's agent, Beth, was shouting at Department Director Nina. How do all of you run this hospital? How many times did I tell you? No one can find out about this. This is ridiculous. Now the whole world knows. Let me tell you, if anything bad comes out of this news, then I'll file a lawsuit against your hospital and you, his primary physician. Director Nina was quite elderly, but she had never encountered such a scene. We've always kept things a secret. I really didn't know what happened, so... Calm down. Let's find out a way to deal with this. What do we have left to discuss? They've blocked our way. Legend began promoting this live episode with Cody since half a month ago, but look what happened. There's only an hour left, and Cody is still stuck inside here. There are crowds and crowds of people outside the hospital. So you tell me, what are we supposed to do? The old lady, Director Nina, was helpless in front of the short-tempered Beth. She was about to lose her confidence and be trampled all over when Chloe pushed open the door and walked in. Don't be so hard on Director Nina. I'll think of a way to get you guys out. Young madam. Ever since Beth found out that Chloe was Jack's wife, she treated her much more politely. She stopped screaming at her and causing scenes like she was just doing. I believe that our hospital has done a very good job keeping things a secret, and we will look into the reason it was leaked. Now isn't the time for you to fixate on this issue anyways. Getting Cody to the interview comes first, so I have to think of a way to get you two out. Beth knew that Chloe would put the GK reputation first, so she would never leak Cody's case. Naturally, she trusted Chloe completely. Fine, but is there a way right now? I get dizzy just by looking at those people outside. I don't think that. Even a fly could get out. Those paparazzi aren't average people. They would dig up someone's grave if they had to. Beth was quite worried. It'll be fine. You two, come with me. Chloe looked at department director, Nina, who was covered with sweat. You should get some rest, Director Nina. I'll talk to you later about the leak. Okay, sorry to trouble you, Chloe. Director Nina also knew that no one wanted to take the lead at a time like this. Chloe helplessly took up this responsibility. At least, she had to protect Cody and Southside. At Imperial Star headquarters, President Cooper, should we get our PR team to make a move on Cody's incident? Why would we? He's not under our label. Justin calmly practiced calligraphy in his office. He knew about what happened with Cody when everything erupted half an hour ago. No, what I meant to say was, should we use this opportunity to get someone to stir things up? After all, he's under GK, and couldn't get over the fact that Cody had originally planned to sign with Imperial Star, but in the end, went to GK. He was protesting the injustice for his boss. Only weaklings do despicable things such as taking advantage of someone's misfortune. It's not my style. You still haven't eaten yet, have you? Hurry up and get lost. Go and get some food. Yes, sir. After and left, Brenton called him. Chloe is at Southside as well. Don't you care? Cody's disease may be real, and I think Chloe already knew about this. I hear that the Legend interview is starting in an hour, but Cody and his agent are still trapped at the hospital, unable to get out. Their cars have been surrounded by crowds and crowds of people. It's super rowdy there. What does that have to do with me? Justin asked calmly. Don't you think that at times like this, Chloe always manages to turn things around? I very much anticipate Chloe's performance. Haha. Brenton hung up upon finishing his sentence. Justin placed the unfinished calligraphy down, picked up the remote control, and turned on the TV. On TV, there was a live broadcast of Southside. This damned little girl always seems to have something up her sleeves, Justin said to himself. He truly anticipated Chloe's reaction as well. Under these circumstances, how would she help Cody out of the deadlock and into the television station? The difficulty level seemed to have reached 5 stars. Sister Chloe, you still haven't said how you're going to get us out, Cody quietly asked as he followed behind her. Even though Cody knew that Chloe was resourceful and almighty, he was still very worried. After all, he was very stressed at a time like this. Plus, he felt bad about troubling Chloe. Chloe turned around to look at him, and she asked in all seriousness, Are you superstitious? Do you have any taboos of the sort? I'm not superstitious. Cody shook his head obliviously. Then are you scared of dead people? I shouldn't be. I still haven't seen a real one yet. Cody wondered why Chloe kept asking him odd questions. Young madam, please tell us. We're really running out of time. Beth kept looking at her watch and was on the verge of a breakdown. If they offended Lucia, then they might not ever be able to go on Legend again. However, Jack didn't seem to know about what was happening. All the GK executives were holding a closed-door meeting regarding the 30-year anniversary party. Fine, I only have one solution, and I hope that you won't be offended by how heinous it is. Chloe was ruthless. She led Cody and Beth around a corner and into a small, remote, Western-style building. A massive sign was posted above. Cody looked up and was immediately dumbfounded when he saw the word morgue. Chloe, are you asking for me to pretend to be a corpse? Cody felt like crying. You can't do that. It's terribly bad luck if you pretend to be dead, Beth immediately said. Chloe glanced at them once and calmly said, I'm not asking for you two to be corpses. I'm only asking for you to go out with the van that carries corpses. Are you up for it? Cody became dumbfounded once again. Time is running out, let's go, it'll be fine, it's just a dead body, it won't, Beth said, determined to get out. 5 minutes later, a transport van carrying corpses slowly left the back door of the hospital. There were plenty of fans and reporters there, but no one suspected the corpse van. Cody wore a white jumpsuit with a sanitary mask, as he sat with Beth in the freezer at the back. The driver and delivery man sat up front. The corpse was wrapped up by a long black bag. Even though it looked very scary, Chloe said that the person who died was an old grandpa who died peacefully of old age. He was to be transported to a funeral home to be cremated, and there was no need to be scared. Plus, they didn't have to stay in the van for too long, as everything would be fine once they left the hospital and exited the overpass. An hour later, at the much-anticipated TV show, Legend Column, they all knew that Cody was trapped at Southside and waited for broadcasting station to be humiliated. However, a bizarre scene occurred. Cody, in a handsome chocolate-colored trench coat, was sitting in the live broadcasting studio and was interviewed by Lucia. In the end, viewership ratings were higher than ever. The television station entrance was blocked once again. That Cody sure is an immortal. His car was clearly still at the hospital, and he couldn't get out under everyone's eyes. How did he do this? Does he know how to teleport? Max exclaimed in the group chat. Once again, sounds like the great works of Goddess Green, laughed Brenton. Justin didn't say anything, but he knew that only that weirdo Chloe was capable of getting Cody quietly out of Southside without anyone noticing. Please, sit, Cody. Hello, Sister Lucia. Cody shone a rare smile at her. Ever since he accepted Chloe's odd treatment, he clearly became more cheerful than he was before. Back then, he wouldn't even go on interviews, because he was scared that he would say something wrong. Everyone's very concerned about your contract recently. Could you tell us why you ended up switching from Imperial Star to GK? Lucia's questions had always been very sharp. After she asked, everyone in the audience was rattled up, as they all waited for Cody's response. I've actually always wanted to sign with Imperial Star, but later, something came up. Come you talk about what happened that led you to change your decision? Asked Lucia. Cody was silent for 5 seconds. Then, he looked at the whole crowd and slowly said, Because I wanted to help my big sister. Sister? You have a sister? Lucia continued to ask. No, she's not my biological sister, but she's closer than that. I really respect her character. Then your sister? Is she in any way related to GK? Yes, my sister is the young madam of GK. The crowd present went wild after Cody spoke. Sounds of surprise came from the crowd. I met her by chance and thought she was a really nice person. Now, I treat her like an older sister. A while ago, President Dawson's company was about to open a film and television company, and given our close relationship, I decided to sign with GK. Cody smiled. The young madam sure gets along with others quite well. Just a while ago, there's been rumors of you guys being more than friends. It turns out you treat her like a sister. It's great that everyone finally knows now. Cody's live broadcast caused quite a lot of turbulence. However, it also disproved the rumored relationship between Chloe and Cody from before. Once Jack came out of the conference room, the problem had already been solved. He heard Assistant Mark's rambled retelling of the whole event. Then, he looked down and remained silent for 3 seconds before asking, So the company wouldn't take care of things when a celebrity under our label was trapped, and my wife had to take care of things? Then why did I spend all that money on the public relations team? Are they just for show? Assistant Mark could tell by the president's tone that he was pissed. Don't worry, sir. Young madam was very capable. She solved it perfectly, and successfully moved Cody out of Southside. I've already spoken to her on the phone. Cody's negative news stories have already been drowned out by the live broadcast. The most important thing is, if my wife had to handle Every single thing. Then am I just paying for all of you to sit around and do nothing? It wasn't that Jack didn't want Chloe to intervene with company's dealings. Instead, he didn't want to trouble his wife and make her worry about company matters all the time. She already had plenty to deal with at Southside. Sir, it was an emergency. I wanted to come to find you, but you were in a closed-door meeting and we couldn't get in. Oh? So, you mean it was my fault? No. I'm just saying that it's good that young madam helped us out of this mess. Please don't be mad, sir. Notify the PR department that their salaries for this month will be deducted by 50%, and fire everyone on the public relations team at GK's Film and Television. Fire them all? Is this really appropriate? Why are you still here? Jack stared at him. Assistant Mark was so scared that he immediately ran off and disappeared. The president was hardly ever this pissed off, but he was truly terrifying when he was. After news got out, the incident immediately became the hottest topic on Weibo. Was GK's public relations team incompetent? No. They were a gold-plated team that had survived all sorts of trouble and turbulence. They once helped bring an adulterous actor back to life. They really weren't incompetent this time. Instead, their young madam was just too fierce. No one normal would ever consider getting Cody out in a corpse delivery van. She was so terrified that she appeared a little twisted. However, it was exactly what Chloe did, and Cody's safety was guaranteed. After Chloe dealt with Cody's problem, she went to see Department Director Nina. Director Nina, there's a mole inside the hospital. I'm uncomfortable with the leak of Cody's file. I suggest that we investigate into this. That can't be. Only you, me, and Director Richard know about this. Director Nina kept shaking her head. Could it be that our database was hacked? It doesn't seem plausible. To avoid drawing attention, I've especially changed Cody's name. They shouldn't know. Director Nina, are you sure no one else aside from the three of us knows about it? Oh, I just thought of another person who knew. Director Nina suddenly thought of someone. Who is it? Chloe looked up and asked nervously. My Haley, Director Physician Nina slowly said. Chloe was immediately speechless. Haley was Chief Nina's daughter, who was only 16 years old. She was now attending grade 10 at a top-tier high school in the city. If she knew then. You should go back and ask her. Maybe she's a fan of Cody. I really hope that this didn't happen because of something that went wrong inside our hospital. I will. What about those reporters outside? Do we need to issue a statement or something? Asked Director Nina, with a slight headache. No, we don't. Those people came for Cody in the first place. We won't respond to them. Soon, they'll give up. And for future treatments, Cody shouldn't come to Southside. We should privately book a place to meet somewhere else. We can't negatively impact his career. Chloe was very protective of Cody. After all, depression wasn't a good thing, and it would be quite troubling if it was ever revealed. Cody was finally getting better, so she didn't want this success to be destroyed by external factors. The crisis finally slowly died down. Chloe stayed for a bit, and after seeing that there wasn't any pressing issue anymore, she drove away from Southside. At GK corporate headquarters. Young madam, you are here. Yes, what's wrong? You look down. Chloe could see how depressed Assistant Mark was today, as if there was something on his mind. After the president found out about what happened today, he was furious, and he fired the public relations team at GK Film and Television. The salaries of those at our own PR department were deducted as well. Anyways, the president has been very upset the entire afternoon, and we're all very scared. Why did he fire all those people? Chloe was shocked. Because he said that if you had to handle everything that came up, then what did he still need those people around for? Okay, I'll check on him. Jack's tantrum directly threw the entire GK into a gloomy mood. Chloe pushed the door open and went in without knocking. Get out! Jack was very upset. His back was against the door as he leaned into his chair, deep in thought. "Honey," Chloe spoke. Jack felt as if his heart was about to melt. He immediately stood up. "Hey, why didn't you call after all that trouble? I could have picked you up." "It's fine. I just happened to receive a call from the hospital this afternoon and went to take care of things." Just as Chloe sat down. Assistant Mark immediately brought in a glass of warm milk and then sensibly went out. "Honey, did they upset you today?" asked Chloe with a smile. Jack sat beside her and nodded as he wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Chloe held up the glass of milk and took a small sip. "Anger harms the soul here. Have some milk." After speaking, she raised the glass up to Jack's mouth. However, Jack didn't drink any. Instead, he pressed his lips against Chloe's and kissed clean the leftover milk on the side of her lips. "Don't do that." Chloe was immediately filled with embarrassment. "Drinking like this is more sincere," laughed Jack. It didn't matter how upset he was. As soon as he saw Chloe, heard her speak, and saw her laugh, he would immediately brighten up. That was how magical his wife was. "Don't be mad because of these things. I don't want you to be mad. It's already hard enough that you're the president of GK. I don't want you to worry about these things. It breaks my heart." Chloe raised her hand and lightly brushed Jack's slight frown. "I know, honey." Just then, Chloe received a text from Department Director Nina. "Chloe? It was Haley. She accidentally told her friends about this at school, and since they didn't know how to keep a secret, media outlets took advantage of them. Sorry. I nearly damaged Cody and our hospital's reputations." Department Director Nina truly felt extremely sorry. Chloe replied to her, and then she raised her head and said, "Honey, come, let's go eat." Jack looked at his watch. "It's not time to go yet, honey. There's still an hour left before the end of the day. Don't worry, let everyone off work early today. Everyone has been very busy with the 30-year anniversary party. You should relax as well. What do you think?" "Sure." Jack then stood up and called his assistant on the internal line. "Let everyone know that they can leave an hour early today." Then, Jack and Chloe went downstairs together. "Oh, right. Did Jennifer go to work in another city?" After leaving Jack's office, Chloe asked Assistant Mark, "She's already gone, young madam." "Good." Chloe nodded. She really disliked Jennifer. Therefore, sending her off to other city could be considered as retribution. Although she was the branch company's president, she was actually just there to clean up the mess. After something like this happened, for the short time being, the branch wouldn't be able to make profit. However, Jennifer was determined and hadn't yet resigned. She decided to suck it up and just do it. An opponent like her was actually pretty scary. Halfway. Jack received another phone call, but this time it was from his father. "Jack, come see your mother when you have time. She was fine, but staying at the hospital for such a long time has made her sick. She didn't really look so well today." "I got it." After hanging the phone, Jack's expression was still as calm as ever. "Maybe you should go." Chloe was just about to convince him. "Honey, what do you feel like eating?" Jack interrupted her. "Sarah said that one of her relatives opened a barbecue pork feet restaurant and wanted us to try it out. I was nice enough to ask Noah to come along. Now that I think about it, the four of us haven't enjoyed a meal together in a while." "Yeah, we've all been really busy." Jack smiled. When they arrived, they parked their car but didn't find the restaurant. Dummy's pork feet. Chloe called Sarah again. For some reason, however, Sarah said that Noah would be able to find it. Just then, a Jaguar parked behind their Maybach. Noah was still in his police uniform. "Hey guys, Sarah said you knew where the restaurant is? Where is it?" Chloe was confused. "Oh, it's in that residential district. Go through that little alley, turn left, and drive 50 meters, then turn right, and you'll be able to see it. The restaurant is so secluded. Why would anyone come to eat here? Aren't they afraid of losing money? Chloe exclaimed. If the food is good, it doesn't matter how secluded the restaurant is, right? I heard that this place was featured on a local food program, and business is booming. There has always been a long line. You and Sarah come here often, don't you? Jack glanced at Noah and asked quietly, No, it's my first time here. If it's your first time here, why would you know the directions so well? Is your brain better than Google Maps? Jack asked sarcastically. Haha. Honey, you're so annoying. You can't be so straightforward. At least save some face for the people's police. He doesn't need any more face. He already has really thick skin. Screw you. Jack, you douche face. Getting all high and mighty in front of me recently, aren't you? You're treating, today, I'm going to wolf down a bunch of pig trotters. Then, the three of them walked into the alley together. After they turned left and right and arrived at the end of the alley, they saw a restaurant with a wooden plaque with the name Dummy's Pork Feet. What kind of name is this? Dummy plus pig feet, making it sound even more hilarious. Haha, their chef isn't dumb at all. He's a really nice and friendly guy. He's bad-mouthed Sarah's uncle's third cousin's first aunts. Holy crap. That's a lot of aunts and cousins. They're barely related. Chloe was speechless. As soon as they walked into the restaurant, Sarah came out to greet them. She was dressed very simply today. A white Adidas top, black pants, white runners, and her hair up in a ponytail. She looked like a young schoolgirl, and Noah kept sneaking glances at her. Chloe lightly coughed and teased her. Why are you so dressed up and pretty? What's your motive? Screw you. I'm always pretty. Sit down, guys. I already ordered. I'd like 2 more pig trotters, please, since Mr. Moneybags Dawson is buying today. Look at you, such a good-for-nothing. 2 pig trotters bought you off. Sarah glared at Noah. Mr. Dawson's buying, so you guys eat as much as you can. Why not? Am I right? Chloe smiled. Thanks for ripping your own husband off. Jack lovingly pinched her cheek. Chloe had a big smile on her beautiful face. She didn't even notice that someone was staring at her. Justin? Should we go somewhere else? Max, a big foodie, came here after a friend introduced this place to him. Therefore, he was eager to bring Justin and Brenton here to try it out. To his surprise, however, Chloe and Jack were here as well. What was that saying again? Meetings between 2 enemies are inevitable. No? I like it here. Then, Justin took a few giant steps and sat down on a small wooden table. Brenton and Max followed behind him. Jack tilted his head to see Justin and nodded at him. He at least had to say hi. Justin was also a polite man, so he nodded back at Jack's greeting. Chloe was laughing when she saw Justin sitting down on the table across from theirs. She immediately tucked away her laughter, turned around, and sat obediently by Jack. She really didn't feel much towards Justin, but Justin's gaze was one that made the entire world jealous of her. Whether she cried, laughed, or caused chaos, he loved to look at everything she did, and his gaze was always filled with deep emotions. Chloe couldn't stand Justin's gaze, and felt very pressured by it. Therefore, most of the time, she always tried to avoid looking directly at him. Brenton, on the other hand, walked up to them and smiled. Chloe, Victoria's getting engaged tomorrow, right? Yeah. Okay, I got it. Are you going? Chloe looked at Brenton curiously. Yeah, but I'm there to steal her away. Don't worry. Brenton seemed to know how Noah was related to the man getting engaged to Victoria. Therefore, he made this profound remark before heading back to his table. He just wanted to make sure that he got the date right. Victoria? Don't tell me you guys were talking about my cousin Carson Tigress' fiancé. Noah knew Victoria and Carson. He also knew that they were getting engaged tomorrow. He was just curious as to why Brenton would know Victoria. The truth was, Noah really didn't like Justin and the others. To him, they were just money-burning playboys. Although Noah was also the son of a rich official, he put a lot of effort into getting to where he was today. Yeah, Her. How did she meet Brenton? Noah said after taking a sip of his beer. I don't know. Chloe didn't want to talk too much about how they met, because that night seemed like a giant prank. It might affect Victoria and Brenton's reputations. Noah wasn't stupid. He stopped asking upon seeing that Chloe didn't want to go into any details. Who's Victoria? How is she related to you? Have you been screwing around again? Sarah wasn't sure what they were talking about, so she asked sourly. Before Noah had the chance to explain, Chloe said on purpose, Yeah, Noah liked her for a while now. Crap. Chloe, you just threw your husband under the bus and now me. You should change your name to Chloe Throws. Ha ha ha. Chloe couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Justin also couldn't help but gaze at her direction. He wondered why a girl like Chloe would be able to laugh, without a care in the world, without any disguise. Her laughter was magical, and she never cared much about maintaining her image. She was so real. No wonder Jack liked her so much. He did as well. Justin quietly picked up the beer on his table and took a big sip. Justin, take it easy. The dishes haven't even been served yet. This place has the best pig feet, Max ranted on with his introduction. However, Justin was in no mood to listen. All of his attention was on Chloe. The city was so big, and he had been lucky enough to bump into her more and more. Because Jack announced who Chloe was, she would soon appear on many occasions as GK's young madam. Did Justin want chancing encounters with her under such circumstances? Every time he saw her, she was with another man. Every time he saw her, she would be holding that man's hand. Were they doing it just to make him miserable? Just then, the pig trotters were served. There were too many pig feet on the plate, and one of them accidentally fell and landed right by Chloe, burning her pinky. Ah! Both Jack and Justin's expressions changed upon hearing Chloe's shriek. Chloe reacted fast, and she jumped up as soon as the pork feet touched her skin. Then, she ran over to the bathroom sink. She ran her pinky under cold water. It wasn't really serious, just a little red. When everyone came back to their senses, Chloe had already returned to her seat. Why are you guys all looking at me like that? Chloe noticed that the others were looking at her with weird expressions on their faces. Let me see. Mr. Dawson was heartbroken as he carefully took Chloe's hand in his and examined it thoroughly. He only relaxed upon realizing that she wasn't too seriously injured. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The server was a young boy, around 18 or 19 years old. He looked shaggy, but his expression was genuine. It's okay. You didn't do it on purpose either. Chloe smiled. I'm going to buy you some burn cream. You guys eat first. Jack stood up to leave the restaurant as soon as he finished speaking. Sarah gave him a thumbs up. Best husband in the country. Girl, do you really have a human brain? You knew how to deal with it as soon as you were burnt. Seriously, I study medicine. Isn't this common sense? But you reacted so fast. I'm not kidding, but the server didn't even realize that you'd been burnt until you came back from the bathroom. Ha 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 ha. Chloe laughed cheerfully. Justin couldn't resist and walk up to her. Are you okay? How's your chicken feet? Can't you speak like a human being? Will it kill you to be nice? Chloe refuted. Your reflexes are sure fast. With your IQ, you'll be able to live until you're 100, Justin exclaimed calmly. I don't want to live that long. It'll be lonely. Chloe pouted. You can always think of hundreds of reasons to refute everything I say. I'm speechless in front of your wits and logic. Justin was helpless. Sarah and Noah exchanged glances but didn't say anything. To them, hitting on Chloe while Jack wasn't here was a little, yeah. Don't think that I only came because Jack isn't here. I would have still come even if he were. I'm fine as long as you're fine, or I'll be worried about you for nothing. I'm leaving now. I didn't even get the chance to have any pork feet. and almost ended up eating chicken feet. Justin was hinting at Chloe's injury. In the end, the ostentatious trio's dishes weren't even served, but they left $1,000 before leaving. Having money sure makes them capricious. They ordered, didn't eat, but still paid? Sarah exclaimed. I know how to burn money too. Why don't you burn some then? Sarah teased Noah. I'm not that kind of person. Don't compare me to fortune-squandering good-for-nothings like them. Who are you calling a fortune-squandering good-for-nothing? Come on, you should ask around and find out how much Imperial Star makes every year. Justin is rich and entitled enough to spend a couple million a day. Right now, Imperial Star is a leading domestic enterprise, and I heard that they're going on the U.S. market soon. You're only calling him a fortune-squandering good-for-nothing because you're jealous. Me? Jealous of him? Are you kidding me? He's just a stud horse. He's not a stud horse anymore. I heard that Justin's changed quite a lot and doesn't screw around anymore. Noah looked at Chloe with a complicated expression on his face, and then insinuated, Anyways, if I were a woman, I wouldn't date Justin. I'd want to date a loyal doggy like Jack. If I'm a loyal dog, then what are you? A donkey? Jack's voice sounded from behind them. He was standing right behind Noah. Haha, you heard me. He said if he was a woman, he would date someone like you, Sarah said on purpose. I only want Chloe, no one else, Jack said arrogantly as he sat down. Then he opened the burn cream and carefully applied it on Chloe's pinky. Chloe had a pig feet in one hand, while Jack applied burn cream on her other hand. She sure was living the life. Why do you guys do this to us every time we eat together? Noah complained as he munched on a bone. You guys can do it to us too. My AEs were nothing in comparison to you guys. You guys are on a whole other level. We can't surpass you. Girl, are you pregnant yet? It's been so long. Sarah suddenly thought of a very serious question. Not yet, Chloe said truthfully. You guys need to hurry up and make a baby. Noah chimed in. You guys should too. We can make a baby at the same time. Maybe in the future our kids will get married and we'll become in-laws. Noah and Sarah were dumbfounded by what Chloe said. What are you talking about? We're still ways away from all that, Sarah immediately explained. You guys already slept together. If that doesn't count as something, then what does that make Jack and me? Chloe smiled. Hey, stop spreading rumors. Nothing happened between us last time. Noah was speechless. Jack added, Right, nothing happened between you guys. You just ate sunflower seeds all night, okay? Ha ha ha. Chloe seriously wanted to clap at what her hubby said. She began laughing charmingly again. Noah and Sarah were speechless. Mr. Dawson, can't we hang out like normal people? Sarah asked helplessly. You guys need to admit that something's going on first. Then we'll hang out like normal people. You should all tell the truth, Chloe said again. Noah and Sarah were again speechless. Thank God you guys got married. No one else in this world would be able to tame either one of you. You guys are awful, Noah exclaimed. Then the four of them continued eating and drinking, and Chloe's pinky burn didn't affect her at all. Inside a Mercedes-Benz RV, Justin, Brenton, and Max sat inside the RV, listening to music and sipping on wine. I'm so hungry. We should have eaten before we left. We spent $1,000 but didn't even get to eat anything. It's so pretentious of us, Max complained. You can go back if you eat, but our young Master Cooper's heart almost broke upon seeing Chloe getting burnt. He won't have the appetite to eat. Brenton laughed. How can you be in the mood to laugh? Isn't Victoria getting engaged tomorrow? Do you want me to cry instead? Plus, nothing's going on with us. Brenton smiled faintly. Justin didn't say anything, but was quietly looking out the RV window. As soon as Chloe burned her pinky, he really wanted to immediately stand up and rush up to her. But then, he suddenly realized that he didn't even have the right to ask if she was okay as a friend. Chloe once said that they weren't even friends. But why was he so heartbroken, seeing her hurt? He felt awful, as if he was the one who was burnt. Was he too far gone? Young Master Cooper, don't worry. Chloe's fine. It's just a tiny burn. Plus, did you see how fast she reacted? She ran like a bunny. I didn't even realize what happened until after she went back to her table. Ha ha ha. Brenton consoled him. Justin remained silent. Nothing could get his spirits up. The three of them happily went to that restaurant for some pig feet, but ended up running into Chloe. Was it luck or disaster? Brenton felt like Justin was way too desperately in love with her. He loved her more and more each day. What was worse was that he constantly tried to control himself. He didn't want to court her in such a flashy way because he didn't want to make Chloe's life harder than it needed to be. Therefore, he controlled himself. It was hard for a hot-tempered man like him to conceal his true feelings towards a woman. Justin... You've been suppressed for too long? I think you need to vent. Since you don't like sleeping with the celebrities under your label, why don't we go abroad and look for some foreign chicks? Oh, and I know the manager of a few celebrity groups in Korea. We can take our pick. You guys should go. I'm not interested. Justin looked down and said quietly, You should go yourself. I'm not interested either. Brenton smiled. Should we go to Seductive Fox for a drink then? Max suggested. I'm going home today. You guys have fun. As soon as Justin said that he wanted to go home, the driver immediately took him back to the Cooper family mansion. Ever since he became of age, he rarely went to the Cooper family mansion. He was probably used to being independent. Back when he was in the military, he only went home twice a year. When Mrs. Cooper missed him, she would secretly visit him in the military. However, for some reason, he really wanted to go home today. Perhaps people who were hurt really needed the comfort of their family. It was only 8 p.m. when Justin arrived home. His family had just finished dinner. Mrs. Cooper was extremely flattered to see that her son was back. Honey, have you had dinner? Not yet. Mom, I'm a little hungry. Come sit down and have some biscuits. I'll ask someone to whip you up some dishes. Mom, could you make me some egg fried rice? Son, what's wrong? Justin wasn't one to act coyish in front of his mother. When he was 7, he got into a fight with other children and bled all over. Once he got home, his dad whipped him. Even then, he didn't throw a tantrum of any kind or try to act coyish. However, today he asked to have some of his mother's egg-fried rice. Mrs. Cooper didn't really cook, and so her egg-fried rice didn't taste that good. But Justin missed that familiar taste. I'm fine, Mom. I'm just hungry. Okay, wait here. I'll go make you some fried rice. Mrs. Cooper, please let me. The housekeeper was mortified when she saw Mrs. Cooper go into the kitchen. It's okay. I'll make it. Mrs. Cooper rarely got to make his son food, so naturally, she didn't want to give up on this opportunity. 20 minutes later, Mrs. Cooper placed a plate of egg-fried rice on the coffee table. The color of the fried rice wasn't that good, and it even tasted a little burnt. However, Justin didn't complain. He picked it up and began wolfing it down, enjoying each bite in fulfillment. How does it taste, honey? Mrs. Cooper asked nervously. It's delicious. Thanks, Mom. Justin's family members were all interesting individuals. Mrs. Cooper was gentle, Mr. Cooper was strict, and Grandpa Cooper was a combination of both. The Cooper family was diligent and traditional, but they rarely ever interfered with Justin's life. The Cooper family would never do anything like Mrs. Dawson, who accepted an interview and basically slapped his own son across the face. Justin quickly finished off the egg-fried rice. Is it enough? I can make you some more. Mrs. Cooper looked at her son lovingly. No, it's okay. I'm full. Do you want some fruit? Your grandpa's old comrade came up and brought with him a lot of lychees. I can ask to bring you some. I don't want any. What about tea? The dark oolong tea your father bought is really good. It's top quality. I don't want any. After Justin finished the egg-fried rice, he realized that he was still in a bad mood, and he couldn't explain why. Nothing his mother said piqued his interest. "Honey, is something on your mind?" Concerned, Mrs. Cooper put on a white pashmina and sat down beside Justin. "Yeah. Is it about the girl you told me about last time?" "How did you know?" Justin tilted his head and looked at his mother in surprise. "Of course I know. You're my son, and you crawled out from my belly. I know what's going on in your head." Mrs. Cooper smiled. Justin looked down but remained silent. "Does that girl not like you?" Mrs. Cooper tried to feel her son out. "Yeah, that's normal. There are so many people in this world and everyone has different personalities. Just because you like her, it doesn't mean that she likes you." Mrs. Cooper smiled. "It's not that simple." "Can you tell me about it?" Mrs. Cooper was hopeful. "No." "Fine." She knew that this little brat wouldn't give up information so easily. "Mom, I'm a little tired. I'm going to go up to bed." "Okay. Is Grandpa at home?" "No, he's at a conference in the capital city. Your father's in the study." "Never mind then. My dad's too old-fashioned. I'll become even more depressed talking to him. I'm going to go to bed now. Good night, Mom." It was rare for Justin to go to bed at 9 p.m. He felt much better at the Cooper mansion than his own, since he didn't feel as lonely. For some strange reason, Justin was pessimistic today. It felt like he was having his period, although he didn't actually know how that felt. Still, he felt like he couldn't breathe. He suddenly had a feeling that he'll never be able to be with Chloe his entire life. He won't even have the chance to hold her hand. Jack was so meticulous towards her, and his love for her was something that had accumulated for almost a decade. He was nowhere near where Jack was. He lied on his bed, took out his phone and stared at the screensaver for a while. Then he logged onto Weibo and clicked open Chloe's private chat. He wrote 5 words on her chat box. "Chloe, I like you." However, he immediately thought it was inappropriate and proceeded to delete it. Then he wrote it again and deleted it again. After 10 or so minutes, he finally deleted everything he typed and logged out of Weibo. He wasn't afraid of confessing his feelings to her again, but was afraid that she would distance herself from him even more. After logging onto Snap, he saw a post from one of his friends. "If it's just friendship, then be friends if you can. Don't be so greedy, because love is extreme. If it's not for life, then you will become strangers." Justin rarely liked a post, but he liked this one. His friend immediately replied happily, "Which club are you hanging out at these days, young Master Cooper?" Justin didn't reply. Then he closed his eyes and forced himself to go to bed and stop thinking about everything. No matter how depressed and suppressed he felt today, after a good night's sleep, tomorrow was going to be a new day. After happily enjoying the pork feet, Noah suggested, "Mr. Moneybags Dawson, you should send us some red packets for us to try our luck on." Then, Noah, who was good at ripping people off, immediately created a Snap group for the 4 of them. Jack then sent a red packet. Chloe has fast hands and immediately opened the red packet, $38. Sarah was second, but only snatched up $22. Then, Noah slowly opened the last red packet, $140. "I can't believe you would only send out $200 at once. It doesn't match your status as president of GK," Noah said greedily. Chloe immediately looked at him in disdain. "For red packets, you can only send $200 in one go. I don't know how you became a police officer with your IQ. Your ancestors are probably rolling over in their graves." Sarah laughed at him as well. Noah was speechless. Before he could say anything, Jack began sending back-to-back red packets. He basically showered them with red packets, each with $200. The 3 of them had a blast fighting over them. Finally, Chloe's fingers got tired, and she said, "I'm not playing anymore. My finger hurts, and my eyes are blurry. I bet you're more worried about all the money your hubby's lost." Noah laughed. "Dude, it's easier said than done. Why don't you shower us with red packets instead?" Chloe estimated that Mr. Dawson had spent at least $6,000 already. His red packets left everyone in a daze. Ha ha ha, I've made a fortune. $3,000 for some pig feet. Not bad, Sarah said proudly as she waved her phone. Just as Chloe was about to say something, her phone began to ring. Chloe, please come to the seafood restaurant on Badow Street. Thomas was beaten up, Amelia wailed on the other end of the line. Chloe's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. What's wrong? Jack asked, noticing Chloe's weird expression. Something happened to Thomas. Then, before anyone had the chance to react, Chloe ran out of the restaurant. Jack took out a couple $1,000 out from his wallet and put it onto the table, then followed her out as well. Let's go and see what happened. Noah and Sarah followed Jack's car. The four of them soon arrived at the seafood restaurant on Badow Street. Badow Street was a sketchy area, but there was a seafood restaurant that tasted really authentic. Most importantly, it was cheap. A lot of people frequented this restaurant. Chloe and Jack usually went to high-end ones and never ate at small places like this. However, Thomas was different. He didn't recklessly spend money just because his sister married rich. Amelia wanted to eat seafood, so he brought her here. However, he never expected something like this to happen. Since Thomas had extensive brain surgery before, Chloe was really nervous. Her hands were shaking, and she panicked the entire way. Jack drove as she held Chloe's hand. Don't worry, everything will be all right. Jack, can you drive faster? Chloe's voice trembled as well. Jack ran a bunch of red lights and arrived at Badow Street in less than 15 minutes. Thomas was lying on the ground outside the restaurant, and Amelia was crying beside him. A lot of onlookers surrounded the couple. Chloe ran off the car and went straight up to them, fighting off the crowd around her. Thomas! She felt like her heart was in her throat, about to jump out at any time. Sis, I'm fine. Thomas's eyebrow was bleeding, and there were bruises by the corner of his mouth. Come on, let's go to the hospital first. Sis, I'm really fine. It's just some cuts and bruises. I don't need to go to the hospital. Chloe, I tried to convince him, but he won't listen to me. Amelia kept crying. I told you that we're going to the hospital. You're listening to what I say. Chloe had never screamed at Thomas. She had treated him gently ever since they were children. However, for the first time, she yelled at him, in front of all these people. Even Jack and Noah, who were standing behind them, got a little scared. My girl's pissed. Sarah had known Chloe for a long time, and she rarely saw her so overwhelmed and out of control. Upon seeing how angry his sister was, Thomas immediately shut his mouth. Jack and Noah walked up to him and helped him onto the car. Then, the group headed to the first hospital, outside the emergency room. How is he? Chloe, don't worry. Your brother's fine. He only sustained external wounds. Is his brain okay? Yeah, he got a CT and everything's normal. The doctor at the first hospital knew her well and consoled her. That's good. That's good. Chloe almost had a heart attack. If something were to happen to Thomas, how was she supposed to explain things to their mother? Chloe felt her entire body give in once she heard that Thomas was all right. She finally let out a sigh of relief. Jack was just about to console her when he heard a voice call out for him. Young master, you're here. It was the Dawson family's housekeeper. She went out to buy a midnight snack for Mrs. Dawson and saw Jack on her way back upstairs. Yeah, Jack nodded. Young master, are you here to see Mrs. Dawson? Come with me. She really misses you. The housekeeper had no idea what was going on and thought that Jack was here to see his mother. Just as Jack was about to decline, Chloe said, You should go up. I'll wait for you here. Sounds good. Wait for me. I'll be down soon. Jack thought that since he was already here, he might as well visit his mother. After all, his dad called him earlier. If his mother was sick, then he was willing to go see her. But it didn't mean that he forgave her. Jack was prepared for a long-term battle with his mother. If she didn't accept Chloe, then he wouldn't forgive her. Chloe was relieved to hear that Thomas was okay. She looked up at Amelia with an exhausted expression on her face. "Tell me, what on earth happened to you guys on Badao Street?" "Chloe, it's all my fault. I wanted seafood. And Thomas said that restaurant was cheap, and the crabs there were fresh. But we never thought that we would bump into Liam and his friends." "Liam?" Chloe frowned. "Yeah, I think Liam and his friends were just passing by. When they saw us outside the restaurant picking out seafood, they came out of their cars to make fun of us. Liam started harassing me. I think he was drunk. Anyway, Thomas was mad and got into a fight with them. They left after giving him a beating. They were driving a black Ferrari, and the license plate is—" "I got it," Chloe interrupted her and then got up. "Take good care of him. Once he comes out of the emergency room, tell him to go back to school first." "What about you?" Amelia felt restless. "I'm fine. I just need some fresh air." Noah and Sarah immediately went up to Chloe when they saw her coming out of the waiting room. "Is your brother okay?" "Yeah, he sustained minor external wounds. You guys should go home. It's late." "Where's Jack?" Noah asked. "His mom is at the hospital too. He's upstairs, and we're going home after he comes down." "Okay then, let's meet up another day." Seeing that everything was okay, Noah and Sarah left as well. Chloe watched them leave. Then, she quickly went downstairs and hauled a cab. "Where to?" "Drive around the nightclub area. I'm looking for a Ferrari with the license plate. CE2110. Amelia didn't have to tell Chloe Liam's license plate number for her to know what it was. She had seen Liam drive it a couple of times before. "VIP room of the first hospital. I thought you weren't coming." Mrs. Dawson was happy to see her son, but she still feigned anger at him. "Are you okay?" "I wish I was dead. Then no one would be in your way," Mrs. Dawson said with a face. "You should go rest up with my dad in the States." "I'm not going." "I won't go. Don't think about chasing us out of the country and then living your life with that little vixen. Jack, she's ripping you off. One day she's going to take our family for all we're worth. I went to a fortune teller, and he said that you guys aren't meant to be together. You're not compatible and will face many obstacles in your way. Jack, you need to come to your senses. You must be tired. Good night." Jack looked at his mother hopelessly. Her mother was still the same, and he was too lazy to fight with her about the same thing, over and over again. "Young master, are you leaving? Take good care of her." Jack turned around to leave after saying this. After he went downstairs, he couldn't find Chloe anywhere. He only saw Thomas sitting there, with a bandage around his head. Amelia was sitting beside him. "Where's Chloe?" "My sis? I have no idea." Amelia said that she went to say goodbye to Noah and Sarah. Thomas had no idea what was happening. Jack immediately took out his phone to call Noah's number. "We left already. Chloe?" After she sent us off, she said that she's going home with you. After hanging up, Jack then called Chloe. "I'm sorry, the subscriber you dialed is powered off." Damn it. Jack became worried. He knew that something was bound to happen. "Jack, what's wrong? Where's my sis?" Thomas asked. She might have gone to avenge you." Jack immediately ran down the stairs after finishing his sentence. "What? Avenge?" Thomas and Amelia were flabbergasted. Chloe had been fed up with Liam for a long time now. She didn't want to pay too much attention to him. After all, she wasn't about to stoop down to his level. She had just shown her support for his ascendance to the corporate vice presidency. But then, he proceeded to harass Thomas. Chloe loved Thomas and would never let anyone hurt him. Outside Universe nightclub. "Sir, could you stop here?" Chloe saw Liam's flashy Ferrari parked outside. She elegantly got off the car, took out a hair elastic from her pocket, and tied up her hair. Then, she slowly walked into the club. The Universe nightclub was the second biggest nightclub in the city, after Seductive Fox. However, unlike the latter, Universe was really badly managed. A lot of people got drunk and wreaked havoc here, and police officers often frequented this morally gray establishment. Chloe didn't want Jack to come with her, because there were a lot of people here, and therefore more eyes and ears. If someone saw him, it might harm his reputation. However, she was different. Timothy had just acknowledged her status as a part of the Green family, so technically, any dispute she had with Liam would be considered a family matter. Ever since the incident with Aaron at Seductive Fox, she was no longer impulsive. Although right at this moment, she was furious enough to rip that scumbag Liam into a million pieces. She still decided to go with her plan. "Miss, please stop." On the top floor, a waiter stopped her. "I'm Liam's older sister. I'm looking for him." "Oh, you're here to see young Master Green. He's in room E10. The waiter saw that Chloe was alone, so he let down his guard. Chloe nodded her head with a smile on her face and walked towards room E10. When she arrived outside, she didn't go in, but rather glanced at her surroundings. There was a vent not far away from where she was, and a rooftop balcony above her. Chloe walked up to the dark corridor and used a lighter to look around. She knew Liam well, and believed that as long as she waited here, she would be able to see him. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, a drunk Liam stumbled out the room with a hot girl, and the two of them made out in the hall. Then, they walked up to the darker end of the corridor, neither of them noticing Chloe's presence. Just as Liam was about to reach out to grab the girl's breasts, Chloe suddenly said, "Liam, you should really grow up, or else Andrew is going to kill you sooner than later." "Who is it?" Liam turned his head around drunkenly. The girl was terrified. "Who's there?" "Oh, it's you." Upon recognizing Chloe, Liam spoke with disdain. He obviously wasn't drunk to the point of obliviousness. "Do you have the guts to come up and talk to me? Of course, if you're too much of a chicken, you can ask your hot girlfriend to ask her friends to cheer you on." Chloe knew Liam's temper, so she decided to goad him. "You? Why would I be afraid of you? Are you kidding me? I can beat up 10 people at once, let alone you." Liam then stumbled up to Chloe. "Young master." The hot girls pouted in objection. "Go back. Don't tell anyone," he said, for the sake of his own pride. That woman glanced at Chloe but didn't recognize her. She thought that Chloe was an ex-girlfriend of Liam's, who was here to cause trouble. She sadly turned around to leave. Chloe smiled and turned around to cross the corridor, walking up to the rooftop of Universe Nightclub. Universe Nightclub had 10 floors. This was the 10th floor. It wasn't too high, but it was still terrifying to peer down the rooftop in the middle of the night. Liam staggered behind Chloe, all the way up to the rooftop. The cold breeze helped him sober up a little. "What? Are you here to seek revenge for your little brother?" Liam asked provokingly. Chloe's back was towards him, and she only answered, "Yes." "Ha ha ha ha. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Do you think you can really do anything to me? Don't think that being accepted into the Green family makes you all high and mighty. Let me tell you, my dad told me that you're just a dog to us. A dog. Do you understand?" Chloe didn't say anything. She had his back towards him, so he couldn't see her expression. "Oh, and your brother? That good-for-nothing. Isn't he a little too young and poor to be whoring around? The money you gave him isn't even enough to cover my daily expenses, and that car of his. You call that a sports car? Are you kidding me? Ha 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 ha. But the girl he's with isn't too bad. She looks like an innocent little thing. I wonder if he already popped her cherry. I'm going to have some fun with her first and help your idiot brother try her." Liam didn't even finish his sentence before he felt a striking pain in his stomach. Chloe was too fast. He couldn't even tell when she turned around or when she came up to him. Liam kneeled on the ground, one hand covering his stomach, while the other pointed at her as he spat. "You stupid woman! How dare you punch me? I'm going to tear you apart today." Liam used to learn Taekwondo, and although he wasn't an expert, he still had some moves. Even if he were drunk, a woman like Chloe was not a match for him. Of course, Chloe came prepared. Before Liam stood all the way up, Chloe pulled out a needle. It was an anesthetic, and she injected it right into Liam's neck. His movements immediately slowed down, and he could no longer control his own body. "What did you do to me?" Liam said with great difficulty. Chloe didn't speak. She walked up to him and slapped him right across the face. "I am a fair person. I will beat you the way you beat up Thomas." Then, Chloe took out a little towel that she had prepared in advance and stuffed it in Liam's mouth. After she finished her sentence, Chloe began throwing countless punches at Liam's face. Chloe may not be that strong, but she used all her might. Soon, Liam's entire face became swollen. There was a towel in his mouth so he couldn't make a sound, or else he would have called for help a long time ago. Chloe beat Liam up until his vision blurred and he began seeing stars. Chloe was tired as well. Then, she jerked Liam's tie and pulled him over to the edge of the balcony. She pulled out the towel from his mouth. "Chloe, you mother F..." Liam didn't even finish cursing. He couldn't, because Chloe suddenly pushed his head down with a great force, right towards the balcony. He was in a really dangerous position. One light push from Chloe, and he would fall off the building. 10th floors wasn't high, but he would still end up as a dead puddle of blood. Liam was so scared that his soul seemed to have floated out of his body. "Ah! Help! Help! Shut up, or else I'll push you over. This is murder. You know that?" Liam was out of his mind. "No, this is called murder out of passion, and GK's legal team will defend me. You, on the other hand, if you die, your mother would cry her heart out, your sister would lose her precious little brother, and your dad would lose his favorite son, and his hair will turn white overnight. Without you, Andrew will control the corporation, haha. It's a perfect scenario. Chloe, you're king crazy. I'm your brother too." Liam tried to play the family card, but it didn't work on Chloe. "No, I don't have a brother who's as noble as you are. The world has revolved around you ever since you were born, causing you to throw money away like it doesn't matter and act like the king of the world. Growing up, you treated everyone like dirt. Thomas is my brother. He didn't do anything to you, but you had the audacity to beat him up on the streets. Tell me, what am I, his loving sister, supposed to do to not be so pissed off?" Then, Chloe pushed Liam's head down even further, causing his entire body to slowly arch forward. "Ah, no, I don't want to die. Chloe, please, please don't kill me." No matter how hot his temper was, it had all disappeared into the thin air. Liam was scared shitless. He'd gotten used to making fun of Chloe and always thought that Chloe and Thomas were easy to bully. Therefore, he always went toe-to-toe with them whenever they saw each other. The truth was, most of the time Chloe just ignored him because, to her, he was no more than an idiot. However, beating up Thomas was something that completely lit up her fury. Therefore, today, she came alone and grabbed Liam by his tie, showing him a 4D balcony nightmare experience. Everything else that seemed to matter was all long forgotten. Liam always thought that Chloe wasn't a scary woman, but the fact was when she was pissed off, she was basically a cold-blooded lunatic. "Chloe, please. I will never bully Thomas again. Please don't kill me. I swear I won't do it again. Please give me a chance, since we both have the same father." Liam's words were all over the place. He had never sounded so ballless in his entire life. Did Chloe really want to kill him? Nope. She just wanted to scare him and seek revenge for Thomas. Her job here was done. "I see. So, once you go downstairs, if anyone asks about your face..." Chloe purposely hesitated there. "I'll say that I was drunk and fell over. Oh, and if you see Thomas again, I'll avoid him. I promise to never pick on him again." "Oh, that sounds pretty good. Chloe, I swear I will keep my promise. If I don't, my whole family will die," Liam promised. Chloe successfully scared him half to death. "If anyone finds out about what happened today, don't worry. Even if I die, I'm still going to kill you. A person's background, power, and money mean nothing in front of someone who is not afraid of dying. Then, Chloe suddenly pulled him back from the edge of the balcony and threw him hard onto the ground. At that moment, Liam felt like he had been pulled back from the edge of death. He was so scared that his legs went numb. Chloe took out the thin needle from his neck. She warned him for the last time. "Don't ever touch Thomas again. He's my bottom line." Then, she quietly turned her back at him and went downstairs. Liam sat on the ground of a good half hour before the anesthesia wore off. Then, still shaking, he went downstairs. He didn't even go back to the private room and immediately left Universe nightclub. When Chloe came out from the nightclub, she saw Jack's car parked by the side of the road. Jack had just found Liam's car. He saw Chloe walking out just as he was about to go in. He opened the door, got off the car, immediately walked up to Chloe, and took her into his embrace. He felt like he lost her, and then found her again. "Good, I'm glad you came out." "I'm fine, I was just really angry, so I taught Liam a lesson." Chloe smiled faintly. Jack looked down at Chloe's red, swollen fists. He immediately felt heartbroken. "Let's talk when we're home." He helped her onto the car. After they got home, Jack first called Thomas to let him know that Chloe was okay. Then, he took out the first aid kit and began cleaning Chloe's wounds. Chloe's white hands had bruises all over. Jack didn't have to guess that Chloe found a way to beat Liam into a pulp. However, she used so much strength when she was hitting him, so the injuries on her hands looked horrific. "How hard did you hit him? Why didn't you find something to hit him with instead?" Jack felt like his heart was breaking into pieces as he carefully tended to Chloe's wounds. "It's only satisfying when I hit him with my own hands." Chloe stuck out her tongue. "You sure care about Thomas." Jack was actually getting slightly jealous. Although Jack's brother-in-law was just a kid, Chloe was really almost willing to give up her life for him. Jack didn't ask Chloe about what happened at Universe nightclub. All he cared about was that Chloe was home safe. Or else, he would have murdered everyone there, or done something else crazy. Jack carefully wrapped bandages around Chloe's fists. Then, he carried her upstairs. "I can't use my hands today. Maybe I shouldn't take a shower, honey," Chloe said when she saw that Jack was carrying her towards the bathroom. "I'll help you." These 3 simple words were like a stick of dynamite. They've been married for a while now and have seen each other naked. But was it okay for her husband to help her shower? As Chloe's mind ran wild, Jack began taking off her clothes. Chloe held up her bandaged hands to shyly cover her face. Jack smiled. After he took all her clothes off, he carefully placed her into a bathtub full of warm water. He picked up a bath lily, squeezed some body wash onto it, and began slowly washing her body. He wasn't doing it out of lust and desire. He was no more than a husband who was lovingly tending to his wife. Jack patiently washed Chloe's body, like he was taking care of a child. Small changes, however, began happening to Chloe's body. When Jack's fingers glided past her skin, she felt like a million bugs were crawling somewhere deep within her. Her face became ruddier the more she thought about it. "Honey, what are you thinking about?" Jack asked calmly, as he washed her pearly skin. "Nothing," Chloe denied all insinuations. "Then why is your face so red?" "Maybe it's too hot. It's so stuffy in here." Chloe looked for an excuse. "Really? The temperature in the bathroom is 20 degrees. Even I'm a little cold." "Are you sure you're still hot?" Jack couldn't help but laugh. "What do you know? Men and women have different body structures. Your blood circulates slower than mine, so you're not as sensitive to hot or cold. Female metabolism is faster, and that's why men age faster than women." Chloe's expert knowledge seemed to make a lot of sense. However, Jack couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What are you laughing about?" Confused, Chloe looked at Jack. "Honey, did you forget that I used to study medicine too? I can't believe you would try to dupe me with medical knowledge." Only then did Chloe remember this fact. Why did she do that? Mr. Dawson was an MD who graduated from the most renowned medical school in the world. Of course he knew about this stuff. People say that a husband who doesn't save his wife's face isn't a good husband. So? Jack continued to ask. So, if you want to be a good husband, then some things are better left unsaid. Just play dumb. Okay, honey, you win. You're so thick-skinned. Chloe laughed hysterically and raised her hand to hit Jack's head. However, as soon as she raised it, she immediately yelped in pain. Ah, it hurts. I told you not to move. Honey, do you need to work later? No. Then can we? Chloe looked down shyly before she finished. She really couldn't get the rest of that sentence out of her mouth. Can we what? Oh, nothing. I was wondering if we could watch TV for a bit before we go to bed. No, we can't. You're injured and need to get some rest. Jack immediately refused. Okay then. 40 minutes later, Jack carried Chloe out from the bathtub and wrapped a giant towel around her body. Then, he picked out a white silk sleep dress from the closet and carefully put it on Chloe. Then, Jack went back in to shower. When he came out, he climbed up the bed and snuggled up to Chloe. Aren't you going to sleep? Jack noticed Chloe's uneven breathing. It's too stuffy in here. Chloe kept thinking about that stuff and was obviously in no mood to sleep. Aren't men supposed to bring up the topic of sex? But her husband was so calm and collected tonight. Chloe struggled. How was she supposed to tell him? Would she seem too upfront if she just told that she wanted to do it with him? Honey, do you want to do it? Jack noticed her struggle and asked, no. I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't tell me the truth, then I'm going to sleep. Jack teased her on purpose. Upon seeing how serious Jack was, Chloe thought about it for a few seconds. Then, she bit down on her lips and said, Honey, I was lying just now. I do. Let's go to bed, honey. It's late. Screw you, Jack. Chloe was furious that he brushed her off like that. Jack couldn't help but chuckle. Then he turned around and pressed Chloe's body under his own. Originally, because you're injured, I won't make you do anything but honey. Remember that you took the initiative this time. Then, before Chloe could say anything else, his overwhelming kisses landed on her lips. Jack was sometimes gentle and sometimes rough. At this moment, Chloe put all thoughts behind her and thoroughly enjoyed the love between her and Jack. The next morning, Chloe crawled lazily out of bed and Jack had already left. She received a message from him. Honey, I left for GK. Today's Saturday, so get some rest. Jack had been extremely busy with GK's 30-year anniversary. Chloe's hands were injured, and she wasn't much help at the hospital. Plus, it was the weekend, so she had time to rest. However, she had a lot to do today, because it was an important day. Victoria's engagement party was today. At this thought, Chloe immediately got up, not wanting to waste another second. After she washed up, she picked out a pair of light blue overalls from her closet. Paired with white sneakers and a white long-sleeved shirt, the outfit made her look young. However, she knew that although it was a simple outfit, it must have cost a lot for Jack to have put it in her closet. Chloe wasn't a big fan of luxury goods, so she was okay with wearing anything. It was Victoria's engagement party, so it was probably going to be a large-scale event. However, she couldn't steal the spotlight. The more low-key, the better. After she got dressed, Chloe tied her hair up in a bun and went downstairs with a white Dior handbag. Young madam, it's time for breakfast. No thanks, I'm going to a friend's engagement party. Chloe was in a good mood, but young master said that you have to at least have a little bit, or else your stomach will hurt. Uncle George didn't know what to do. It seemed like Jack told Uncle George to remind her. Chloe thought about it, and then took a piece of toast from the dining table and gobbled it down in 3 bites. Then she drank half a glass of milk. That's good enough, right? Thanks, Uncle George. Chloe waved goodbye as she left South Hill Manor. Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Although Victoria and Carson weren't crazy rich, they were still influential people. Carson was in the environmental protection sector, so he had a lot of friends in the political circle. Plus, he was Noah's cousin, so a lot of officials from the city bureau came as well. Victoria's parents were both well-respected professors in the city. Since there were so many people, it took Chloe a while to find a parking spot outside the hotel. Then, she got off the car and walked in. Victoria was wearing a white strapless wedding dress. Her hair was up in a bun, and her makeup was delicately applied. She was pretty, but sadly, she wasn't smiling. However, she did flash a smile at Chloe when she saw her, exposing her canine teeth. She walked up to Chloe and grabbed her by the arm. "Why did you come so late?" "I overslept." "I bet you did all sorts of stuff last night." "You're so dirty." Chloe was at a loss for words. How could an unmarried young woman be so astonishing in her choice of words? "I can tell that President Dawson's stamina is pretty good. You guys should have a baby soon, so I can be its godmother." Can't you be a little more creative?" Chloe looked at her disdainfully. "Then we should be in-laws." "Fine, you win." Victoria brightened up at the sight of Chloe. She dragged Chloe to her parents and formally introduced her to them. She seemed to value her friendship with Chloe. Some have said that Victoria was only friends with Chloe because she was the young madam of GK. However, only Chloe knew the truth. Victoria was an arrogant, flashy, and high and mighty woman. Her personality was much stronger than Chloe's. She wasn't lacking any rich friends, and she chose to be friends with Chloe mainly because she liked her. Especially when she was treating Cody, Chloe's odd approach really impressed her. As they were busy chatting, Chloe suddenly saw a familiar figure outside the door. "Victoria, look who's here," Chloe said in a low voice. Victoria looked over, and she immediately saw Brenton. He was dressed very formally, wearing a white suit. Behind him was Justin, in a dark blue jacket. "Why is he here?" Victoria was a little surprised. "How would I know? I thought you told him about it." Chloe remembered that Brenton had asked her about it yesterday. He didn't seem to be here today to celebrate. Was he really here to steal the bride? "I would never do that." As soon as Victoria finished her sentence, Brenton and Justin walked up to them. "You look beautiful today," Brenton said with a smile. "Thank you," Victoria answered politely. Neither of them acted like the funny and careless people they usually were. All of Justin's attention was on Chloe. Originally, he had no intention of attending Victoria's engagement party, since he wasn't even that close with Carson. However, Brenton insisted on coming. Max was vacationing abroad with some female friend. Justin was the only one Brenton could come with, but Justin said that there was no way he was coming. In the end, Brenton played his biggest card and told Justin that Chloe would come as well. Then, Justin gave tacit consent to coming. Upon seeing Chloe in an outfit that made her look really young, Justin thought that she looked really cute. However, he never spoke from his heart, and so he said with a stern face, "Did you mistake yourself for Chibi Maruko? How old are you? Are you a pedophile or something? Justin, are you the popo? Why do you care? Is there nothing going on at Imperial Star?" Chloe refuted. Victoria chuckled on the side. They quarreled non-stop whenever they saw each other, with no exceptions. "Guys, sit down. Let me go say hi to some of the guests. Chloe, take good care of young Master Cooper and Brenton for me." Then, Victoria smiled apologetically and left. In the beginning, Chloe felt a little awkward. Then, she noticed the massive amount of people in the ballroom. What was she being such prissy pants for? Therefore, she found a seat and sat down with Justin and Brenton. Chloe sat beside Brenton, who sat beside Justin. Then, Justin coughed lightly, and Brenton immediately got up. "I need to go to the bathroom, haha." If he sat between young Master Cooper and Chloe, Justin would probably slaughter him. "What's wrong with your hand?" Justin looked down and saw Chloe's bandage-covered hands, with a layer of blood scab on top. "Oh, I had a fight with someone last night and hurt my hand." "You got into a fight?" Justin looked at her like she was from outer space. Last night when he saw her, wasn't she eating pork trotters? How in the world did she end up getting into a fight? His mind suddenly shifted, and he asked her happily, "Who did you have a fight with?" "Jack." The schadenfreude he displayed was so obvious that everyone on Earth could probably tell. "Chloe, you'll benefit from talking less. Your words expose your low IQ," Chloe said faintly. "You didn't fight with Jack? Who else would have the guts to fight you?" Justin was curious. "Stop being so nosy. Knowing more won't do you any good." Chloe didn't want to tell him anything. Then she picked up a bottle of blueberry juice from the table, but Justin snatched it from her right away. "Women shouldn't drink so much juice. It'll make you fat. You should drink water." Then, Justin pushed a bottle of Evian water in front of Chloe. "Victoria, I want to switch seats." Chloe couldn't take it anymore, so she got up and waved her hand at Victoria. Victoria came over with a smile on her face. "Haha, why? Are you sick of Justin? If you're not, you should sit here. You little brat, you're sick of me? Do you know how many women want to sit with me?" Justin was testy at the fact that Chloe was sick of him. "All those women don't include me, okay? Plus, you're suffering from late-stage narcissism. Next time, remember to carry around medicine." "Justin, what are you guys so happy about?" Brenton came back from the bathroom and joined their conversation with a smile on his face. Victoria glanced at Brenton with a surprisingly complicated expression on her face. Before anyone had the chance to say anything, Victoria's assistant walked up to her and whispered something in her ear. Then, Victoria's expression changed slightly. "What's wrong?" Chloe noticed that something was up, so she looked up to ask her. "My fiancé. I think he ran away." "He ran away?" Chloe, Brenton, and Justin were all dumbfounded. "Yeah," Victoria smiled nonchalantly. "But there are so many people. What are you going to do now?" Brenton looked at Victoria sympathetically. "Do nothing." Then, Victoria turned around to leave. Brenton sat down beside Justin. Neither of them said anything. "Does anyone know what's going on?" Chloe said as she looked at them. "I know that Carson was dating his secretary, but the family looks down on her. Yet another story of people breaking apart lovebirds. How sad." Chloe felt sympathy towards people who had to give up on love because of their family backgrounds. She and Jack went through the exact same thing. "Does Victoria know about this?" "She does. I told her about it. But she said that she didn't care. Something about marriage being a tool that both parties could utilize. If Carson doesn't show up today, Victoria will be really embarrassed. If he didn't want to get engaged, he should have said so. What a scumbag." Then, Chloe couldn't help but get up from her seat. "What are you doing now?" Justin looked at her. "I'm going to go ask Noah." She was sure that Noah would come to an event like this. However, after a lap around the ballroom, she didn't see him. Therefore, she took out her phone and called Noah. "Hey, Chloe. Where are you?" "I'm on duty." "You didn't come to your cousin's engagement party?" Chloe was somewhat surprised. "I didn't. Why?" "I heard that your cousin ran away, and Victoria doesn't know what to do. He's been in love with that female secretary for a long time. He won't be happy even if he married Victoria." Noah seemed to know quite a lot. If that's the case, then why not make things clear from the beginning? What is a girl like Victoria supposed to do with a mess like this? Chloe blamed. "I think my cousin was pressured by my aunt and the others." "Never mind. It's not our business. I'm on duty. Let's talk later." After hanging up, Chloe became even more depressed. She walked up to Victoria and held her hand. "Victoria, you should tell your parents to cancel the engagement party. I don't think Carson's coming." Victoria nodded. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I know what to do." Justin and Brenton sat beside each other. Justin looked at him and smiled. "Shouldn't you be happy that she can't get engaged?" "Why would I be happy?" "I'm not going to expose you, but yeah, laugh all you want." Justin knew how Brenton felt about Victoria. "Brenton, did feel relieved upon seeing that her engagement fell apart. However, his heart still ached for her. Weren't women supposed to be the ones that ran away? Victoria was such a proud woman, and her fiancé running away would seriously hurt her pride. She was probably devastated. The engagement party was supposed to start at 10:30 a.m. It was already 10:27 a.m., but Carson still hadn't arrived. His parents were anxious, and he wouldn't pick up his phone. When they called Carson's office, his staff said that he wasn't there. Both the families were embarrassed that Carson disappeared into thin air. Victoria's parents didn't care about money nor fame, but their reputation. Now that something like this happened, her parents were anxious and worried and heartbroken for their daughter. Victoria, you should leave first. Your father and I will announce that your engagement party has been canceled and deal with whatever happens afterward, Victoria's mother said. It's okay, Mom. It's my engagement. Let me do it. Then, Victoria picked up a microphone and walked to the center of the stage. Faced with more than 300 guests, she slowly said, "Dear guests, thank you for coming to our engagement party. But sadly, Mr. Carson thought through some stuff before it started and didn't think that we were compatible. Therefore, we decided not to get engaged." As soon as she finished, all the guests began discussing amongst themselves. "I feel bad for her." Chloe looked heartbreakingly at Victoria, who was standing on the stage. Just then, she added, "But today's a good day. Since I'm already here, I don't plan to leave with my hands empty, nor do I want to waste all this food. Therefore, I came up with a bold idea. Do any of the single men here want to get engaged to me? If you have the guts to come up, I have the guts to leave with you. If you have the guts to marry me, then I will have the guts to spend the rest of my life with you." After Victoria said all that, the entire ballroom went into uproar. Was she publicly picking a fiancé? It's crazy. This woman has gone mad. Justin took a sip of the blueberry juice and said in all seriousness. Justin wasn't the only one who thought that. So did everyone else in the ballroom. Chloe, on the other hand, thought it was interesting. Like her, Victoria was a weird and unique woman who never followed common sense. However, because of the way she was, her life was constantly filled with surprises. What is our daughter trying to do? Victoria's parents were speechless. Carson's parents were as embarrassed as could be. Their future daughter-in-law was picking another fiancé and getting engaged on the spot. Was that a good idea? The people below talked amongst themselves. There were quite a few eligible bachelors in the room, and Victoria was a catch. However, no one went up to the stage. 1, they didn't want to become the center of attention. 2, it didn't seem like a reliable deal. It would suck if they ended up pissing off the Carson family. "Ask your daughter to come down. It's embarrassing," Carson's mother said. "Embarrassing? Is it as embarrassing as what your son did?" "He ran away with that secretary of his. Don't think we didn't know about it. We were willing to let it go since they weren't married yet. But I can't believe he would do something like this on the day of their engagement party and leave my daughter to clean up his mess. If you guys don't want to save face, then why should we? I support my daughter. If she finds someone better than your son, then we're more than willing." What Victoria's mother said greatly embarrassed the Carson family. 3 minutes passed, but no one went up to the stage. Victoria was starting to look awkward. Chloe looked at Justin and Brenton. "Don't you guys want to go up?" "Why should I? I'm not the one who likes her." Justin calmly sipped on his blueberry juice. Brenton, on the other hand, seemed to be struggling. Ever since he was a young boy, he had always calculated each step he took and never acted rashly. He really liked Victoria, but he still had a lot to worry about trying. Chloe said faintly, "In love, all encounters on this earth are accidental, but all goodbyes are planned out. I know that you're someone who likes to plan things out, but love isn't something that can be planned, because you never know when it'll knock on your door and when it'll leave. Life is filled with surprises because of all these uncertain factors. I don't know if I guessed right, but I think you like Victoria." And I think Victoria likes you too. If that's the case, then why not? If you save her from this crisis, she might one day save you on the battlefield. It was an era of peace, so there weren't any literal battlefields. Chloe was talking about the metaphorical battlefield that was Brenton's past relationships. He had never met anyone he truly loved, but maybe Victoria was the one. Chloe's words touched the bottom of Justin's heart. Then, she elbowed Brenton. Go on, it's now or never. Finally, Brenton bit down on his teeth, sorted out his suit, and walked towards the stage. His white suit matched Victoria's white cocktail dress perfectly. Was it fate? After Brenton got onto the stage, Justin looked at Chloe. You sure are chatty when it comes to other people's relationships, but why are you such an idiot when it comes to your own? How am I an idiot? Chloe glared at Justin. Justin fell silent for a few seconds and swallowed the words he originally wanted to say. Instead, he changed the topic. Is it okay for us to push young Master Brenton like this? We didn't push them. They like each other, okay? Chloe was almost certain that with Victoria's IQ, she would never openly pick a stranger to be her fiancé. She only did this because she wanted Brenton to come up to the stage. Things were going a little fast between them, but at this time and year, anything was possible. When Brenton got onto the stage, Victoria's hanging heart finally fell back into place. In the end, he didn't disappoint her. The guests all went wild upon Brenton walk up to the stage. Isn't that the second son of the Blake family? He's pretty good looking. Yeah, is he getting engaged to Victoria? But the Blake family doesn't know about it yet, do they? The crowd went crazy. Brenton walked slowly up to Victoria and held her hand in his, in front of all the guests. Sorry in advance for the trouble I might cause for the rest of our lives. Brenton's short sentence resulted in an uproar from the audience. Victoria was a proud woman with a hot temper, yet tears began falling down her cheeks upon hearing what Brenton said. He didn't woo her with fancy words like other men did, and didn't spit bullshit about loving her until the end of the world. All he said was, sorry in advance for the trouble I might cause for the rest of our lives. But that sentence meant so much to her. Trust me, I won't disappoint you. Victoria flashed him a tearful smile. Everyone began clapping. Chloe clapped her hands together like crazy and ended up hurting her injury. Ah, ouch. Take it easy. She's getting married. Why are you so excited? Justin was speechless. He was heartbroken by Chloe's pain, but only said mean things. I'm happy. I know a lot of couples, but none are like them. The truth is, love doesn't come only when you're ready for it. Sometimes when you get ready to receive love, it had already left. I hope that Brenton and Victoria can live happily ever after. Chloe was touched as she looked up to the two people standing on the stage, looking lovingly at each other. Justin, on the other hand, stared at Chloe's profile and felt a surge of sorrow. You're so great, but you don't belong to me, was what he wanted to say to Chloe. This engagement party almost became a disaster because the groom-to-be ran away. However, since Brenton went up to the stage, it turned into the celebration of a happy engagement. Everyone stayed to celebrate, aside from the Carson family. Chloe had a great appetite and scarfed down 2 bowls of rice. She felt like all the dishes were exceptionally delicious today. No one dared to sit with Justin and Chloe. Brenton, who sat at their table, went onto the stage and became the hero. None of the others wanted to annoy Justin, so they didn't dare sit with them. The two of them enjoyed a luxurious meal of 18 dishes. Justin passed Chloe a napkin. Wipe your mouth. You need to think about your image. If I'm hungry, I'm going to eat. If I'm tired, then I'm going to sleep. It's as simple as that. Unconvinced, Chloe refuted. Justin originally wasn't in the mood to eat, but upon seeing Chloe eat, the dishes in front of him began to look appetizing. He picked up his bowl of rice and ate slowly. He ate whatever Chloe ate. Everything was surprisingly delicious. Honey, you're here too? Justin suddenly turned around upon hearing this voice. Surprised, he asked, Mom, why are you here? I'm good friends with Mrs. Reed, Victoria's mom. There are so many people here, so I just noticed you. Mrs. Cooper smiled gently. This is... From afar, Mrs. Cooper saw her son sitting with a girl. She saw how adoringly her son looked at this girl. She had never seen her son look at anyone like this. In the past 20 or so years, he had been alive. Oh, this is my friend Chloe. Embarrassed, Justin touched the tip of his nose and introduced her to his mother. Hi, Mrs. Cooper. Chloe smiled. Hi. Then, she sat down between Chloe and Justin. How old are you? 24. What do you do? I'm a nurse. Who do you have in your family? Mom? What are you doing? A background check? Justin lost his cool. He pulled at his mother and shot her a look. Mrs. Cooper rarely watched the news, so she wasn't aware of Chloe and Jack's public broadcast of their relationship. She thought Chloe was no more than a recent graduate. Mrs. Cooper, Justin and I are just normal, very normal friends. Chloe, worried that Mrs. Cooper would misunderstand, immediately explained. I understand. Mrs. Cooper smiled gently. Mom, you should go home. Call me if you need me, okay? In order to prevent his mother from asking Chloe any more questions, he chased her away. Before Mrs. Cooper left, she patted Chloe's shoulder. Let me treat you to lunch sometime. Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. Faced with the gentle Mrs. Cooper, Chloe didn't know what to do. After his mother left, Justin felt like he could breathe again. My mom, she's always like that. Don't think too much about it. Okay. Chloe nodded. Just then, Brenton and Victoria walked up to them to make a toast. Hey guys, since you guys are engaged, isn't it time to consummate your relationship? Justin smiled shamelessly at Brenton. Victoria's face turned red upon hearing Justin's joke. Make fun of us all you want. Brenton smiled as he looked at Justin and Chloe. Here, let's make a toast. To destiny linking the two of you together under such a strange combination of circumstances. Justin got up and picked up a wine glass. Chloe stood up as well. I'm glad that you guys came today. Victoria smiled, exposing her canine teeth. Chloe was relieved as well. Thank God Victoria managed to save the party. Chloe was originally going to leave after the party, but Victoria wouldn't let her. After the guests all left, Victoria and Brenton changed into casual clothes. They were just about to leave when Victoria's phone began ringing. It was from Carson. Way, I'm sorry. It's fine. Victoria. My girlfriend went back to the town she was from and cut her wrist. I couldn't watch her die, so I took her to the hospital. But I know my parents will never accept her, and she will never become my wife. Carson's voice was hoarse and exhausted. He didn't sound like he was lying. So? Victoria raised an eyebrow. So, can we push our engagement party back a few days? Carson tried to ask. Ha 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 ha. Victoria laughed in a low voice. Victoria, give me this opportunity. I promise that I will treat you well. Let's get married at the end of this year. I promise to never see her again. Carson anxiously promised. I'm sorry. You didn't show up at the engagement party today, so someone did your job for you. What do you mean? Carson was confused. He was still in his girlfriend's town and only turned on his phone after he saved her. His first call was to Victoria. He didn't love Victoria, but she was really a good choice for a wife. She was young, pretty, smart, and had an overseas degree. Born of a scholar family, she earned a lot of money and was employed by the Public Security Bureau. She couldn't be more perfect. Marrying a woman like this would be considered a win, even if he didn't love her. They had only met once for lunch. Just once. What I mean is, you were eliminated from this game because you were late. There's no second chance because someone else took this opportunity. I'm engaged, and I have you to thank for my upcoming marriage. I'll make sure to invite you to our wedding. Then, Victoria quickly hung up the phone and blocked Carson's number without hesitation. She didn't care why, but she would never forgive a man who left her hanging on the day of their engagement party. She wasn't a comedian who performed under the bridge and didn't know how to appease other people with words or consider things from every angle. If Brenton hadn't helped her today, she would have become a joke to others. Therefore, she would never forgive the person who hurt her and would never give him a second chance to hurt her all over again. "Who was it?" Brenton asked carelessly. "Carson, of course," Victoria said magnanimously. Is he the one who ran away?" Truth be told, she didn't like Noah's cousin one bit. Compared to Noah's moral standing, he was a scumbag on this earth. "Yeah, he told me he was sorry and asked me if I could push back the engagement party." "Shh! I can't believe he would say something like that." "You should slap him across the face," Justin cursed viciously. Brenton smiled but didn't say anything. He felt like he should be thanking Carson for running away. Thanks to Carson, he and Victoria ended up together, against all odds. "Hey, do you guys think that I'm someone who's easily bullied?" Victoria smiled as she asked the other three in the car. All three of them shook their heads. No one thought that Victoria was easy to bully. She was a scary woman. When Brenton thought back at how he was forced to run around naked at Seductive Fox, he still got goosebumps. Chloe looked down at the time. It was almost time for Jack to get off work. Chloe immediately said, "You guys have fun. I need to pick my husband up from work." "Why do you need to pick him up? Can't he find his own way home?" Justin said in disdain. "It's called being young and in love. Go on." Victoria completely understood. Therefore, they drove Chloe back to the hotel, where she picked up her car and headed to GK. Upon seeing that Chloe left, Justin also got off the car and left. Suddenly, Brenton and Victoria were the only ones left in the Mercedes-Benz RV. "Where should we go now?" Victoria asked. "You can decide. I'll listen to you." Brenton was acting a little reserved. He wasn't prepared at all for this engagement. It felt really sudden. "Let's go back to my house." Brenton was surprised by how open Victoria was. Then she added, "After all, my parents don't know you that well yet." That was when Brenton finally understood what she was talking about. "You live with your parents?" "Of course I do." "What did you think I was referring to?" Victoria said disdainfully. "I see. I might have been thinking too much. I thought you wanted to have sex with you?" Victoria helped Brenton finish his sentence. Ahem. Brenton felt embarrassed and began coughing nonstop. "We're engaged. Of course we need to have sex, but not at my house. My parents live there as well, and the soundproofing is terrible. I won't be able to relax and enjoy." Brenton was speechless by how forward Victoria was. "I own a private mansion, and I've been living there alone. If you don't mind, you can move in with me." Brenton extended an invitation. "Let me think about it." Victoria nodded. Then they went back to Victoria's house. Brenton was a considerate person. He ordered the housekeeper at his mansion to bring over an antique tea set to give to Victoria's dad. Then he asked someone else to buy Victoria's mother an expensive silk scarf and some bird's nest supplement. The Reed were really nice to him. After all, he helped save the engagement party. On the other side of town, however, the Blake family was in chaos. The Blake family manor. "What? My son got engaged and he didn't tell us?" Brenton's father was furious. "You're not kidding, right? Brenton's mother just came back from Thailand, and she was really surprised to hear about her son's engagement." "I'm not kidding. My brother really did get married." "I would never joke about something like this," Brenton's younger sister said, as she munched on fruit. "What does he think he's doing? Call him and tell that little brat to get the hell home," Brenton's father shouted in fury. "I did. His phone is off," Brenton's sister said after taking a bite off an apple. Ridiculous. While Brenton enjoyed a nice dinner with the Reed family, the Blake family was in an uproar. Chloe drove all the way to GK headquarters. It was still early, and she heard that some celebrities were shooting indoors. Therefore, she decided to go check it out. Everyone in the studio was busy as bees. The superstar group, consisting of Emery and Cody, were being featured on Livy, the most influential style magazine in the country. GK took this opportunity very seriously. However, after shooting for an entire day, they still weren't happy about the photos. When Chloe came in, the director from the magazine thought that she was an errand girl. Therefore, he commanded, "Go get me a bottle of water. I'm so thirsty." Okay. Chloe went around the studio but didn't see bottled water anywhere. In the end, she had no choice but to take the bottle of unopened Evian out from her bag. The man took a sip and was surprised. "GK isn't bad. I'm shocked that even the errand girls get to drink Evian." As soon he finished this sentence, people turned around to look at them. They all greeted Chloe as soon as they saw her. "Young madam." She's the young madam?" The magazine director was dumbfounded. "Director, you two haven't met, right? This is President Dawson's wife." Beth walked up to them and introduced Chloe to him. The man's eyes and mouth opened wide in surprise. "Hi, I'm Chloe Green." "Hi, young madam. I'm the deputy director of Livy Style magazine." That man was no longer arrogant and was in so much shock that the bottle of Evian almost fell out of his hands. "Chloe," Cody walked over upon seeing Chloe. The photographer glanced at them and said, "Let's take a 5-minute break. Thanks for the hard work, everybody." "How's the photo shoot going? We're not very satisfied with it. It's lacking something." Cody shrugged. Chloe looked at Emery, who was resting by the side. "Thanks for the hard work, Emery." "Don't mention it." Emery was a little unapproachable and rarely initiated conversation with others. However, she had a mild temper and would never get mad at or bully new stars. Therefore, she always had a great reputation. Ever since they signed with GK, people had been watching their every move. They were all waiting to see what GK's next step would be. After all, Imperial Star released 2 movies this month, with a total box office of more than $1 billion. Gianna became the new Best Actress. Annie, who signed with GK, had been abroad this whole time because of her previous scandal. She only came back a few days ago, but had yet to show her face. Chloe didn't really know who she was. After a brief conversation with Cody and Emery, she then went to the photographer and scrolled through the photos they had just taken on a computer. "Young madam, what do you think?" Director asked. "The feeling's off." "See? I told you. I'm not picking on them. Even young madam said that something's wrong," Director commented. Everyone seemed to be out of juice. Beth walked over to Chloe and said quietly, "Young madam, we've been shooting all day. They've redone makeup 5 or 6 times and took thousands of photos. Everyone's tired. Let's call it a day then. Wrap it up." "What? We can't do that. We need to start working on the films the day after tomorrow." Director seemed unwilling. "Everyone's tired. Even if we work overtime now, we won't get the results we want. If you need the films by the day after tomorrow, we still have tomorrow left. We'll finish it by then," Chloe explained. "Young madam, it's not as easy as you think. What if we're still not happy with the photos by tomorrow?" "Don't worry about it. We'll figure something out tomorrow. Let's call it a day." Upon seeing how tired Cody and Emery looked, she didn't want to make them keep working. Therefore, she clapped her hands, gesturing for everyone to go home. As soon as the staff heard this, they all found their strength. Then, Chloe glanced at the person in charge of GK Film and Television. "Sister Glenda, take everyone out for dinner, karaoke, and a spa treatment. GK will reimburse you. I'll let President Dawson know." "Thank you, young madam." Glenda was a 40 or so woman who was a highly capable and professional manager. She used to be an administrative manager and was later promoted by her own department. She was really good at her job, and Jack seemed to value her. As for Emery and Cody, considering their special statuses, they probably won't be able to join everyone for dinner. Make a reservation at Royal View for them to have dinner at, and book 2 suites at the Ritz-Carlton so they can get some rest. We'll continue tomorrow. "Thank you, young madam." Beth was exhilarated by Chloe's generosity. "Mrs. Moneybags, let's be friends," Cody half-jokingly said as he looked at Chloe. Chloe, spoiling, patted him on the shoulder. Take off your makeup and go get some rest. You have an entire day in front of you tomorrow. Will do. Everyone began to leave, one by one. Chloe glanced over at Director and said, "Director, could you please stay back for a minute? Young madam, is there anything else I can help you with? I wanted to talk to you about those photos." Young madam, I don't want to sound rude, but you don't work in this industry. I'm not sure you'll be of much help. Director was a stubborn man and wasn't confident in Chloe's taste. How about this? I'll talk and you can listen. If I'm wrong, feel free to point it out. If I'm right, consider my words as a suggestion. All right then. Director sat down in front of the computer, still not fully convinced. Chloe walked over as well. She pointed towards a set of photographs and said, "I looked over these photos carefully. You're probably thinking the same thing as I am. The pictures look very professional, have great lighting, and are shot from amazing angles. Their expressions and poses are perfect too, but something's just not right, correct?" Yes, I've been struggling with this too. I felt the same when I first looked over the photos, but quickly realized that since the problem wasn't in the techniques, then it must be the people. The people? Director looked puzzled. Chloe nodded and continued. Emery debuted way too early, and as a queen in the entertainment circle, she exudes confidence. Cody, on the other hand, debuted much later than she did. He's more of a teenage heart-throb, fresh meat, if you will. Although they're quite similar in age, the dynamic doesn't pair well. It's awkward. You know what? I think you're right. With Chloe's reminder in mind, Director began to peruse through the photographs once more. Although the clothes and makeup for every picture looked perfect, there was truly something off with the dynamic between the two models. It was as if the pictures depicted a relationship between a cougar and her boy toy. Young madam, you've really hit the nail on this one, but how should I remedy this? It's not like I can switch models. That's exactly right. You should switch models. But they are currently the most famous models in GK. Plus, it would be hard to tell them, no matter who I switch off. That's an easy fix. This is what you're going to do. Arrange different partners for them. Find 2 top-tier models to shoot with them. Of course, when choosing the models, keep in mind that Emery needs a mature gentleman, while Cody will need the sweet, pretty type of model to be his partner. Director gave her a thumbs up and said, "Young madam, you're absolutely right. We will do exactly that. If I had known how easy a fix this was, I would have asked for your help much earlier. It would have saved us a lot of brain power." Ha ha. Unfortunately, both Cody and Emery now want to kill me. We've taken thousands of photos today. It has truly been a pain for everyone. Then follow my plan. Bring the models over tomorrow morning and do the photo shoot. It'll definitely make the deadline for the production process the day after tomorrow. They will go on 2 consecutive issues. This way, we can better promote GK. Of course, Chloe wasn't there just to help. Other than solving the issue, her goal was to give GK front pages in 2 consecutive magazine issues. She was hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. No wonder President Dawson chose you. Young madam, you are incredibly smart and a brilliant businesswoman. Chloe smiled. What are you so happy about? A familiar voice sounded from behind. Chloe turned around and saw Jack standing at the door. President Dawson. The director immediately stood up at the sight of Jack. He seemed to respect the man a lot. Is my wife causing you trouble? Jack asked, as he wrapped his arm around Chloe's waist, with a smile on his face. The director immediately shook his head. Absolutely not. The young madam wasn't causing trouble at all. She actually gave me a great idea. Of course, she also gave GK another magazine cover. What a clever woman. As the director of Livy, the director had seen all kinds of women. Chloe was the first to impress him with just a few sentences. The woman was incredibly intelligent. Not only did she consider every angle, but she was also considerate of everyone's feelings. As the saying goes, behind every great man is a great woman. With a couple of this caliber being in charge, GK couldn't fail even if it wanted to. Hungry? let's go get something to eat. Jack went over to the studio after assistant Mark told him Chloe was there. He quickly finished his work and came over. Wait, honey, why don't we take a picture together? The best photographers are here. Now? Jack was surprised. Yeah, we didn't get the chance to take our wedding photos after we got married. This is a great opportunity. Without a response from Jack, Chloe took him by the hand and dragged him into the backdrop. She then gestured an OK sign to the director. Receiving Chloe's signal, the director immediately asked one of the photographers to take the couple's photograph. Despite its candid nature, the 3 sets of photographs came out absolutely perfect. Chloe took out her phone and carefully recorded the pictures shown on the computer. Satisfied, she then headed out with Jack. If I knew that pictures made you so happy, I would have arranged it much earlier on. Honey, I'm sorry. Jack owed a lot to Chloe. Back then, in order to quickly obtain their marriage license, they got married abruptly. There was no ceremony, no honeymoon, and not even wedding photos. Thinking back to that, Jack felt guilty towards his wife. Don't be silly. I don't care about those things. It's just that today, the photographers of Livy were there. What a great opportunity. Do you know how amazing they are? Look at this lighting. It's 100 times better than any camera filter. Haha. Looking through the photos, Chloe was excited like a child. Jack walked behind her as he felt his heart fill up. No matter how busy his days got, having his beloved wife near him made everything worth it. Honey, what are we going to eat later? Whatever you want. Spicy hot pot? I've been craving spicy stuff recently. Sure. The duo then got into Jack's car, and he drove to a high-end hot pot restaurant. The restaurant owner was from Inner Mongolia. The beef and lamb meat were fresh as could be, and the restaurant ambiance was also amazing. The pair chose a table beside the second-floor windows and dug in. Suddenly, a woman's voice disrupted their meal. President Dawson! What a coincidence! Jack looked up and saw Annie dressed in a skin-tight miniskirt. Her hair was down, she was wearing sunglasses, and her lips were ruby red. Chloe also looked up, but for a moment she couldn't recognize the woman. It wasn't until Annie took her sunglasses off that Chloe realized who she was. President Dawson, I came back yesterday, so could you please arrange some work for me? I'm so bored at home. That's the job of the film and television company. It has nothing to do with me. Jack's words were devoid of emotions. He kept his head down and continued picking out shrimps from the hot pot for Chloe. Annie pouted and continued, President Dawson, don't be like this. Jennifer was the one who got me here. Now that she's gone, no one's taking care of me. Back then, I only came to GK for you. I betrayed Imperial Star Entertainment and endured a lot of backlashes. Now that I'm here, you can't just keep me locked away. Don't worry, GK will give every one of its artists a chance. At the sight of an indifferent Jack, Chloe couldn't help but respond to Annie. Surprisingly, Annie completely ignored Chloe and turned her gaze towards Jack once more. With teary eyes, she said, President Dawson, I heard that both Cody and Emery are appearing on Livy. We signed with GK at the same time. Why can't I go on as well? How could you be so biased? I'm not any less beautiful than Emery, so how could you treat me so poorly? You have too much bad publicity. Stay low-key for a while. The company won't treat you poorly, Jack said emotionlessly. President Dawson, those rumors are all fake. They're meant to destroy my name. The women at Star Imperial Entertainment hate me. They hired people to say bad things about me. It's not real. You have to believe me. Sorry, this is our personal time. I don't want to discuss work here. Completely annoyed, Jack refused to answer Annie. Annie took one glance at Chloe, then turned and walked away. Before she left, Annie murmured to herself, I thought that the boss had impeccable taste. It looks like he doesn't after all. Jack furrowed his brows. He took out his phone, about to make a call, but Chloe reached out to stop him. Honey, let it go. You know what I want to do? You want to shelve Annie. Of course Chloe knew what Jack was about to do. He was protective of her and wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her. Since Chloe heard what Annie said, Jack did as well. A person like her should be shelved. But we spent so much money on her. If we shelve her now, that money would be wasted. Let's not be so hasty. Chloe didn't really care about what others had to say about her. As long as they didn't go overboard, she would always handle it with grace. Plus, GK had stubbornly signed Annie from Justin back then for $90 million. If they shelved her now, it would have all been for nothing. Honey, she was being such a flirt back there. Weren't you jealous? Jack looked at Chloe admirably. Why should I be jealous? Many female celebrities are like this. Everyone is complicated in the entertainment industry. If I'm that fragile, I would have killed myself a long time ago. Then is it because you don't love me anymore? Jack acted all sad. No. Then if you love me, can you seduce me tonight? Not this again. Mr. Dawson, could you please stop giving your wife a hard time? Chloe felt like she needed to be careful around Jack from now on. He had traps set up everywhere. After they finished the hot pot, it was already dark outside. Honey, let's go watch a movie. Is there anything good recently? Yeah, I want to watch It Turns Out That You Are Here Too, Chloe said slowly. Sure, we'll watch whatever you want. The pair headed towards the movie theater. Surprisingly, Chloe told Jack not to reserve an entire auditorium. Instead, they sat in the back row of a dark and crowded one. The leading characters were both good-looking, but Chloe wasn't really watching for them, but reliving her younger years. She read the book a couple of years ago. It was a similar love story to that of her and Jack. The main characters were also high school classmates. They fell in love, broke up, and then found each other again after many twists and turns. People say that the feelings felt in elementary school were innocent, the feelings in junior high were confusing, and the feelings in high school were pure. During that period, a person's thoughts were mature enough to form their own values and outlooks. Once they find the person they like, the feelings were genuine and weren't mixed with any external factors. And the intention wouldn't change because of materialistic things. After they got into university, many girls will begin to look at a man's family background. Does he have a house and a car? Is his father rich? Men, on the other hand, will look at a girl's face, clothing, and bust size to determine whether she was girlfriend material. What a materialistic world. Chloe was very glad that she met Jack during high school, the most beautiful time of their lives when they were still young and innocent. Back then, the act of hand-holding led to marriage. Now, sex doesn't even lead to anything. Only 7 years have passed. But it felt like the entire world had changed. Many things were no longer the way they used to be. The only constant was the past. Those years that were filled with beautiful memories. On the way back, Chloe fell asleep on the passenger's seat. Jack got a call from Rick. Jack, can you talk right now? I need to tell you something urgent. Go ahead. Jack put in his earbuds. The incident in Towtown you told me to investigate? Yes? Did you find anything? Jack sounded anxious. It was the most important thing on his mind because it was important to Chloe. Chloe's biggest wish right now was to find her biological parents. It's very complicated. I don't know where to begin. Rick's voice sounded very heavy. It's okay. Tell me. If it's possible, I suggest that you stop investigating. Why? Jack asked suspiciously. He was aware of Rick's investigative abilities. The man wouldn't be so unconfident without good reason. Because none of the men I sent out to investigate came back. They all died? I'm not sure if they died, but I cannot reach any of them. You know our line of work. Once we lose contact with our people, there is little hope of finding them. How could this be? Jack furrowed his brows. Chloe's identity was far more complex than he had thought. After witnessing the death of Uncle Park during his last visit to Towtown, he knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. He didn't, however, expect it to be this complex. Towtown was only an ordinary small town. What dark forces could possibly be hiding behind the scenes? Although I didn't get any useful information, I can tell you this for sure. Towtown is a complicated place. There are a lot of eyes and ears lurking around. Anyone who investigates there is discovered by some hidden power, sooner or later. We're out in broad daylight, but they're in the shadows. It's very dangerous for us. Plus, I don't think there's only one force controlling all of this. I'm pretty sure there are others involved. Basically, the water is very deep. I've contacted the local boss there, whom I'm pretty tight with. From what he told me, the events in Tao Town are considered to be supernatural. The people behind it are more frightening than ghosts. He told me to give up. How could this be? So, I'm thinking that your wife's identity is very troublesome. Even if we do find what she's looking for in the end, it may not be a good thing. Maybe giving up is the best option. All right, I understand. But it's all right. If you want me to keep investigating, I will keep helping you. What Rick didn't tell Jack was that he had already lost 9 men during this investigation. Jack wasn't a fool. He could tell from the man's tone. Even a man like Rick couldn't succeed. It looks like Tao Town really was a complicated place. Do ghosts exist in this world? Of course not. Sometimes, however, people are scarier than ghosts. A person's evil conspiracy may be more hair-raising than supernatural forces. Jack hung up the call, feeling a sense of heaviness in his heart. There were grave dangers lurking ahead, but he couldn't give up. He had to find Chloe's biological parents, no matter what it took. He loved her and wanted to make all of her wishes come true. He was the same young man as the one who stood atop the podium and told everyone that his wish was to grant all of Chloe's wishes. His words may have been a joke to others, but it was his lifelong promise to Chloe. Chloe, don't worry. No matter how dangerous things become, I will never stop looking for your parents. Chloe's eyelashes fluttered. She wasn't asleep. She heard the conversation between Jack and Rick. Although she couldn't hear what Rick was saying, she could tell, from Jack's reaction, that something happened in Tao Town. Chloe wasn't a fool. She knew of the complexity that was Tao Town. Even so, Jack was still willing to investigate for her. She was truly moved. The next morning at the GK headquarters, Assistant Mark walked into the office with a large pile of receipts. Sir, these are the receipts from the Film and Television Department's party yesterday. Please sign it. More than $80,000 for food, singing, and spa? Who told them they could do that? Where did they have the guts to ask the company for reimbursement? Jack was furious. The director said that young madam approved it. Assistant Mark was very anxious. When he received the receipts, he didn't know whether his boss would approve of them as well. My wife? Jack was surprised. Assistant Mark nodded and repeated the director words to Jack. Jack knew that Glenda wasn't bold enough to imitate his wife's words, just to swindle $80,000. So, he silently picked up his pen and signed the receipts. Assistant Mark was shown again just how important the young madam was to the president. Such willfulness. With the nod of her head, the young madam allowed the film and television company to spend $80,000 on a night's party. Immediately after, the director of the finance department came into the office with a receipt. Sir, this is the receipt from Cody and Emery agents. Young madam promised them dinner and a place to stay for yesterday. Jack took the receipt and saw the total. It was another $100,000. Without a word, he signed it quickly. It seemed like his wife was already a professional husband defrauder. She was truly generous towards his employees. After everyone left, Jack took out his cell phone and video called Chloe. She had just put on her white lab coat and was about to on rounds. Hello, Mr. Dawson. Honey, you're truly generous. Thanks to your approval, yesterday I just signed $180,000 away in receipts. $180,000, ugh, that's really a lot. These people are too much. So, I'm planning to deduct the money from your allowance this month. Ugh, no, I did it for the company. We must keep our people happy. They're water, and we're the boat. They can keep us afloat, but they can also sink us. I'm sure you understand this logic. I only know that water not only floats boats, but can also make kanji, Jack said with a serious face. Ha ha. Honey, don't make me laugh so early in the morning. Okay, I'll talk to you later. I need to do rounds. With that, Chloe hung up the video call. Immediately after, Jack received a red pocket on Snap. If he remembered correctly, it was the first time his wife sent him a red pocket. Although it was only $52.1, the meaning of the 521 means, I love you, which meant more to him than anything. Mua, honey, $180,000 is nothing. Using $50 to subside the $180,000. You really are as clever as ever, honey. After rounds, Chloe went back to her office to organize the hospital database. There was a sudden knock on her office door. Please come in. Why are you here? At the sight of the visitor, Chloe couldn't help but feel anxious. Isn't she Justin's mother? The first lady of the city. Apparently, her status was even higher than the mayor's wife. Young lady, do you have some time to talk? Please sit down first. Unsure of what to do with herself, Chloe stood up and poured Mrs. Cooper a cup of tea. Thank you. Mrs. Cooper, did you need something from me? Chloe was anxious. Due to the precedent of Mrs. Dawson, Chloe was a little scared of women who were the same age as her mother. Don't be afraid. I was just passing by. Oh, right. I bought you some snacks. Then Mrs. Cooper handed Chloe a food box. Chloe glanced at the box and saw an abundance of exquisite pastries. Auntie, if you need something, please just tell me. I really don't need anything. I just wanted to visit you. Auntie, Justin and we didn't... Chloe began to explain. I know. After all, you're married. Not bad. He's the young president of GK. Mrs. Cooper chuckled. You know about it? Yes. I didn't know before, but after I went home, I found out after coming across some news. Oh. Since Mrs. Cooper already knew, Chloe didn't have to explain further. Is the work at the hospital tiring? It's not. I'm used to it. That's nice. Some people only go after jobs for the prestige and money, but if you choose a career you like and your values are reflected, you will excel. Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. Chloe still felt a little awkward. After all, back when Justin stayed at the hospital, Mrs. Cooper had unleashed her anger once, scaring away all of the nurses who worked in room 1. Facing the now gentle as water Mrs. Cooper, Chloe didn't know what to expect. Young lady, you seem to be a little scared of me? Mrs. Cooper asked with a smile on her face. I have psychological trauma from those who are my mother's age. Chloe spoke truthfully. Mrs. Cooper giggled happily upon hearing what Chloe said. You're really an honest little girl. I'm surprised that you would say that. No wonder Justin likes you that much. Mrs. Cooper spoke very straightforwardly, making Chloe blush slightly. Even though the whole world knew that Justin liked her, it was still strange hearing it from Mrs. Cooper. Justin is the only son of our generation, and our family loves him more than anything, especially his grandpa. However, he has always been eager to excel and worked very hard to make something of himself. He never told me about the pain and sufferings he endured during this time in the army. I know my own son, and even though he absurdly started a company after his discharge, deep down, he is a very hard-working child. Over these years, there have been a lot of girls around him, but he had never brought any of them home, and never told me about them. However, he already mentioned you to me, at least twice. Mrs. Cooper, let me finish. Mrs. Cooper kindly looked at Chloe. She continued to say, I know that Justin appeared a bit too late in your life, and since you're already married, it doesn't matter how much he likes you. He is immoral and will be considered the other man, as young people call them these days. But there's nothing right or wrong with love. There's nothing wrong with truly liking someone. Plus, he hasn't done anything to wreck your marriage. Isn't that correct? Right, he never did. Chloe nodded and spoke the truth. Before Justin found out Chloe was married, he gave her roses and a sports car in such a high-profile manner. However, after he found out that Chloe was married, he started pushing down his feelings so he wouldn't cause Chloe trouble. He would rather lick his own wounds deep at night than disturb Chloe for 1 minute or a second. This was clearly very difficult for this wild and arrogant young master. So as his mother, when I see Justin holding himself back like that, suppressing his feelings towards you, it's quite heartbreaking. But I also know that you already have a happy family of your own, and he clearly shouldn't be like this. Chloe didn't say anything. Mrs. Cooper seemed to be a very reasonable person, as everything she said made sense and was very genuine. But I've come here today just to see you. I believe the girl Justin fell for must be the best girl in the world. You shouldn't feel pressured. In the future, if there's anything you need our help with, don't hesitate to come and find me. Mrs. Cooper patted Chloe's hand. Thanks, Mrs. Cooper. No problem. Eat it while it's hot. These dim sums were all freshly made, and I'll be leaving now. Mrs. Cooper really didn't say much else. She only wanted to see what sort of woman her son fell this hard for. She saw the news as well, and read the thread that slandered Chloe. However, she only believed in what she saw with her own eyes. Even though Chloe didn't have a stunning appearance, she was really beautiful on the inside. Her job might not be so pronounced, but she worked very hard. The way she acted and spoke wasn't graceful enough, but it was done in good taste. Mrs. Cooper believed in her son's taste. However, it was unfortunate that Chloe already had a husband. She already had a family of her own. Truth be told, Chloe became a little depressed after Mrs. Cooper's visit. It would be wonderful if Jack's mother was as gentle as Mrs. Cooper. Then she wouldn't need to put Jack through such hardship. Some outsiders called her the daughter-in-law that started fights, and others even called Mrs. Dawson a dreadful mother-in-law. Regardless, the horrendous mother and daughter-in-law relationship was known to all. At this thought, Jack hadn't visited the Dawson Manor in days, just to protect her. Chloe still felt very terrible deep down. Head nurse, Director Richard is here and has asked for you. One of the nurses knocked on the door and reminded Chloe. Okay. With no time to eat, Chloe stood up and headed upstairs. When Chloe went upstairs, she originally thought that only Director Richard would be there, but it turned out that there were about 20 or so people inside the conference room. In addition to those from her hospital, there were a few renowned chief physicians from the first hospital. It was certainly a sight to see. Were they about to fire her? Chloe became a bit nervous. She really didn't want to be fired. She loved her job. Most surprisingly, Andrew was there as well, because he was the founder and donor of the hospital's Green Foundation. Therefore, he participated in Southside's major decision-making process, of course, given that he had time and was willing to come. Director Richard. Chloe was a bit dumbfounded after she walked in. She looked around at all sorts of key members and renowned doctors and thought that she was in big trouble. The hospital would only gather such personnel upon announcing something important. Please sit, Chloe. Director Richard nodded at her, gesturing for her to take the only empty seat available. Chloe nodded and walked towards it. Andrew rolled a pen in his hands and smiled upon seeing Chloe. A lot has happened at the hospital recently. I just got back from America to take care of some personal matters, and I'm very sorry that I wasn't available to handle things in a timely manner. I've let all of you down, Director Richard said in a formal manner. Chloe thought that Director Richard probably went to the States to help with Lisa's immigration. After all, their entire family had immigrated. Come to think of it, Director Richard was actually quite fond of the niece of his. First off, a few issues. Even though Southside lacks leadership roles, management is very well done. There weren't any messes, and thanks to its improving reputation, there has been an influx of patients, and our track record is optimistic. Second, the incident involving Deputy Director Jatt and Department Director has already passed, so please stop gossiping about it. I hope we can move on. The newly appointed Deputy Director will report to duty next week. He's a skilled manager whom I especially hired from out of town, and I believe that he's capable of successfully managing Southside. Third, and most importantly, I would like to talk about our colleague, Chloe. Director, I will work very hard. You're not planning on firing me, are you? Chloe couldn't settle down and immediately stood up upon the mention of her name. Everyone laughed. It was as if everyone knew of something that only she didn't. Chloe, I didn't know that you were capable of being nervous. Andrew laughed at how cute she was being. If you're the one being fire, you won't be able to stay calm either, Chloe disputed. Director Richard also laughed upon hearing what she said. Sit down. No one's firing you. Then are you going to demote me? It's fine. I don't have to be a head nurse. Chloe thought that she was being punished for what happened with Cody. Or maybe it was because she had been taking too much time off, and it had angered the director. It's not that either. Listen to me. Director Richard didn't know how to respond. He could tell that Chloe really liked working at Southside. After the hospital's executives and chiefs looked into this, we've decided that with your current abilities, Chloe, you're no longer suited to be a head nurse. So, you're still going to punish me, Chloe quietly mumbled. Your current professional and personal abilities are more than enough to become a qualified doctor. Doctor? Chloe was a bit shocked. Being a doctor was a dream that she didn't even dare to think about. Ever since she chose to attend a nursing college, she basically lost her chance at becoming a doctor. But since you don't have a doctor's license yet, some of us have decided to send a joint request so you can go through a series of examinations. Exams? What exams? Chloe was a bit puzzled upon hearing what Director Richard said. That's right. Once you pass the standard exam, you will get a medical license. That way, others won't question you when you're seeing patients or saving lives in the future. I know that you're very low-key and don't want to cause trouble, but I hope that you can carefully consider this. Southside is in need of doctors, and we all know that you have great potential. Young people need to have dreams, and I believe that you'll become an exceptional doctor, given your abilities and talent. After Director Richard spoke, the other doctors all followed suit. Director Nina of the neurology department said, Chloe, we all support you, so I hope that you'll respect yourself as well. Director Nina, I don't think I can... Chloe's eyes flashed with tears. She never thought that one day, all these people would work hard to advance her medical career. What did she, Chloe, do to deserve the joint support of all these doctors and the director? They sure were confident in her. Little sister Chloe, isn't being a doctor the dream you've had since you were little? Now you're about to achieve it. God has given you a gift in its original packaging, just a few years late. Andrew looked at her and smiled. When Director Richard spoke to him about this, he immediately agreed, and even took time off to be here. So what should I do now? Chloe was a bit emotional. You should choose which department you want to join, because the exams are divided by specialty. Once you've chosen one, you won't be able to change it. You can choose whichever one you want. Of course, we've discussed this, and thought that you would best fit in gynecology, neurology, neurosurgery, or ophthalmology. Chloe was so moved that she couldn't speak. Director Richard had done his research well. Gynecology was the department she interned at, and neurosurgery was the program that she once learned on her own at school by pulling all-nighters. Neurology was her personal hobby that she studied on her own time, but Department Director Nina liked her quite a lot. She even entrusted Cody's case to her, even though she didn't have much experience in ophthalmology. She used to write Simon's papers for him, so she understood bits and pieces of this specialty. Chloe, I hope that you can choose neurology. I need an exceptional helper like you. Department Director Nina couldn't hold it in anymore. Department Director Nina is already fighting over for you, but don't make your decision yet. Chloe, come to gynecology. Every day there are tons of pregnant patients in need of C-sections. After you come over, we'll mainly focus on natural birth. We can collaborate together and look into water births. What do you think? The director of gynecology smiled. Before Chloe could say anything, the ophthalmology department's director began convincing her to join them. Chloe, I heard that you used to write Simon's papers. You're too talented. Ophthalmology is very simple. All we do is eye research. We could give countless patients the opportunity to see the world again. Simon has already left the hospital, so you're welcome to report to our department anytime, the director of ophthalmology offered. Shh! Chloe is the head nurse of the orthopedics department, so she knows a lot about our department as well. We need to keep this ace in our department. No, the entire country pays great attention to neurosurgery, so if you want to be an exceptional doctor, you have to choose our department. The chief physicians started arguing. Chloe's brain was about to be jumbled into a pile of mush. Chloe, what do you think? Director Richard looked at her and asked. Director Richard, my mind is in a big mess. Haha, don't feel hurried. Go back and think about it. After you've decided, just fill out a form and give it to me, and I'll arrange for you to take the exam. Director Richard, don't say that you won't be able to do it. We trust that you won't let us down. You can do it, Chloe. Once you pass the test, I'll throw a celebration for you. Andrew interrupted as he bit his pen. Chloe was still in a daze as she walked out of the conference room. Everything that just happened felt like a dream. Am I really going to become a doctor? Chloe mumbled to herself. She couldn't contain her joy, so she picked up her phone and sent a message to Jack. Honey, I have good news to announce. Are you pregnant? Jack immediately replied. I'm not pregnant. Chloe was shocked that Jack would even think of that. It seemed like he was in a rush to have a baby as well, even though he never spoke of it. What's the good news then? His charming voice came from inside Snap. Director Richard called a lot of people to a meeting today. They wanted me to take a medical exam so I could become a doctor. Then what about you? Is that what you want? Jack cared more about what Chloe wanted. Truth be told, it is. Then very well, go for it. I'll always support your decisions. Jack's tone contained hints of happiness. His wife was never supposed to be a nurse anyways. It was truly a waste of her talents. But I don't even know if I can. Don't think. You definitely can. Haha, you really do trust me. Of course. Mr. Dawson's reply still remained very confident. Okay, with your faith, I've become more relaxed and will think about it with less burden. I told Director Richard that I will consider which department to choose. After all, I'm interested in several departments. Okay, Jack replied with one word filled with spoiling adoration. After they ended the call, Chloe was in a great mood. She then posted on her Snap Friends circle, "The gift God will give to you might come late, but it will definitely come." Sis, are you pregnant? Thomas asked impatiently in the comment section below. Nope, Chloe immediately replied. Girl, what's this good news? Share it with us, Sarah asked teasingly. I won't tell you. It's a secret. Pish, why are you pretending around me? Tell me. Sarah grew impatient. Don't tell me you're about to be a mom. Noah also joined in on the gossip. Not at all. You're really overthinking. Chloe was speechless at Noah's guess. Cody quietly liked her post. I am looking forward to your decision, Andrew commented. He was the only person who knew the reason behind Chloe's post. The hospital nurses all liked Chloe's post, and even though they didn't know what had happened, it must be good news, since Director Richard personally called her to the meeting. Head nurse, are you going to be promoted again? Yeah, something like that. Oh, yay. Then you have to treat us to a good meal. I definitely will. Chloe was very happy, and she slowly replied to every single comment. After Chloe got off work, she immediately ran to get groceries at the supermarket. Since the temperature had dropped, and the two of them were both carnivores, Chloe bought supplies for hot pot. Then she sat at home and sent a text to their 4-person Snap group. Hot pot is ready. Come quickly, everyone. Wait for me. I have to wash my hair. I'll be there soon, Sarah immediately replied. Oh, right. Are you at South Hill Manor or Imperial Park? Imperial Park, Chloe and Jack only stayed at South Hill on weekends, so they spent more time at Imperial Park. Okay, wait for me. Sarah was quite joyful. I'll be off from work soon. Wait for me for a bit. Noah also replied. It was actually just Jack who hadn't responded. Chloe was just about to call him to ask when he'll be here when she heard the keys turn in the door. Chloe immediately ran to the door. "Honey, you are back so early today." Chloe smiled. "Because there are a lot of things to celebrate today." Not only did Jack return early, but he also held a bottle of red wine in each hand. "You made a trip back to South Hill?" "Yeah, I took it from the wine cellar. So I'm allowed to drink some wine today?" asked Chloe excitedly. "No, the three of us are going to drink wine. You'll drink milk." "Chloe," she immediately pouted. Mr. Dawson sure was ruthless. Upon seeing Chloe's expression, he couldn't help but pinch her little face. He smiled. "I was joking around with you. We're celebrating today, so of course you can drink." "Oh yay. Long live Mr. Dawson." Chloe was incredibly happy, jumping around like a kid. She kissed Jack's cheeks with a smack, the kiss as striking as it could be. She happily took the bottles of red wine from Jack's hands and carefully placed them in an ice bucket in the kitchen to cool. Aside from beef and lamb, there were plenty of greens, fish balls, crab sticks, mushroom balls, beef tendons, and all sorts of seafood on the table. Chloe truly went all out. She invited Noah and Sarah to an incredibly luxurious meal. The couples kept busy, so that once Noah and Sarah arrived, they could immediately start eating. Sarah walked in with a bunch of sunflowers, and the colors were incredibly beautiful. "Are those for me?" smiled Chloe. "Yes, aren't sunflowers your favorite?" Sarah passed her the flowers. "Huh? You like sunflowers?" "How bizarre," Noah said, as he chewed on a piece of ham that he boorishly grabbed from the plate. "She has loved sunflowers since we were in school. They say that the sunflower represents silent love, the kind of love that cannot be spoken. I'm not even sure if you've confessed your love to Jack yet, after all these years." Sarah laughed teasingly. "Actually, I like sunflowers not because they're pretty, but because they're edible." Chloe remembered that the female lead in a movie once said this hilarious joke. Noah and Sarah were immediately stunned by her odd comment. Just then, Jack walked over. He placed one of hand over Chloe's shoulder and said, with spoiling adoration, "Sunflowers actually represent the love for life and dreams. It represents the determination of never giving up. Mr. Dawson clearly knows me well." Chloe shyly looked at her husband, shooting glances at each other with deep emotion. "Whoa, could you two not be in show-off mode just yet? Could you tell us first what today's good news is?" Noah couldn't stand it anymore, so he found a spot and sat down. Then, he spoke as he ate, and his mouth didn't rest for a single second. "Honey, you should announce it yourself." Jack held her hand. Chloe carefully placed the sunflowers into the vase in the living room. Then, she turned around, looked at the other three, and laughed. "I announce that I'll be taking an exam in a few days." "A test? For your driver's license?" "That's not right." "Don't you have one already?" Noah still didn't realize what she was talking about. "What test? Are you going to be a professional manager? Are you going to GK to help Mr. Dawson?" Sarah was also surprised as she asked Chloe. Chloe shook her head. "Neither. This time I'll be taking a medical exam to get my medical license." "Damn. Are you going to be a doctor?" Sarah exclaimed. "Isn't that exam a seasonal thing? Isn't it every year around March? Are you sure?" Noah seemed to know quite a lot. Director Richard and our hospital's major chiefs sent a joint request, and it was approved. I can take the exams in about a week or so. Then, you would be able to achieve the dream you've had since you were young. Sarah was excited for her. Back when they were in high school, the two of them sat together. Chloe read plenty of medical books, so Sarah knew that Chloe wanted to be a doctor more than anything in her life. It was because she never wanted to see her beloved family members leave the world due to pain and torment. A lot had happened over these years, and for many things, Chloe couldn't do what she truly wanted. Sarah never dared to ask her about being a doctor again, because Sarah feared that she would become upset. Who knew that this would all happen so suddenly? Yes, just like my post today. The gift God gave me was only a bit late, but it was never lost. After all these years, she had been turning around in circles. But finally, she got the chance to achieve her initial dream. Congratulations. Doctors aren't a well-received profession nowadays, but I respect them very much. Chloe, I hope you can become an exceptional doctor. Good luck, honey. Jack took the lead to raise his glass. The four of them celebrated together, and the atmosphere couldn't be any better. Which specialty are you going to choose? Noah picked up a green vegetable and asked her an important question. Everything happened too suddenly. Director Richard announced it abruptly today, and I haven't had the chance to think about it. So you still haven't decided yet? Which ones are you considering? Asked Sarah. I've interned in the gynecology department, and I'm currently responsible for Southside's orthopedics department. I've always been quite interested in neurosurgery, but I've been helping Department Director Nina in the neurology department, and there's also ophthalmology. I've also written ophthalmology papers, but that was a long time ago. I'm not very interested in ophthalmology anymore, so I'll be choosing one of the other three. All of it sounds so complicated, but I think you should still pick gynecology. Sarah smiled as she sucked on her chopsticks. Why? Because if I ever have a baby, then I could get you to deliver it. What? Are you really going to destroy my bright future for your own selfish intentions? Chloe also laughed. Orthopedics isn't bad. I was playing soccer with a bunch of people from our bureau a while ago and tore my ACL, so I went to get it checked up at an orthopedics clinic. But damn, people were everywhere. Appointments were super hard to get. Those orthopedics doctors were so arrogant that one would think they owned the place. If you become an orthopedic doctor, then I could do you some favors in the future, haha. You two are all thinking about yourselves, so I won't consider your suggestions. Then, Chloe tilted her head to look at Jack, and she flirtingly asked, Mr. Dawson, what do you think? Even though I studied neurosurgery, I think you should choose neurology, Jack slowly said. Why? Because the neurology morbidity rate has been high, and people haven't been taking these rates seriously. Truth is, illnesses like depression and schizophrenia are just as detrimental as cancer. These illnesses seem fine on the surface, but it threatens the life of patients at every moment of every day. I especially feel bad for children who suffer from autism. Since you have to pick a specialty, then you should think from every angle. We're not almighty, but we should at least do something that's meaningful. After Jack spoke, Noah immediately raised his thumb. Brilliant! You're the big boss of GK for a reason. You're very well thought out. Little citizens like us cannot compare to you. That's true, but these things are too professional, and I got confused by just listening to you. Anyways, girl, I'll support you no matter what you choose. In the future, I can proudly say that my best friend is a doctor. Ha ha ha. Sarah cackled like a witch once again. Moved, Chloe looked at Jack. His suggestions had always been so sincere. That's a sure thing. I need to sleep on it before coming to a final decision. Anyways, I'm very happy. Thank you guys for celebrating with me. The four of them raised their glasses once again. Over dinner, Noah suddenly thought of something, and he asked, Right, how's the 30-year anniversary party going? We've already finished preparing it, and it will proceed according to plan this Friday night, Jack slowly said, as he placed his wine glass down. I'm not sure where that director of ours heard the news, but he said that you're inviting the famous opera singer. My gosh, he's been nagging me about it for the past few days. He wants an invitation or something. I'm speechless. Yes, there's no guest limit this time. We've prepared a very big ballroom with tons of food and snacks, so you can grab a few invitations and invite your friends and families. Jack was incredibly generous. That's wonderful. My parents are obsessed with that opera singer as well, along with my grandpa, haha. They all want to come, so the rumors are indeed true, aren't they? Sarah also laughed. Before Jack could speak, Chloe smiled and said, This 30-year anniversary is as grand as the annual New Year Gala. In addition to our own artists, GK's also inviting renowned individuals from all walks of life. Opera is a national treasure, so it's an essential program. There will also be plenty of domestically renowned singers and movie stars. Anyways, it will be absolutely splendid. I heard that one of the hosts will be Lucia, and that male host, who's been super popular recently, will be the other one. Mr. Dawson? Is that true? Sarah continued to gossip as she looked at Jack full of anticipation. Yes? Jack nodded and didn't deny it. My gosh, then how much money did you have to spend? Rich people sure are capricious. This you won't understand. No matter how much he spends, he would be able to earn that money back. He's using this party as a launch pad for the film and television company. Afterward, GK Film and Television will become famous, and profit possibilities will be unlimited as well. After all, Jack is a businessman and won't engage in money-losing activities. Noah's analysis was perfectly correct. Chloe and Jack only laughed and didn't say anything else. Sarah suddenly realized, oh, right. Why didn't I think of it? So you're the typical long-haired girl who's short-sighted, Noah spoke sarcastically. Sarah immediately rolled her eyes at him and countered, so what if I am? What about you? Your hair is short, so isn't your sight even shorter? Your brain is simple, and your limbs are thick. You're basically a pig. You're not much better than I am. You're the typical thick-waist, short-legged, and round-faced pig. Noah fought back. Sarah was so pissed that she couldn't breathe. How could you two attack each other like this? Are you trying to hide the fact that you two are secretly dating? Chloe sneakily laughed. The saying, love is accompanied with hate, must be about you two. Jack also calmly looked as they argued. Don't be silly. I don't love him, but I do have the urge to kill him, Sarah explained. That's why I always say that you're a devious woman. No one will marry you. You should get ready to be an old bachelorette for the rest of your life. Get lost, you're an old bachelorette. If I can't get married, then I'll climb onto your window every day and haunt you until you die. Sorry, I live on the 26th floor. I'm afraid that the wind will blow you over, Noah said, quite pleased with his comeback. Every time they ate together, the atmosphere would definitely end in a riot, as long as these two cutie pies were around. The only good thing was that no matter what they said to each other, they never got mad. Sarah was a girl who was fairly thick-skinned. She would never get angry over little things. So they often hung out and always enjoyed themselves when they did. Later, Sarah took a picture of the four of them eating and posted it in their classmate group. Are you at Chloe's home? Asked someone. Goddess Green is even prettier than she used to be. Seems like marrying Jack was the right choice. Mr. Dawson is more handsome than ever. He is even good-looking eating hot pot. Sarah, are you posting these photos just to show off that you're friends with rich people? Can't you give us something more to the point? How about sending us a red pocket? There were all sorts of reactions in the group, but Sarah didn't even bother to respond to them. Just then, someone suddenly tagged Sarah. She opened it up and saw that it was Linda. Linda was Jack's #1 fan, so Sarah originally thought that she would be super pissed off. However, she wasn't. This time, Linda only calmly asked, Are you still with Chloe right now? I am, Sarah proudly replied, and didn't forget to add, Jack and Chloe are treating me to hot pot. Can you give me her number? Linda asked once again. You have something to say? Yes, I do. What is it? Just tell me. Sarah didn't think that Linda had anything good to say to Chloe. No, I have to tell her myself. This woman sure is melodramatic. Why won't she just tell me? I have to tell her myself. What is so important that she has to tell you herself? Sarah said to herself. What's wrong, Sarah? Chloe asked as she looked at Sarah. Linda asked me for your number and tagged me in the group chat. I don't know what she wants. She wants my number? Chloe slightly froze. Yes. I didn't have time to talk to her, never mind. Don't mind her. No, give it to her. At this point, perhaps she really wants to talk to about something. Linda had been underwater for a while now, so she probably had something important to say to Chloe. Even though she was Jack's hardcore fan, he married Chloe, and the whole world knew about it. She wouldn't continue latching onto Jack, would she? Okay. Sarah then sent Chloe's number to Linda in a private chat. A minute later, Linda called her. Hello? Is this Chloe? I'm Linda. I know, go on. Chloe didn't treat Linda politely, but she wasn't hostile either. I have a favor to ask of you. Let's hear it. Chloe was very surprised that such an arrogant and prideful woman like Linda would have a favor to ask of her. Chloe even thought that Linda might ask Chloe to give Jack to her. Well, too bad she wouldn't. I'm getting married next Tuesday at Waltman House. Can you be my bridesmaid? Why me? Chloe was a bit confused. Shouldn't bridesmaids be the best friend's role? Because I lost to you. I've spent my whole life trying to prove to others that I was better than you, but the truth was that I wasn't. I once thought that I was prettier, richer, had a higher educational degree, and better parents than you. And that's why I deserved Jack's love. But now I know that I've been chasing after an absurd dream my entire life. I've moved on and am about to get married. I want you to be my bridesmaid because ever since we were in school, you were always the lead character, while I was the third-rate supporting character. So I was wondering if, at my own wedding, I can be the lead character for once, and you play the supporting character. I know this request is a bit rude, but I still wish you could come. After all these years, it's about time we ended this grudge between us. Chloe didn't say anything after she heard what Linda said. Linda was a very straightforward woman who would say anything she wanted to. If she didn't like you, she would never pretend to like you. Sometimes she might try to bite off more than she could chew, but she never wore a mask. Even today, when she asked Chloe to be her bridesmaid, she didn't fake any, let's resolve this together, or repair burned bridges with Chloe. Instead of saying how close they were, she directly said, Chloe, I want to be the lead character on this day, so could you come and be the supporting actress? How much more genuine could this desire be? Can you? Linda knew that the chances of Chloe agreeing weren't high. After all, Chloe was now already the young madam of GK, with thousands of eyes looking over her. Linda, on the other hand, was only the heiress of a small enterprise. She was nothing compared to Chloe. Plus, she had tried to intervene with Chloe and Jack's relationship before, so Chloe should despise her. However, to her surprise, Chloe said, Next Tuesday? I'll be there on time. Thanks. Linda hung up the phone after thanking Chloe. Sarah immediately asked, What's happening next Tuesday? Are you really planning to attend her wedding? Not just that. I've also agreed to be her bridesmaid, Chloe said, word for word. Damn, girl. Have you lost your mind? You need to spend money to attend a wedding, and you shouldn't spend a single cent on a person like Linda. For years, she's been trying to destroy your relationship with Jack. Sarah despised Linda since she had tried everything to destroy Chloe's happiness. Who's Linda? That woman who once had a crush on Jack and fought with Chloe for 3 years. Noah wasn't in the same class as them, so he couldn't exactly remember this person. That's right. It's that schemer, that repulsive woman, Sarah said with hatred. Jack didn't say anything, as he only quietly looked at Chloe. He noticed her complicated expression. Sarah, to tell you the truth, amongst all my romantic rivals, I dislike Linda the least. Or I should say that she wasn't even a rival, because she had absolutely no chance of winning. It's a good thing that she decided to step back upon seeing her defeat and chose to get married. I'm glad that she made that decision. Did you know? She just said something that moved me. What did she say? Sarah was a bit surprised. She said, I've been the lead character my whole life, while all this time she has been a third-rate supporting character. Now that she's getting married, she wants to be the main character on that day, and have me be the supporting character, leaving all out grudges and hatred in the past. Damn, you can't even tell what she means by that? She's insulting you on purpose. Who are you? You can't be her supporting actress. Don't go, just ignore her. Sarah, I want to go. Linda isn't someone with a mask over her face. That will be her only day to wear a wedding dress and get married happily. She has only asked this of me, and it's not something I have to move heaven and earth to do. There's nothing wrong with being the supporting role. Chloe smiled. Mr. Dawson, hurry up and control Chloe, she's crazy. Sarah called out. I respect her decision. Jack never troubled Chloe, and always respected her choice each and every time. Noah and Sarah noticed that this couple had made their decision, so they no longer said anything else. After this conversation ended, they continued to eat hot pot, and then the four of them sat on the living room sofa and played cards. They couldn't be happier. In the end, Sarah won several $1,000, and she was so happy that she insisted on going to karaoke together. However, Chloe was tired, so they didn't go. In the end, Noah left Imperial Park with Sarah. Jack carried the already half-asleep Chloe upstairs. Chloe dazedly changed into her sleeping gown, and just as she lied down, Jack pressed his body onto hers. Then, he lingeringly kissed her thin lips. Oomph. It was either because Chloe had been drinking, or because she was too tired. But regardless, she was in a half-awake and half-asleep state. Her mind was a bit groggy. Jack kissed her bit by bit, from her neck to her collarbone, and then further down. Honey, I'm so tired. It's fine. You don't have to be on top today. I'll take over from here. Jack gently smiled. Just then, Chloe suddenly opened her eyes in shock. What's wrong, honey? Honey, I think... What? I think. My period came. Chloe wanted to cry but didn't shed any tears. She was just dazedly enjoying his touch when a rush of warmth flowed out from beneath her. This feeling immediately woke her up. Jack was immediately speechless, and then he reluctantly got up. Chloe sat up, and as she turned around to look, a spot of red tainted their gold bed sheets. My period, you could have come sooner or later, but why did you have to come now? Did you do this on purpose? Chloe quietly mumbled. Honey, go and take care of it. I'll change the bed sheets. Okay. After Chloe put on sanitary pads, washed her underwear, and took a warm shower, Jack had already changed the bed sheets into another set of light purple ones by the time she returned. They were very beautiful. Where's the dirty set? Give them to me and I'll wash them. I've thrown them out. Chloe, honey, you're always wasting money. A set of bed sheets worth several $1,000s was tossed away, so carelessly. What else? How could I bear to let you wash it? Jack didn't want Chloe to wash these so late at night while she was on her period. Fine, fine. You always have your reasons. Chloe climbed into bed and crawled underneath the sheets. Jack, on the other hand, stood up and walked out. After a bit, he came in with a bowl of brown sugar water with ginger. Honey, drink this and then sleep. Hubby, do you think that I'm a bit conceited being Linda's bridesmaid? Chloe asked as she took the brown sugar water. Do you want to hear the truth? Jack looked at her. Yes. No, all you wanted to do was fulfill her wish. That has nothing to do with being conceited. You're clearly my husband. You never want to say anything bad about me, no matter what I do. Chloe smiled. Some have said that marriage is a gamble. If you bet your whole life on me, how could I bear to let you lose? So, honey, I'll respect your decisions, no matter what you do. Jack wasn't someone that liked to talk romantically, and he was born to be a proud man of little words, but he always had so much love towards Chloe. But honey, if marriage is a gamble, and we're both placing our bets on each other, what if you end up losing? I would have no regrets. Jack's reply was brief. All of a sudden, Chloe felt her eyes fill with hot tears. Jack spoke so domineeringly with such conviction. He wouldn't have any regrets, even if he lost, after betting all of his happiness on Chloe. Chloe was clearly very tired, but she was deeply moved by Jack's words. She placed the brown sugar water down and got up to wrap her arms around Jack's neck. She held him tightly, unwilling to let go. "Honey, good girl. Drink the brown sugar water while it's hot." "No. Let me hug you a while longer." Chloe was very capricious. In the end, Chloe hugged him for several minutes before reluctantly letting him go. Then, under Jack's watch, she quietly finished the love-filled bowl of brown sugar water. The two of them lied in bed, and Chloe placed her head on Jack's arm. "Honey, should I perform at the 30-year anniversary? You want to perform? I can sing." "Honey, let's not cause a scene." Jack couldn't help but laugh. His wife sing? Her pitch would be so off that it could reach the South China Sea. "I'm serious, honey. I can sing a song that isn't off pitch. I won't humiliate you." "Twinkle, twinkle, little star?" Jack asked in response. Chloe immediately raised her hand and batted Jack's chest. "You're making fun of me." "Don't be silly, honey. You're not singer material. I'll take care of making the money to support the family, and you'll just have to take care of being beautiful." I don't talk to you anymore." Chloe kept wanting to sing during the anniversary celebration. However, this stage was as grand as the annual New Year Gala, with tons of stars and singers. If his wife went up to sing, then she might shock the entire crowd. "Honey?" Chloe ignored him. "Chloe? Goddess Green?" No matter what Jack called her, Chloe kept her back turned to him and wouldn't reply. "Dr. Green? I'm not a doctor yet. I haven't passed my exams yet." Finally, Chloe responded when she heard the word doctor. Jack turned her body over with spoiling adoration. "Don't be mad, honey. If you want to sing, then sing. If you want to dance, then dance. You can perform whatever you want to." "Really?" "Really." Jack was truly willing to do anything to make her happy. "Fine, then I'll have to think about it," Chloe responded, too sleepy to open her eyes. Jack lowered his body and lightly kissed her on the forehead. The next morning, Chloe arrived at Southside bright and early. "Morning, head nurse." "Good morning, head nurse." These nurses were becoming more and more lively every day. "Why are you guys all looking at me like that?" "Because you'll be a doctor soon. Our hospital has existed for a very long time, but you're the very first nurse that the rules had been broken for to be promoted to a doctor. We are all very proud of you." The girls who worked under her giggled. "It's not a done deal yet. If I can't pass the exams, then it would be incredibly embarrassing." "That won't happen. We believe in you." "Right, head nurse. Have you picked your department yet? Please don't leave. Just stay in orthopedics. We don't want you to leave." Chloe was appointed to the orthopedics department as soon as she arrived at Southside and had met a lot of people here. "The truth is, I'm going to stay in the orthopedics department." Chloe didn't want to lie to them, so she slowly told them the truth. Before anyone had a chance to speak, Andrew walked in with a chocolate-colored jacket. "Come here, Chloe." "What?" "There's something personal that I want to talk to you about." "Don't you have to work? Why do you have the time to come to Southside at this hour?" Chloe looked at her watch. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. Shouldn't Andrew be busy holding Green Corporation's morning meetings at this hour? "Ah, they don't need me. The old man is there." "What is it? Let's hear it." At the end of the hallway, Chloe placed both of her hands into her white lab coat as she asked him, "Liam was beaten up into a pulp the other day. Did you do it?" Chloe's expression changed upon hearing this question. "He didn't tell me anything. It was just a guess." "Then you've guessed quite right, President Green." Chloe sneered. "Don't worry. Liam is terrified of you now. He didn't have the guts to tell us what happened. The old man just asked him the other day, and he said that he fell, but it didn't look like it. Someone clearly beat him up. Given Liam's temper, if he refused to tell us who beat him up, then he must be hiding something. I heard that he picked on Thomas a while ago, so I assume that you were the one who did this to him. You sure know quite a lot." Chloe really didn't like how Andrew always figured things out. It was as if he knew everything and had everything under control. I'm only here to tell you to stay away from Liam in the near future. Because you're going to lay your hands on him? Chloe asked in response. You're smart. Andrew reached out his finger and flicked Chloe on the head with spoiling adoration. Have you planned all of it? Yes, everything is going successfully. Anyways, just wait for the good news. But the old man might be in a very wretched state when he is toppled down. He might ask you and Jack for help. So don't grow soft on him when that time comes, warned Andrew. Don't you worry. I won't feel bad for him. I wouldn't forgive him for helping Evelyn and threatening me and my mom with the forced demolition. Okay, then good. As long as you won't intervene, he is doomed for sure. Doomed for sure? Are you really going all out to destroy him? Chloe kept thinking that Andrew was about to play dirty. I'm not the type that only cuts the weed and doesn't pull up the root. He'll be more troubling if I leave him around, don't worry. I would never kill the old man. After all, he did raise me. Andrew chuckled. Just as the two spoke, a sharp voice suddenly sounded from behind him. I knew you were meeting other men behind Jack's bad. Are you having an affair while my son is busy working? Luckily, I've caught you in the act. How shameless are you to act like this in broad daylight? Mrs. Dawson walked over in a long black velvet dress, with a maid behind her. She had been discharged from the hospital and was heading home to recover. However, she refused to let Chloe off the hook so easily, so she came to stir up trouble early in the morning. What is that old lady up to? Andrew froze. She's Jack's mom. Chloe felt a bit helpless. She really didn't want to fight with older people, especially Jack's mother. However, Mrs. Dawson kept coming over and causing trouble, causing Chloe to become a bit speechless, seeing how determined she was. I'll call my son right now and tell him to come and watch you hiding away in the hospital hallway and having an affair in broad daylight. After Mrs. Dawson spoke, she took out her cell phone. Hurry up and call him. While you're at it, tell him to deliver 2 portions of lunch, because my big brother will be eating here as well. Big brother? Mrs. Dawson was a bit stunned. Hello, Mrs. Dawson. I'm Andrew Green. You're from the Green family? Mrs. Dawson's expression turned uglier. Madam, I think you misunderstood. This man is the young heir of the Green family, and the young madam's older brother. What older brother? He's only just a foster son, without any biological connections. She might be calling him brother in front of everyone, but who knows what they're up to under the table? Mrs. Dawson argued irrationally. Andrew's expressions gradually grew cold. There were 2 things that he couldn't tolerate. One was using his foster son identity against him, and the second was bullying Chloe in front of him. Unfortunately, Jack's mother was unreasonable enough to break both of these all at once. Andrew's facial expression turned grim. He looked at Mrs. Dawson and said, Mrs. Dawson, it's best to watch what you say. After all, you come from an affluent society, so you shouldn't act like a wild shrew. Not only will you embarrass the Dawson family, but you will also humiliate GK. Sometimes talking crap doesn't prove anything but how brainless one is. Who are you calling brainless? Mrs. Dawson was furious. I didn't even mention your name. Why would you think of yourself like that? Plus, after meeting you today, I've suddenly grown to respect Chairman Dawson. With a wife like you, I'm surprised that he never cheated. He indeed has an abnormal amount of willpower. Andrew never spoke a single dirty word when he cursed, but it was definitely enough to make a person feel upset and resented. Even Chloe wanted to give him a thumbs up and praise him after she heard him stand off against Jack's mother. What? Did you just say? Mrs. Dawson was so mad that her face turned flush white. Auntie, let me give you some advice. Those who are unjust will one day self-destruct. Don't think that just because Chloe is easy to bully, you can bully her around all the time. She's just not stopping to your level because you're older than she is. But you shouldn't take advantage of your old age. You really should act your age. Planting flowers, fishing, and drinking tea are all very nice hobbies. Why do you have to do things that humiliate your family? What if you have a grandson or granddaughter later on, and they ignore you? How upset would that make you feel? What are you blabbering about? Mrs. Dawson couldn't believe that someone had the audacity to publicly lecture her. Okay, I don't have the time to talk about these random things with you. After Andrew spoke, he looked at Chloe and smiled. Wait for my good news. Chloe nodded. She knew what he was talking about. Andrew even whistled on purpose as he walked past Mrs. Dawson. His behavior was so infuriating that Mrs. Dawson almost had a heart attack. Stop right there! Mrs. Dawson roared and yelled. Andrew ignored her completely. Just then, a nurse walked up to her and reminded her, Please, ma'am, don't yell so loudly in here. This is a hospital, so please keep quiet in here. Are you all crazy? Chloe, is this how you treat your mother-in-law? Do you have any decency? Have I ever acknowledged you as my mother-in-law? Asked Chloe as she looked at Mrs. Dawson. What did you say? Mrs. Dawson was shocked once again. Sorry, I won't acknowledge you, just like how you won't acknowledge me. So, don't use our relationship against me. If you've come to Southside to see a doctor, please, line up first. If you want to see me, I don't have time right now. You can wait until I get off work at 5:30 p.m., that's all. After Chloe spoke, she turned around and left. This is insane. That little vixen is too wild. I'm not even dead yet. And she's already acting like this. Does she really think that she owns the Dawson family now? Mrs. Dawson couldn't be angrier. Madam, don't be mad. Perhaps the young madam really is busy. Don't help her out. That woman's true colors have always been like this. Only that stupid son of mine believes her. Mrs. Dawson originally wanted to come here to ridicule Chloe and criticize her for not letting her son go see her at the hospital. However, she never expected that she would run into Andrew, who was rarely there. Andrew wouldn't put up with her, and after rounds of sarcasm and mockery, Mrs. Dawson didn't even get a chance to fight back. However, Chloe was very busy preparing for the exam recently, and so she didn't have any time to deal with Mrs. Dawson's provocations and accusations. After leaving Southside, Mrs. Dawson took out her phone and made a call. Hello? Northern Metropolitan Daily? I want to book an interview to reveal the true colors of that Chloe. Mrs. Dawson used her old tricks once again. The reporters were all interested in gossip since there was a huge market for it. However, Mrs. Dawson didn't know that Northern Metropolitan Daily was a subsidiary of Imperial Star Entertainment. So, at Imperial Star headquarters, Boss, the old lady from the Dawson family wants to air her dirty laundry again. Should we publish it? And asked carefully. What did she say? Justin carelessly asked, as he watched the stock market on his laptop. She is still slandering her daughter-in-law in all sorts of ways. Justin stood up as he held a cigarette in his mouth. He could actually use this opportunity to add fuel to the fire, which might cause misunderstandings between Jack and Chloe. After all, Mrs. Dawson was Jack's mother. However, he couldn't bear to see Chloe be misunderstood or wronged by others, not even a little bit. Give out the orders. The interview will be published, but the content needs to be changed. Yes, sir. That night, Northern Metropolitan Daily published Mrs. Dawson's interview, and it drew in the attention of all walks of life. Basically, the contents were as follows. I used to dislike my daughter-in-law Chloe due to our difference in class, but she wasn't offended by it and still remained respectful of elders. Why are you acting so odd today? Peter was a bit surprised when he and Mrs. Dawson saw the media report while they sat in the living room. Mrs. Dawson was about to go mad when she saw the report. What happened with this? She screeched. Why was the content completely opposite from what she said? Did those reporters jot down the wrong information? Mrs. Dawson immediately called Northern Metropolitan Daily again, but no one picked up. This is absolutely insane. How dare they twist the truth? I'm going to go cause a scene there. You should really settle down. You still don't think our family is humiliated enough? Our son has been busy with the company's 30-year anniversary recently, so stop causing more trouble, Peter consoled. Causing more trouble? I'm doing this for his own good. If the emperors in the olden days had a vixen around him, then his country and state wouldn't last for very long. Our son is that emperor right now, and Chloe is that vixen. Don't you understand? I don't understand what's going on in your brain. Not only did Mrs. Dawson's absurdity trouble her son, her husband, Peter, couldn't take it anymore either. He couldn't approve of her actions and behaviors at all. I don't need you to understand it, and I don't even need you to help me, but you cannot oppose me. If you keep causing trouble like this, then you'll stay here yourself. I've already booked a plane ticket and plan to go to Hawaii right after the 30-year anniversary party. What do you mean? Are you going to leave me here? Mrs. Dawson looked at her husband in disbelief. If I bring you along, will you come with me? Of course not. I still haven't fixed our son's issue. Then what else is there to say, since you won't come with me? Then I can only go alone. Peter, are you cheating on me? Do you have a mistress in Hawaii now? Mrs. Dawson mocked sarcastically. Peter was so angry that his hands trembled. What are you even talking about? What woman? What mistress? Look at how old I am. How could you humiliate me like that? Then why are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? I've already said that I'll come with you, after I fix up our son's issue. I don't think you can never fix it. You might as well just stay here alone and be tormented. I'm done with you. Then Peter stood up and left. Peter, come back and explain it to me. What do you mean by done with me? Do you really want to get a divorce? Sure, whatever you want. Peter wasn't threatened by her talks of divorce. He walked straight upstairs and into the study. Well, Peter, you won't take care of your son's issue, but you've got the mind to divorce me. Are you sure you don't have a woman on the side? How infuriating! Mrs. Dawson roared and yelled in anger. The maids were so scared that they all hid in the kitchen, not daring to make any noise. The Dawson manor was becoming harder and harder to live in because Mrs. Dawson's temper was growing more and more unstable. Mrs. Dawson couldn't step into GK because Jack forbade his mother from going inside. So, she kept calling him, again and again. Jack would refuse her calls, yet she would continue calling with great persistence. Jack was just in a meeting, but his cell phone kept ringing, so he made a gesture with his hand to pause it. Then he stood up and walked into another room. Mom, what's wrong? Son, hurry back. Your dad wants to divorce me. Mrs. Dawson wailed through the phone. Divorce? That can't be. Jack was startled. It's true. He said so himself. He's leaving right after the 30-year anniversary party. I think he might have a mistress in America, since he is in such a hurry to leave me behind. You spent so many years there. You must have friends. Hurry and investigate your father for me. Jack was silent for a bit. Then he quietly said, Mom, you're overthinking. Dad isn't that type of person. What do you mean by that? He won't be able to stand a little vixen's seductions, just like how you can't. I've always thought that my son was the smartest man in the whole world. But what happened in the end? A woman got you all rattled up. Jack was speechless that Mrs. Dawson could drag Chloe into this topic again. Jack got a headache just from listening to her. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.